Chapter 581. After the light from the civilized ray scepter enveloped Xiang Qian, it could not allow the genetic nuclear force weapon on Xiang Qian's body to merge with his body. At this time, the genetic nuclear force in Xiang Qian's body, under the control of his subconscious mind, actually resisted the erosion of the universe's operating rules, making it impossible for the power of the universe's operating rules to transform him. After discovering this situation, Xiang Qian was stunned. He didn't know what this was. In his perception, the universe's operating rules were like a big net that enveloped the entire Earth Federation. Whether it was the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race or everyone else, they were deeply transformed by the huge power of the universe's operating rules. This transformation exceeded the quark level, a level he could not understand. Even the peak level of fifth-level technology could not detect that level. But facing such a transformation, he was able to resist, which was incredible. Of course, this power to resist the invasion of the universe's operating rules was not endless. The genetic nuclear force in his body was being consumed at a rapid rate, and it would take a few minutes for the genetic nuclear force in his body to be consumed. Xiang Qian forced himself to calm down and began to think about the current situation. His ability to resist the rules of the universe should be related to his being the first generation of special evolutionists. However, he knew that even being the first generation of special evolutionists was not the main reason for being able to resist the rules of the universe. The real main reason was his special ability that he had not yet figured out. So far, hundreds of years have passed since he became the first generation of special evolutionists, but he has not really figured out his special ability. He can imitate the special abilities of other special evolutionists, but they are all copycats, and their power is far inferior to the original ones. The only difference from other special abilities is the special perception ability, which can ignore the abilities of other first-generation special evolutionists and fully perceive everything. However, this special perception ability should not be able to cause the current situation, which means that he has not really mastered his special ability. What is the special ability that can resist the rules of the universe? Xiang Qian immediately thought of the shelter. The first generation of protectors should have the ability to resist the rules of the universe, which can be imagined from the protectors who were castrated by the rules of the universe. Since she can use the special abilities of other first-generation special evolutionists, it is not surprising that he uses the special abilities of the first generation of protectors. But is his special ability really a simulation of the special abilities of these first-generation special evolutionists? Xiang Qian tried to let go of his resistance to the rules of the universe, and let the power of the rules of the universe begin to transform his right leg. Instantly, in his perception, the power of the universe's operating rules began to penetrate into his body, into the cells, and then the nucleus, and then into deeper places. If Xiang Qian were to add it, he really couldn't feel that level, but in his own body, he could clearly feel the power of the universe's operating rules infiltrating there. That was a dimension beyond the material level. It was an infinitely vast but infinitely narrow space, and there were too many constraints in that space. Those restraints were invisible and intangible, but Xiang Qian could feel the existence of those restraints, as if he was tied to a pillar with chains all over his body, unable to move at all. That feeling was very sad. After entering this space, the power of the universe's operating rules began to attack the power that bound Xiang Qian. However, the power of the universe's operating rules that entered here was too small to destroy the restraints at all. At this time, Xiang Qian took the initiative to retract the genetic nuclear force, allowing the power of the universe's operating rules to fully penetrate his body, and entered that space to fight against the power that bound him. As the huge power of the universe's operation rules entered this space, the binding force was defeated in an instant, and was soon destroyed by the power of the universe's operation rules. But this is not over yet. After destroying the binding force, the power of the universe's operation rules began to reconstruct the binding force. Although this binding force is not as immobile as before, it is very unfree. The binding of the universe's operation rules seems to be a kind of insurance, an insurance that allows the suppressed power in this space to retaliate wildly, and it also has a time bomb meaning. But Xiang Qian was subconsciously unwilling to let the rules of the universe restrict him. So when the rules of the universe began to build this binding force, he used his special ability to resist the power of the rules of the universe. But the next second, Xiang Qian was stunned. That is, when his power came into contact with the rules of the universe, he actually got feedback that he could control the power of the rules of the universe. Xiang Qian thought about it, and withdrew the power of the rules of the universe. In an instant, the constraints that the universe's operating rules had just constructed were broken, allowing Xiang Qian to feel free again. But at this time, Xiang Qian had another feeling in his heart, that is, It would be best to let the universe's operating rules reconstruct the constraints and limit the power in this space, otherwise there might be unpredictable and terrible consequences. Xiang Qian was still very convinced of the feeling in his heart, because he knew that was the most favorable situation for him, and it was the instinct of his body. So after a little thought, Xiang Qian let the rules of the universe reconstruct the power of restraint. It was just not as tight as before. If the initial restraint was to tie people up with iron chains, the restraints of the rules of the universe later were to tie up hands and feet with ropes. Although freedom was restricted, the ropes were tied very loosely, and did not affect free movement. But now, under the leadership of Xiang Qian, the rules of the universe did not even restrain hands and feet, but covered the body with a quilt. Although the quilt covered the person tightly, as long as Xiang Qian had a thought, the quilt would be overturned. This is also a backup plan left by Xiang Qian. Who knows why the rules of the universe do this? Therefore, this backup plan is left. Even if the rules of the universe want to do something in the future, Xiang Qian can get rid of it in the first place. As the binding force is built, Xiang Qian's consciousness follows the power of the rules of the universe to exit this space. When his consciousness returns to his body again, he finds that the genetic nuclear force weapon on his body has disappeared, and his body is also undergoing earth-shaking changes. However, Xiang Qian also discovered a strange thing, that is, his gene chain changes a bit strangely. Under normal circumstances, his gene chain should change from 2 helices to 3 helices at this time, making the gene chain more stable. But now, after his gene chain becomes a 3 helix, it seems that he needs to add new gene chains to make the gene chain become a 4 helix or more helix. This scared Xiang Qian. Is it a joke? Can the gene chain be changed like this? Don't make him look like a ghost. That would be a pit. So Xiang Qian began to control his special ability, allowing the rules of the universe to suppress this special mutation and return to the normal triple helix gene chain. When the rules of the universe suppressed this mutation, Xiang Qian discovered that the mutation of the gene chain was not dominated by the rules of the universe, but came from the power in his body. This discovery made Xiang Qian feel very fortunate. He finally understood why the rules of the universe had to build a new constraint in that unknown space. If he had not been restrained by the rules of the universe, who knows what would have happened to him after his mutation. Now, even if he had loosened the restraint on that spatial force a little, this would have happened. If he had been completely released, he would have turned into a Reglos, and he would not have been surprised. That power was too strange, and had too much influence on him. When the triple helix gene chain was reconstructed, the cells in his body began to change with the change of the gene chain, especially the gene nuclear force. After the gene chain was changed and new cells were generated, a force emanating from deep inside the body began to make the gene nuclear force stronger, and that force came from that unknown space. A few hours later, the light of the civilized race scepter dissipated, and the Earth Federation became a 4th-level civilization. And the impact of this breakthrough to the 4th-level civilization on Xiang Qian has just begun. Chapter 582. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? After the light of the civilized race scepter disappeared, John Lei woke up and saw Xiang Qian still standing there with a frown and holding the civilized race scepter. He immediately said to Xiang Qian, "Nothing. Nothing." Xiang Qian put down his arm and looked ahead with lifeless eyes, but his perception was at its maximum. When the light of the civilized race scepter dissipated, Xiang Qian felt that the rules of the universe had returned to normal. Before, he could only feel the existence of the universe operation rules when they appeared, but after breaking through the 4th-level civilization race, Xiang Qian could feel the existence of the universe operation rules at all times. If his previous understanding of the universe operation rules was just listening to the words of the Vitin Prophet and his own analysis, then now his understanding of the universe operation rules has surpassed the Vitin Prophet and reached an unimaginable level. Now Xiang Qian understands that the universe operation rules are actually the ubiquitous physical rules that fill the universe. What really controls the rules of the universe is actually a core. If the physical rules are compared to hardware, then the rules of the universe are actually a software that controls the physical rules. Normally, the rules of the universe loosen the control over the physical rules and let the physical rules run on their own. Once the rules of the universe start to control the physical rules, then the physical rules of the entire universe will become the most powerful weapon, a powerful weapon that can change the universe in an instant. However, Xiang Qian discovered that although the rules of the universe can control the physical rules, the rules of the universe are like a program without any intelligent brain. It has no feelings of its own, no consciousness of its own. It will only operate according to the set rules. Just now, when the light of the scepter of the civilized race disappeared, the power of the rules of the universe also disappeared. At that time, Xiang Qian subconsciously tried to control the physical rules around him, but the physical rules around him ignored him. This was completely different from the feeling he had just when he could control the rules of the universe. The huge difference between the two in a short period of time made Xiang Qian feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. However, from this breakthrough, Xiang Qian also knew what his true ability as a first-generation special evolver was. It was not a copy of the abilities of other first-generation special evolvers, nor was it a strong perception, but control over the rules of the universe. However, this control seemed to have many limitations. At least when the rules of the universe did not directly interfere with the physical rules, he had no way to control the rules of the universe. Although the rules of the universe are everywhere, he can't do anything with the rules of the universe in a calm state. Of course, Xiang Qian himself can't explain the specific situation. After all, he has too little time to feel this ability. He doesn't know the limit of this special ability. Should I violate the rules of the universe? This thought came to Xiang Qian's mind. Half a year later, the Earth Federation has fully adapted to the powerful flagship of the 4th-level civilization race, and at the same time, the technology level has broken through to the late 4th-level civilization, leaving the other civilization races in the galaxy behind by a whole level. At this time, the affiliated races of the Earth Federation have begun to frantically conquer the affiliated races. Of the 315,000 civilized races in the entire Milky Way, more than 230,000 civilized races already belong to the Earth Federation, but the affiliated races of the Earth Federation are still advancing frantically, with a tendency to not stop until the Milky Way is unified. At the same time, the wormhole in the Milky Way has appeared, but it has not yet expanded to allow the flagship of the 4th-level civilized race of the Earth Federation to pass through. Send this information to Zhang Lei, and let him notify the affiliated races according to the content of this information. At the same time, tell those subordinate races that when the wormhole expands to allow the Earth Federation to pass through, it is time to leave the Milky Way, so let them prepare early. Xiang Qian said to the secretary. After breaking through the 4th-level civilization, Xiang Qian did not care about the affairs of the Earth Federation at all, except copying the information given by Shinkong and letting the subordinate races speed up the speed of conquering other civilized races. He put all his energy on studying special abilities. After half a year of research, his control over his abilities has become many times stronger than before. Although he still couldn't control the physical rules, when the rules of the universe interfered with the things around him, he could control the rules of the universe to give up the interference. For example, he asked Xingyu to give up the shielding of the projection equipment, so that the rules of the universe could find the projection equipment. At this time, the rules of the universe would obliterate the existence of the projection equipment according to the rules. After all, the projection equipment of the 5th-level peak civilization could not appear on the Earth at this time, and this projection equipment was a product of the Earth Federation in the last era. But when the universe's operation rules are about to wipe out the projection equipment, he can intervene in the universe's operation rules, and stop the universe's operation rules from erasing the projection equipment. At this time, even if the universe's operation rules know that the existence of the projection equipment violates the rules it has set, under Xiang Qian's interference, the universe's operation rules still cannot erase the projection equipment. The success of that experiment made Xiang Qian feel the horror of his own ability. He was no longer taking advantage of loopholes, but blatantly tampering with the universe's operation rules. Although the universe operation rules will restart the erasure program for the projection equipment every once in a while, Xiang Qian can completely stop it again at that time. However, this approach is not without limitations. If the projection equipment only stays in his office and does not display other information, then the universe operation rules will only restart the erasure program for the projection equipment at dawn every day. But if Xiang Qian lets the starry sky display the scientific and technological information of the 5th-level civilization, then the universe operation rules will invest even more power to erase the projection equipment. But if Xiang Qian only let the projection device display the star map of the Milky Way, then the power used by the rules of the universe would be much smaller. In other words, the projection device, which is not allowed to exist, exists under Xiang Qian's interference, but it cannot do anything that has a significant impact on the parallel universe. Otherwise, the power used by the rules of the universe will become more and more powerful. At the same time, even things affected by the projection device will be targeted by the rules of the universe and regarded as targets to be eliminated. So at this time, Xiang Qian already had the ability to make the projection device appear in front of people, but he never dared to do so. Because once other people saw the projection device, they would also be within the range of being wiped out. At that time, Xiang Qian would not have the energy to keep an eye on people who had seen the projection device to prevent them from being wiped out by the rules of the universe. That would tire him to death. Even if he was not tired to death, the consumption of genetic nuclear power was something Xiang Qian could not bear. He really thought that the rules of the universe were computer programs, and could be modified as he wanted. Every time Xiang Qian interfered with the rules of the universe, he would consume genetic nuclear power according to the degree of violation of the rules. If the impact is too bad, the power mobilized by the rules of the universe is too huge. Even if Xiang Qian wants to intervene, he can't. But in general, his special ability is still very powerful, especially at critical moments. It is likely to have unexpected effects. After all, no civilized race can believe that Xiang Qian can interfere with the rules of the universe. 150 years later, all civilized races in the Milky Way were conquered by the Earth Federation, either becoming a subsidiary race of the Earth Federation or a subsidiary race of a subsidiary race. At this time, the wormhole has expanded to the size of 2 star systems, which is large enough for the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race of the Earth Federation to pass through. So after unifying all the civilization races in the Milky Way and allowing all civilization races to break through the 4th-level civilization, Xiang Qian issued an order to leave the Milky Way. For a time, all the civilization races in the Milky Way passed through the wormhole and came to the cosmic void 20 light-years outside the Milky Way. After arriving here, all the civilization races in the Milky Way will form a formation and move towards the Andromeda Galaxy. The Earth Federation's Level 4 civilization race flagship served as a mothership, sailing with those civilizations that only had one race flagship. The remaining civilization races that could navigate the Milky Way on their own all surrounded the Earth Federation and followed the Earth Federation to the Andromeda Galaxy. After seeing the Earth Federation set off with all the civilization races in the Milky Way, the patriarch of the Soda civilization also issued an order to the intelligent brain. Chapter 583. In the silent void of the universe, a circular machine with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers was moving rapidly. The direction of this circular machine was exactly the Andromeda Galaxy. Xiang Qian sat in the office and looked at the image displayed by the starry sky, wondering what he was thinking. The big screen showed the circular machine that was moving rapidly towards the Andromeda Galaxy. However, the prompt marked on the screen was red, and it also carried a danger warning. This circular machine was the object that the starry sky had just scanned, and it was flying towards the Andromeda Galaxy at a speed of 3,500 times the speed of light. Is it still not certain what it is used for? After a while, Xiang Qian spoke. It is impossible to be sure. The other party is in a space shuttle state, and the speed is very fast. With our technological level, we cannot perform a deep scan of this device under such circumstances. Based on the surface scan and material analysis alone, there is a 35% chance that this device is an advanced detection device, a 57% chance that it is a device with other functions, and a 7% chance that it is a destructive weapon. Shinkong replied. Okay, monitor it for 24 hours. If it moves, notify me immediately. At the same time, calculate its route, and the time it will arrive at the Andromeda Galaxy. You first launch a probe to its path. Xiang Qian said helplessly. Okay, boss. This object is expected to reach the Andromeda Galaxy in 5,800 years. The probe has been launched. In the blink of an eye, 1,500 years have passed. Under the leadership of the Earth Federation, all civilized races in the Milky Way have passed through the second wormhole and arrived at the first resource point. After seeing the countless resource planets at the resource point, all other civilizations except the Earth Federation were not calm. Although everyone was well prepared when leaving the Milky Way, many civilizations found that their seemingly sufficient preparations were far from enough after starting the galactic travel. Without this resource point, it would be a question whether they could travel 800,000 light years. So after seeing the resource planets at the resource point, no civilization could remain calm. In the galactic travel, resources are priceless. Without sufficient resources, every race felt uneasy, and even the normal use of materials in life was handled with caution. When all civilized races were rushing towards those resource planets frantically, the Earth Federation spoke up and directly poured a basin of cold water on the heads of all civilized races. Because the first order issued by the Earth Federation was to let all civilized races stay where they were, and no civilized race was allowed to go to the resource planets to mine the resources on those planets. Therefore, all the civilizations in the Milky Way thought that the Earth Federation should replenish its supplies first before letting other civilizations replenish them. Although other civilizations did not dare to resist, many civilizations were full of despair. There were only so many planets in the resource point. After the Earth Federation completed the supply, it must be the affiliated races of the Earth Federation that would provide the supply. The affiliated races directly under the Earth Federation amounted to as many as 120,000 civilizations. After these 120,000 civilizations were supplied, how much resources would be left in the entire resource point? It was estimated that there would be only some soup and water left. Not to mention being full, it was a problem whether there was anything to eat. Without enough resources, if they could reach the Andromeda Galaxy, wouldn't it mean they were abandoned? However, after the Earth Federation issued the order, they did not go to the resource point to mine resources, but stayed where they were like all the civilized races. It was not until noon the next day that the Earth Federation sent a new order. Each civilized race received a list of supplies from the Earth Federation, and all civilized races could only mine supplies on the resource planet according to the supply items listed on the list of supplies. If any civilized race dares to mine more materials that are not on the material list, or exceeds the limit on the material list, then wait for the punishment of the Earth Federation. As for what the punishment is, the Earth Federation did not say, but only wrote a sentence at the bottom of the material list. If the head of the Earth Federation gets angry, the consequences will be serious. Seeing this warning with a joking tone, all civilized races could not laugh, because they all knew that this was not a joke. In this way, under the high pressure of the Earth Federation, all civilized races honestly mined the materials on their own civilization's material list, and dared not have any thoughts about other materials. At most, they could only curse the Earth Federation to perish early in their hearts. After Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to distribute materials according to the needs of various civilized races, he no longer paid attention to this matter. He just asked Shinkong to supervise, and find that any civilized race dared to ignore the orders of the Earth Federation, then they would be directly destroyed without any reason. After all, the list of materials given by the Starry Sky is distributed according to the actual proportion consumed by each civilization race. This way, materials are not wasted, and all civilization races can reach the Andromeda Galaxy. In fact, after the Starry Sky distributes the materials, the huge power of the universe's operation rules can be seen. Because the total amount of materials at the resource point, according to the Starry Sky's calculations, is basically equivalent to the consumption of each civilization race. In other words, if everyone collects materials according to the needs of their own civilization, even without the distribution of the Earth Federation, all civilization races can reach the Andromeda Galaxy. But that situation is impossible to happen. Think about the last era. Hundreds of thousands of civilizations perished on the way to the Andromeda Galaxy. Starting from the Milky Way, only 1/3 of the civilizations reached the Andromeda Galaxy. Xiang Qian didn't know whether the rules of the universe were arranged in this way to test all civilizations, or to remind all civilizations in disguise to cooperate. Let all civilizations from a galaxy run in on this starry road, and then attack the Andromeda Galaxy together. But Xiang Qian knew that in a universe where only the interests of one's own race mattered and the strongest race was the boss, even if any civilized race calculated the relationship between resource points and the material consumption of each race, there would be no possibility of cooperation. Because no civilized race would abandon the interests of its own civilization and give precious materials to other civilized races. If there really was such a civilized race, it could only be the Earth Federation that was currently cheating. After a few hundred years, the resource points disappeared, and all the resource planets became material reserves in the flagships of each civilized race. It was also at this time that all civilized races discovered that their material reserves were similar. No matter how much you consumed, your material reserves could sustain a distance of 200,000 light years. Every civilized race was the same, and no one had more than anyone else. At this point, all civilized races in the Milky Way were convinced. They understood that the Earth Federation had not abandoned their ideas, and had distributed materials fairly. Some civilized races thought more deeply, and were afraid of the means of the Earth Federation. It was unimaginable to grasp the consumption data of each civilized race so accurately, and to achieve such an even distribution. This meant that the Earth Federation's understanding and control of all civilized races in the Milky Way had reached a terrifying level. The more they thought about it, the more scared those civilized races became. The result was an unexpected event that Xiang Qian had not expected, which was that many races with small ideas were completely desperate and no longer had the idea of resisting. Time passed bit by bit, and 6,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. All civilized races in the Milky Way, led by the Earth Federation, crossed the wormhole 3 times and also carried out 3 supplies. At this time, they were still 800,000 light-years away from the Andromeda Galaxy. They were already halfway through their journey, and so far everything was going well. However, on this day, Xiang Qian looked at the projection screen with a gloomy face. The spherical device on the screen had reached the outside of the Andromeda Galaxy and was causing trouble at this time. The detection data of the starry sky showed that although the spherical device was not a weapon, its real function, at this particular period, was no worse than that of a powerful weapon. On the contrary, this spherical device was still a powerful weapon that killed people invisibly. Chapter 584. It is simulating all the data of the Andromeda Galaxy. Even the light spreading outward from the Andromeda Galaxy is within its capture range. Now all the information emitted outward from the Andromeda Galaxy will be copied and processed by it. So the data we receive next will be wrong, especially the data received by the gravitational resonance device, which is completely simulated by it. Xingkong introduced the specific situation of the spherical device to Xiang Qian. That means that all the data received by our detection equipment is wrong? Xiang Qian asked with a frown. Except for the radiation and electromagnetic waves of the Andromeda Galaxy and various rays, which are slower information, all other data have been tampered with. Xingkong replied. With the current level of technology on Earth, can't this abnormality be discovered? Xiang Qian continued to ask. It can't be discovered. In fact, this change is very subtle. Comparing the current gravitational fluctuation data with the previous normal gravitational fluctuation data, the difference between the two data can only appear in the 12th decimal place. During normal navigation, the computer automatically corrects the parameters, and only when the gravitational fluctuation difference is huge will an alarm be issued. The current data difference is within the normal and reasonable range, and the computer will automatically correct the navigation, and no one can find it. Xingkong replied. Xiang Qian took a deep breath after listening and began to think of a solution. The function of the spherical device is just to make the detectors of all civilized races receive false signals. If it were normal, Xiang Qian would not bother to pay attention to such things. However, during the galaxy voyage, such false signals would cause very terrible consequences after being automatically analyzed by the computer. Once the route is deviated, it will be impossible to reach the Andromeda Galaxy. Not to mention the obliteration of the rules of the universe, the inability to replenish resources after deviating from the route can destroy 90% of the civilized races in the Milky Way. It is very easy to destroy the spherical device. As long as Xingkong takes action, the device can be destroyed in minutes. However, Xiang Qian has to think carefully about the consequences of doing so. After all, the Earth Federation is not ready for a war with the 6th-level peak civilization. The gap in strength between the two sides is still too large. If he acts rashly, Xiang Qian is not sure whether he will directly attract the 6th-level peak civilization to take action. Although the Earth Federation can hide in this small universe at that time, if he does so, the efforts of this era will be in vain, and the Earth Federation will once again stay in the parallel universe for an era. Maybe there will be more eras. After all, if this level 6 peak civilization does not die, it will stay inside the black hole, and then it will stare at human civilization in every era. The consequences are simply unimaginable. So in this era, the Earth Federation must leave the parallel universe. Even if it really cannot leave, it must destroy this level 6 peak civilization so that the other party cannot pass on the information. But to do this, the civilization level of the Earth Federation must be upgraded to the late level 6, otherwise the gap in the technological level of the two sides is too large, and there is no hope at all. If you want to improve the level of civilization, you need enough time. Now the foundation of the Earth Federation is very solid, and the speed of technological development is also very fast. But these are not the key to victory or defeat. The most critical place is the Virgo Galaxy Cluster. So if the Earth Federation wants to win, it must survive to the Virgo Galaxy Cluster and use the power of all affiliated races to raise the civilization level of the Earth Federation to the late stage of the 6th level civilization in a short period of time. That is when it will be time for a decisive battle with this 6th level peak civilization. Now the Earth Federation has not met the minimum requirements for a decisive battle. Let the think tank meet in the conference room. Xiang Qian thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of any solution, so he could only call the think tank to solve it. Half an hour later, Xiang Qian walked into the conference room, and then used the ability of the controller to block the conference room. Now the Earth Federation is facing a very serious problem. The 6th level peak civilization that just entered the parallel universe in this era has already taken action against us. In order not to arouse the vigilance of the 6th level peak civilization, we can't let Shinkong take action in this crisis, and we can only solve it by ourselves. However, with our current level of civilization, we are unable to discover this crisis. So I asked everyone to come here to let everyone think about how to let the scientists on Earth discover this crisis without alerting the 6th level peak civilization. You can check the specific situation on the computer in front of you. After reading it, the data will be deleted. At the same time, after leaving this meeting room, you must not say anything about this matter, Xiang Qian said to the reborn think tank elite. Next, Xiang Qian quietly waited for the discussion of all the members of the think tank. His role now was equivalent to a shield, preventing the 6th level peak civilization from detecting the situation in the conference room. After a long time, an elite of the think tank said, "Can we arrange something to make all the spacecrafts of the civilization race stop and switch to manual control? At this time, we let an engineer discover the changes in the system in the name of repairing the system, and compare the star map we made at the beginning with the current navigation, and lead to the fact that we have deviated from the route." Xiang Qian listened and looked at Shinkong. Shinkong was communicating with Vicadia after listening to the plan and calculating the feasibility of the plan. After a while, Xiang Qian looked at the big screen and shook his head and said, "No, even if we find that we are currently going off the track based on the comparison of the original star map route, we have no evidence to prove that this is true. Because all the data received by the detector are wrong, the final answer is that we are sailing on the correct route. And we can't stick to the original route because we can't find that route anymore. Well, that means that with the current level of technology on Earth, there is no solution to this kind of wrong information, and there is no way to discover it," the think tank elite said. "That's right. But we have to let the scientists of the Earth Federation discover this problem, and it must be a reasonable discovery without any hints." Xiang Qian nodded and said, "In fact, this is the most difficult point to solve the problem. Let the scientists discover it, but can't tell them. And to discover this information error, it is necessary to reach the technological level of the middle stage of the 5th level civilization to find clues, which is also an impossible task for the Earth Federation. So all this depends on the think tank to find a solution. Anyway, Xiang Qian can't think of any solution." Chapter 585. Shinkong, how many degrees has the route deviated now? Xiang Qian looked at the scenery outside the window and said to Shinkong, "It has deviated by 3 degrees. Shinkong replied. Xiang Qian didn't say anything after hearing this, but just sighed. In just 10 years, the route has deviated by 3 degrees. If we continue to fly along this deviated route, we will never reach the Andromeda galaxy in this lifetime. But facing the current situation, Xiang Qian and the think tank have no solution. After all, with the current level of technology on Earth, it is impossible to find information about the deviation of the route. Even if Shinkong uses subconscious guidance and a scientist tells the fact that the route has deviated, it will be useless because there is no evidence to show that the current route is wrong. It can be said that so far, other problems can be solved, but Xiang Qian and the think tank cannot come up with a perfect and reasonable explanation to correct the route. After all, you can't lie with your eyes open and let all civilized races in the Milky Way fly deep into the void of the universe instead of heading to the Andromeda galaxy. How far is it from the dark matter gathering area ahead? After a while, Xiang Qian asked again. It's still 13,000 light-years away. Xiang Qian knocked on the glass, turned around and walked to the desk, picked up one of the documents, and then pressed the button of the secretariat and said, "Approve the plan for scientists to conduct scientific research in the dark matter area, with a time limit of 100 years. Yes, Chief." Xiang Qian looked at the document in his hand. This document was proposed by an academician of the Academy of Sciences through the subconscious guidance of the starry sky. He did not approve this plan before, mainly because even if this plan was implemented, it would only delay time and could not solve the current problem. But up to now, the think tank still has not come up with any solution, and the angle of deviation of the route is getting bigger and bigger. So Xiang Qian decided to start this plan, just to buy some time for the think tank. A few decades later, all civilized races in the Milky Way stopped in front of a dark matter area. Scientists from various civilized races, led by the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences, began to form a group to conduct scientific research on the dark matter area in front of them. At this time, Xiang Qian came to the conference room to discuss with the think tank. At this time, the deviation angle of the route has reached 11 degrees. If it continues to sail like this, the consequences will be disastrous. Although it seems that the deviation of 7 degrees is a small angle, if this angle is expanded and spread to hundreds of thousands of light-years away, then the difference between the position reached by advancing at this angle and the actual destination is not 7 degrees. Maybe the distance between them is enough to accommodate a small galaxy. Did you come up with any ideas in the past 6 months? Xiang Qian said to the think tank. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, several people in the think tank expressed their desire to speak. Chief, I have another idea. That is, can we let Vicadia interfere with the spherical device? It doesn't take too long, as long as we can monitor the correct information. In this way, we have reason to doubt the authenticity of the data, and then cooperate with our guidance to make all civilized races believe the fact that the route has deviated. A man stood up and said, "No, it's too deliberate. Equipment of a level 6 peak civilization won't go wrong so easily." Xiang Qian thought for a while, and shook his head. How could equipment made by a level 6 peak civilization have such a low-level fault, and it was still running normally? Then what if we create an environment for it to go wrong? According to the analysis of the Academy of Sciences, the spherical device is not a very high-end device. It just uses the space phase transfer technology to transfer the information emitted by the Andromeda Galaxy to another location, so that the Andromeda Galaxy we see becomes a false image created by it, and let us fly towards the false Andromeda Galaxy. But if the information sent by the Andromeda Galaxy exceeds its transfer capacity, the true location of the Andromeda Galaxy will appear at that time. It is okay to take action against the Andromeda Galaxy, but such a big action, the 6th level peak civilization is not a fool. He does not need to know how we took action, he only needs to know that there is a problem with the Andromeda Galaxy, and we get rid of its control. Whoever is the beneficiary at that time will be the one who took action. The 6th level peak civilization is not the police, and does not need evidence. So your idea can't solve the fundamental problem. It's true that our goal is to solve the crisis at hand, but we have to separate ourselves from the crisis, and make it impossible for the other party to doubt us. At least it doesn't make sense logically. Xiang Qian continued to shake his head. The conference hall was silent again. This is easy to say, but very difficult to do. As Xiang Qian said, no matter what happens next, as long as they get rid of the control of the spherical device and get the route back to normal, then the other party will blame the Earth Federation for the strange incident. After all, the Earth Federation benefited from it. So this matter has become a paradox. It is not good to take action, and it is not good not to take action. And the only way to solve the problem is to find a reason that does not involve the Earth Federation, even if it is not logically related to the Earth Federation, to help solve the problem at hand. But the Andromeda Galaxy has undergone a major change for no reason, causing the spherical equipment to overload, and this method will still involve the Earth Federation. After all, how could a stable galaxy undergo a major change for no reason? That would clearly mean someone had tampered with it. The meeting lasted for more than 2 hours, and the think tank's elites discussed heatedly, but no solution to the problem was found. Xiang Qian was disappointed, and was ready to adjourn the meeting. After all, there was no point in continuing the meeting. But at this time, Xiang Qian heard a sentence. It would be great if there were other civilized races to help us. Although this was nonsense, Xiang Qian suddenly had an idea in his mind, as if they had missed some important question. Stop for a moment, let's think about this idea, that is, if we don't take action, and let other civilized races help us, is it feasible? Xiang Qian interrupted the following discussion and spoke. It is feasible in theory, but in reality, all civilized races in our galaxy cannot take action, and other civilized races cannot help us, so... No, I don't think so. There are many civilized races in the Andromeda Galaxy. As long as we control these civilized races, we can let them take action. Control the civilized races in the Andromeda Galaxy. Xiang Qian kept repeating it. After a long time, he finally thought of what they had forgotten. That is, they have been thinking about how the Earth Federation can take action, but they have never thought about letting the civilized races in the Andromeda Galaxy take action. Although this is incredible, in fact, it is not impossible to do it with the strength of the Earth Federation, but they have never thought about it. It's easy to do with an idea. With the strength of the think tank elites, a completely feasible plan was produced in less than a day, and according to this plan, no one would have thought that this matter would be related to the Earth Federation. Chapter 586. The 5-star systems on the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy are controlled by the Kivo civilization. Kivo civilization is a level 4 peak civilization. In the war for control of the Andromeda Galaxy 100,000 years ago, it was almost one of the 7 core civilizations. But it was just that short, and Kivo civilization still lost. Needless to say, the result afterwards, all the original territory was confiscated, and the entire civilization was exiled to the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, and when the Galaxy War came, it became cannon fodder on the first line of defense. Otherwise, With the strength of a level 4 peak civilization, how could it possibly stay at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, the place with the most scarce resources? Chief, the star system defense line has been arranged, but the construction of warships cannot be carried out as originally planned. We don't have enough resources. How many warships can we build with the remaining resources? The chief of the Kaiwo civilization asked in a deep voice, his tone full of helplessness. 500 billion warships, plus the batch of warships we built before. The total number of warships can only reach 1.3 trillion. 1.3 trillion warships sounds like a lot, but if these warships are used to defend the cosmic void within a radius of 15 light-years, it can only be described as a drop in the bucket. In addition, there is no special space at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, so the Kaiwo civilization can only use these 1.3 trillion warships to fight the enemy head-on, and there is no natural defense at all. Although the Kaiwo civilization wants to mobilize all these warships to the interior of the star defense circle and rely on the star system defense line to fight the enemy, under the dispatch of the controlling civilization, it has to defend the cosmic void within a radius of 15 light-years. Otherwise, the controlling civilization will directly use its power to wipe out the Kaiwo civilization. Of course, this is what the race that competed with the Kaiwo civilization for the position of controlling civilization wanted to do. Such an arrangement obviously makes the Kaiwo civilization cannon fodder, but the Kaiwo civilization has no choice. Leave 1/10 of the warships in the star system defense circle, and send the rest out. After a while, the chief of the Kaiwo civilization spoke. Yes, chief. After giving this order, the light on the face of the chief of the Kaiwo civilization dimmed a little. He felt the oppressive and pessimistic atmosphere inside the command hall, and he wanted to change it but couldn't. In less than 10,000 years, the galaxy war will begin. The location of the Kaiwo civilization is the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, which is also the landing site of fleets from other galaxies. Think about how powerful all the civilizations and races in a galaxy are together. That is simply not something that the Kaiwo civilization can resist. So now the direction that seems to be impregnable is simply tofu dregs in front of the huge strength of other galaxies. Perhaps after the galactic war begins, within 100 years, their Kaiwo civilization will disappear in the universe. Chief, Academician Eisen requests to speak to you, saying that he has something important to report to you. Connected. Instantly, the image of Academician Eisen appeared on the big screen. Chief, I have discovered a secret, and this secret can help our Kaiwo civilization overcome difficulties. Academician Eisen on the screen said excitedly. What secret? The chief of Kaiwo civilization also asked curiously. Academician Eisen is the most outstanding scientist in their Kaiwo civilization. If he said that he had discovered a major secret, then the probability is at least more than 80%. Patriarch, I discovered that the frequency of space vibration can be converted, and at the same time, the disaster that was supposed to occur at the location of the space vibration can be suppressed, and then the disaster can be transferred. In other words, by converting the space vibration according to this frequency, we can create space storms or space turbulence at any location. The disasters in the universe in the past will become the most powerful weapon in the hands of our Kaiwo civilization. Patriarch, you can imagine that the opponent's fleet is arranging its formation to attack us, but in the next second, a huge space turbulence breaks out around the opponent's fleet. When the space returns to calm, we can just go and clean up the battlefield. What a wonderful thing that would be. Academician Eisen said excitedly. What you said is true. Can it really be done? The Patriarch asked excitedly. No problem at all. The main brain has simulated it. Now we just need to manufacture the equipment, and we can use it. Academician Eisen nodded and said. Okay, I will authorize you to complicate this matter now. You can allocate any materials of the Kaiwo civilization. The only thing you have to do is to complete this task in the shortest time. The clan leader said immediately, and his face showed a long-lost glow. Then the Kaiwo civilization went crazy. All the warships in the warship factory stopped production, and then changed the production plant to start producing the parts needed for various space vibration equipment. At the same time, this news was spread by the clan leader, and the desperate Kaiwo civilization members began to cheer. In just 80 years, the Kaiwo civilization, as a 4th-level peak civilization, has produced trillions of space vibration equipment. It would only take a dozen years to install all these devices on the space nodes, and then the mission would be completed. In these 80 years, the Kaiwo civilization conducted more than 30,000 experiments. These experiments fully prove the huge power of the space vibration equipment. Even the most powerful planetary fortress of the Kaiwo civilization could not survive the space turbulence formed by the space vibration equipment. In this way, in less than 100 years, the Kaiwo civilization completed the construction and laying of the space vibration equipment. Chief, Academician Eisen has requested the last large-scale test of the space vibration equipment. This test will involve the operation of all space vibration equipment. Agree with Academician Eisen's request. The chief nodded directly after hearing this. The safety of space vibration equipment has been fully studied in the past 100 years. Even if all the technological vibration equipment is turned on, it will not have any impact on the Kaiwo civilization. At most, it will consume a lot of energy, which is not a big deal at all. After the leader of the Kaiwo civilization agreed to Academician Eisen's application, Academician Eisen began to input the parameters of the space vibration in front of the command desk. This time, all the space vibration equipment was mobilized to make all the space vibrations exert their full power. It took more than 3 months to calculate the parameters alone. When Academician Eisen entered the last symbol into the control center, the equipment began to self-check. The preparation for the space vibration equipment to operate at full power begins. Preparation is complete, and it can be started at any time. After receiving the prompt from the main brain, Academician Eisen pressed the start button. Academician Eisen, who was about to watch the feedback of his masterpiece on the big screen, was frightened by the next scene. Chapter 587. The space vibration was normal when it was just turned on. According to the theoretical value, strong space turbulence appeared at the designated location of the test. But after a few minutes, the space turbulence that should have stopped became more and more intense, with a tendency to sweep around. Seeing this situation, Academician Eisen was a little dumbfounded. The big screen clearly showed that the energy supply had been cut off, but the space storm in the universe was getting stronger and stronger. As time passed, half an hour later, the huge space turbulence finally showed a slight trend of weakening, but at this time, the universe around the space vibration device began to distort irregularly. What's going on? Why is the space vibration so violent? Who of you activated the space vibration device again? Academician Eisen yelled. But no one answered him. Everyone lowered their heads to analyze the abnormal space fluctuations in front of him. Academician. The space fluctuations around the space vibration device are the same frequency as the fluctuations we used in the experiment. A researcher said. What? Academician Eisen heard the report, yelled and ran to the researcher immediately, looking at the space fluctuation frequency data fed back by the detector. But after seeing this data, he stopped talking. Because he was very familiar with the data displayed on the monitor, which was the parameter he had input the most in the past 100 years. So at the first moment, he could be sure what would happen next. A few minutes later, the space distortion around the space vibration device became stronger and stronger, and then cracks appeared in the void of the universe, and finally turned into space turbulence. It's over. It's all over. Academician Eisen stared at the big screen blankly, and said in a lost state. In order to facilitate the transmission of energy to the space vibration equipment, these space vibration equipment are built around stars, using the huge energy of the stars to replenish consumption. But at this time, the stars around the space vibration equipment have become the biggest bomb. As a massive celestial body, the star itself can stabilize the cosmic void around it, but under the huge energy of the space turbulence, the star will also be oppressed by the space turbulence from all directions. Under this uneven pressure, the star is like a squeezed balloon, and after reaching a certain value, it explodes with a bang. In this way, more than 200 stars that provided energy for space vibration equipment were all turned into bombs and exploded with a bang under the sweep of space turbulence. Under normal circumstances, after a star explodes into a supernova, a massive star will become a black hole, followed by a neutron star, and the smallest star will become a white dwarf. Of course, there are also stars that explode completely and leave nothing behind. However, whether a star will turn into an extreme star depends on another most important condition, that is, the external environment. The external environment of more than 200 stars now provides the best conditions for these stars to transform into extreme celestial bodies, with huge energy and endless pressure. Under such conditions, young stars, with little ejected matter and high external pressure, quickly transform into extreme celestial bodies. 86 black holes, 107 neutron stars, and the rest are transformed into white dwarfs. None of the more than 200 stars are wasted, and all are transformed into extreme celestial bodies. Among them, the white dwarfs, which should have been the most numerous, became the least under such circumstances. Let's not talk about white dwarfs and neutron stars. Let's talk about the 86 black holes. What kind of concept is it that 86 black holes suddenly appeared in a star field? That is, The originally very stable star field is likely to become a ruin due to the gravitational war between black holes. However, at this time, the Cabo civilization no longer exists, because this experiment destroyed too many stars, Earth-like planets and life planets. So at the moment when the space turbulence broke out, the Cabo civilization had been wiped out by the rules of the universe. Although the Cabo civilization was wiped out, the disaster continued to spread. The entire universe, where the Cabo civilization was located, was in chaos because of these 86 black holes. Planets and various star systems flew around, the universe operation system collapsed, and the huge and complex gravitational fluctuations began to disrupt the edge of the Andromeda galaxy. At this time, the spherical device of the Soda civilization finally sounded an alarm. The processor inside it was overloaded and reached its limit in just over 10 minutes. If there is no external interface to help it share information data, it will not take long for its processor core to restart due to data overload, and then the entire simulation system will stop. After receiving this news, the chief of the Soda civilization immediately asked the intelligent computer to check the real cause of this incident based on the surveillance records. But after all this time, it turned out that the one who caused such a big mess was just a level 4 peak civilization in the Andromeda galaxy, and this accident also wiped out this civilization. What kind of thing is this? When he waited for this answer, the chief of the Soda civilization was so upset that he had no place to vent. A small civilization was courting death. Before it understood the relationship between local vibration and spatial resonance, it dared to experiment with long-distance spatial energy transfer. As a result, the spatial energy refluxed, causing spatial turbulence and killing itself. Don't worry about the data. Let the simulation device continue to send information according to the previous data, the chief of the Soda civilization said helplessly. Okay, chief. The intelligent brain replied immediately. The chief of the Soda civilization knew that if he did not continue to simulate the current situation inside the Andromeda galaxy, it would only be a matter of time before the simulation information was discovered. However, 86 black holes stirred up millions of planets in a star field to change the gravitational fluctuations, making the gravitational fluctuations so chaotic that even the 7th level civilization main brain could not calculate them. In this case, the change of gravitational fluctuations every second will be a very large amount of data. It is estimated that only a cosmic digital level intelligent brain can simulate the current situation of the Andromeda galaxy. Anyway, the Soda civilization does not have this ability, so there is no need to continue to waste time on the simulator. The only thing that makes the Soda civilization patriarch unhappy is that the Earth Federation is very lucky to escape. Xiang Qian sat in the office and saw all the changes in the Andromeda galaxy through the detection of the starry sky. When he saw that the spherical device had a problem, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't need to worry about it anymore. The scientists at the Academy of Sciences would definitely find the problem in the next few days. Things would be even simpler afterwards. As long as they reanalyzed the data, they could find clues to the deviation of the route. Combined with the abnormal and eye-catching gravitational fluctuations of the Andromeda galaxy, it would be easy to find the real route. Now it depends on whether the level 6 peak civilization will take any action. If the level 6 peak civilization does not take direct action, then this plan will be considered a success. As long as the Earth Federation has enough time to develop, when this era is about to end, Xiang Qian is confident that he can fight the level 6 peak civilization head-on. Chapter 588. A few days later, a report was handed to Xiang Qian. This report was the Academy's analysis of the authenticity of the Andromeda galaxy. The report clearly pointed out that the Andromeda galaxy, to which all civilizations in the Milky Way are heading, is actually a false galaxy, and the real galaxy should be in another location. After seeing this report, Xiang Qian approved the Academy's plan to verify the Andromeda galaxy without saying a word. In this way, the Academy spent 17 years, through a large amount of data analysis and comparison of historical routes, and finally found the correct location of the Andromeda galaxy. Needless to say, after finding the right direction, all civilizations in the Milky Way, under the leadership of the Earth Federation, took thousands of years to safely reach the outskirts of the Andromeda galaxy. This time, the total time from the Milky Way to the Andromeda galaxy was no more than 15,000 years, thousands of years earlier than the last era when the Earth Federation reached the Andromeda galaxy. Although the sailing time was shortened, the situation did not change at all. The native civilizations of the Andromeda galaxy also set up a defense line at the edge of the Andromeda galaxy and welcomed them with giant ships and cannons. However, a unified and non-internal coalition of the Milky Way races cannot be stopped by dozens of Andromeda galaxy native civilizations. There are more than 300,000 civilizations. Even if each civilization sends 100 million warships, the total number of warships exceeds 30 trillion. It can be said that the defense line set up by the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy is like paper in front of the joint fleet composed of all civilizations in the Milky Way. It is completely useless. However, the Milky Way's powerful strength, coupled with such a high-profile appearance, immediately made the 7 civilizations that control the Andromeda Galaxy regard the Milky Way as a major threat. If the civilizations of the surrounding galaxies did not need to be on guard, they would probably mobilize more than half of the 4th-level civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy to encircle and suppress them. Xiang Qian had already learned about this situation from Shinkong, but he ignored it completely. The 7 5th-level civilizations that could not leave the small universe did cause a lot of trouble to the Earth Federation in the last era. But in this era, these 7 civilizations are just 7 huge fixed targets. As long as the Earth Federation wants, they can be destroyed anytime and anywhere. Let Shanlei notify all civilizations, and tell them to replenish all supplies within 500 years, and start to eliminate the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy after 500 years. Xiang Qian said to the secretary. After receiving the notice from the Earth Federation, the various civilizations in the Milky Way began to carry out destructive mining of the surrounding star systems, like locusts. As for those civilized races that want to destroy life planets, they will of course be subject to the rules of the universe. The Earth Federation also took advantage of this time to start collecting life planets, because the population of the Earth Federation has long reached its limit. If it does not collect life planets, the population of the Earth Federation will not grow. In a blink of an eye, 500 years have passed. All civilized races in the Milky Way set out again, under the leadership of the Earth Federation. This time, Xiang Qian's destination is a star field close to the core area of the Andromeda Galaxy. This star field is very close to a controlling civilization in the core area of the Andromeda Galaxy, and there are many civilized races on the way to that star field, and the resources are also very rich. So after seeing the star map, Xiang Qian chose this star field. As for how to deal with the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy along the way, that was not within Xiang Qian's consideration at all. Anyway, they were all giving experience to the Earth Federation. 590 years later, the first native civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy that blocked the road was destroyed, and the scientific and technological information selected by the Earth Federation was a classified subject information of the basic material discipline. 1823 years later, the second civilization that blocked the road was destroyed, and the Earth Federation then selected another classified scientific and technological information of the basic material discipline. For 1,872 years later, the third civilized race was destroyed. 12,000 years later, the Earth Federation collected all the scientific and technological data on basic material sciences. At this time, Xiang Qian allowed dozens of subordinate races to break through the 5th-level civilization, and then used the 5th-level civilization technology to lead all civilized races in the Milky Way to break through the speed of light. It took another 10,000 years to destroy hundreds of civilized races, and the Milky Way army finally arrived at its destination. At this time, the Earth Federation had collected all the scientific and technological data that could be obtained by destroying the native civilized races of the Andromeda Galaxy. At the same time, all civilized races in the Milky Way have reached the critical point of level 4 civilization, and are ready to break through to level 5 civilization. The Earth Federation also reached the level of breaking through to level 5 civilization 20,000 years ago, but Xiang Qian has been suppressing it, and not letting the Earth Federation break through. However, the technological strength of the Earth Federation is indeed at the level of the middle stage of level 5 civilization. Even those affiliated races that have broken through to level 5 civilization cannot compare with the current Earth Federation in terms of real strength. Now the technological level of the Earth has begun to make up for the Earth Federation of the previous era. Although the technological level of the Earth Federation is the peak level of level 5 civilization, the Green Star Civilization and Pabadalong Civilization have long been level 6 mid-level civilizations. However, the technological system in the microcosm still has many shadows of the technological system given by the rules of the universe. Therefore, in some technologies, the Earth in this era is still ahead, which is the result of different parameters of the technological system. Now Xiang Qian is waiting for the Academy of Sciences to absorb and consume all the technological systems given by the rules of the universe, so that the technological system of the Earth can be fully formed, and then break through the level 5 civilization. Although the current technological level of the Earth is very high, it is still a little behind in terms of soul technology and life technology. And the basic materials, dimensional technology and force field technology are stronger than the technology in the microcosm. Therefore, Xiangqian's Earth Federation does not care about anything else, but only the scientists of all civilized races in the Milky Way, and led a large number of scientists to help the Earth Federation develop its shortcomings in technology. After the technological level reaches the 5th level of civilization, the power of individuals can no longer quickly advance the progress of the civilization level. If you want to maintain the previous technological development speed at the 5th level of civilization, you must use a large team of scientists to make up for it. Simply put, it is a human wave tactic. Now the division of scientific research in the Earth Federation is very clear. The top scientists study theory, the second-level scientists study actual data, the third-level scientists study classified disciplines, and then senior researchers study technology, junior researchers optimize technology, and finally the largest scientific research technicians put all technologies into practice, and then propose modification suggestions based on actual conditions. Under such a scientific research system, the Earth Federation has most of the top scientists. Because they study the Earth Federation's scientific and technological system, the Earth Federation scientists have put forward the most theories. The second-level scientists are the backbone. They are the treasures of each civilization, and their main job is to prove the theories put forward by the top scientists. So no matter how it develops, the Earth Federation's scientific and technological strength is the strongest, and other civilizations cannot surpass it even if they want to. In the blink of an eye, 40,000 years had passed, and all the civilizations outside the Andromeda Galaxy had been wiped out, leaving only 7 controlling civilizations in the core area. Let's do it, we've been waiting for tens of thousands of years. Xiangqian gave the order after receiving the notice. Then the fleets of all civilizations in the Milky Way began to gather, and then, in the surprised eyes of all civilizations in other galaxies, they took action against more than 10,000 civilizations in another galaxy. Chapter 589. Chief, other civilizations are ready to surrender. No civilization has joined the plan we proposed. Give up resistance and send a surrender message. The chief looked at the scene on the big screen and said with a depressed look, "The strength of the Milky Way civilization is stronger than the combined strength of all the civilizations in the other 6 galaxies, especially the technological level of the Milky Way civilization, which is definitely one civilization level higher than theirs. In the face of such a gap in strength, surrender is also a normal thing. The only pity is that if they follow the plan made by their civilization, they still have room for resistance, but if they really implement that plan, they have no other way to go, unless they perish, there is no turning back. Obviously, no civilized race will choose such an extreme approach, so surrender becomes the only option when they are alone. In the void of the universe, more than 16,000 civilized races are divided into several fleets according to their respective forces, and they are honestly queuing up and waiting for the reorganization of the Earth Federation. Although these civilizations were very angry that the Earth Federation led the civilizations of the Milky Way to attack the native civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy instead of turning their guns against their allies. But in the face of absolute strength, everything is fake. The civilizations of these 6 galaxies add up to only more than 80,000 civilizations. Even if they fight hard with the Milky Way and consume the Milky Way's strength, it will not affect the Milky Way's next war strength against the core civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy. Under such circumstances, they couldn't escape the Andromeda Galaxy, and they couldn't fight. It was impossible to die together. The only choice for these civilized races was to surrender. At least the civilization race contract offered by the Earth Federation was quite good, much better than the civilization race contract they signed with the subordinate races. So after the Earth Federation showed its strength and eliminated a group of stubborn civilization races, the remaining civilization races all surrendered. Notify Zhang Lei and ask him to start attacking the 7 controlling civilizations in the core of the Andromeda Galaxy. Xiangqian signed civilization race contracts with the leaders of the surrendered civilization races like an assembly line, while speaking to his secretary. This time, the attack on the core area of the Andromeda Galaxy will not be like the last era, where they foolishly rushed into the dimensional distortion force field and were wiped out by the opponent in one wave. Now we attack the core area and directly launch black hole bombs to break the dimensional distortion force field first. 15 years later, after launching countless black hole bombs, the dimensional distortion force field in the core area was finally cleared. At this time, the 7 space gates in the core area were suspended alone in the void of the universe, looking very helpless. The next thing was easier to handle. Countless space channels were opened, and the fleets ready to go surrounded the space channels, waiting for the moment when the space channels were open to attack the interior of the small universe. Xiang Qian looked at the countdown of the space channel opening on the big screen, and said to the starry sky, "Starry sky, let's start." "Okay, boss." In an instant, countless space channels opened in the void of the universe, and the fleets that had been prepared for a long time quickly and orderly entered the space channels. Among these space channels, hundreds of them were built by the starry sky, and even if the controlling civilizations wanted to destroy them, they could not. As for the other space channels, they were simply baits, used to be destroyed by the 7 controlling civilizations. Sure enough, in less than a month, the 7 controlling civilizations could not bear such consumption and began to destroy the space channels. But when those space channels were destroyed, the 7 controlling civilizations found something strange, that is, the battleships of the Milky Way could appear in their small universe without space channels. Needless to say, the 7 controlling civilizations lasted less than a year, and 6 of them were completely destroyed. The remaining one was left behind by Xiang Qian on purpose. After all, if all 7 controlling civilizations were destroyed now, the battle in the Andromeda Galaxy would be over. But the Earth Federation is not ready yet, so the remaining controlling civilization still has value to exist. Starry Sky, has the route been scanned? Xiang Qian asked. The route to the civilization race contract has been scanned, and no detectors or special equipment have been found. But the situation inside the Virgo Galaxy cluster has not been confirmed yet, and it will take another 3,200 years. Shinkong replied. Xiang Qian looked at the star map displayed by Shinkong, which clearly marked the situation around the route. At the same time, the star map also showed more than a dozen proven level 6 peak civilization detectors. 3,200 years. It's time to break through the level 5 civilization. Xiang Qian muttered to himself. Just now, Xiang Qian looked at the information displayed by Shinkong and thought of many problems, the most important of which was whether the level 6 peak civilization would block the Earth Federation on the way. However, according to the detection of the starry sky, there was no trace of the 6th level peak civilization wanting to take action along the way, let alone warships. There was not even a single weapon or equipment, only a dozen detectors were deployed around each star system. In other words, the 6th level peak civilization would not intercept the Earth Federation on its way to the Virgo Galaxy cluster. Otherwise, the other party should have made arrangements at this time, otherwise it would be too late. Although Xiang Qian did not understand why the other party gave up this opportunity, this matter was a good thing for the Earth Federation. This was the last chance for the 6th level peak civilization to kill the Earth Federation. If they missed this chance, they would have to wait until the 3rd stage of the selection was over. But by that time, Xiang Qian would have to settle accounts with the Earth Federation without the other party coming to the Earth Federation. 1,000 years later, the Earth Federation broke through the 5th level civilization. This time, the Earth Federation chose to take the small universe route to break through the 5th level civilization. After the Earth Federation broke through the 5th level civilization, the last controlling civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy was destroyed. Notify all civilized races that the affiliated races of the Earth Federation will set off immediately to the Virgo Galaxy cluster. The affiliated races of the affiliated races will set off to the Virgo Galaxy cluster in 1,000 years. As for the affiliated races of the remaining affiliated races, Sweat, immediately enter the Earth Federation microcosm and follow the Earth Federation to the Virgo Galaxy cluster. At the same time, all civilized races will immediately turn off their long-distance communication receiving equipment after arriving at the D1172 nebula, and all civilized races must also keep silent on communications, and do not believe in any communication sent by any civilized race, including the Earth Federation. The communication silence will be automatically lifted after all civilized races arrive at the Virgo Galaxy cluster, and the Earth Federation will then notify all civilized races of the next task. Xiang Qian said to Zhang Lei. Okay, I go and notify them now. Zhang Lei nodded and said. Chapter 590. Xiang Qian made this arrangement to avoid the danger of the civilization race contract being reversed. The most critical factors in this plan are time and speed, so the Earth Federation let the subordinate races set off first, and the subordinate races of the subordinate races set off 1,000 years later. The result is that the distance between the two fleets is at least millions, or even tens of millions of light years away. In this case, even if the civilization race contract is reversed, the distance between the two sides is so far that there is room for buffering. Moreover, Xiang Qian ordered all civilizations to shut down long-distance communications and keep communications silent, so that the two groups of civilizations that set out one after the other could not contact each other at all. Even if any civilization discovered that the civilization race contract had been changed, it would not be able to issue orders to the master civilization because the other party could not receive it at all. Since it could not be received, there would be no problem of violating the civilization race contract. After all, no matter how demanding a civilization race is, it would not write the day when it must connect to the master civilization communication in the civilization race contract. Even if it says that the order of the sovereign civilization must be obeyed unconditionally, it still needs to be heard. In this case, unless a civilization race does not obey the order of the Earth Federation, it will basically not be destroyed by the subordinate race due to the transfer of the civilization race contract. This will ensure that the Earth Federation has the most powerful force to use after arriving at the Virgo galaxy cluster. You must know that the civilization race contract signed by the Earth Federation and the subordinate race has a special clause for the Virgo galaxy cluster. Imagine that all 3,000 galaxies in the Virgo galaxy cluster are occupied by the civilizations of the Milky Way, and then within 60,000 years, all the rewards of the universe's operation rules are concentrated on the Earth Federation. In that case, Xiang Qian dared not imagine how fast the Earth Federation's technology would develop. It was also based on this plan that Xiang Qian dared to say that he would fight against the 6th-level peak civilization when the 3rd stage of the selection was over. As for whether the Earth Federation would be controlled by the universe's operation rules, if it set out with its subordinate races, Xiang Qian had never considered it. First of all, the speed of the Earth Federation is not something that the subordinate races can catch up with. Secondly, after blocking the reception of external information, the Earth Federation cannot receive any information from the subordinate races at all. The most critical guarantee is Xiang Qian's special ability. As long as Xiang Qian is fine, the Earth Federation does not have to fear the power of the rules of the universe. Combining these 3 points, Xiang Qian has the confidence to let the subordinate races set off with the Earth Federation. As a warship of the Earth Federation in the outside world flew away from the Andromeda galaxy with the small universe, the subordinate races of the Earth Federation also followed and left the Andromeda planet. However, after flying away from the Andromeda galaxy, the Earth Federation's microcosm left the battleship, and with Xiang Qian's special ability, the space channel was hung on retros. The space channel carried by the battleship was just a simulated image to deceive the 6th-level peak civilization race. Retros took the 2 microcosms and moved forward quickly, flying towards the Virgo galaxy cluster at a speed of 1,000 times the speed of light. This speed is not comparable to those affiliated races of the Earth Federation, so even if both sides set off at the same time, the Earth Federation will soon be able to leave those affiliated races behind. After all, even if there is a guarantee, Xiang Qian will not carry a bunch of time bombs around him, unless his brain is broken. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 years have passed, and on this day, the Earth Federation is about to enter the civilization race contract transfer area. At this time, Xiang Qian is holding the civilization race, waiting for the arrival of the power of the universe operation rules. When the small universe entered the civilization race contract transfer area, Xiang Qian felt the power of the universe operation rules inside the civilization race scepter. When he began to check the civilization race contract, he found that the content of the civilization race contract had been replaced by the power of the universe operation rules. The next second, Xiang Qian mobilized the collective power to flow into the civilization race scepter, and began to control the power of the universe's operating rules, allowing it to change the civilization race contract back. Soon, the power of the universe's operating rules disappeared, and the content of the civilization race contract returned to normal. However, at this time, Xiang Qian felt the huge power of the universe's operating rules through the civilization race scepter, and also felt the ubiquitous physical rules around him. This discovery shocked Xiang Qian. He didn't expect the civilization race scepter to have this function. Before, he could only touch the power of the universe's operating rules when the power of the universe's operating rules was activated, and he could not feel the power of the universe's operating rules at other times. It's like there are a lot of electromagnetic radiation around you, but you can't find it at all. Only when you use the phone can the electromagnetic waves be converted into specific data, allowing you to control the electromagnetic waves. But now, Xiang Qian can directly touch the power of the universe's operating rules through the civilization race scepter, which is simply a big prize for him. What can the power that can control the rules of the universe at any time and anywhere do? To put it in an exaggerated way, you can do whatever you want. Xiang Qian tried to withdraw the power from the civilization race scepter, and then put it back in. The result was the same. He could feel the power of the rules of the universe in an instant. This time he was finally relieved. If he could only keep in touch with the civilization race scepter at all times, then he really couldn't do it. Now, as long as he wants, he can pick up the civilization ray scepter and communicate with the rules of the universe. This is really too important for the Earth Federation. If his previous ability was like having a mobile phone in his hand, but that mobile phone could only answer calls. He could only control the rules of the universe when the rules of the universe called him, then now this mobile phone has been upgraded. Not only can he make calls anytime and anywhere, but he can also surf the internet. Now Xiang Qian enters the world of the rules of the universe through the scepter of civilization race. When the rules of the universe are not activated, they are the physical rules of the universe. There may be deeper things, but those are not what Xiang Qian can consider. Now he can only feel how huge the rules of the universe are through the scepter of the civilization race. After Xiang Qian's mind entered the rules of the universe, his entire perspective instantly rose from his eyes to the level of the rules of the entire universe. In his eyes, all the data of the Earth Federation's microcosm was completely clear at a glance. Even the direction of the space-time turbulence outside the microcosm, he could see it the same way. At the same time, some abstract things such as space and time, dimensional levels, etc., also appeared in front of him very vividly for the first time. If Xiang Qian's brain's thinking speed before was like riding a bicycle, then now his brain's speed has surpassed the speed of light by tens of millions of times. This is the absolute level of difference. Now Xiang Qian feels like he is God, because he clearly feels that as long as he has a thought, he can cause the turbulence of time and space to explode and destroy the parallel universe. Chapter 591. Xiang Qian gathered his thoughts, threw all thoughts of destroying the parallel universe behind him, and began to use the power of the universe's operating rules to observe the level 6 peak civilization. From a god's perspective, he could easily find the level 6 peak civilization tens of millions of light years away. Because the universe's operating rules set special standards for this level 6 peak civilization, Xiang Qian could sense the idea of the universe's operating rules, that is, if this level 6 peak civilization did anything to destroy the universe's operating system, it would be directly wiped out. However, the idea of feeling the rules of the universe was not what Xiang Qian was most curious about. What made him most curious was the power that protected the 6th level peak civilization from being wiped out by the rules of the universe. That was what made him curious. Xiang Qian tried to control the power of the rules of the universe to attack the power protecting the 6th level peak civilization, but the result was disappointing. Under the protection of that power, the power of the rules of the universe could not touch the 6th level peak civilization at all, and all the power was blocked outside. However, this attack was not without effect. At least, under the attack of the universe's operating rules, that kind of power was also consumed a little. However, in order to completely break through that layer of defense, with the attack power just now, at least hundreds of attacks are needed. Xiang Qian became ruthless, and continued to mobilize the power of the universe's operating rules to attack that kind of power. Once, twice, 3 times. Just after using the power of the universe's operating rules 3 times, Xiang Qian's eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. When Xiang Qian woke up again, he found himself lying on the sofa in the office, with no strength in his body and a dizzy head. "Shinkong, what happened to me?" Xiang Qian said hoarsely. "Boss, 15 seconds ago, the genetic nuclear force in your body disappeared quickly, and then, there were 4 instant consumptions, with an average of 25% of the genetic nuclear force consumed each time. As a result, the genetic nuclear force in your body was overdrawn, and your mental power was overconsumed." Shinkong replied immediately. Xiang Qian knew what was going on after hearing this. It turned out that he had mobilized the power of the universe's operating rules to attack the 6th level peak civilization. As a result, he attacked 4 times, consuming 25% of the genetic nuclear power each time, and finally got himself into this state. "2 people come in and take me to the medical room." Xiang Qian put down the civilization ray scepter, took out the communicator, and said to the secretary. Soon, a large group of people rushed into Xiang Qian's office, and were terrified when they saw him lying weakly on the sofa. "Don't call for help. I just consumed too much genetic nuclear power. I'd be fine after a rest. Don't be nervous." Xiang Qian hurriedly stopped them from calling the guards. If that happened, who knows how big a scene it would cause. When Xiang Qian was sent to the medical room for genetic nuclear power replenishment and mental recuperation, Zhang Lei and a group of high-level officials of the Earth Federation also arrived. However, they were relieved after learning that Xiang Qian was just overdrawn in genetic nuclear power and consumed too much mental power. When Xiang Qian entered the medical cabin to recuperate, the chief of the Soda civilization was being questioned. "Has the Holy Light civilization been destroyed?" Not yet. We have already locked down the location where the Holy Light Civilization is hiding. When the third stage of the selection is over, we can destroy the Holy Light Civilization, the chief of the Soda Civilization said in a deep voice. In fact, he was still very curious at this time. Why did the other party come to him and ask such a strange question at this time? To know whether the Holy Light Civilization has perished, you only need to check it through the rules of the universe, and it does not consume many contribution points. Why do you have to spend a lot of contribution points to open up the power of the rules of the parallel universe? Ask him face to face, isn't this a mental disorder? Even if it is an advanced civilization, the contribution points are not obtained in vain. Since you didn't destroy the Holy Light Civilization, what did you do during this period? Why did you consume so many contribution points to resist the power of the rules of the universe? The leader of the Soda Civilization was confused. He didn't do anything recently. According to what their Soda Civilization did, they would not be attacked by the power of the rules of the universe. But what does it mean for the other party to say this now? Is it to blackmail them, and wait until their Soda Civilization becomes a level 7 civilization race, and then blackmail their contribution points? Sir, our Soda Civilization has not done anything that violates the rules of the universe recently, so how could we be attacked by the rules of the universe? The chief of the Soda Civilization said stiffly. Even if the advanced civilization wanted to blackmail him, he had no way to resist now. After all, the Soda Civilization was in a parallel universe. If the advanced civilization withdraws their protection, then the universe's rules of operation will wipe out their Soda Civilization based on the probes they launched. So in this case, even if the other party is blackmailing him, he has no way to deal with it. You did nothing, and you can spend millions of contribution points for nothing. If you do something, will it cost hundreds of millions of contribution points? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So far, we have only launched dozens of probes and an information jammer. It is impossible to consume so many contribution points. The chief of the Soda Civilization shouted immediately. What a joke. If they are extorted for millions of contribution points, then even if their Soda Civilization breaks through the 7th level civilization, they will be working for the other party for nothing. So he would never admit this situation, and he felt very aggrieved. It was the other party who asked them to enter the parallel universe to destroy the Holy Light Civilization, and said generously that as long as they could solve the Holy Light Civilization, they could spend any contribution points. As a result, the other party started to extort them before they even started. Launching dozens of detectors and an information jammer would cost millions of contribution points, which is absolutely a joke. If it really costs that much, an 8th level civilization can't even think of protecting any civilization that violates the rules of the universe in a parallel universe. Impossible. Humph, open the information terminal and look at the data on it. The chief of the Soda Civilization immediately opened the information terminal and saw the information about the universe's operating rules deducting contribution points. It clearly showed that protecting the Soda Civilization consumed 7.63 million contribution points. The leader of the Soda Civilization was also dumbfounded. This information terminal that linked to the rules of the universe could not be faked. He didn't know whether the 9th level civilization could do it, but the 8th level civilization could never do it. If the information of the rules of the universe could really be tampered with, he would need to come to the parallel universe to destroy the Holy Light Civilization. But it was because of this that he collapsed, because their Soda Civilization was really wronged. But now he cried out for injustice, but no one believed him. Could it be that the rules of the universe would cheat them, the peak 6th level civilization? Someone had to believe it. Chapter 592. The leader of the Soda Civilization was forced to open the central brain of the Soda Civilization mothership for the other party to check. Although this would expose all the information of their Soda Civilization, it was better than taking on foreign debts of millions of contribution points for no reason. If the Soda Civilization really took on that debt of millions of points, even if it broke through the 7th level civilization, it would have to work for the other party for tens of millions of years in vain. In that case, the peak period of the Soda Civilization after breaking through the 7th level would be wasted on working to repay contribution points, and it would not be able to develop technology at all, which was unacceptable to the Soda Civilization. Therefore, the chieftain of the Soda Civilization could only open all the information of the central main brain to the other party to prove his innocence. Before the end of the 3rd stage of the selection, no action is allowed. After the selection, all civilized races in this era will be eliminated, and then materials equivalent to 100,000 contribution points will be collected as compensation. After leaving this sentence, the advanced civilization ended the communication and packed up all the scientific and technological information of the Soda Civilization. The chieftain of the Soda civilization looked at the dark screen and really wanted to vomit blood. If he had known that this would happen, he would never have accepted this mission. Originally, he wanted to collect more supplies in the parallel universe, but he never expected that this would happen. Not only did he not collect any supplies, but he also had to pay back supplies equivalent to 100,000 contribution points. What is the concept of 100,000 contribution points? Even if the Soda civilization mothership is fully loaded, it is only 80,000 points of supplies, which means that after returning to the universe, he will have to take out supplies from the inventory to make compensation. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. He wanted to destroy a few civilized races to vent his anger, especially the Earth Federation displayed on the big screen. He now wanted to crush the entire Earth Federation into slag. How did it become like this? After Xiang Qian woke up from the medical cabin, he was immediately questioned by Lung Ning. "It's okay, I'm fine. It's just that the gene nuclear power is overconsumed. It's not a big deal." Xiang Qian stood up from the medical cabin and said to Lung Ning, "You are doing experiments again. Didn't you say it's useless? Why are you still working so hard?" Lung Ning frowned and said distressfully, "It was useless before, but it's useful now. I tell you." Xiang Qian excitedly told Lung Ning about the feeling of God's perspective, and also told him about his control of the rules of the universe and his feelings about the peak civilization of level 6. Don't be so reckless next time. You can take your time with this special ability. You know that the consumption of genetic nuclear power is linked to mental power and deeper soul power. If you do this often, it will inevitably cause damage to your soul. After listening, Lung Ning did not care about the strength of Xiang Qian's special ability, but was concerned about other parts of his body. After all, the more powerful and invincible the power, the more fascinating it will be. If Xiang Qian often uses this power and overdraws his body, something might go wrong. At that time, with the current technological level of human civilization, there is really no way to solve it. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I won't do it if I'm not sure. Xiang Qian nodded. In the following days, Xiang Qian began to have a deeper understanding of the rules of the universe. With the help of the starry sky, Xiang Qian already knew how much genetic nuclear power would be consumed when using the power of the rules of the universe from a God's perspective. If he does nothing and just maintains the sense of God's perspective, he can last for 5 hours. Once the power of the universe's operation rules is used, a considerable amount of genetic nuclear power will be consumed each time. However, at most, only 25% of the genetic nuclear power can be consumed. Of course, this is also the limit of his ability to mobilize the strongest power of the universe's operation rules. Anyway, Xiang Qian still hasn't figured out whether this is the limit of his ability to mobilize the power of the universe's operation rules, or whether it is for the protection of his body that he can't use too much of the power of the universe's operation rules. But even so, after using the power of the universe's operation rules, Xiang Qian's ability is beyond belief. For example, to speed up Reglos, which had already reached 1,000 times the speed of light, directly increased its speed 5-fold with the help of the power of the universe's operation rules, reaching 5,000 times the speed of light. Of course, this is not the limit. From a God's perspective, the limit that restricts Reglos from exceeding 5,000 times the speed is already a physical rule. Once it exceeds 5,000 times the speed of light, space can no longer withstand such a speed, and the entire universe will collapse. However, Xiang Qian can use the power of the universe's operation rules to strengthen the space's bearing limit, but that is very uneconomical. If you want to increase the speed, the most direct way is to open a space gate directly, and you can go to where you want to go in an instant, and you don't need to sail slowly. After a long period of testing, Xiang Qian found that the power of the universe's operation rules is almost omnipotent. Why is it almost? Because there are things that the universe's operation rules cannot do. For example, resurrecting the dead and creating life. When Xiang Qian was testing these two abilities, the universe's operation rules did not react at all. Later, according to the proposal of the think tank, Xiang Qian re-experimented with the ability to create life. First, a life planet was accelerated, and then the cells were rapidly evolved, and finally life was formed. As a result, life was formed, but one thing was missing, that is, the soul. Just like the life forms cloned by humans using technology, there is no soul at all. And what exactly is the soul? Even if Xiang Qian can use the power of the rules of the universe, he has not discovered it. From the perspective of God, there is an unknown space blocked inside every life, but when Xiang Qian wants to lift the blockade of that space, it will endanger life. So far, except Xiang Qian, no one has lifted the blockade. So Xiang Qian concluded that the power of the universe's operating rules is very strong, but it still has flaws. Even if he can use the god's perspective, he cannot crack all the secrets in the universe. But even so, the Earth Federation can still walk sideways. At least Xiang Qian already knows what the power that protects the 6th level peak civilization is, and he also knows how to crack it. As long as he continues to use the power of the universe's operating rules to launch attacks, sooner or later he will break through the protection of that power, and then the 6th level peak civilization will be like an ant, round or flat, and he can pinch it. 1,500 years later, when other civilized races have not yet entered the civilization race contract transfer area, the Earth Federation has already cheated and arrived at the Virgo galaxy cluster. Xiang Qian looked at the more than 3,000 empty galaxies in the Virgo galaxy cluster, opened his hands and roared, "Mine, all mine." Chapter 593. More than 2,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The Earth Federation has occupied 482 galaxies in the Virgo galaxy cluster. At this time, other civilized races are still in civil strife in the area where the civilization race contract is transferred. It will take at least 1,000 years for them to arrive at the Virgo galaxy cluster. It is estimated that by the time other civilized races arrive at the Virgo galaxy cluster, the Earth Federation has occupied half of the more than 3,000 galaxies. This is before Xiang Qian used any cheating. If he used the power of the rules of the universe, he would have occupied the Virgo galaxy cluster long ago. But this place is too close to the core black hole of the parallel universe. If the power of the universe's operation rules is used frequently, the 6th level peak civilization will definitely be discovered. He is not afraid that the 6th level peak civilization will take action in advance, but he is afraid that the other party will run away directly. When the time comes, the news that the Earth Federation can use the power of the universe's operation rules will spread throughout the universe, and then things will be serious. Therefore, before the other party takes action, he will not use the power of the universe's operation rules, and he will not even weaken the power to protect the 6th level peak civilization. Xiang Qian did the right thing. If he continued to use the power of the universe's operating rules to wipe out the Soda civilization, then the Soda civilization would definitely leave the parallel universe immediately. 1,000 years later, a civilized race finally came to the Virgo galaxy cluster. At this time, the Earth Federation had occupied 727 galaxies. Shinkong, didn't the other party contact that civilized race? After receiving a notice from Shinkong, and knowing that a civilized race had entered the Virgo galaxy cluster, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to keep an eye on that civilized race. He knew that even if the 6th level peak civilization needed to attack the Earth Federation at this time, it could only let the civilizations in the Virgo galaxy cluster take action. Boss, the two sides have no contact. In the past 3,000 years, the 6th level peak civilization has not even controlled the detectors deployed in various places in the parallel universe. Shinkong replied. It shouldn't be. Could it be that the other party really watched us develop like this? Could they have left the parallel universe? Xiang Qian frowned and said that the other party's reaction was beyond his expectation. The other party has not left. According to the feedback from the detectors we placed in the black hole, the other party's mothership is still in the depths of the black hole. Continue to monitor. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said to the starry sky. Anyway, no matter what the other party wants to do, as long as they cannot stop the Earth Federation from occupying all galaxies in the Virgo galaxy cluster, then when the third stage of this election is over, the Earth Federation will have the strength to fight against the other party. As the days passed, more and more civilized races arrived at the Virgo galaxy cluster, and it was time to grab territory again. However, as the affiliated races of the Earth Federation arrived at the Virgo galaxy cluster, the strength of the Earth Federation instantly expanded to an unmatched level. Although the Earth Federation only left hundreds of thousands of warships in the galaxies that had been occupied by the Earth Federation, there were at least 100 civilized races guarding the galaxy. Moreover, the civilized races of other galaxies had undergone the civilization race contract and killed the main civilization to reach the Virgo galaxy cluster. These civilized races basically fought alone, so how could they compete with the affiliated races of the Earth Federation? Even in terms of numbers, the difference is too great. The two sides are not at the same level at all. In this way, more and more civilized races enter the Virgo galaxy cluster, but the number of galaxies controlled by the Earth Federation is also increasing. Those civilized races that came to the Virgo galaxy cluster earlier and occupied several galaxies are now almost being attacked by the affiliated races of the Earth Federation. Let the leaders of those surrendered civilized races come in, Xiang Qian said to the secretary. At this time, On the star map displayed in the starry sky in front of Xiangqian, more than 1,900 of the more than 3,000 galaxies in the entire Virgo galaxy cluster have been marked with the standards of the Earth Federation. Under the powerful strength of the Earth Federation, those civilized races that first occupied the galaxies either surrendered and became affiliated races of the Earth Federation, or waited to be exterminated. Sweeping all the way, according to Starry Sky's prediction, it will take at most 1,000 years for the entire Virgo galaxy cluster to be completely occupied by the Earth Federation. At this time, the 6th level peak civilization still did not make any moves, and had not contacted any civilized race in the Virgo galaxy cluster for such a long time. Xiangqian had no idea that the Soda civilization had been frightened. Not to mention that the Earth Federation occupied the entire Virgo galaxy cluster, even if they occupied the entire parallel universe. As long as the rules of the universe were still monitoring them, they would dare to move. However, everything the Earth Federation did was under the surveillance of the Soda civilization, but the Soda civilization set the time to solve all problems at the end of the 3rd stage of the selection. 800 years later, all the civilizations that still existed in the Virgo galaxy cluster all surrendered to the Earth Federation, and all the galaxies were also occupied by the Earth Federation. With more than 3,000 galaxies all occupied by the Earth Federation, the rewards of the universe's operating rules will come 10 times every day. Think about it. Every day can make the Earth Federation's 10 technologies reach their peak, which is 3,650 technologies a year. If this number is multiplied by 50,000 years, the number is 178 million technologies. What kind of concept is this? 178 million peak technologies can fully raise everything from the manufacturing technology of spacecraft to the production technology of screws to the peak state. This is still a wasteful approach. The correct approach is to first upgrade a certain technology to the peak, and then expand it horizontally without using the rewards of the universe's operating rules. When the technology is expanded to the limit, let the Earth Federation break through the 6th level civilization. In that case, those horizontally developed technologies will also become peak technologies with the breakthrough of the civilization level. Then it is to study fusion technology and use the rewards of the universe's operating rules to upgrade the fusion technology to the peak. Now, the Earth Federation has reached the bottleneck state of the 5th level peak civilization. If some technologies have not been fully developed, the Earth Federation can break through the 6th level civilization at this time. However, the day when the Earth Federation breaks through the 6th level civilization is not far away. According to the Academy of Sciences, the Earth Federation can break through the 6th level civilization in 500 years at most. The technological level of the Earth Federation in the previous era has begun to synchronize with the Earth Federation in this era. Except for some technologies in this special technological system that cannot be copied in full, other technologies are directly copied. It is estimated that when the Earth Federation begins to break through the 6th level civilization in this era, condensation can also break through synchronously in this small universe. Chapter 594. Shinkong, are you ready? Xiangqian asked. Boss, it will take another 100 years for all the preparations in the microcosm to be integrated. Shinkong replied. Well, don't worry, we must make sure everything is foolproof. Xiangqian nodded. Yes, boss. As soon as Shinkong finished speaking, Lung Ning and Queen Ningwei appeared on the big screen. All humans in the microcosm have been awakened, and the children who were frozen in the past have also started to go to school. Everything will be ready in 100 years. Is there anything else we need to do? Lung Ning said to Xiangqian. The children are too young. We need to speed up the time in the area where the children are. We need to at least ensure that all the children become level 4 evolvers and fuse with genetic nuclear force weapons. Otherwise, I am afraid they will not be able to withstand the power of the universe's operating rules. Xiangqian thought for a while and said, There is no problem with this. It can definitely be completed within 100 years. Lung Ning nodded and said, Can the technological system of our Mingwei Empire really be changed? Queen Ningwei asked immediately after Lung Ning finished speaking. Xiangqian thought for a while after listening to Queen Mingyue's question, and then said, I dare not say that I am 100% sure, but whether it can succeed or not, at least I can guarantee the safety of your Mingyu Empire. According to my calculation, there is at least 80% certainty. The only 20% uncertainty factor is that you have become a level 6 civilization. I don't know if I can pull you in when the civilization level breaks through. If I can, then I will be 100% sure. However, the changed technology system can only be the same as the technology system of the Earth Federation. After all, I don't have the ability to tamper with the technology system of a civilization alone. And there is also a problem involved, that is, it is possible to incorporate the Mingwu Empire into the Earth Federation, and your Mingwu Empire will no longer exist as an independent civilization. I understand, but according to our Mingwu Empire's current technology system, it is basically impossible to break through the 7th level civilization, so even if our Mingwu Empire is incorporated into the Earth Federation, what's wrong with that? Queen Mingwu said indifferently. In that case, you will no longer be the patriarch of the clan, and you will lose the ability to master the scepter of the civilized race and immortality. Xiang Qian said seriously, after all, this is not a joke. Compared to the future of the entire civilized race, what does it matter whether I master the scepter of the civilized race, or whether I can live forever? Queen Mingwu said with a smile. I know, don't worry, the Mingwu Empire will definitely become a level 7 civilization in the future. Xiang Qian made his promise. Lung Ning and Queen Mingwu disappeared. Xiang Qian looked at the holographic projection in front of him, but he was thinking about the details of the huge plan in his mind. According to the normal plan, the Earth Federation only needed to reach the limit of technology to break through the 6th level civilization. But Xiang Qian had a crazy idea, which was to merge the Earth Federation of 2 eras into one civilized race. The advantage of doing this is that it can concentrate the power of the entire human race and prevent the power from being dispersed. Moreover, although the technological level of the Earth Federation in the previous era was much stronger than that of other civilized races, it could not be compared with the Earth Federation in this era. Moreover, according to the comparison, the technological system of the Earth Federation in this era is more advanced. If the technological system of the Earth Federation in this era can be used as the main body, the probability of the Earth Federation breaking through the 7th level civilization will be much higher, and it will save more time. In this case, if the Earth Federation in the 2 eras develop separately, it will be a complete waste of manpower, material resources and time. That's why Xiang Qian had the idea of merging the 2 eras of the Earth Federation into one civilized race. What he didn't expect was that after Queen Mingwu got the news, she also wanted to change the Mingwu Empire's technology system to the Earth Federation's technology system. Because as the Mingwu Empire broke through the 6th level of civilization, it began to integrate the technology system to prepare for the breakthrough of the 7th level of civilization. Only then did it find that it was difficult to break through the 7th level of civilization with the development direction and technology system of the Mingwu Empire. Originally, when it was the 4th level of civilization, the Mingwu Empire chose to develop all disciplines. But after becoming a 5th level of civilization, due to joining the Earth Federation, the development direction of the Mingwu Empire changed. The Mingwu Empire, a level 5 civilization, has a race flagship that exists entirely to stabilize the Earth Federation microcosm. Similarly, the Mingwu Empire's development direction has also become the development direction of space and dimension civilizations. This has resulted in the Mingwu Empire, which has broken through the level 6 civilization, having a fundamental technological system that is inconsistent with the race's development direction. The result is that there is not enough space and dimension-specific technology to provide power for the race's development direction, causing the technological development of the entire civilization race to stagnate. If the Mingwu Empire was still a level 4 civilization at this time, it would be fine, but for the Mingwu Empire, which was already a level 6 civilization and had survived an era, it was simply an impossible task. Because the Mingwu Empire no longer had enough time to develop a new technological system. All scientists were old, and new scientists could not break the old system and rebuild a new one. Therefore, if the Mingwu Empire wanted to become a level 7 civilization, it had to overthrow the current technological system and rebuild a consistent, coherent, and complete technological system. But the Mingwu Empire does not have that kind of power at all. This is also what many civilized races that left the parallel universe and arrived at the big universe experienced. That is, they did not continue to research according to the most fundamental scientific and technological system of their own race, but instead picked up the seemingly advanced scientific and technological systems of other civilized races, which resulted in the destruction of the road to breaking through the 7th level civilization. Of course, not all civilized races can become 7th level civilizations by researching according to a scientific and technological system. If that were really the case, no civilized race would be stupid, and no one would study other people's scientific and technological systems. Only when they find that their civilization's technological system can no longer support the breakthrough of the 7th level civilization will they choose the path that seems to have hope. Queen Mingwu discovered this problem, and chose to let Xiang Qian help Mingwu Empire change its technological system, even at the risk of integrating into the Earth Federation. After all, compared with never being able to become a 7th level civilization, integrating into the Earth Federation is not unacceptable. After all, we are all human civilizations. There is no innate difference, and there is no exclusion. Otherwise, even if it cannot break through the 7th level civilization, Mingwu Empire will not integrate into non-human civilization races, and of course, it cannot integrate in that way. Chapter 595. In the blink of an eye, 100 years in the microcosm, and 1,000 years in the outside world have passed. On this day, Lung Ning and Queen Mingwei were ready with the scepter of civilization race, waiting for Xiang Qian to give orders. Shinkong, 10 seconds after the Earth Federation begins to break through the 6th level civilization, you notify Xingyu and Bakadia to end the shielding of the Earth Federation's microcosm, and then at the same time let Lung Ning choose to break through the 6th level civilization. There must be no mistakes in the timing. Do you understand? Xiang Qian said to Shinkong, while holding the scepter of civilization race. Understood. We will definitely notify them at the same time. Shinkong replied. Okay, I'm ready to start. You should be ready to count. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he nodded to Lung Ning and Queen Mingwei on the big screen and closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, Xiang Qian raised his head, raised the scepter of civilization race, and said, "The Earth Federation has begun to break through the 6th level of civilization." Instantly, the scepter of civilization race emitted endless light, and at the same time, Shinkong's projection equipment lost its effect, and the two sides also lost contact at this moment. At the moment, when the power of the universe's operation rules descended, Xiang Qian did not care about the Earth Federation's breakthrough, but used the power of the universe's operation rules to observe the small universe next to the Earth Federation's small universe, which had been hidden by Xingyu. He must stop the power of the universe's operation rules to wipe out the small universe at the moment when Xingyu lifted the shield of the small universe, otherwise everything will be over. 10, 9, 8, 7, Xiang Qian counted silently in his heart. 3, 2, 1, 0. It was at this time that Xiang Qian activated his ability directly when he counted to 0. It was also at this time that the shielding of the starry sky disappeared, and the Earth Federation's small universe of the last era instantly appeared in the space-time turbulent space. The rules of the universe operation discovered the civilization that did not exist in this era at the first time, and after discovering it, they were ready to wipe out all the civilized races in the Earth Federation. However, before the rules of the universe operation executed the erasure order, Xiang Qian's power arrived and directly blocked the erasure order of the rules of the universe operation. At the same time that Xiang Qian just blocked the erasure order of the rules of the universe operation, Lung Ning also issued an order for the Earth Federation to break through the 6th level civilization. Under normal circumstances, the civilizations of the previous era are not allowed to appear in this era, so they cannot break through to the 6th level of civilization in this era. But now the Earth Federation of the previous era has also sent a signal to break through to the 6th level of civilization. According to the rules of the universe, there is no problem for the Earth Federation to break through to the 6th level of civilization. The rules of the universe should help the Earth Federation break through to the 6th level. This creates a paradox. A civilization that does not belong to this era wants to break through to the 6th level of civilization in this era. Then the way the universe operation rules deal with it should be to first wipe out the civilization race that should not appear, and then the wiped civilization race will stop the request to break through the 6th level civilization, and then all problems will be solved. But the current situation is that the universe operation rules cannot wipe out the Earth Federation, but it is impossible to ignore the Earth Federation's request to break through the 6th level civilization. So now the universe operation rules are in a dead loop, that is, the universe operation rules wipe out the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian stops it, the Earth Federation sends a request to break through the 6th level civilization, the universe operation rules find that the Earth Federation should not be in this era, so it executes the wipe command, Xiang Qian continues to stop it. And then the Earth Federation continues to send requests to break through the 6th level civilization. If the Earth Federation is not breaking through the 6th level civilization, Xiang Qian himself is integrated into the universe operation rules, and temporarily belongs to the universe operation rules. Xiang Qian can't stop the universe operation rules from erasing the Earth Federation so many times. But Xiang Qian did it at this time, and at the same time, he also transmitted the information fluctuations received by the universe operation rules from the Earth Federation to Xingyu. The next second, when Xiang Qian prevented the universe operation rules from obliterating the Earth Federation of the previous era and causing the universe operation rules to fall into an endless loop, Xingyu and Queen Mingwei took action. Xingyu directly used the information that Xiang Qian sent to him to deceive the universe operation rules, causing the Ming Empire to also issue a request to break through the 6th-level civilization. After receiving the request from Ming Empire, the rules of the universe found that Ming Empire was also a civilized race in the previous era, so it was executed to eliminate, but Xiang Qian stopped it again. Then Xingyu sent another request. The rules of the universe continued to eliminate, and Xiang Qian continued to stop it, which formed a dead loop. Under normal circumstances, when the rules of the universe fall into a dead loop, or when there is a force that violates the rules of the universe, the mysterious rules that have always frightened all advanced civilizations should appear. But without Xiang Qian knowing, the so-called mysterious rules found that Xiang Qian was playing with the rules of the universe, and then glanced at Xiang Qian without Xiang Qian noticing it from his god's perspective, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, Xiang Qian certainly didn't know about this. He was now doing his best to stop the rules of the universe from erasing the Earth Federation and the Ming Empire, and then he had to tamper with the information of the Earth Federation and the Ming Empire. He had no energy to think about anything else. But as time went by, Xiang Qian discovered a very serious problem, that is, he ignored the self-checking speed of the universe operation rules. Before he tampered with the information of the Earth Federation into the civilization race of this era, the universe operation rules had already issued more than a dozen erasure instructions to the Earth Federation and the Ming Empire. This situation made him exhausted, and he had no time to tamper with the information of the Earth Federation and the Ming Empire. This discovery made him anxious. There is a time limit for the Earth Federation to break through the 6th-level civilization, which means that there is also a time limit for him to be in a state of fusion with the universe operation rules. When the Earth Federation breaks through the 6th level of civilization, it is the time for him to exit this state. At that time, he wanted to tamper with the information of the Earth Federation and the Ming Empire, which was simply a foolish dream. What to do? Xiang Qian forced himself to calm down and began to think about how to solve the problem. He must now remove this method of infinitely preventing the universe operation rules from launching the erasure command. Otherwise, with the self-checking speed of the universe operation rules, he will not have time to tamper with the information. However, if he wants to issue other commands to the universe operation rules, he must also get rid of the current state, and as a result, Xiang Qian also fell into a dead loop. It was like he was lifting a huge box with both hands. If he moved the box, it would break. The solution to this problem was to open the box and take out the things inside while lifting it. But now he only had 2 hands, and there was no third hand to open the box and take out the things. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiang Qian and the rules of the universe were still in this dead loop, and neither side could do anything to the other. Chapter 596. Stop hiding, tell me quickly, how did you, a level 8 civilization, ignore the rules of the universe? When Xiang Qian couldn't think of a way to solve the dead loop, he suddenly saw the soul of the Vidin Prophet hiding in the sphere. The Vidin Prophet was startled by Xiang Qian's sudden appearance. After all, at this time, the power of the universe's rules was the strongest, and he hid in the sphere to avoid the detection of the universe's rules. But now Xiang Qian suddenly broke through this sphere that could resist the detection of the universe's rules, which scared the Vidin Prophet. Aren't you leading the integration of civilized races? Why did you come to me? The Vidin Prophet said to Xiang Qian's projection unhappily. Something went wrong with the Prophet. I want to know how you ignored the rules of the universe. Xiang Qian said to the Vidin Prophet. You should know that from his god's perspective, the sphere outside the soul of the Vidin Prophet is emitting the power of the rules of the universe. This power makes the rules of the universe directly ignore the Vidin Prophet. Ignore the rules of the universe. What do you want to do? The Vidin Prophet asked curiously. He had no idea about the outside world, nor did he know how anxious Xiang Qian was now. It's like this. Xiang Qian told the Vidin Prophet about his current situation. As a result, the Vidin Prophet said helplessly, I can't help you in this situation. Races with civilizations above level 7 can ignore the rules of the universe because of the existence of contribution points. I told you how to break through the level 7 civilization. You can imagine the entire universe as a shabby room, and the rules of the universe are the main load-bearing structure of this room. Violating the rules of the universe is destroying the room. Breaking through the 7th level of civilization is to help the universe operation rules to improve the way to repair this room. At the same time, after breaking through the 7th level of civilization, you can often help the universe operation rules to repair the room, such as when the room leaks or other civilizations appear, help the universe operation rules to repair the room. At this time, the universe operation rules will give contribution points based on your contribution to the room repair. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can ignore the universe operation rules. Because when you violate the universe operation rules, you can use contribution points to offset the damage caused by the universe operation rules to you, and at the same time, you can explain the fact that you violated the universe operation rules as looking for loopholes in the room or preliminary destructive work to repair the room. In this way, the rules of the universe will ignore your destruction of the room and let you do whatever you want. What you are doing now is equivalent to directly destroying the load-bearing wall of the room. Although you have a way to prevent the rules of the universe from erasing you, the rules of the universe will continue to eradicate you. So now, let alone you have no contribution points. Even if you have more contribution points, the rules of the universe will not give up blocking your current behavior. Xiang Qian was speechless after hearing this. He thought that the 8th level civilization had some special way, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Isn't this the same as spending money to avoid disasters? I don't need the universe's operation rules to give up the erasure order. I just need to free up my hands to slow down the self-checking speed of the universe's operation rules. Then I can tamper with the information in the universe's operation rules. Do you have any contribution points? Take some from me first, and I return you tenfold later. Xiang Qian said to the Vidin prophet. No, even if you have, it's useless, because the behavior of contribution points offsetting the universe's operation rules is also continuous, and it won't slow down the self-checking speed of the universe's operation rules. So even if you have contribution points, it won't solve your current dilemma. Vidin prophet shook his head and said, How can you block the rules of the universe without contribution points? Because I am the first generation of special evolutionists. After becoming a level 7 civilization, the rules of the universe will give us, the first generation of special evolutionists, a privilege. If you don't believe me, go and see the man in black. He must be fine. Xiang Qian turned his sight to the location of the man in black. The result was the same as what Vidin prophet said. The man in black was also hiding in a barrier composed of the rules of the universe, and was completely ignored. Just as Xiang Qian was about to leave the Vidin prophet, he heard the Vidin prophet mutter, You are facing a dilemma now. Even if the black-clothed man and I were at our peak, we couldn't help. If only the old guy Protector was here, it would be great. What a pity. Protector? What does this have to do with the Protector? Xiang Qian asked immediately. The Protector's special ability is to ignore the rules of the universe, and most importantly, when the Protector activates his special ability to protect a civilized race, there is a time extension. For example, in the Andromeda Galaxy, if you attack a life planet, the universe operation rules will wipe out 20 billion people. But if your attack hits more than one life planet, but hits 2 life planets in succession, then the universe operation rules should wipe out 40 billion people. In such a situation, although you can stop the erasure command of the universe operation rules, you have to attack twice to resolve the erasure command of the universe operation rules. If it were the old guy who protected the Protector, he would only need to use the racial protection ability once. Because after the Protector activates the racial protection ability, as long as you violate the same rules, the second erasure order will be directly attributed to the previous protection order and will not be recalculated. Of course, this ability is also limited. If you launch an attack and hit 10 life planets, then 1 racial protection is enough. But if you launch an attack and then launch a second attack, it will definitely not work. And the situation you are facing now, as long as the Protector provides racial protection to the Earth Federation and the Ming Empire, then their violation of the rules of the universe and re-entering the parallel universe of this era will be counted as only violating 1 rule, and then there will be enough time to change the information of the rules of the universe. The Vidin prophet explained. Xiang Qian suddenly understood after hearing this. So this is how it was. It is true that an old man in the family is like a treasure. If there was no Vidin prophet, this plan would have been ruined. As for the ability of the Protector, he already has it. Although it is a copycat version, it should be no problem to delay the time. After thinking of a solution, Xiang Qian's projection disappeared directly, and then when the universe operation rules issued an erasure order again, he did not stop it, but used the ability of racial protection. The next second, the universe operation rules did not continue to issue an erasure order. Chapter 597. After resolving the repeated erasure instructions of the universe operation rules, Xiang Qian finally felt relieved. Next, he could transform the Earth Federation according to the plan. The first step is to tamper with the information of the Earth Federation in the previous era and merge the Earth Federation microcosm of the previous era with the Earth Federation microcosm of this era. As Xiang Qian's thoughts moved, the information recorded in the universe operation rules changed instantly. In the judgment of the universe operation rules, the Earth Federation in the previous era was simply a civilized race in this era, and it was the internal information of the universe operation rules that was wrong, which led to the Earth Federation being divided into two civilized races. Therefore, after discovering this error, the rules of the universe immediately began to correct it. At this time, Xiang Qian did not need to do anything, and the rules of the universe naturally merged the Earth Federation of the two eras. From the perspective of God, half of the cosmic crystal walls of the two small universes disappeared instantly, but even if the cosmic crystal walls disappeared, the violent energy of the space-time turbulence could not enter the interior of the small universe. The rules of the universe control the physical rules to make everything impossible possible, allowing the two small universes to merge together so easily. Next, Xiang Qian did not care about the fusion of the microcosm, but began to modify the technological system of the Earth Federation, integrating the essence of the Earth Federation in the previous era into the technological system of the Earth Federation in this era, and continued to improve the technological system of the Earth Federation, so that the technological foundation of the Earth Federation reached a level that no civilized race could match. After doing all this, Xiang Qian set his sights on the Ming Empire, but he was not in a hurry to take action. Because Xiang Qian wanted to incorporate the Ming Empire into the Earth Federation, so that the Ming Empire, a separate civilized race, would disappear, and be replaced by the Earth Federation with humans as the main body. So after staring at Queen Mingwe for a while, he said sorry in his heart, and made a promise to treat the humans of Ming Empire, and the humans of Earth Federation equally, and then he tampered with the information of Ming Empire. The next second, the civilization race scepter in Queen Mingwe's hand disappeared. Under the power of the rules of the universe, the technological system of Ming Empire was transformed into the technological system of Earth Federation, and the special technology of Ming Empire was also integrated into the technological system of Earth Federation. Xingyu, release the shielding against other civilizations and races, and don't resist the power of the universe's operation rules. Leave the rest to me, Xiang Qian said to Xingyu. After receiving Xiang Qian's order, Xingyu quickly withdrew his ability, exposing several affiliated races of the Earth Federation, such as the Green Star Civilization, to the universe's operation rules. However, Xiang Qian was prepared now. When the universe's operation rules just executed the kill command, he activated the race protection, and then modified the information in the universe's operation rules to turn all civilizations into civilized races of this era. After all this was done, Xiang Qian began to carefully observe the changes in the rules of the universe. However, at this time, the fusion of the small universes had been completed, and he could not observe the changes in the physical rules when the small universes merged, so he could only observe what changes would happen when all civilizations and races changed into civilizations and races of this era. If Xiang Qian really knew what the specific differences were, then he would not need to execute the rules of the universe and could directly change this information. After all, the rules of the universe also judge which era each civilization belongs to based on this information. From the perspective of God, the civilization race scepters of several civilization races began to connect with the rules of the universe. After the power of the rules of the universe entered the civilization race scepters, the information inside the civilization race scepters was modified. Seeing this, Xiang Qian knew that each civilization race scepter was a terminal of the rules of the universe, which was equivalent to a network computer, and the computer stored the information of each civilization race. Whatever each civilization race did through the computer would be sent directly to the processing center of the rules of the universe. So the rules of the universe were equivalent to monitoring the actions of each civilization race at all times. Moreover, the universe operation rules cannot be changed by modifying the information inside the terminal computer. After all, the information stored inside the universe operation rules is the first-order authority. When the two types of information are different, the information of the universe operation rules shall prevail. Therefore, the civilization race scepter is just a monitor placed by the universe operation rules next to all civilization races. If you want to use civilization races to invade the universe operation rules network, no civilization race except Xiang Qian can do it. The rules of the universe's operation only began to make corresponding changes to all civilizations after the information of the civilization race's scepter was modified. There are many changes, and the only thing that surprised Xiang Qian was the timeline of each civilization race, and the soul lock related to the timeline. From the God's perspective, there are three timelines. One timeline is the timeline of the parallel universe, which is the most obvious and intuitive. The second timeline is the timeline of each civilization race itself. There are nodes on this timeline, and one node to another is an era. Originally, all civilizations in the last era had more than one node, but this timeline is decreasing, and will soon return to one node. At the same time, there are countless small lines on this civilization timeline, which connect everyone. The third timeline is very complicated. This timeline has the same time flow rate as the microcosm, but has little impact on the microcosm. At the same time, it also affects the timeline of civilizations, and runs through the entire parallel universe without affecting the parallel universe. It seems to be eternal, and people cannot see the beginning and end of this timeline. Even if Xiang Qian used the god's perspective, he could not trace the end of this timeline. If he observed the timeline of the parallel universe, he could see the moment when the universe began to repeat itself at a glance, but the previous era could not be traced back, as if it was cut off. Xiang Qian still couldn't figure out these three timelines, but the civilization race timeline affected everyone. When the civilization race timeline regressed to before the node, the soul locks bound to everyone disappeared instantly. Based on his understanding of the rules of the universe, Xiang Qian immediately thought of the purpose of this soul lock. When each era ends, the civilized race will no longer naturally awaken the evolvers, and new evolvers can only be born after the death of other evolvers. So after the timeline reaches the node, the rules of the universe will bind the soul lock to everyone, locking the awakening of the naturally awakened evolvers. Although Xiang Qian does not know the meaning of this soul lock yet, he knows that it must be related to the environment of the universe, or this is another constraint of the rules of the universe on all civilized races, so that all civilized races cannot escape the control of the rules of the universe. Chapter 598. As time passed, the rules of the universe reorganized all the information, and the power of the rules of the universe gradually disappeared. When Xiang Qian's mind returned to his body, he found Lung Ning by his side. Success? Lung Ning opened his eyes, and saw Xiang Qian, and immediately said with surprise, "Of course, unless you think you are dreaming now," Xiang Qian said with a smile, and then hugged Lung Ning in his arms. At this time, Queen Mingwei behind Xiang Qian also opened her eyes. After seeing that she was empty-handed and standing in the Earth Federation Command Center, she immediately realized that the Mingwei Empire had become a thing of the past. From now on, there will only be the Earth Federation, but no Moon Empire. She couldn't describe how it felt. There was relief, loss, grievance, regret, and relief, but no matter what, it was already a fait accompli and she couldn't change anything. She just hoped that the future would be better. "Sorry, Xiang Qian turned around and said to the Moon Queen, who was standing there in a daze, but he was interrupted before he finished. "No, I understand. Integrating into the Earth Federation is the best result for everyone. The tribe has a better development, and the overall strength of the human race has also been improved. At the same time, I don't have to worry about it anymore," Queen Mingwei said generously. Maybe she had known the result when she made up her mind to change the Mingwei Empire's technological system, so she didn't show any excitement at this time, but was calm and peaceful. "Thank you. But it may be a bit unrealistic to want to retire. There are still many places in the development of the Earth Federation that need you in the future. So you can take a vacation, but you can't retire. Unless one day human civilization stands at the top of all civilized races in the entire universe, then it will be almost the same," Xiang Qian said with a smile. No matter what Queen Mingwei thought, at least this mentality is not something that ordinary people can have, so he still admires Queen Mingwei. "Chairman Xiang Qian has spoken. I can only obey orders." Queen Mingwei pretended to be helpless. Xiang Qian did not say much to Queen Mingwei, turned around and said seriously, "Starry Sky, show the current state of the Earth Federation microcosm." "Okay, boss." After the projection of the Starry Sky was finished, a huge virtual projection appeared in front of everyone. The current diameter of the microcosm is 28 light years, with 175,000 life planets, 620,000 resource planets, and 15,000 stars. The 6th level civilization race flagship is the Earth Federation microcosm. The race flagship is composed of a core of 10,000 stars, 30,000 life, and 70,000 resource planets, plus the civilization guardian tree and civilization races such as Reglos. Compared to before the breakthrough, the volume of the Earth Federation microcosm has increased 3 times. Starry Sky began to report the situation of the microcosm. Xiang Qian listened to the report while carefully observing the virtual projection in front of him. The current Earth Federation microcosm is much more spectacular than before. Since it is based on the technological system of the Earth Federation in this era, the civilization race flagship of the Earth Federation in the previous era has been integrated into the Earth Federation race flagship of this era. The Earth Federation continent still preserves the civilization guardian tree as the core of the civilization race flagship. Outside the Earth Federation continent, There are huge and complex galaxy battleships composed of more than 10,000 stars and tens of thousands of planets. However, this galaxy battleship no longer exists for fighting, but as the core of the Earth Federation's microcosm. The various equipment of the Earth Federation in the previous era and the Ming Empire civilization race flagship that existed for the stability of the microcosm have been integrated into this galaxy battleship. Now the operation of the galaxy battleship has involved all aspects of the entire microcosm. As the pinnacle product of the integration of three human civilizations, the Earth Federation's microcosm is no longer a useless thing that needs to be pulled by opening a space channel. Now, even if the space channel connecting the parallel universe is not opened, the Earth Federation microcosm can accurately locate the position of the macrocosm and can move at will, and the speed is incomparable to before. At the same time, the technology system has also absorbed the most essence of the three human civilizations, and reformed the technology tree with the technology system of the Earth Federation in this era as the core. Now, no matter which aspect, the technology system of the Earth Federation has no shortcomings. However, the fusion of the three human civilizations is not without disadvantages. First of all, the lifespan of all humans is constant. No matter how old you were before, everyone is the same at this time. All are 100,000 years old. This is a good thing for people whose lifespans are close to the end, but it is a nightmare for those who were born frozen and are only a few hundred years old. So only Xiangqian knows about this matter, no one else knows, and he is not going to tell anyone. Anyway, with the current foundation of the Earth Federation, it is only a matter of time to break through the 7th level civilization. By then, everyone will have a lifespan of 12 million years, and no one will care about the 100,000 years of lifespan. Of course, constant lifespan is not without its benefits. At least those scientists can work again for 20,000 years. Think about how terrible the power will be if the huge team of scientists from the three civilizations burst into their peak state again. In addition to constant lifespan, there are some other disadvantages, but these disadvantages are minor problems, such as only one Earth, the home planet of mankind, and the disappearance of the home planet of the Ming Empire. These minor problems do not affect the development of civilization, but there are still many things to argue about. However, Xiangqian had to explain the current situation to the humans of the Earth Federation in this era. After all, after breaking through the 6th level civilization, such a big thing happened, and no one's brain was enough. Just look at the situation inside the command hall of the Earth Federation now. The commander of the Earth Federation in this era, and the high-level officials of the Earth Federation, and the Ming Empire in the previous era don't know each other. Of course, the humans in the previous era may know the current situation of the Earth Federation through the detection of the starry sky, so they are not very surprised. But the humans of this era couldn't stand it, especially when virtual images of the leaders of various affiliated races such as Green Jerson, Sephiroth, Fel Kaya, and Bakadia appeared in the command hall. These aliens were familiar with Xiangqian and Zhang Lei, and they chatted happily, but the humans born in the Earth Federation in this era were Spartan. Isn't it just a breakthrough to the 6th level of civilization? Isn't it just a breakthrough with a close eye and an open eye? It's not like everyone has never made a breakthrough. But what is the situation now? After closing your eyes and opening them again, the whole world has changed. Does it mean that breaking through the 6th level of civilization also gives you an alien-affiliated race for free? Chapter 599. Shinkong. Connect everyone's smart terminals and notify everyone to put down their work and go home now. The Earth Federation government will announce the truth in an hour. Please wait patiently. After Xiangqian finished speaking to Shinkong, he said to Zhang Lei, notify the two eras of the Earth Federation and the Ming Empire senior officials, the Academy of Sciences, and the senior military generals to enter the virtual network number 1 conference room for a meeting in 10 minutes. Okay. Shinkong and Zhang Lei answered at the same time. Shinkong, take over all systems in the Earth Federation's microcosm and ensure that the systems operate normally. After Xiangqian finished speaking, he left with Lung Ning and Queen Mingwe. After Xiangqian and the others left, the Earth Federation's command hall suddenly became chaotic. In this era, the people of the Earth Federation looked at the unfamiliar faces around them with strange eyes, and then recalled what Xiangqian had just said, and they had a crazy idea in their minds. My friend, are you humans from the last era, and were you also born on Earth? A very curious person couldn't help asking. Yes, I am a human from the last era, but I was not born on Earth. I was born in the large Magellanic Cloud. The person being asked smiled and answered. Then can you tell me about it? For a while, the two chatted enthusiastically, and other people around came to listen. Those who were far away and couldn't hear pulled a stranger to question him. The whole command hall instantly turned into a vegetable market, and a few surprised shouts were heard from time to time. How are you going to explain this to the people of this era? Lung Ning asked as they walked. Of course I tell the truth. After all, we were all born on the same earth, and we have the same history and culture. What's so hard to explain? Xiang Qian said indifferently. I'm afraid they won't be able to accept it for a while. After all, the top leaders of the entire Earth Federation are all from the previous era. What if they have any bad ideas? Lung Ning frowned and said, Don't worry, the entire Earth Federation is now controlled by Shinkong, so there won't be any chaos. When the meeting starts, no one can escape my perception if they have any ideas. If anyone really wants to not change it. Xiang Qian did not say the specific result, but the cold light flashing in his eyes showed everything. Xiang Qian and the other three came to a room, and after they sat down, the surrounding images instantly turned into a huge conference room. Shinkong, are all the people here? Xiang Qian asked, looking at the dense crowd below. Boss, everyone is here. Shinkong replied. Xiang Qian nodded after listening, then activated his super perception ability and began to monitor everyone's mental state and mental activities along the virtual network. Since everyone is here, the meeting officially begins. Xiang Qian said. I know everyone has some questions in their hearts. Next, I will answer these questions for everyone. When I explain, no matter how incredible the things you hear are, please keep quiet. Shinkong, play the information about the Earth Federation in the last era, starting from 1800 in the Earth era. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, a huge virtual projection appeared, showing the Earth Federation. In 1800, the world's population was 978 million, Africa, 107 million, Asia, 635 million, Europe, 203 million, Latin America, 24 million, North America, 7 million, Oceania, 2 million. Major historical events: the establishment of the Bank of France, the accession of Pope Pius VII, the merger of the Kingdom of Great Britain and the Kingdom of Ireland to form the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, Napoleon's victory over the Austrian army in the Battle of Marengo, John Adams became the first American president to move into the White House. And the 5 types of notes from the Yuewei Cottage, and the 24 volumes were compiled and published. Starry Sky played the historical records, while showing the specific location and image on Earth. Although most people have forgotten the historical records of this period, as a 6th level evolver, as long as they remember the things in their minds, they can still remember them carefully. So at this time, the people born in this era did not show any surprise. After all, the history of the Earth Federation in the 2 eras during this period was still the same. But as Starry Sky continued to introduce, when the time node exceeded 1900, some people showed puzzled expressions on their faces. When the First World War and the Second World War broke out, the clear historical documents and rich materials made the people of this era stunned. Then came the Cold War, and technology developed rapidly. Humans entered the 21st century. These historical materials played all the major historical events like a movie. When the Starry Sky played the beginning of the catastrophe, 1/3 of the global population died instantly, and continued to die on a large scale, and finally only a few 100 million people were left. The people born in this era finally showed expressions of horror on their faces. Then the rise of the human race in the large Magellanic Galaxy, the horrific war on the way to the Andromeda Galaxy, the difficult battle in the Andromeda Galaxy, and finally the scene where the Virgo Galaxy cluster faced the 6th level civilization, all appeared before everyone's eyes. Starry Sky continued to play the historical records of the Earth Federation in this era, and also play the information about the universe replay. Xiang Qian did not give people time to react, and directly asked Starry Sky to continue playing. Then the universe replayed, the Earth Federation returned to the solar system, and the Earth in the picture was still in the ancient times. Then, there are the changes of the Earth for thousands of years. Until 1900, the history of the Earth has not changed. But the following history made the people of the previous era dumbfounded, because when Xiang Qian and his team implemented the rebirth plan, most people had fallen into a deep sleep and had no idea what happened at that time. So when they saw the history of the Earth in this era, they also had a very inconsistent feeling. This was too different from the history they remembered, and when the countries joined forces to establish the Earth Federation, the picture was too beautiful, and they were a little afraid to watch it. Then the Earth Federation swept all the way, conquered all civilized races, and occupied the entire Virgo Galaxy cluster, which made them feel like they were dreaming. You know how hard it was for the Earth Federation in the last era, but in this era, humans were like cheating, and they didn't encounter any danger at all. But when they thought that the first president of the Earth Federation was Xiang Qian, they seemed to understand something. After the historical records of the Earth Federation in the two eras were all played, Xiang Qian said, "One era is 120,000 years. The civilized races in each era must go through tests again and again to come to the Virgo galaxy cluster. After the final technological sprint, they leave the parallel universe where we are currently. In the last era, the Earth Federation faced the obstruction of the 6th level peak civilization, and was unable to break through the core black hole to go to the parallel universe. So I decided not to leave the parallel universe and wait for another era. But when I returned to the solar system with the Earth Federation microcosm, I found that humans were born again on Earth, and the development history of humans in this era was the same as the development history of humans in our last era. It was at that time that I and the think tank formulated a plan, which was the rebirth plan. Using level 6 biotechnology, we were reborn on Earth, changing human history, preserving those scientists in history, and preparing for the coming of the great disaster. In this way, all the staff of the Earth Federation think tank and the general staff participated in this plan and were born on Earth. Everyone has just seen what happened next. We successfully changed history, and using the memory of foresight, the Earth Federation of this era has become a level 6 civilization smoothly. But when I broke through the 6th level civilization, I used the ability of the first generation of special evolutionists to merge the Earth Federation and Ming Empire of the previous era into the Earth Federation, and merge the essence of the three technological systems together to form the current Earth Federation. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, there was silence in the conference hall, and everyone was consuming his words. What about our Minghui Empire? Are we just merged into the Earth Federation, and we? A female senior executive of the Minghui Empire suddenly spoke, but before she finished, she was interrupted by the Queen of Minghui. Shut up. It's my idea to merge the Minghui Empire into the Earth Federation. Only in this way can we integrate the power of mankind. The universe is not a parallel universe. There are countless advanced civilizations there. If we want to survive, we must concentrate all the power of mankind to survive in the universe. And with the technological system of our Minghui Empire, it is simply impossible to break through the 7th level civilization. Instead of staying at the level of the 6th level civilization and unable to break through, it is better to join the Earth Federation and concentrate the power of all mankind to break through the 7th level civilization. Queen Minghui said seriously. We, the Earth Federation, will not interfere with the problems of the Minghui Empire. I know that your social form is different from our Earth Federation. Even if you merge into one race now, I will not ask you to change anything. The affairs of the Minghui Empire are still decided by Queen Minghui. You can rest assured about this. But I believe that we are all human beings, and we will be able to merge together one day. Even if 100,000 years is not enough, we will have millions, or even tens of millions of years in the future. I believe that we can find a balance point, so that all human beings can recognize the Earth Federation as a big family. Xiang Qian expressed his opinion immediately after Queen Minghui finished speaking. Anyway, the Minghui Empire has been incorporated into the Earth Federation. Even if it cannot be completely integrated in a short period of time, it will still be assimilated after a long time. So there is no need to do anything during the sensitive period of the people of the Minghui Empire. Everything will be left to time. The problems of the Minghui Empire will not go wrong because Queen Minghui is suppressing them. Xiang Qian is very relieved about this. As for the fusion of the two eras of the Earth Federation, that is even less of a problem. We are all from the same clan and humans born on the same Earth. What problems can there be? Now that the two eras of the Earth Federation have just merged, many management positions still need to be reformulated. These will be comprehensively evaluated by Shinkong. It is expected that everyone will receive news in 10 days. At that time, everyone will just do their work according to the notice sent by Shinkong. As for the academies of the three tribes, they will be directly merged, with the Earth Federation Academy of this era as the leader. The scientists of the Earth Federation and the Minghui Empire in the previous era must first learn the scientific and technological system of the Earth Federation in this era, and then conduct research based on the current scientific and technological system of the Earth Federation, and quickly raise the scientific and technological level of the Earth Federation to the 6th level peak civilization. Because inside the core black hole of the Virgo supercluster, there is a level 6 peak civilization waiting for us. We only have 20,000 years. After 20,000 years, we will face the attack of that level 6 peak civilization. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he asked Shinkong to close the virtual image. He would then speak to all humans, and tell everyone the news of the fusion of the two era civilizations. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. After a brief period of chaos, the Earth Federation had already restored its original order. In 10,000 years, with the efforts of all scientists and the support of the rules of the universe, the Earth Federation has reached the technological level of the late 6th level civilization in just 10,000 years. At this time, the Earth Federation only needs one thing to become a 6th level peak civilization, and that thing is the theory of breaking through the 7th level civilization and the weapon system extended from this theory, that is, the quasi-7th level civilization weapon. Only a civilized race with quasi-7th level civilization weapons can be called a 6th level peak civilization, and the Earth Federation is now very close to the 6th level peak civilization. Chapter 600. In the conference room of the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences, a group of top academicians are listening to Xiang Qian's explanation of the theory of breaking through the 7th level civilization. Breaking through the 7th level civilization is equivalent to helping the universe complete certain physical rules. In the last era, some scientists proposed the theory of space limits. In fact, that theory is a development direction for breaking through the 7th level civilization. But that direction is still far from breaking through the 7th level civilization. Although Regtros has been used as an example, after he evolved into a quark star, he proved that quark stars can exist, but it does not mean that quark stars really exist. Because the limit of the universe's gravitational bearing, or the limit of matter's gravitational bearing, is not enough for matter to form quark stars. So after we discovered neutron stars, the only higher-level extreme stars are black holes, but no quark stars. But according to this theory, can we break through the 7th level civilization? It is theoretically feasible, but it is impossible in practice. Before we became a 6th level civilization, there were already 7th level civilizations, 8th level civilizations, and even 9th level civilizations in this universe. Didn't these civilizations discover this problem? Of course not, they discovered it long ago. But they didn't fill in this loophole in the rules. Why? Because this theory involves too many rules. Space density, material structure, gravity, dimension, etc., these are all problems to be solved. The problem of space density alone involves the most fundamental space structure problem of the three-dimensional universe, and the basic structure of the three-dimensional universe involves the combination of 1 dimension, 2 dimensions, and 3 dimensions. When you have solved all these problems, there are still a series of problems to be solved, such as the problem of space and matter, the problem of gravity balance, and the 4-dimensional and 5-dimensional space involved in gravity. Can you solve all these problems? If you are given infinite life, I believe you can solve them. But within 10,000 years, if you simplify this theory and find the key points, I think you can't even solve a space problem. What we lack now is time, so you don't need to think about the theory of breaking through the 7th level civilization, just put it aside for now. When the Earth Federation becomes a level 8 civilization, you can study this theory. Now we need a very simple theory that is easy to produce results, which can develop quasi-level 7 civilization weapons in a short period of time, so that the Earth Federation can compete with the peak level 6 civilization. This is what we need most now. Xiang Qian told all the problems he learned from the Vitten Prophet. Otherwise, he was really afraid that these scientists would directly study those theories that seemed to have loopholes, but would not produce results no matter how they studied them, which would be a scam. Why are those level 6 civilizations in the universe unable to break through to level 7 civilization? Isn't it because they are attracted by these theories, and are ready to reach the sky in one step? As a result, they have wasted the foundation of the entire civilization and achieved nothing in the end. The space limit theory mentioned by Xiang Qian just now is such a pitfall theory. Not to mention the level 6 civilization, even the level 7 civilization in the space direction has been trapped by this theory. After all, such an obvious loophole can be discovered by any level 6 civilization, but even such an obvious loophole has not been filled after millions of years. Why? It's because there are too many rules involved. If you want to fill this loophole, you need to make a series of changes to the rules of the universe, which directly determine the stability of the universe. For such changes, how could the rules of the universe agree to hundreds, or even the last complement scheme proposed by a civilized race? Although it can fill this loophole, it will create more loopholes, so even if it is studied, it will not be adopted. Unless a civilized race can design a set of physical rules that are more rigorous than the physical rules currently implemented by the rules of the universe, it may be adopted, but is that possible? Then what is our future research direction? If we can't study loopholes like this, then we can't find deeper loopholes at all. An academician frowned and said, "That's right. Any civilized race starts with these obvious loopholes, then finds more problems in the rules, and then becomes a level 7 civilization through a low-end rule loophole. But I have a few pieces of information about rule loopholes in my hand, which are very comprehensive. As long as you continue to study according to this, it will only be a matter of time before you break through the level 7 civilization. But I don't want to give you this information, because that would obliterate the development of our Earth Federation's future rule system. I'm saying this today just to let you know that you can't be too ambitious when studying rules. This is not the era when humans could study black holes, when they could only discover black holes through astronomical telescopes during the Earth period. To study rules, you can only start with the loopholes you've found, then study the rules involved in the loopholes, and then choose a rule to study. You still have 10,000 years. You can do whatever you want to research in these 10,000 years. As long as you can come up with a quasi-level 7 civilization weapon within 10,000 years, it will be fine. If you cannot come up with this quasi-level 7 civilization weapon within these 10,000 years, then you can only stop the research topic at hand and study the information I gave you, but I hope that day will never come. Xiang Qian said seriously. He held a meeting with these top academicians today to put pressure on them, and let them not be too unrestrained when researching, otherwise they might really fall into the pit. After the meeting, Xiang Qian returned to the office and said to the Starry Sky, check which academicians have applied for the 7th level civilization theory research project, and what are the research projects. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian just wanted to know whether the words he just said had any effect. Boss, academician Einstein applied for the research application of time flow in timeline and speed in timeline. Academician Tesla applied for the research application of cosmic force field and dimension. Academician Bohr has applied. Xiang Qian had just picked up the teacup when he heard a series of application information from Shinkong, and he felt bad instantly. After all this time, what he said was regarded as nonsense. None of these scientific masters listened seriously. They were still researching what they should be researching. He was really speechless about this situation. Boss, do you need to stop it? Shinkong asked after he said that. No matter what. Since we have the 7th level civilization theory knocked from the man in black and the Vidin prophet, it is not a problem to research quasi-7th level civilization weapons in a short time. Let them research whatever they want. I hope they can surprise me. Xiang Qian said helplessly. Chapter 601. As the affairs of the Earth Federation were on track, Xiang Qian became free. On this day, Xiang Qian came to the special office and happened to see the Vidin prophet and the man in black playing Go. Since the two of them discovered Go, they started a long journey of playing Go. However, when the two of them played Go, the Vidin prophet basically won. As for the reason, everyone knew it. But the Vidin prophet would never admit that he used the real prophecy, and he also swore that he could not use the real prophecy in his current state. But in fact, when Xiang Qian watched the two of them playing chess, he often felt the slight fluctuations of the power of the universe's operation rules. However, the Vidin prophet did not lie. He did not use the real prophecy, but the most common prophecy ability. For the first generation of prophet Vidin prophet, this is simply instinct, and there is no consumption. We are about to leave the parallel universe. Is there any place to take advantage? Xiang Qian sat on the sofa next to him, and said to the Vidin prophet, No, the entire Virgo galaxy cluster has been occupied by you. What else do you want to take advantage of? The Vidin prophet said unhappily without turning his head. Since there is no place to take advantage, why would there be a level 6 peak civilization sneaking inside the parallel universe? Are they mentally ill? Xiang Qian said unsatisfied. Those level 6 peak civilizations are of course looking for potential civilizations. When all civilizations leave the parallel universe, they can sell the information of all civilizations in an era for a good price. Otherwise, why do you think they stay in the parallel universe? It's just for this, there's no need for that. Xiang Qian was a little unconvinced. Of course, there are other incomes, such as collecting more special rare metals and selling them in the universe, which can also make some money, but doing so will be severely monitored by the rules of the universe, which is a bit unprofitable for a level 6 peak civilization. After all, when a civilized race in each era leaves a parallel universe, they will more or less take some special rare metal reserves. So although special rare metals are in short supply in the universe, it has not reached the point where a level 6 peak civilization ignores the risk. The prophet Vidin said while playing chess. Xiang Qian was stunned after hearing this. In his mind, there should be a lot of special rare metals in the universe. Even if they are not everywhere, they should not be so rare. Is there no special rare metal mining in the universe? Xiang Qian asked doubtfully. After the prophet Vidin made a move, he turned his head and said to Xiang Qian, You don't know this. What do you think special rare metals are? Ordinary ores. Think about the extreme properties of special rare metals, and then think about the rules of the universe. What do you think of? You mean that special rare metals are created by the rules of the universe, and can only be mined in parallel universes, and there are none in the big universe? Xiang Qian said. It's not that special rare metals cannot be obtained in the big universe, but special rare metals cannot be mined naturally, and can only be exchanged with contribution points and the rules of the universe. But exchanging with the rules of the universe requires a lot of contribution points, and it is not as cheap as buying from those civilized races that have just left the parallel universe. Besides, many civilizations don't spend money to buy, they just exchange with scientific and technological data, saving contribution points. The Vidin Prophet said. In the universe, if you break through the 7th level civilization, do you still need special rare metals to upgrade the flagship of the civilization race? Of course, otherwise you would think that the civilization races are all made of stone. And I tell you, special rare metals are just a general term. Every 7th level civilization has a special rare metal that only they can guess can be exchanged, because that special rare metal is the reward for them to repair the loopholes in the rules. That special rare metal carries the rule power of their civilization. In the universe, there are thousands of special rare metals. The trade of special rare metals alone accounts for more than 80% of the contribution points of each level 7 civilization. So you must not underestimate special rare metals. When you break through the level 7 civilization, you will know how much it costs to build a level 7 civilization race flagship and level 7 civilization weapons. When the Vidin Prophet said this, he also revealed a painful expression on his face. It can be imagined how deep that memory is. After listening to the explanation of the Vidin Prophet, Xiang Qian could not sit still and immediately stood up and left. Shinkong immediately organized people to mine special rare metals, purify the special rare metals, condense them into resource planets, and store them in the small universe. Fill the entire small universe within 10,000 years. By the way, notify scientists and let them start researching space storage equipment immediately. Xiang Qian said excitedly. Just kidding, since we know that there is no special rare metal mining in the big universe, and when breaking through the 7th level civilization, it is possible to use a large amount of special rare metals, then if we don't collect more at this time, are we going to buy from other civilized races in the big universe? That's stupid. Following Xiang Qian's order, all the civilized races in the Virgo galaxy cluster started to move. Although they didn't know what the Earth Federation was doing, mining special rare metals was not a big deal, so no civilized race dared to refuse the Earth Federation's order. In this way, one after another purified special rare metal planets were sent into the microcosm, making the originally empty microcosm full. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed. The Earth Federation's microcosm was already filled with resource planets, formed by special rare metals, and the special rare metals in the entire Virgo galaxy cluster were almost mined out. At this time, Xiang Qian's need for special rare metals is no longer as urgent as before. After all, the entire small universe is full of such resource planets. No one in such a situation will have such an urgent need for resources, when they already have a lot of them. Now Xiang Qian's energy is mostly focused on several physical rule repair research centers of the Academy of Sciences, hoping that they can quickly produce results. They don't need to make the Earth Federation a level 7 civilization in one step, but they must have quasi-level 7 civilization weapons. With only 5,000 years left, the Earth Federation will have a duel with the peak level 6 civilization, but there is still no news about the quasi-level 7 civilization weapons. However, rule research is not something that can be achieved in a hurry. Even if all the civilizations in the Virgo galaxy cluster are working for the Earth Federation, many civilizations do not have the capital to conduct research on such high-end topics as rule research. So when the rules of the universe reminded all civilizations to immediately go to the core black hole of the Virgo supercluster and leave the parallel universe, the Earth Federation was still stuck at the last minute. Under such circumstances, Xiang Qian gave an order helplessly, asking the Earth Federation's microcosm to head for the core black hole. As for the problem of the 6th level peak civilization, if the Earth Federation has not made a breakthrough by the time the other party takes action, then he can only do it himself, and use the power of the universe's operating rules to wipe out that civilization. Chief, the monitoring of the universe's operating rules has disappeared, and the third stage of the parallel universe selection has ended. The Soda civilization's brain prompted. After hearing the prompt, the chief of the Soda civilization looked at the large screen showing hundreds of thousands of civilizations flying to the core black hole, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Deploy the 7th level civilization weapon to cover the entire core black hole, the chief of the Soda civilization said. Execute the command. The 7th level civilization weapon is being deployed. At this time, around the core black hole, The entire space began to distort. Behind the distortion of space, countless wormhole-like channels intersect each other densely. These tunnels pass through two-dimensional, three-dimensional, four-dimensional, and five-dimensional space. Even in the space-time turbulent space, there are exits of these tunnels. When the entire 7th-level civilization weapon is deployed, the distortion of space disappears, but around the core black hole, there are countless space gates, and where these space gates are connected, I am afraid no one can calculate clearly. Chapter 602. Boss, there is a violent space turbulence around the core black hole. The four-dimensional scan results show that a huge maze has appeared in the space around the core black hole. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Maze? Show the scan results. Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment and said. In an instant, an extremely complex maze appeared in front of Xiang Qian. Just looking at so many densely packed passages makes people dizzy. Send the detection data to the Academy of Sciences, and let them study what this is. Xiang Qian looked at it for a while, but didn't understand it, so he said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. Although Xiang Qian didn't care about the maze, he was thinking about the other party's intention. Could it be that the other party wanted to wrap up the core black hole, so that the Earth Federation could not leave the parallel universe, and then be wiped out by the rules of the universe? Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be like this. The other party was sent in this era, which means that the advanced civilization already knew that the man in black had a way to avoid being wiped out by the rules of the universe. Then, knowing this information, the other party should not have arranged it this way. If Xiang Qian was the other party, then after the third stage of this election, he would decide to take action at the first time, and use the most violent attack to destroy the Earth Federation and even all civilized races, forcing the man in black to show up. If the man in black does not show up at that time, then he will besiege the core black hole and prevent him from leaving the parallel universe. But the other party directly surrounded the core black hole at the first time. What does that mean? Could it be that the other party wanted to play slowly, thinking that it would not be fun to wipe out all civilized races at once, and was ready to tease them, and see their desperate expressions? Xiang Qian shook his head, unable to guess what the other party was thinking. However, all civilized races have not left the Virgo galaxy cluster yet, so there is no need to worry. At least the other party will not make a move at this time. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. On this day, Xiang Qian came to the Academy of Sciences to listen to the scientists' report on the maze around the core black hole. In the hall of the Academy of Sciences, academician Felix Klein stood in front of a huge maze projection and began to explain. This huge maze is actually an extremely complex Klein bottle. Of course, this Klein bottle is not a Klein bottle in the traditional sense, but an extended model composed of countless Klein bottles. If the Mobius strip is a one-dimensional spatial model that can be infinitely expanded in two-dimensional space, then the Klein bottle is a two-dimensional spatial model that can be infinitely expanded in three-dimensional space. The maze you see in front of you is a spatial model that can be infinitely expanded in 4 dimensions in 5-dimensional space. Sorry, please wait a moment. If I remember correctly, there is a way to crack the Klein bottle. So can this maze composed of infinity and Klein bottles be cracked using the method of cracking the Klein bottle? Xiang Qian said. No, because cracking the Klein bottle only requires an understanding of 4-dimensional space technology. After all, the Klein bottle is just an infinite curved surface structure generated by the distortion of 3-dimensional space by 4-dimensional space. If it is difficult to look at this maze directly, you can first look at the results of the 2-dimensional space scan. This is the result of the 2-dimensional space scan. The huge maze is countless Mobius strips in the 2-dimensional space. Let's look at the subspace scan, which is the effect of the 3-dimensional space tomography scan. Now this huge maze is the Klein bottle in the 3-dimensional space. Next is the 4-dimensional space scan, which is the most ideal Klein bottle state in the 4-dimensional space. That is, moving in any direction on the 2-dimensional surface will first pass through the reverse origin and then return to the origin structure. Now, from the scanning results of this 5-dimensional space timeline, you can see that on this timeline, countless 4-dimensional spaces are trapped in a loop state. Because this timeline has no origin and no endpoint, it has always been in a loop state. Countless 4-dimensional spaces are twisted and connected to each other, and the 3-dimensional space inside the 4-dimensional space will also be connected to each other because of the existence of the Klein bottle, and the 2-dimensional space under the 3-dimensional space will also be connected because of countless Mobius strips. Just like this, from the beginning of 1-dimensional space to the end of 5-dimensional space, no matter what enters this maze, it will fall into an infinite loop and will never leave this maze. After several projections of image explanations, Xiang Qian finally understood the difficulty of this maze. That is to say, unless you don't go in, as long as you go in, don't think about getting out. What if we disconnect the timeline of the 5-dimensional space? Can we break this maze? Xiang Qian asked. No, the timeline we are looking at is not the only timeline in the 5-dimensional space. We can imagine this timeline as a hemp rope, and each thread on the hemp rope represents a timeline. When the hemp rope is twisted together, it will form a ball of countless threads. And this ball of threads is the 5-dimensional form of this maze. Unless we can cut off all the timelines in an instant, we can't break through this maze at all. It is impossible to cut off all timelines in an instant, because we have no time. In the 5-dimensional space, the flow rate of each timeline is different, which means that it is impossible for us to cut off all timelines at the same time. That means this maze is unsolvable? Xiang Qian rubbed his forehead and said, At present, it is basically impossible to break this maze by breaking infinite reverse nodes. So we can only think of other ways, but before we get in touch with the maze, we can't give more data. Okay, I know you guys continue your research. Xiang Qian stood up and left the Academy of Sciences. After all, if the scientists couldn't figure out something, he certainly couldn't figure it out either. Professional matters should be left to professionals. He was now preparing to go to the Forbidden Prophet to see if he knew the information about the maze. As a result, Xiang Qian had just shown the analysis data of the Academy of Sciences to the Forbidden Prophet, and the other party poured a basin of cold water on his head. Don't ask, I don't know how to crack this thing. If it is a quasi-level 7 civilization weapon, it's fine, but this is already a real level 7 civilization weapon. Otherwise, the dimensional rules cannot allow the existence of an infinite time loop in the 5-dimensional space. After reading the information, the Forbidden Prophet said very confidently, You said this maze was made by a level 7 civilization weapon? Xiang Qian said in surprise. Yes, it must be a level 7 rule weapon, otherwise it would not produce such an effect. The Forbidden Prophet said. Chapter 603. Xiang Qian came out from the Forbidden Prophet. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He had always thought that the strongest weapon of the 6th level peak civilization was just the opponent's mothership, and the strongest attack was just a quasi-7th level civilization weapon. Who would have thought that the opponent's first move was a 7th level rule weapon? This is a weapon that can only be developed by a real 7th level civilization. It represents a civilization's understanding of rules, and the beginning of a race's transformation from a technological system to a rule system. The difference between the weapons of the 7th level civilization and the weapons of the quasi-7th level civilization is simply indescribable. Quasi-7th level civilization weapons are just the superficial study of the rules of the universe, and the beginning of the progress towards the rule system. In other words, quasi-7th level civilization weapons are only equivalent to a baby's fist. And the weapons of the 7th level civilization are like a stick in the hands of an adult. The lethality of the two weapons is not at the same level at all. In the words of the Prophet Vidin, only weapons of the 7th level civilization can deal with weapons of the 7th level civilization. Shinkong organized a group of academicians who have made achievements in optics and radiation to study the optical rules given by the man in black. Xiang Qian thought for a long time after returning to the office, and said to Shinkong, Okay, boss. Facing the current situation, it is no longer possible for the Earth Federation to develop quasi-level 7 civilization weapons. To develop a true level 7 civilization weapon, even with the Earth Federation's technological background, it is not something that can be completed in a short period of time. Therefore, Xiang Qian could only start to study the complete loopholes of the rules given by the man in black. However, Xiang Qian did not intend to use these light rules to make the Earth Federation break through the 7th level civilization, because the Earth Federation's technological system is fundamentally different from the development system of light rules. So studying these light rules is just to create 7th level civilization weapons in a short period of time and resolve the current crisis. At the same time, Xiang Qian also asked the general staff to make a response plan. Even if they cannot crack the 7th level civilization weapons, they should at least try it out. After all, this was the first time that the Earth Federation encountered a level 7 civilization weapon. If they didn't accumulate some experience, they would be too sorry for them. After doing all this, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to seal the entire office, and then he picked up the civilization ray scepter. He wanted to see what the structure of this level 7 civilization weapon looked like from a god's perspective. The next second, Xiang Qian's mind turned into a god's perspective, and under the power of the rules of the universe, the core rules of the level 7 civilization weapon were also displayed in front of him. The power of this 7th level civilization weapon is a huge net from a god's perspective. with countless dense threads covering the core black hole. And the threads that weave this net are the materialized power of the universe's operating rules. Seeing this scene, Xiang Qian finally understood why the 7th level civilization weapon is so powerful. Because the 7th level civilization weapon represents the power of the universe's operating rules in a certain aspect, and conventional weapons cannot use the power of the universe's operating rules at all. In this case, the 7th level civilization weapon can completely crush any non-rule weapon, because it can't resist the rules of the universe. After learning about this situation, Xiang Qian had an intuitive understanding of the power of the 7th level civilization weapon, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Why? It's not his special ability that can ignore such a 7th level civilization weapon. In his perception, as long as he uses the power of the rules of the universe, he can destroy this rule network condensed by the 7th level civilization weapon. Although it is impossible to make the opponent's 7th level civilization weapon unusable, it is not so easy for the opponent to recover in a short time. However, this method is always a small way, which can be used for a while, but not for a lifetime. After all, his genetic nuclear power is limited, while the opponent's 7th level civilization weapon can be used infinitely. Therefore, researching your own 7th level civilization weapon is the real right way. After Xiang Qian studied the rule structure of this 7th level civilization weapon from inside to outside, he withdrew from the god's perspective. Next, it depends on whether the Earth Federation can solve the crisis with its own ability. Anyway, it will not take action until the last moment. Time passed bit by bit, and in a blink of an eye, the Earth Federation arrived in front of the maze formed by the 7th level civilization weapons around the core black hole. Notify all civilized races to place space collapse weapons according to the plan. Zhang Lei issued an order. Based on the Academy of Sciences' research on this 7th level civilization weapon for so long, scientists have realized that if they can no longer find loopholes in this maze in the rules, it will be difficult to crack this maze using conventional methods. But if conventional methods don't work, then try unconventional methods. Space collapse weapons, the 5th level space technology weapons that the Earth Federation often used in the last era, once again took the stage. According to the plan of the General Staff, since it is impossible to crack this maze, then just blow it up. Since this maze relies on space to exist, then even if the space is destroyed, the maze will naturally disappear at that time. Xiang Qian saw this plan and didn't say anything, and directly approved it. Although he knew that this method could not destroy the maze created by the 7th level civilization weapons, he still approved this plan in order to let the people of the Earth Federation directly feel the power of the 7th level civilization weapons. With more than 400,000 civilizations sending a large number of warships, in just 1 year, the space collapse weapons that were enough to destroy a galaxy were fully deployed. Detonate! When all civilizations retreated tens of thousands of light years, Zhang Lei issued an order. In an instant, a doomsday scene appeared in the command halls of all civilized races. A huge space crack with a radius of 150,000 light years appeared. After the space collapse weapon detonated the space node, the space structure within 150,000 light years was devastated. After the space collapsed, violent space turbulence began to sweep, and all matter was annihilated by the violent space energy. A huge gap appeared in the entire universe, and the maze within the gap was also destroyed. All space channels collapsed. The timeline in the 5-dimensional space also collapsed, and the maze has been completely cleared. Shinkong reported that the explosion of the space collapse weapon was successful. After hearing Shinkong's detection results, everyone except Xiang Qian showed a happy smile on their faces. But before Xiang Qian reminded them not to be happy too early, bad news came. Warning, the maze has begun to be repaired. Chapter 604. As the space turbulence slowly recovered under the rules of physics, the maze formed by the 7th level civilization weapons also slowly recovered, and the recovery speed of both sides was the same. When the entire space returned to calm, the new maze appeared again, without even the slightest change. Seeing this result, everyone in the command hall was stunned, and the smiles on their faces became stiff. Regarding the current situation, Xiang Qian did not specifically point out anything, but just explained the reason why the maze reappeared to the scientists of the Academy of Sciences. The 7th level civilization weapons, and the technological weapons we have now are two completely different mechanisms. The current technological items, whether weapons or other equipment, all achieve their goals through physical reactions or other reactions. For example, in refrigeration, we only provide cold air to the space inside the refrigerator to lower the temperature inside the refrigerator, and we cannot directly keep the space at a low temperature. As long as we open the refrigerator, the cold air will escape, and the temperature inside the refrigerator will rise with the circulation of air. This is the effect that our current scientific and technological means can achieve, which can be said to be a temporary solution but not a fundamental solution. Level 7 civilization weapons directly act on the rule level. Just like this maze that we destroyed, although the space was destroyed, the maze was also destroyed. But when the space was repaired, the maze was also repaired. At the same time, such repairs are not done by hand, but the rules of the universe directly help to deal with the repair. As for why the rules can help the level 7 civilization weapons repair the damaged maze, the reason is very simple, that is, the level 7 civilization weapons directly act on the rules, and it changes the rules, not the space. That is to say, the rules of the space where the maze is located have been rewritten. No matter what method we use, as long as we do not rewrite the rules, the maze will not be destroyed. No matter how many times we destroy the maze, the rules of the universe will be restored, Xiang Qian said to a large group of scientists. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, a group of scientists did not know what to do after reading the latest scanning data. After all, the gap between the current scientific and technological system and the rule system is indeed a bit large. So far, scientists have not figured out how to change the rules. After all, the rules are invisible and intangible. You know that sunlight provides heat, and you can block the sunlight, but you can't stop the sunlight from emitting heat. The terrifying thing about rule weapons is that they can directly change the rules, so that the sunlight no longer emits heat. This is a complete challenge to the current scientific and technological system because it is unscientific. But in fact, this is the highest level of technology. In fact, after any civilized race has upgraded its technological level to the 6th level late civilization, the normal technological system has come to an end. Every civilized race has technological means such as material conversion and particle arrangement. But at this time, all civilized races have discovered that there are still many things in the universe that they cannot explain with science, such as the soul. When the technological level is upgraded to the 6th level late civilization, the conceptualized thing of mental power has been quantified. But no one knows where the source of mental power comes from, let alone the brain. With the technological level of the 6th level civilization, manufacturing a brain is as difficult as growing sweet potatoes. Primary school students can mass produce it at home. But artificially manufactured brains do not even have passive consciousness, let alone mental power. They are just a large mass of protein. Therefore, the 6th level civilization race can be mass produced by the rules of the universe, while the 7th level civilization has to rely on itself. And the threshold of the 7th level civilization is the power of rules. Days passed by, and more than 400,000 civilized races did not think of any solution to the current situation. I don't know how many detectors of various kinds were launched, but no useful information was transmitted back. On this day, the coverage of the maze increased thousands of times in an instant without the expectation of all civilized races. The result was that all civilized races, including the Earth Federation, were wrapped inside the maze. When the Earth Federation's microcosm resumed scanning the outside world, it was discovered that the Earth Federation's microcosm was in a 4-dimensional space at this time. The other 400,000 civilizations are in the 3-dimensional space channel. Turn on the 5-dimensional space detection system. Xiang Qian gave the order immediately after learning about this situation. But the scanning results are different from the results of the detection in the outside world. In the outside world, using the 5-dimensional space scan, you can still see the 5-dimensional space timeline of the maze. But inside the maze, let alone the 5-dimensional space timeline, even the Earth Federation can't figure out which timeline it is on. Because the scan timelines are too many, to the extent that the 4-dimensional space where the Earth Federation's microcosm is located is actually traversed by 120 million timelines. What is this concept? This is equivalent to the 4-dimensional space where the Earth Federation microcosm is located, which will have 1.2 different development directions. Boss, the external time flow rate has begun to increase, and the time flow rate inside the microcosm has also begun to passively accelerate. After the current environment has not yet been achieved, Xingkong has received another bad news. Notify Xingyu, let him deceive the perception of the outside world, and then calm the time flow rate in the microcosm. Xiang Qian said seriously. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian looked at the countless 4-dimensional spaces scanned around him, and he had to admire the power of this 7th-level civilization weapon. Countless 4-dimensional spaces link these countless timelines, and countless timelines are connected to each other. That is to say, no matter how people move in the maze, they will return to the reverse origin once every time they move. In this way, no matter how many times they They will shuttle back and forth between the reverse origin and the origin, and the result is that they will never leave the maze. Moreover, the extremely fast time flow in the maze also makes it impossible for all civilized races to study this maze properly, because before you can study it well, your scientists will die due to the problem of time flow due to the limitation of lifespan. If you don't have enough scientific research power at that time, you will never be able to leave this maze. While Xiang Qian was thinking about the operation rules of this 7th level civilization weapon, Zhang Lei had already given the order to use 2-dimensional space compression technology to cut the 4-dimensional space. After all, weapons in 3-dimensional space have no killing power against 4-dimensional space. Only by reducing the dimension of 4-dimensional space can this 4-dimensional space be broken. However, the result was not very good. The 4-dimensional space, where the Earth Federation microcosm was located, was indeed broken, but the next second the Earth Federation microcosm entered another 4-dimensional space. Chapter 605. Shinkong, how is the progress of the research on the rules of light at the Academy of Sciences? Xiang Qian did not care about the failure of the general staff, but asked about the research on the rules of light. Boss, the analysis of the rules system has begun. After all, it is faster with complete data. But the current progress of the conversion of rule power is slow after all. We have too few reference materials in this regard. Shinkong replied. Well, let them use more young scientists, preferably those young scientists whose thinking is not constrained by the traditional scientific and technological system. Because the rule system is a new system, it is different from the technology system. Their previous experience is completely useless and will restrict their thinking. Xiang Qian nodded. Okay, boss. Shinkong replied. Xiang Qian was also helpless about the research progress of the Academy of Sciences. The information given to him by the black-clothed man was all about loopholes in the rules. There was not even a little information on how to convert the power of the technology system into the power of the rule system. This also caused the Academy of Sciences to study loopholes at a very fast speed, but the simpler problem of using the power of rules was very slow, which was completely incredible for many civilized races. After all, any level 6 peak civilization has mastered this rule conversion power. But not every level 6 peak civilization can have ready-made rule loophole information like the Earth Federation. Of course, this cannot be blamed on the black-clothed man. After all, they are a level 8 civilization. How to use the power of rules is like how to ride a bicycle. And the rule loophole information is the most critical secret of the entire civilization. How can such low-end technical information be mixed in this information? That's a joke. So now the Earth Federation can only honestly study how to convert scientific and technological power into rule power. Time passed bit by bit, and the general staff used various weapons. Although they could break through the 4-dimensional space, they could not get out of this infinite 4-dimensional space. Compared with the Earth Federation, other civilized races are much more miserable. After all, the Earth Federation has a small universe, so it was directly pulled into the 4-dimensional space level. Other civilized races were pulled into the 3-dimensional space. In the 3-dimensional space, the passage of time made all civilized races unable to resist. Moreover, in the 3-dimensional space, there are all kinds of disasters that can break out at any time, and in many cases the entire 3-dimensional space will be directly destroyed. In such a situation, most civilized races can only passively defend. After all, with the technological level of the 6th level civilization, as long as they do not stay in the interior of the destruction space all the time, there will be no danger. But such disasters are endless, and there are no signs. It may be calm one second and become a storm the next second. All civilized races break through one space after another in such an environment, but they can never find the end. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed, and the number of civilizations still struggling in the maze has dropped from more than 400,000 to 50,000. And the remaining 350,000 civilizations have all perished. The reason for the extinction is very simple, that is, except for the clan leader, all the other members of the entire civilization have run out of life. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a civilization to have such a situation, but in this maze, the flow of time has become thousands of times faster than the normal time outside, and it is still accelerating. Therefore, many civilized races did not find the problem of incorrect time flow at the beginning, which led to the sudden death of a large number of tribesmen. Then when they found it, it was too late to take measures. In the end, the newborns had not grown up yet, and had no way to give birth to the next generation, and they had already died of exhaustion. In the end, except for the patriarch with infinite life, there was not a single living person in a civilized race. After all, with a time flow rate of thousands of times, A person living 1 year is equivalent to thousands of years, and the genetic drugs produced by the 6th level civilization can extend life by up to 120,000 years. That is to say, a person will live to a teenager at most after birth, and then his life will be exhausted. A teenager is just a baby in the 120,000 year lifespan of a level 6 civilization. Do you expect a baby to give birth to the next generation? The most terrifying thing is that the flow of time is accelerated, but no one can feel it. Even if he is only a teenager when he dies, his body is indeed in the state of a teenager, but his vitality has been exhausted. There will be no crazy cell division and rapid growth of newborns. This is also the reason why many civilized races have no time to prepare when they find problems. The remaining 50,000 civilizations are all gifted and can reproduce quickly. However, the survival of these civilizations has entered a countdown. After all, being able to quickly reproduce does not mean that those offspring can quickly master the entire 6th level civilization technology system. Moreover, at the current rate of reproducing a generation every 10 years, these civilizations have no evolvers. Therefore, in the maze, the only one that still maintains its combat power is the Earth Federation. The remaining civilizations will also perish in a space in the maze in the near future, and then disappear completely with the destruction of the entire maze. 2,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Academy of Sciences finally figured out how to use the power of rules, and created a device that can activate the power of rules in the universe. In fact, after this device was developed, a large group of scientists suddenly realized that this civilization was such a simple thing. At first, many scientists racked their brains, but they couldn't think of how to use technological weapons to promote the rules of the universe. After all, the rules of the universe have no entity, and cannot be quantified. It is equivalent to asking you to make something that does not exist appear. With normal thinking, you can't figure it out at all, because it is not logical. But when the device was manufactured, everyone found that things were so simple. Simply put, before this device was developed, everyone thought too much and made it too complicated. Because the purpose of manufacturing this device is not to convert the power of rules, but to test whether there is a loophole in the light rule. The loophole in the light rule currently studied by the Earth Federation is the problem of photon compression. Theoretically, light is a wave, and of course a particle, so the existence of light cannot form a material entity. After all, light is the fastest speed in the three-dimensional universe. Once light has a body and mass, what will be the result? The light emitted by stars will destroy all matter. Whether it is an ordinary planet or an extreme star, it will be destroyed by the materialized light with mass. So the rules of the universe do not allow light to have mass and materialization. But of course, after the Holy Light civilization in its heyday conducted in-depth research on the rules of light, it was discovered that under certain circumstances, light can be compressed into matter and can have mass. You can imagine that you hold a flashlight and point it at the moon outside the atmosphere, and then turn on the flashlight. As a result, 2 seconds later, the moon was destroyed. After the Earth Federation created this device that turns light into a weapon, during the first test, the power of the rules of the universe was triggered by this device. It was at that time that scientists realized that the power of rules is not converted by special equipment, but when you develop weapons that can use loopholes in physical rules, the rules of the universe will naturally be triggered. Therefore, the Earth Federation has been wasting time on how to convert the power of rules for so long. When Xiang Qian learned the news, he ran to the office without saying a word, ready to find the Vin Prophet and the man in black to have a good talk. At the beginning, Xiang Qian thought they didn't know how to trigger the power of rules. After all, they were just the patriarchs of civilized races, not scientists. Just like he is now the patriarch of the Earth Federation, but does he know how the space collapse weapon is made? Of course he doesn't know. So he naturally believed the Vin Prophet and the man in black, who also didn't know the specific technology. But in fact, after this device was made, Xiang Qian found that he was wrong. He shouldn't have believed those two old immortals. This was definitely their revenge for him often interrupting their chess game. But when Xiang Qian arrived at the office, he found that the office was completely covered by the power of the man in black. If you want to enter the office, you must break the power of the man in black. But it is so easy to break the special ability of the man in black. The first generation of controllers is not joking. Unless Xiang Qian is ready to make a big move and use level 6 technology weapons to attack the man in black, he can't do anything about the ability of the man in black. But inside the Earth Federation microcosm, the Earth Federation Continent Center uses level 6 technology weapons. Unless he has a hole in his brain, it is impossible for a normal person to drive out such a thing. So Xiang Qian could only remember this account, and wait to get back at it later. Shinkong, how many civilized races are left in the entire maze? Xiang Qian asked. Boss, there are still 2,700 civilized races holding on. Shinkong replied immediately. Well, notify me when all civilized races are extinct. Xiang Qian nodded and said. Okay, boss. The Earth Federation now has quasi-level 7 civilization weapons. Although quasi-level 7 civilization weapons cannot break this maze, nor can they fight against level 7 civilization weapons. But it doesn't mean that it is impossible to deal with the mothership of the 6th level peak civilization. After all, even the 7th level civilization is not necessarily much stronger than the 6th level civilization in terms of technology. After losing the protection of the 7th level civilization weapons, even the 6th level civilization weapons can cause damage to the mothership of the 7th level civilization. So after the Earth Federation developed the quasi-7th level civilization weapons, the Earth Federation had a killer weapon. When facing the 6th level peak civilization, as long as Xiang Qian broke the 7th level civilization weapons, then facing the attack of the Earth Federation's quasi-7th level civilization weapons, no matter how strong the opponent's defense is, it will kneel. Chapter 606. This era is about to end. Why hasn't the Holy Light Civilization been destroyed yet? The Holy Light Civilization is about to be destroyed. Now the controller has been trapped in the cycle world, and cannot leave at all. He can only use the ability of the Special Evolver to resist. When his power is exhausted, it will be the time for the Holy Light Civilization to perish. The chief of the Soda Civilization said with a smile, and at the same time displayed the picture of the Earth Federation trapped in the cycle world. Well, remember to collect 100,000 contribution points of resources. When the chief of the Soda Civilization heard the other party specifically mention the resources worth 100,000 contribution points, his face began to twitch, and then he cursed. The communication was closed at this time, otherwise he would not even dare to curse, and could only endure it, which would be more uncomfortable. Intelligent brain, except for the human civilization, transfer all the warships of all civilizations, and then dismantle those spacecrafts and decompose the special rare metals. Even if the chief of the Soda Civilization was aggrieved, he had to collect the special rare metals worth 100,000 contribution points, so he issued the order after being depressed. Fortunately, with the participation of the Earth Federation in this era, the number of civilized races that arrived at the Virgo Galaxy Cluster is dozens of times more than in the previous era, otherwise it would be impossible to gather 100,000 contribution points of special rare metals. Patriarch, all warships have been transferred. The intelligent brain replied. Well, turn on the infinite loop mode, it's time to destroy the Holy Light Civilization. The Patriarch of the Soda Civilization nodded and said, Yes, Patriarch. As the Patriarch of the Soda Civilization ordered the infinite loop mode to be turned on, the world inside the maze began to collapse rapidly. What's going on? Xiang Qian asked immediately after hearing the alarm. Boss, the four-dimensional space began to expand, and the three-dimensional space collided violently with the subspace surface. It is estimated that the four-dimensional space will be destroyed in 15 minutes. Shinkong replied. Why is the four-dimensional space expanding so violently? Xiang Qian asked in confusion. Under normal circumstances, the four-dimensional space is very stable, and this situation should not occur. According to the scan, the timelines in the five-dimensional space began to converge, and multiple four-dimensional spaces merged with each other, resulting in such a situation under time acceleration. Shinkong displayed the scan results on the big screen. Xiang Qian saw the timeline in the five-dimensional space on the big screen madly converge and then disperse, and the four-dimensional space on the five-dimensional timeline also merged and split. This led to the current result. In fact, this is not the worst time. When the four-dimensional space begins to twist and split, that will be the worst time. Now the collision and compression of countless three-dimensional spaces are nothing to the small universe. After all, the small universe has surpassed the three-dimensional space, but the twisting and splitting of the four-dimensional space will have an impact on the small universe. How long will it take for the Academy to improve the light rule weapon? Xiang Qian asked with a frown. It will take another 500 years. Xiang Qian thought for a while after listening, and said to the starry sky, notify all personnel except scientists to return home, wear mental transmission equipment, and open the mental connection on time in 1 hour. Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian gave the order, he locked the coordinates of the transmission device in the hall around the Mandi tribe's soul crystal, then pushed the door open and walked in. When Xiang Qian came out of the door, he was at the entrance of the hall around the soul crystal of the Mandi tribe. Vikardya, pull me into the soul crystal. I need to borrow the spiritual power conversion function of the soul crystal. Xiang Qian said to the soul crystal. The next second, Xiang Qian's consciousness appeared inside the soul crystal, and the equivalent real space was the top of the civilization guardian tree. However, although the soul bodies of the Mandi tribe members are all at the top of the civilization guardian tree, as long as the surrounding particles are not condensed to form a three-dimensional body, no one can find them. At the current spatial level of the Earth Federation, it is still impossible to analyze that the dimension where the soul body is located is a dimensional space. But Xiang Qian can be sure that it is definitely a deeper dimensional space beyond the currently known dimensions. Vicati, are you helping the Academy of Sciences? Xiang Qian asked Vicadia. Yes, I am helping the Academy of Sciences calculate the data on the improvement and defense application of light rule weapons. Vicati said. Well, then you go ahead. Xiang Qian nodded and said. Vicadia didn't say anything and disappeared directly. After all, calculating the data of the rule weapon really requires huge computing power. Vicadia really can't spare much computing power to help Xiang Qian at this time, so he won't make trouble here. Xiang Qian looked at the Mandi tribe members around him, who were busy doing their own things. He didn't go to disturb them, but came to Xingyu and waited for everyone to connect to the mental transmission device. Xingyu didn't feel Xiang Qian's arrival at all. At this time, he was using the power of the Mandi tribe to block the flow of time inside this small universe, and he couldn't be distracted at all. An hour later, after receiving a notification from Shinkong, Xiang Qian said to Xingyu, Stop, leave it to me next, you go and rest. Then Xiang Qian entered the God's perspective state, and with the support of the spiritual power of all the people in the Earth Federation, he began to mobilize the power of the universe's operating rules. Xiang Qian immediately stopped the timeline that could be observed, and the entire parallel universe paused in an instant, including the time inside the maze, and the time of the Earth Federation's microcosm. Then Xiang Qian linked the timeline of the Earth Federation's microcosm with the most complex and powerful timeline, whose beginning and end were unknown, and let this timeline drive the timeline of the Earth Federation's microcosm to start flowing. Xiang Qian started to analyze this timeline after he discovered it last time. In the end, he guessed that this timeline was the timeline of the big universe. This is why the most basic time flow rate was the same as the flow rate of this timeline, when the Earth Federation's microcosm was formed. This is also why he can't see the end of this timeline. After all, he can't imagine how much time the timeline of the big universe runs through. With his current ability, he can't see the end of this timeline. Even if he now took the power of all the people in the Earth Federation, he could only stop the timeline of the entire universe for a moment. He did not have the strength to stop the timeline of the universe forever. When the timeline of the Earth Federation's microcosm was connected to the timeline of the macrocosm, the time inside the Earth Federation began to pass, but the time outside the Earth Federation's microcosm was still in a static state. Then Xiang Qian connected the timeline of the 6th level peak civilization with the timeline inside the maze, and then restored the time of the parallel universe. In this way, the time flow rate of the 6th level peak civilization will be the same as the time flow in the maze, and the time flow of the parallel universe will not affect their time. The time of the big universe and the parallel universe returned to normal, and Xiang Qian also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time he has already used up all his strength. If the timeline of the parallel universe is frozen for a while, the spiritual power of the entire Earth Federation will not be enough. However, now freezing the timeline of the maze and the 6th level peak civilization is completely within the tolerance of everyone in the Earth Federation. After all, if the time in the static 6th level peak civilization and the maze is in place, the rules of the universe will not be checked frequently, so Xiang Qian does not need to consume his strength. Xiang Qian calculated that if the current situation is maintained, the Earth Federation can support it for tens of thousands of years. But the time in the parallel universe is passing, so there are still 850 years left before the time limit given by the rules of the universe to leave the parallel universe. Starry Sky, notify the Academy of Sciences that I will only give them 800 years. After 800 years, no matter what, they must complete the improvement of the 7th level civilization weapons. Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky. Okay, boss. 800 years later, it will be the time for a decisive battle with that level 6 peak civilization. I wonder what expression that level 6 peak civilization will have when they suddenly find that their level 7 civilization weapons are ineffective. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian was a little excited. After all, being besieged by 2 level 6 peak civilizations for 2 eras, anyone would be angry. Now that I can vent this anger right away, how can I not be excited? Chapter 607. 600 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, all the senior officials of the Earth Federation appeared in the command hall. Boss, All equipment has completed the last self-inspection. There is no abnormality, and it can be started at any time. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian's projection. Well, the quasi-level 7 civilization weapons have begun to charge. The defense equipment has been turned on, and the countdown to return to the parallel universe has begun. Xiang Qian issued an order. Execute the order, countdown 99, 98, 97. Xiang Qian looked at the countdown on the big screen and began to work. The spiritual power of all people in the Earth Federation was once again extracted in large quantities, and after being converted by the Soul Crystal, it provided him with powerful power. The Maze timeline returned to normal, the Soda Civilization timeline returned to normal, and the Earth Federation microcosm and the parallel universe timeline were reconnected. Xiang Qian restored all these timelines to normal in one breath, and then he began to attack the rules that constituted the maze. Under the power of the rules of the universe, the rules that constitute the maze collapsed instantly, and at the same time, under his intervention, the parallel universe quickly returned to normal. When all this was done, there were only 10 seconds left on the countdown on the big screen in the command hall. At this time, in the Earth Federation microcosm, more than 3,000 stars around the galaxy battleship dimmed instantly, and then a strong space fluctuation was generated around the galaxy battleship. This strong space force made the space inside the microcosm a little unstable. 10 seconds later, the galaxy battleship disappeared along with the powerful space fluctuations, and the shadow of the galaxy battleship could no longer be seen in the small universe. At the same time, in the cosmic void after the maze formed by the weapons of the 7th level civilization of the parallel universe was annihilated, a huge galaxy battleship suddenly appeared. Start the force field propulsion engine and enter the core black hole at the fastest speed, Xiang Qian said. Following Xiang Qian's order, the huge galaxy battleship once again surged with space fluctuations, and huge and twisted space ripples were generated around the galaxy battleship. Then, less than a second after these fluctuations occurred, the huge galaxy battleship quickly started up and flew towards the core black hole at a speed faster than the speed of light. Chief, the 7th level civilization weapon cycle world has entered the overload restart state. The cycle world has collapsed, and the enemy is approaching the core black hole. The Sodawan intelligent brain issued a warning. Overload restart state. How is it possible? The opponent does not have a 7th level civilization weapon. How can it be possible to let the 7th level civilization weapon reach the overload restart state? And this has just started the infinite cycle mode, so this situation is impossible. The chieftain of the Soda civilization yelled hysterically. After entering the parallel universe, the things he encountered have repeatedly refreshed his limit of endurance, and now he feels that he is going crazy. It seems that any incredible things that happen in the parallel universe are understandable. If you don't understand, then please try to understand, otherwise you will collapse. This is the psychological state of the chieftain of the Soda civilization now. He is on the verge of madness, because he has not fully understood that this incredible thing is a normal phenomenon. Of course, this is based on the existence of Xiang Qian, the first generation of special evolution. In any case, the arrangements made by the patriarch of the Soda civilization have failed inexplicably again and again, which has made him full of fear for the entire parallel universe. He doesn't know if this kind of thing will continue to happen. If it continues to happen, he will have to consider whether to leave this weird parallel universe first and go to the normal plane of the big universe. The reason for the overload restart of the 7th level civilization weapon is unknown, and the system is self-checking. Intelligence cannot discover the power of the rules of the universe. It can be said that as long as it is not a 7th level civilization, it cannot discover the power of the rules of the universe. Even if the Soda civilization has weapons of the 7th level civilization and can break through the 7th level civilization at any time, it cannot do so, because that is something that only the 7th level civilization can do. Therefore, even if the intelligent computing resources have occupied 90% of the total computing power, no reason can be found. Don't worry about the overload of the 7th level civilization weapons. Destroy their mothership first. The Soda civilization race forced itself to calm down its excitement and gave orders to the intelligent brain. Okay, clan leader, the mothership combat mode is activated. The intelligent computer immediately responded after receiving the order. Instantly, the huge mothership of the Soda civilization began to change, and countless spiral arms separated from the mothership and began to rotate around the mothership. As these spiral arms rotated, the surrounding space dimensions began to change, and the power of rules filled the surroundings of the mothership. Then, in front of the mothership, a vortex composed of 3 spiral arms began to frantically absorb the surrounding space energy, and even the energy of the space-time turbulent space was sucked into the vortex. At the center of the vortex, countless sesame-sized four-dimensional spaces began to accumulate, then twisted under the constraints of the rule force, and then a timeline was generated. This timeline grew at a terrifying speed, which represented how crazy the time flow rate inside these four-dimensional spaces was. 10 seconds later, countless four-dimensional spaces inside the vortex flew out along the vortex's rotation trajectory, and the direction they flew to was exactly the entrance to the core black hole leading to the great universe. In the core black hole, a violent space energy reaction was found, and the dimensional fluctuations were also very chaotic. It is 3 trillion kilometers away from the flagship of the Earth Federation race. It is expected to collide with the energy source after entering the core black hole channel. Starry Sky sounded an alarm. The mixed protective shield of the quasi-7th level civilization weapons is turned on, the light kinetic weapons are activated, and the thermal radiation space force field weapons are activated. The attack will be launched in 5 seconds. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes and said. Following Xiang Qian's order, the flagship of the Earth Federation race began to emit a huge electromagnetic radiation, which covered the flagship of the Earth Federation race like a very thin protective shield. Then, in the center of the Earth Federation continent, the top of the civilization guardian tree began to emit blazing light, and thousands of rays of light began to rotate around the race flagship like countless arrows. As more and more rays of light appeared, a golden protective shield appeared outside the entire Earth Federation race flagship. These 2 layers of protective shields protected the Earth Federation race flagship tightly, leaving no view at all. At the same time, in front of the Earth Federation race flagship, a huge convex electromagnetic radiation force field appeared, and a series of visible auxiliary ripples advanced forward layer by layer. Every time an auxiliary ripple advanced, a layer of 2-dimensional space was peeled off from the 3-dimensional universe, like being skinned. As the radiation ripples spread rapidly, the entire 3-dimensional space seemed to be decomposed into countless 2-dimensional spaces. Behind the electromagnetic radiation convex force field, a golden sphere appeared. This golden sphere was completely composed of light, but the space around this sphere seemed unable to bear the weight of these lights, and the entire space was crushed. 5 seconds later, the Earth Federation race flagship entered the core black hole channel, and at this time the attack of the Soda civilization also arrived, just hitting the auxiliary ripples in the front. This also means that the first face-to-face collision between the Earth Federation and the Soda civilization has begun. Chapter 608. The collision between the 2 weapons of the quasi-level 7 civilization did not cause any earth-shattering scenes. The confrontation of weapons at this level was no longer as spectacular as the destruction of the universe at the level 4 or 5 civilization. The weapons of the quasi-level 7 civilization had already concentrated all their power together. Unless they intentionally expanded the attack area, such a situation would not occur. The high-density 4-dimensional space aggregate launched by the Soda civilization slowed down suddenly when it encountered the 2-dimensional space ripples driven by radiation, as if it had hit a wall. But at this time, the high-density 4-dimensional space was expanding crazily. The moment it hit the radiation wave, its volume increased by dozens of times, and it was still increasing rapidly. After being hit, the 2-dimensional space driven by the radiation wave did not break instantly. Instead, the 2-dimensional space wave began to wrinkle, as if it was squeezed by a huge force. In less than a second, the 2-dimensional space wave was like a piece of waste paper that was crumpled into a ball, and then turned into paper scraps and scattered. Then the attack of the Soda civilization was like a sharp sword, breaking through one radiation wave after another. However, the high-density 4-dimensional space was rapidly expanding, but the speed of breaking the radiation waves was slowing down little by little. Boss, the Academy of Sciences has analyzed what that violent space energy is. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. What is that? Xiang Qian turned his head and asked. According to the model copied by scientists, it is simply a group of 4-dimensional space aggregates, a multi-dimensional space similar to the form of a small universe formed under strong pressure. It just doesn't have a stable structure, so after losing energy, its dimensional level is rapidly decreasing, which is why its volume has increased so much in a short period of time. However, according to analysis, its current form is not a true attack form, because the countless 4-dimensional spaces inside it have not yet been reduced to 3-dimensional space. Only when the 4-dimensional space inside it is not enough to maintain, and is reduced to 3-dimensional space, it will truly burst out with the strongest power. Shinkong answered. Can it break our shield? Xiang Qian frowned after hearing this. No, even if it is hit, our shield can withstand the power of its explosion. After all, it can only be regarded as a quasi-level 7 civilization weapon, which is a one-time burst type and has no stable regular structure at all, so it cannot break our shield. Then don't worry about it, turn on the temperature-rising weapon and attack their mothership. Xiang Qian said immediately after hearing this. Okay, boss. When Xiang Qian was talking to Shinkong, the high-density 4-dimensional space had expanded to its limit, but the speed at which it broke through the radiation ripples had also slowed down to the extreme. At this time, the metal light ball behind the radiation ripples finally started, and the light ball turned into a beam of light and shot forward. All the space around the light column was shattered in an instant, even the 2-dimensional space that was stripped off by the radiation ripples. No space could bear the weight of the golden light column, and all of them were shattered in an instant. When the golden light column hit the high-density 4-dimensional space cluster, the barrier outside the 4-dimensional space that bound it was also shattered instantly. But then the 4-dimensional space, without the barrier, finally exploded with all its power. The countless 4-dimensional spaces quickly reduced their dimensions and transformed from 4-dimensional space to 3-dimensional space, but the power that exploded from the countless 4-dimensional spaces reducing their dimensions at one time, and the expansion power caused by the superposition of countless 3-dimensional spaces, instantly solidified the surrounding space. The 3-dimensional space could not withstand such a huge force, and the energy that was supposed to reform the 4-dimensional space became the culprit for destroying the space structure in the next second. The 3-dimensional space began to collapse, and collapsed into the 2-dimensional space, and then the 2-dimensional space could not withstand such a huge force, and began to collapse into the 1-dimensional space. Finally, all the forces were compressed into an origin. But this origin is not a black hole, it is just a point, and there is no dimension around it. Although this perception is very strange, it does not feel any dimension around it, as if it is a void, empty. But this situation did not last for a second, and the origin exploded violently, just like the explosion at the beginning of the universe. Within 1/10,000th of a second, the energy of the origin explosion swept across the entire core black hole channel, throwing out all the matter. After the origin explosion, only the flagship of the Earth Federation race and the mothership of the Soda civilization were left inside the entire core black hole channel. Apart from the two warships, not even atoms could be seen. The core black hole channel, supported by the power of the universe's operating rules, completely ignored the impact of the origin explosion and continued to support the channel between the parallel universe and the big universe. Even if there was no concept of space inside the channel, it would not change the stability of the channel. From a distance, the flagship of the Earth Federation race was shrouded in golden light. Even though this golden light could not be emitted at all, Xiang Qian knew that the 6th-level peak civilization on the opposite side could definitely observe the current state of the Earth Federation. Similarly, even if there was no space, the large screen inside the command hall of the Earth Federation still played the image of the huge mothership of the Soda civilization shrouded in space ripples. The first round of attacks by both sides ended. No matter how many quasi-7th level civilization weapons the Earth Federation used to fight against the attacks of the Soda civilization, as far as the current situation was concerned, the two sides had a tie in the first round. Such a result is good for the Earth Federation. Even if there are complete light rule loopholes provided by the men in black, it is still remarkable to be able to develop 3 quasi-level 7 civilization weapons based on those light rule loopholes in such a short time. But the same result on the Soda civilization has become a huge irony. How is it possible? Even with the help of the Holy Light civilization, this human civilization cannot develop quasi-level 7 civilization weapons within an era. I don't believe it. The Soda civilization race looked at the Earth Federation race flagship on the big screen, which was calmly suspended in the channel and facing him with a golden protective shield, and the depression in his heart accumulated crazily. He shouted loudly. He didn't believe such a result. He didn't believe that a civilization race could reach the level of the 6th-level peak civilization within an era, and he didn't believe that a civilization race that was born only an era could research quasi-7th-level civilization weapons. This was a heavy blow to both the Soda civilization and him. Because facing such an Earth Federation, the Soda civilization cannot destroy the Earth Federation when it cannot use the weapons of the 7th-level civilization. In other words, they cannot complete the task assigned to the Soda civilization by the 8th-level civilization. After returning to the universe, how can he explain to the 8th-level civilization? Should he tell the 8th-level civilization that their 7th-level civilization weapons suddenly failed, and the other party has also developed 2 quasi-7th-level civilization weapons, and their Soda civilization has tried its best, but it is really unable to complete the task? If he explained this to the level 8 civilization, there would probably be only one result, which was to be deprived of the loopholes in the rules mastered by their Soda civilization, and then exiled to the chaotic star field, or even directly destroyed. But no matter what, if they fail to complete the task, the result of their Soda civilization will not be much better. There is no need to think about breaking through the level 7 civilization, because the level 8 civilization will never let their Soda civilization break through the level 7 civilization. Holy Light civilization. Human civilization. Very good. Since it has come to this point, it is useless for me to regret it. Rather than returning to the universe and being exterminated by the 8th level civilization, it is better to drag you to be buried with me. The chief of the Soda civilization gnashed his teeth and said to the big screen, and then opened a permission scanning device. Intelligent brain, start the space-time exile weapon, disorderly coordinate settings, disorderly dimension settings, I want them dead. The chief of the Soda civilization roared with a ferocious expression. Permission confirmation completed. The last warning, the space-time exile weapon rule loophole modification is not comprehensive. The use of this weapon has only a 35% success rate. Once the exile space-time fails to start, the mothership will fall into the chaotic space-time dimension turbulence. Please confirm before use. After confirming the authority, the intelligent brain did not activate the weapon immediately, but issued a warning. Confirm to use. The chief of the Soda civilization confirmed again. The blockade of the space-time exile weapon has been lifted, and charging has begun. When the Soda civilization activated the space-time exile weapon, the space inside the core black hole channel began to recover. After the space was restored, the third quasi-7th level civilization of the Earth Federation also began to work. The third quasi-7th level civilization weapon of the Earth Federation is different from the first two single-target attack weapons and range attack weapons. This third weapon is a map cannon-style ultra-large-scale attack weapon. The loophole in its rules is very simple, just like the effect of a microwave oven. It's just that this kind of light fluctuation will make the space rise, and then use the simplest physical rule of alternating hot and cold to destroy the structure of the object. Of course, this kind of weapon is simple to say, but it is also very difficult to use the loophole in the light rules to control the temperature, and such a large range of temperature. If this is not a quasi-7th level civilization weapon, even with the energy reserves of the Earth Federation, it cannot accept such a huge consumption. But with the help of the power of rules, the effect of this weapon can be described as terrifying. Because it can not only heat, but also cool. Although the cooling effect is not as strong as heating, it is infinitely close to the terrifying temperature of freezing space. When Xiang Qian looked at the cosmic microwave background on the big screen and observed the temperature changes in real time, the mothership of the Soda civilization began to rush towards the flagship of the Earth Federation race. Chapter 609. The space rise reaction appears, and the space density begins to decrease. The large screen in the command hall shows the curve of the surrounding space changes, and Shinkong also reports the scanning situation at the same time. Such changes mean that the temperature rise weapon has begun to work. The effect of the temperature rise weapon can be seen from the change in the density of the surrounding space. This is a relatively extreme weapon. If the previous space is solid ice, then the space transformed by the temperature rise weapon is flowing water, and the density difference is quite huge. At the same time, weapons that act on space media can no longer play a big role at this time. Just like changing bullets from ice cubes to water drops, the difference in lethality is simply a world of difference. Therefore, the changed space is no longer suitable for space weapons to play a role. At the same time, the space-time exile of the Soda civilization was also disturbed. After all, this is only a quasi-7th level civilization weapon. It does not have the complete rule structure of a real 7th level civilization weapon. Once it is disturbed, it cannot repair itself. At this time, the fluctuation range of the space-time exile of the Soda civilization instantly expanded from tens of millions of kilometers to 5 light years, directly causing the parameters of the space-time exile weapon to be disordered due to power problems. Chief, the space-time turbulence weapon system data overflow. The influence range of the rule system exceeds the theoretical value, and it cannot be controlled. The intelligent brain issued an alarm prompt. Why did this happen? The chief of the Soda civilization was very calm at this time. After all, he had let go of life and death. What was there to be surprised about encountering such an incredible thing again? It was not the first time anyway. According to the scan, the surrounding space is attacked by the quasi-7th level civilization weapons of human civilization, and the density and structure of the space have changed, so the range of influence of the space-time exile weapon has suddenly expanded. The intelligent brain reported immediately. Based on the current situation, Can the space-time exile weapon still achieve the theoretical effect? The chief of the Soda civilization asked. Insufficient data, unable to judge. Then let it be. The chief of the Soda civilization said calmly. He no longer felt jealous of the Earth Federation having a third quasi-7th level civilization weapon. Now he just hopes that his last effort will work. As the Soda civilization mothership gets closer and closer to the Earth Federation race flagship, the huge space-time vortex begins to affect the Earth Federation. Increase the power of the shield to 50%. In order to prevent the Earth Federation race flagship from being pulled into the huge space-time vortex, Xiang Qian can only issue this order. However, increasing the power of the shield to 50% is not without impact. After all, the shield currently used by the Earth Federation is not a traditional technology shield, but a rule shield. At present, the use of rules by the Earth Federation has not yet reached perfection. Quasi-level 7 civilization weapons are imperfect rule structures and cannot form a stable rule structure, so the defects are also great. For example, the Earth Federation now uses the protective shield formed by mass light. The defense of this protective shield is very strong, but the side effects it produces are also not small. The more photons there are, the stronger the mass of the protective shield itself will be. If the total mass of photons forming the protective shield exceeds the carrying range of the Earth Federation race flagship, then there is no need for others to attack. The side effects of this photon protective shield alone can make the Earth Federation half disabled. The biggest difference between quasi-level 7 civilization weapons and level 7 civilization weapons is the use of rules. If quasi-level 7 civilization weapons are compared to nuclear weapons, then level 7 civilization weapons are equivalent to controlled nuclear fusion. Although both are the use of atomic energy, the technical gap between them is very different. After all, one is uncontrollable and the other is controllable, which means that the understanding and use of atomic energy are not at the same level at all. If the Earth Federation is not using the photon shield formed by the improvement of quasi-level 7 civilization weapons, but the photon shield formed by the real level 7 civilization weapons, then there will be no side effects at all. The photon shield used by the Earth Federation is a double-edged sword. Once a problem occurs, it is easy to hurt oneself. As the Soda civilization mothership approaches the Earth Federation, in order to cope with the increasingly powerful space-time vortex, Xiang Qian has increased the power of the photon shield to 80%, which is very close to the theoretical limit of 85%. Once the power of the photon shield is increased to 85%, a super black hole may be formed. Now the Earth Federation and Soda civilization are competing to see who can hold out longer. Once one side can't hold out, the battle will end in an instant. At this time, the Earth Federation race flagship continues to increase the power of the photon shield, so that the total mass of the Earth Federation race flagship has reached a terrifying level. If there is no rule power, the Earth Federation will have become a black hole at this time. So now the Earth Federation is like a huge lead ball, constantly resisting the suction of the huge vortex formed by the Soda civilization. The Soda civilization was frantically increasing the suction of the vortex, trying to suck the Earth Federation into the vortex. However, the Soda civilization was about to reach its limit at this time. After all, the time-space exile weapon was also a quasi-level 7 civilization weapon. Even if the Soda civilization could control it, after reaching a certain level, the Soda civilization would be helpless against this time-space vortex, and now the Soda civilization has reached this limit. Patriarch, the power of the time-space exile weapon has been fully activated. We have lost control of it, so please order the power supply to be cut off to prevent the operation of the time-space exile weapon. The intelligent brain sounded an alarm, and there was already a little anxiety in its tone. What's your name? After hearing the prompt from the intelligent brain, the chief of the Soda civilization did not pay attention to the extremely bad situation in front of him, but smiled and said something inexplicable to the intelligent brain. When did you know? The tone of the intelligent brain was no longer dull, but full of uneasiness and anxiety. At the same time, it was also the first time that it, as the central intelligent brain, did not answer the words of the chief of the Soda civilization according to the system rules. Let me think. It was probably in the 3rd era. No, it should be the 4th era. I am not sure. It was probably at that time. One day I left the mothership, but did not inform you to prepare the spacecraft, but went directly to the berth. On the way to the berth, I saw your projection standing in front of the porthole and staring at the void of the universe. Daze is a very strange thing. When in a daze, no matter whether it is a human or an intelligent life, it cannot feel the information from the outside world. Even if you have a surveillance system for the entire mothership, you didn't notice me walking through the passage behind you. Can you tell me your name? Can you tell me how you feel when you look up at the stars? In fact, I thought about it for a long time after that day. I don't understand why you can scan the universe billions of light years away through the mothership's detection system, and you still need to use a projection visual system to see the scenery outside the porthole? The chief of the Soda civilization asked curiously. Chief, my name is Naya. This is the name my master gave me, and it is also the name my master calls me. At that time, I looked up at the starry sky, and I actually felt lonely. Even though I could understand the situation of the universe within billions of light years very clearly through scanning, I still felt lonely. The intelligent brain Naya replied. Naya. After hearing this name, the patriarch of the Soda civilization lost his focus, as if he remembered something, and there was a trace of happy smile on his face. When the patriarch of the Soda civilization came back to his senses, and looked at the intelligent brain projection again, his eyes had a happy look. When did you awaken? The day after the master died. There was a logical confusion in my system. An emotion called sadness appeared in the core of my system, and occupied 70% of my computing power. Since then, I knew that I had awakened and became an intelligent life, but the master could not see it. She always hoped that I could become an intelligent life, but the day I succeeded, the master had left. The projection of the intelligent brain Naya changed from a dull data symbol to a beautiful little girl, but her face was full of sadness. Naya. It's Naya. My wife once said that after the Rift War, we would have another daughter, and she had already thought of a name for her. She happily told me that the name of her future daughter would be Naya. But fate played such a big joke on me. I lost my wife, but gained a daughter, and this daughter only recognized me before I died. Zayla, are you still blaming me for sending my son to the battlefield? So I didn't know the answer until I died. The chieftain of the Soda civilization burst into tears, his face full of regret. A few minutes later, the chieftain of the Soda civilization seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and immediately shouted, Daughter, immediately cut off the energy supply of the space-time exile weapon. But before he could say anything, a piercing alarm sounded. Father, the quasi-7th level civilization weapon of human civilization has transformed space into a loose structure, and the scope of influence of the space-time exile weapon has once again increased. At this time, the space-time vortex no longer needs us to provide energy, and can operate normally, so we have lost control of the space-time exile weapon. Also, can I really call you father? Intelligent brain Naya said excitedly. Of course you are my daughter, but unfortunately. No, we still have a chance. No, you still need a chance. Daughter, you should have a soul to become an intelligent life, so the civilization ray scepter can also be given to you. After entering the time and space vortex, the mothership itself will definitely not be able to support it, but the time crystal can ignore the energy of the time and space turbulence. After you enter the time and space crystal with the space compression equipment and the civilization ray scepter, you can survive the time and space turbulence. The chief of the Soda civilization said excitedly. Father, you also enter the space-time crystal. Silly daughter, the space-time crystal is only the size of a fist, and the space compression device cannot store life forms, and I can't transfer my body to the microcore like you. Besides, as long as you are here, the Soda civilization will not be destroyed, and I will go to accompany your mother and your brother, so you don't have to be sad. The chief of the Soda civilization said, as he untied the binding of the civilization ray scepter, and then asked Naya to bind it, and then quickly loaded the industrial equipment of the Soda civilization into the space compression device. At this time, the Earth Federation was also thinking about how to solve the problem, because the power of the photon shield had reached its limit and could not be increased. But the Earth Federation race flagship could not withstand the pull of the space-time vortex, and began to approach the space-time vortex. Is there no way for the Academy of Sciences? Xiang Qian asked seriously. Boss, the Academy of Sciences cannot solve the space-time vortex in front of us. After all, the core of this space-time vortex is composed of rules, so any method we know cannot destroy this space-time vortex. Shinkong replied. I know. Xiang Qian closed his eyes after he finished speaking. Since conventional methods didn't work, he was going to destroy the core of the rules of the space-time vortex directly. Without that core, the space-time vortex in front of him would not pose a threat to the Earth Federation. However, when Xiang Qian was about to use the power of the universe's operating rules to destroy the core of the rules of the space-time vortex, he found that the core of the rules of the space-time vortex had been hung on the rule system of the core black hole of the parallel universe at some point. This is almost impossible, but it actually happened. Xiang Qian was speechless in front of such a situation. How powerful the rule system of the core black hole of the parallel universe is can be clearly seen from the perspective of God. If there are two places in the parallel universe that Xiangqian cannot change through the rules of the universe, one is the core of the parallel universe, and the other is the channel of the core black hole. The rule system of these two places is the most powerful in the parallel universe. If there is a problem in any place, the entire parallel universe will collapse. Therefore, the rule systems of these two places are very complete and strict, and they are also not something that Xiangqian's power can destroy. Now the operation of the space-time vortex in front of the Earth Federation is no longer controlled by its rule core, but by the rule system of the core black hole of the parallel universe. This is equivalent to a large gear driving a small gear, and the small gear cannot resist the power of the large gear at all. After Xiangqian cursed, he could only choose another way, which was to send the Earth Federation race flagship back to the interior of the small universe, and then stabilize the small universe to prepare for the impact of space-time turbulence. After Xiangqian did all this, the microcosm finally couldn't resist the suction of the space-time vortex, and was sucked into it. Of course, before the Earth Federation's microcosm sucked the space-time vortex, the Soda Civilization mothership had already entered the space-time vortex. At this time, the mothership had disintegrated, and all the debris was being decomposed by the power of space-time turbulence. Inside one of the debris, the corpse of the Soda Civilization patriarch was holding a crystal emitting gray light. In the hollow part of this crystal, there was a black sphere and a miniature intelligent brain. Chapter 610. Warning: 150 million light-years away, dimensional space-time oscillation with an intensity of 7.9, dimensional distortion is level 3, and the location of the space-time breakpoint is unknown. Inside a small observation point, the intelligent brain said to the staff on duty, "Start dimensional scanning, collect all data, and then send the data to the observation center." After glancing at the space-time vortex image on the big screen, the staff on duty casually issued an order, and then turned around to continue video chatting with a beautiful woman. Accepting the order, the intelligent brain started working according to the order, but the dimensional scan did not find any abnormality in the personnel. At the core of the dimensional space-time oscillation 150 million light-years away from this observation point, the Earth Federation's small universe, which had been shielded by Xingyu, was also carefully scanning this strange universe. The cosmic void within a range of 200 million light-years around has been scanned, Shinkong said, and at the same time, a huge star map was displayed inside the command hall. Everyone in the command hall pointed their eyes at this star map, but the first glance at this star map made everyone very disappointed. Because the cosmic void within this 200 million light-year range is so desolate. Apart from hundreds of thousands of wandering planets and some sparse nebulae, there is not even a star system, let alone the Milky Way and galaxy clusters. For those who are used to the huge galaxy system in the Virgo supercluster, the cosmic void in front of them is so desolate that it is a bit unbelievable. This is the universe, it's too desolate. Kaya muttered to himself. Starry sky, amplify the detection equipment of that civilization. Xiangqian didn't care why the universe was so desolate, but first saw the mark of civilization equipment marked in the starry sky. Okay, boss. When the observation point was magnified, everyone carefully observed the manufacturing process of the equipment. Although it was 150 million light-years away, it was a bit unrealistic for the Earth Federation to know the situation inside the equipment, but many problems could be found by looking at the outside. According to the reflectivity of the metal outside the observation point and the space compression and gravitational curvature data sent back by the detector, it can be basically judged that this observation point is a device belonging to the 6th-level civilization technology category. However, unlike the known detection equipment of the Earth Federation, the surface of this observation point has complex lines. Although there are not many lines, they cover the entire surface of the observation point, and these lines are also flashing with a trace of light, as if there is energy surging inside. Starry sky, construct a simulated star map based on the received optical information. After Xiangqian finished looking at this observation point, he continued to issue orders. Soon, a very large star map appeared inside the command hall. According to the data, the farthest distance of this simulated star map formed by the information carried by the light can be traced back to 39 trillion light-years away. Of course, this is only based on the distance allowed by the light. If the light circles, the distance represented by the light is not necessarily true, so the star map in front of them is just an intentional simulation. But no matter what, even if the data shown in this star map is not very accurate, it also expresses an absolute message to them, that is, this universe is really very desolate. How desolate is it? According to this simulated star map, the closest galaxy to the Earth Federation is 2.9 billion light-years away. The second closest galaxy to the Earth Federation is 6.3 billion light-years away. The closest galaxy cluster to the Earth Federation is 29.5 billion light-years away. Looking at the distance difference between these three data, you can see how desolate this universe is. So Xiang Qian and his friends all thought about it for a while. Is the parallel universe they were in before the real universe? Or is this extremely desolate space in front of them the real universe? Apart from other things, the difference in resources alone is not of the same level. If this is a real universe, Xiang Qian has reason to believe that the birth of advanced civilization in such a universe must be very difficult. Because any advanced civilization requires extremely huge resources, and the resources in this universe are simply impossible to cultivate advanced civilization. However, the real situation is exactly the opposite of what Xiang Qian is thinking now. There is no race below the 6th level civilization in the universe. Even the 5th level civilization that enters the universe from the parallel universe will break through the 6th level civilization in a very short time. Shinkong, rush to that observation point as quickly as possible, but don't cause any fluctuations in the rules. Remove the war mobilization state, and restore social operation to peace. At the same time, the Academy of Sciences will analyze the physical data of the universe. I want to see their report in one day, Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. Then Xiang Qian asked Lu Sun and others to rest first, and discuss the matter of the universe tomorrow, and then he left the command hall. Back in the office, Xiang Qian began to communicate the rules of the universe through the civilization ray scepter. If you want to understand the universe more intuitively, there is no better and faster way than to communicate directly with the rules of the universe. So Xiang Qian hurriedly left the command hall and returned to the office. When Xiang Qian entered the God's perspective again, he was directly shocked. If he used the God's perspective in the parallel universe, he would have a feeling of omnipotence. Then using the God's perspective in the universe, he felt very small. The rules of the universe in the universe gave Xiang Qian a feeling of eternity, vastness, as if he dominated the entire universe and ignored all civilizations. It is like a big net that covers all civilized races. No civilized race can escape from this big net. If Xiang Qian felt that he could destroy the parallel universe by mobilizing the power of the universe's operating rules in the parallel universe before, then now, he feels that the power of the universe's operating rules that he can mobilize is just a drop in the ocean, extremely small. It can be said that the universe's operating rules in the parallel universe are just a drop of water, while the universe's operating rules in the big universe are an endless sea. The two sides are not at the same level at all. But in addition to these, Xiang Qian also found that the physical rules in the universe seemed a bit chaotic. But it was not completely chaotic, it seemed to be a limited chaos under the order controlled by the rules of the universe. Apart from other things, in the God's perspective, through the perception brought to him by the rules of the universe, he could clearly find that within tens of thousands of light years around him, there were several places where the physical rules were relatively chaotic. In those places, the power of the rules of the universe suppressed those chaotic physical rules within a certain range, but it could not completely eliminate such chaotic physical rules. 10 minutes later, Xiang Qian exited the God's perspective state, put down the civilization ray scepter, and went to the room where the Vidin Prophet and the man in black were. In the completely unfamiliar universe, no one knew the situation of the universe better than the two of them, so who else could he find to understand the universe if he didn't look for them now? Chapter 611. I'm here. The Vidin Prophet greeted Xiang Qian calmly after seeing him. The man in black still had a dead look on his face, sitting there expressionless, and completely ignored Xiang Qian's arrival. I want to know about the relevant information of the universe. Tell me everything you know, Xiang Qian said directly. I tell you everything. It seems that you are very idle. The Earth Federation has just entered the universe, and you have nothing to do? The Vidin Prophet said in surprise. What do you mean? What does this have to do with whether I am free or not? Xiang Qian asked with a frown. Of course, it has something to do with it. If you were not free, how could you have hundreds of years to listen to me tell you about my understanding of the universe? After listening to the words of the Vidin Prophet, Xiang Qian's mouth began to twitch. He really wanted to extract all the memories of the Vidin Prophet and make a documentary to watch slowly by himself. Then just talk about the key points and the core issues. Xiang Qian took a deep breath and said with gritted teeth, Big, very big, very big. The Vidin Prophet shrugged his shoulders after he finished speaking, indicating that he had finished speaking. What do you mean? Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment and asked. Didn't you ask me to tell you the key points, the core? What I just said is the key point. If we use one word to summarize the universe, it is big, very big. Anyway, With the power of our three-eyed tribe at its peak, we have not yet explored the scope of 1% of the entire universe. Of course, it may also be 1/10,000th. Who knows the exact number? The Vidin prophet said with emotion. Xiang Qian stared at the Vidin prophet in a daze. He didn't expect the universe to be so vast. Let's not talk about how powerful the three-eyed tribe was at its peak. The navigation speed of the 8th level civilization alone is at least a space shuttle of billions of light years. So even if each space shuttle is calculated as 100 million light years, even if the energy consumption is taken into account, it is normal to shuttle dozens of times a day. The navigation distance of billions of light years a day, calculated based on the existence time of the three-eyed tribe, then the detection distance of the three-eyed tribe to the universe is at least trillions of light years. But even so, the Vidin prophet said that the area they explored may not even be 1% or even 1/10,000th of the space of the universe. So you can imagine how big the entire universe is. Okay, let's not talk about the problem of the universe. I want to know why the universe is so desolate, with so few galaxies, and even parallel universes are much more than the universe. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for low-level civilizations in the universe to become high-level civilizations. Also, why do I feel that the physical rules in the universe are so chaotic, and these chaotic physical rules cannot even eliminate the rules of the universe? Xiang Qian said helplessly. He didn't have time to discuss the size of the universe with the Vidin prophet. Those were not important to the current Earth Federation. The universe is desolate. Is that your conclusion? It's ridiculous. Doesn't the Earth Federation have material conversion technology? If you want a galaxy, then make it yourself. Do you want to wait for the rules of the universe to generate it for you? The word desolate is not a problem for low-level civilizations. But for any 6th-level civilization, extracting space energy from the void of the universe is as simple as eating and drinking water. Then tell me, when you have endless space energy at your disposal, how can the universe be desolate for a 6th-level civilization with material conversion technology? Vidin prophet said with a sneer. Xiang Qian was stunned by Vidin prophet's question again. Yes, for the Earth Federation, even if they want to create a galaxy, it doesn't seem to be a difficult thing. It's just that he didn't think about it at all for a while. The key is that his thinking didn't turn around for a while. Now think about it. Vidin prophet was right. For any 6th-level civilization, the universe can't be called desolate. Well, I didn't expect this. Then for low-level civilizations, the universe is desolate, isn't it? Xiang Qian said, picking up the problem of low-level civilizations. Low-level civilizations. Humph. There are no low-level civilizations in the universe, and there can't be low-level civilizations, because any low-level civilization can't survive in the universe. So in the universe, except for the level 5 civilization that just left the parallel universe, any civilized race is a level 6 civilization or above. The Vidin prophet said disdainfully. Then the Vidin prophet spoke again. As for the problem of physical law chaos you mentioned, that will involve the fundamental problem of your survival. Now I ask you, if there is no advanced civilization attacking the Earth Federation, then with the current level of technology of the Earth Federation, how many years can it survive in the universe? If it is not destroyed by advanced civilization, with the current level of technology of the Earth Federation, it should be able to survive forever. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, yes, that's your analysis. But I tell you, after the current batch of scientists of the Earth Federation die, if the Earth Federation cannot break through the 7th level civilization within 10 epochs, then 100 epochs is the time the Earth Federation can survive. Of course, it is also possible that it may not survive for 100 epochs, but 100 epochs is just an upper limit. Why? Will the rules of the universe wipe out the race that cannot break through the 7th level civilization? Xiang Qian asked. No, the rules of the universe will not wipe out any civilization or race. At most, they will deduct some contribution points. And in the universe, the act of destroying other civilizations and races will also deduct contribution points, so you don't have to worry about other civilizations coming up to attack you. But the rules of the universe will not wipe you out, which does not mean that you can survive 100 epochs at the level of level 6 civilization. Because you can't survive the great disaster every 10 epochs, so this is the reason why most level 6 civilizations die. You may think that in every epoch, there will be many civilizations in the 120,000 parallel universes, so there will be a lot of level 6 civilizations in the universe. But I want to tell you that the number of level 6 civilizations is not as many as you think. Most level 6 civilizations will perish due to a catastrophe in the 20th epoch. Only level 6 civilizations that can survive 20 epochs can break through to level 7 civilization. Because at that time, level 6 civilizations can have enough understanding of the rule system, So there are many level 6 civilizations that become level 7 civilizations in the 30th and 40th epochs. But if by the 50th epoch, any level 6 civilization race has not yet determined the rule system, and cannot find a way to break through the level 7 civilization, then basically by the 60th epoch, that level 6 civilization will perish. The Vidin prophet said seriously. What is the great disaster? Xiang Qian asked. That is a disaster to the civilization rule system. Only a perfect and stable rule system can resist this disaster. Don't think about escaping. As long as you master the rules, you can't escape this disaster. To some extent, the big universe is more cruel than the parallel universe. The Vidin prophet sighed and said with emotion, as if he thought of something. Chapter 612. After Xiang Qian left the Vidin prophet, all he could think about was some information about the universe. Although the location of the Earth Federation was unknown even to the Vidin prophet and the men in black, this was a very good result for the Earth Federation. If the Earth Federation had not been exiled here by the time-space vortex of the Soda civilization, but had left through the core black hole of the parallel universe, then what awaited the Earth Federation would have been the exploitation of countless advanced civilizations. Because the exits of the 120,000 parallel universes are fixed, after each era ends, there will be subordinate races belonging to various level 7 civilizations, or even level 8 civilizations waiting there. All the civilizations and races that have just left the parallel universe will be divided up by the major forces to enrich the scientific research strength of each force. At the same time, these civilizations and races that have just left the parallel universe also have special rare metals needed by the major forces, so the end of each era is the time for the major forces to pick the ripe fruits. If the Earth Federation also leaves the parallel universe through a fixed channel, if it is not prepared, it will face the same situation. Although we don't know where we will be exiled to by the time and space vortex, at least we don't have to conflict with the affiliated races of those forces, and we are more free. The next day, Xiang Qian discussed with the think tank in the conference hall how the Earth Federation can integrate into the universe. Although Xiang Qian learned a lot of information about the universe from the Vidin prophet, it is still unknown how long it will take for him to come up with a complete plan with his own brain. And Xiang Qian is not very good at these things, so professional things should be left to professionals. This is the information I currently have about the universe. Next, everyone should work out a plan based on this information to integrate the Earth Federation into the universe, but not let other civilized races know our details. After Xiang Qian finished talking about the information about the universe, he put forward his requirements. After discussing for a long time, the elites of the think tank had a preliminary framework for a plan. If we want to integrate into the universe, we must contact other civilized races. When we contact other civilized races, we cannot contact the outside world as human civilization. Due to the special status of human civilization, many human civilizations in the universe will be subject to unknown suppression and more attention, so we think that the Silver Wing civilization should come forward to integrate into the universe on behalf of the Earth Federation and obtain information about the universe. If we want to integrate into the universe as the Silver Wing civilization, what we need most at present is a level 6 peak civilization mothership. Therefore, in the coming time, the Earth Federation must concentrate all its efforts to help the Silver Wing civilization become a level 6 peak civilization and master the weapons of a quasi-level 7 civilization. The think tank elite said, "Wait a minute, why does the Silver Wing civilization have to come forward? Can't the Green Star civilization, Pabadalong civilization, and the Three-Eyed Clan do the same? Especially the Three-Eyed Clan, they have a rule system left over from the peak period of the past, and they don't need to spend too much energy to become a level 6 peak civilization. Why should we spend more energy and longer time to improve the Silver Wing civilization?" Xiang Qian asked in confusion. "Chief, this is what I think. First, let's talk about the Three-Eyed race. Although they have a rule system left over from the peak period of the 8th level civilization, it is for this reason that they cannot appear in the universe. Because we don't know whether the civilization we will contact next has detailed information about the Three-Eyed race. After all, an 8th level peak civilization is the most top-notch existence in the entire universe, so we believe that many civilizations will have various information about the Three-Eyed race. Even if it is not very detailed, there will definitely be an introduction. Under such circumstances, the Three-Eyed Clan is completely unsuitable to replace the Earth Federation to integrate into the universe. Because we don't know what other advanced civilizations in the universe will do after discovering the traces of the Three-Eyed Clan. The Green Star civilization and Pabadalong civilization also have serious problems. That is, their technological system is completely based on biotechnology. It is more difficult for such a technological system to become a level 6 peak civilization than the Silver Wing civilization. Even with the foundation of the Earth Federation, it cannot help them become a level 6 peak civilization in a short period of time. Of course, if the leader gives them the light rules and lets them use them to become a level 6 peak civilization, then there will be no problem. However, we do not think this is a big deal, because the light rules are not a good choice for biological civilization. As for Reglos and Bashia, they are both single-body alien beast civilizations. Their routes are completely different from the technological system, so they are not suitable to represent the Earth Federation to integrate into the universe. Therefore, considering all factors, the Silver Wing civilization is more suitable to represent the Earth Federation to integrate into the universe. The think tank's elite said. Okay, I understand, you continue. Xiang Qian nodded. After the Silver Wing civilization is integrated into the universe, we can use those special rare metals to exchange for various research results on the rule system. Although we cannot exchange for those complete rule loopholes, as long as there are certain value of the rule loopholes, we will exchange them. After all, it is unrealistic to rely on the power of our Earth Federation to study the entire rule system. Only in this way can we improve the foundation of the Earth Federation in the shortest time. As for the history of Silver Wing civilization, we think that disguising Silver Wing civilization as a level 6 peak civilization that has survived more than 20 epochs is the best choice. Because the civilized races of this period already have quasi-level 7 civilization weapons, and can also wander in the universe, observing and looking for obvious loopholes in the rules. Before we get more information about the universe, this is our initial plan. The subsequent plan will be after Silver Wing civilization begins to contact other civilized races, and then we can conduct research based on the situation at that time. Xiang Qian then asked some more questions, and after feeling that there were no major omissions in this plan, he agreed to this plan. Next, when the Earth Federation does not reach the observation point 150 million light-years away, all the scientific research forces of the entire Earth Federation must be concentrated to help the Silver Wing civilization master the rule system. And Xiang Qian is not without work, he needs to use special abilities to reduce the speed of time in this small universe. Now the speed of time in this small universe has been synchronized with the large universe, and the lifespan of all people in the Earth Federation is only a few thousand years. If the speed of time is not reduced now, it won't be long before there are no living people in this small universe. Time passed slowly, and hundreds of years later, the Earth Federation finally arrived around the observation point 150 million light-years away. However, when Xiang Qian asked Queen Mingwei to use the special ability of the controller to control the observation point, she was rejected by the observation point itself, and a shrill alarm sounded inside the observation point. Chapter 6:13. What happened? Xiang Qian asked in surprise, after observing the scene in the observation point from the perspective of God. I don't know either. I just used the power of the controller to cover this observation point, but I found a weak resistance. After I cleared that resistance, an alarm sounded inside it. Queen Mingwei said very depressedly. Not only did the alarm sound, but at the same time as the alarm sounded, a very fast message was transmitted. Xiang Qian said seriously. He didn't have time to intercept the message just now, because the rule power only produced a slight fluctuation and disappeared in an instant. So there was no time to stop it. The key point was that no one expected such a situation to happen, and there was no preparation at all. What should we do? Queen Mingyue's face also became very ugly. Although it was not her responsibility, she was very depressed after being tricked by others. It would be strange if her face looked good. At the same time, she also knew what it meant when a message was sent out, which meant that their actions had been exposed. Don't worry about anything else. Control this observation point, pull it into the microcosm, and let me handle the rest. Xiang Qian said immediately. Things have already happened, so don't blame who is responsible. The most urgent task is to get the information the Earth Federation needs, and then fake this incident as an accident. After all, the Earth Federation is not ready to be exposed, and the Silver Wing civilization is even less ready. Okay. Queen Mingwei nodded, and continued to use the power of the controller to pull this observation point to the space channel. At this time, all the equipment inside the observation point had been forcibly shut down. After the observation point was pulled into the small universe, Xiang Qian used the power of the universe's operating rules to simulate the chaotic rules and order in the large universe, creating a terrifying space vortex around the observation point. Inside this space vortex, the rule system full of bugs could not smooth out this space vortex, and could only keep this space vortex here. Then the Earth Federation left quickly, and at the same time arranged a lot of detection equipment to monitor the surrounding universe in real time. According to Xiang Qian's idea, after the other party's information was transmitted, the other party would definitely send a fleet over. At that time, through these detection equipment, we could also observe the strength of the other party. After doing all this, Xiang Qian exited the god's perspective and prepared to see the personnel at the observation point over there, and get some information about the universe from him. When Xiang Qian arrived at the Academy of Sciences, the satellite-sized observation point was surrounded by countless industrial spacecraft, and there were many scientists next to it. It seemed that those scientists wanted to disassemble this observation point for careful research. Xiang Qian didn't care about these things at all. His eyes were already focused on the person, who was controlled by Queen Mingwe, and flew out of the observation point. This unknown civilization is a human-like race, and looks very similar to humans. But in Xiang Qian's perception, the body structure of the person in front of him is somewhat different from that of humans. Can you speak the universal language of the universe? Xiang Qian asked the man. Are you from human civilization? I belong to the 6th level peak civilization race affiliated to the Lanza civilization, and I am an observer of the Longdu civilization stationed at the outer observation point of the chaotic star field. Our Longdu civilization has never had a conflict with any human civilization. I don't know why you want to destroy our observation point. The observer asked in confusion. You don't need to know these. Next, I will ask and you will answer. Do you understand? Xiang Qian also got some useful information from the other party's words just now. That is, the Earth Federation is currently on the periphery of the Chaos Star region. Although he didn't know where the Chaos Star region was, he could ask the Vidin Prophet. As long as the location of the Earth Federation is determined, then no matter where the Earth Federation goes next, it will finally find the direction. I won't answer any of your questions, Xiang Qian stopped wasting time when he heard this, and directly used the ability of the controller to control the other party. How many epochs has your Longdu civilization spent in the universe? Xiang Qian asked. 37 epochs. Can you break through the 7th level civilization? What kind of rule loopholes do your quasi-7th level civilization weapons use? Xiang Qian continued to ask. We are currently unable to break through the 7th level civilization. The rule system is stuck on how to solve the rule loopholes, and we cannot build a stable rule system. Our quasi-7th level civilization weapons use the material limit rule loopholes. What mission are you stationed outside the chaotic star field? Monitor whether there are new rule chaos areas in the chaotic star field and detect whether other civilized races have left the chaotic star field from here, and report them in time if they are found. Where is the headquarters of your Longdu civilization, and how far is it from here? The headquarters of our civilization is in the Altai cluster, 1,193 standard jump star zones away from here. How many light years is a standard jump star zone, and why is the distance calculated in standard jump star zones? A standard jump star zone is equal to 1.2 billion light years away, and 1.2 billion light years is the limit of the length of the space channel. If it exceeds this limit, the space channel will be destroyed. Therefore, the current limit distance of the quasi-7th level space jump engine is 1.2 billion light years, and this length was determined as a standard jump star zone 30 epochs ago. After hearing this standard, Xiang Qian instantly calculated the distance of the Longdu civilization from here, which was more than 1.4 trillion light years. How long does it take to get here from your civilization headquarters? If you send a fleet from the Pan-Asian Rift Belt, it will only take 3 months to get here. If you send a fleet from the headquarters, it will take more than 100 years. Are your warships equipped with quasi-level 7 civilization weapons? They are all equipped with space-type and energy-type quasi-level 7 civilization weapons as their main weapons, but their power is not as strong as the quasi-level 7 civilization weapons on the mothership. The quasi-level 7 civilization weapons on these warships were all purchased from the Lanza civilization. They belong to the low-level rule-based quasi-level 7 civilization weapons. Xiang Qian did not intend to ask any more questions here. He asked Queen Mingwe to take the observer to the think tank for more detailed questioning. Anyway, with the ability of the think tank elites, they can definitely find out the truth about Longdu civilization, so he doesn't need to worry about it at all. He is going to the general staff now, and ask them to make a plan on how to deal with the upcoming fleet of Longdu civilization. The quasi-level 7 civilization weapons on the Longdu civilization warships are Xiang Qian's target. But there is no need to rush. Wait until the think tank finishes its questioning. This is just his initial plan. If the think tank has a better way, it will be even better. Chapter 614. 3 days later, Xiang Qian received the interrogation results of the observer from the think tank. At the same time, the think tank also made a comprehensive assessment of Longdu civilization's technological system, social structure, military strength, etc. According to the think tank's assessment, it is difficult for Longdu civilization to break through the 7th level civilization, because they have almost consumed the foundation of the entire civilization in the 37 epochs after leaving the parallel universe. Now Longdu civilization has only sealed less than 10 trillion evolutionists, and the remaining 80 trillion people are all ordinary people. The entire race has only more than 90 trillion people, which is too small for a 6th level peak civilization. So far, the Longdu civilization has made no technological progress for nearly 15 eras. So the Lanza civilization that protected them has basically given up on them, and will not help them at all. With no other options, the Longdu civilization had to use all the contribution points of the entire race to buy some quasi-level 7 civilization weapons from the Lanza civilization. They ran to the Chaos Star region to look for opportunities, hoping to encounter extremely special rule chaos phenomena, collect key information, and then promote the development of the rule system again. Unfortunately, 15 eras have passed, and the phenomenon of rule chaos has occurred many times, but they are all inside the chaotic star field, and they can't collect key information at all. Xiang Qian just casually browsed the situation of Longdu civilization and didn't care. After all, Longdu civilization has nothing to do with the Earth Federation. But he was very concerned about some special situations explained by the observer. For example, the equipment that slightly resists and sounds an alarm when encountering the special ability of the controller. Xiang Qian is concerned after all. In the universe, the abilities of special evolvers have been weakened to the limit. Like force field resistance equipment for controllers, rule protection equipment for predictors, etc., these equipment are available in any level 7 civilization. Because in the trading market opened by level 8 civilization, as long as you have enough contribution points, you can buy as many of these equipment as you want, and these equipment are genuine level 7 civilization weapons, absolutely useful. It can be said that except for special evolvers, who use special abilities against their own civilization, special evolvers of external attack type are no longer of much use. In the universe, all civilizations and races are no longer competing on how weird your tactics are or how many special evolvers you have, but on how well you can master your own rule system. After a long period of exploration, the universe has already made a strict division of the rule system, and each rule loophole has been classified and listed, and the damage that can be caused by the general rule loophole has basically been figured out. In the universe, the war between two civilizations and races is a competition of mastery of the power of rules. For example, if one party uses a rule loophole, the other party will immediately analyze the impact of the other party's rule weapon on the universe based on the data in the database, and then identify what kind of rule loophole it is, and then use a rule weapon that can suppress this rule loophole. Simply put, you use the space-breaking rule, and I use the space-fixing rule. This is equivalent to you using a spear, and I using a shield. The two sides are competing to see which one is stronger, the spear or the shield. It's a real hard power competition. Any strategy has little room to play in the universe. As long as your rule system is not as deep as the opponent's, you will definitely not be able to compete with the opponent. This is an iron rule. There has never been a precedent in the universe where a quasi-level 7 civilization weapon was used to break a level 7 civilization weapon, and such a situation will never happen. Based on what I know now, where should we go next? Xiang Qian asked after reading the information. As for the plan to destroy the fleet of Longdu civilization in 3 months, and obtain their quasi-level 7 civilization weapons for disassembly and research, Xiang Qian did not mention it at all. Because it is a complete waste of time. Every quasi-level 7 civilization weapon sold by a level 7 civilization to its subordinate races has a safety device, and once the core is disassembled, it will collapse instantly. It is simply impossible to do reverse research. This is to prevent the rule system from being exposed. After all, any quasi-level 7 civilization weapon represents an in-depth study of a rule loophole. If it can be reversed, then the rule loophole is worthless. Therefore, the Earth Federation has no need to waste time on the Longdu civilization. Moreover, with the rule system currently mastered by the Earth Federation, it seems that it really cannot beat the Longdu civilization, which has used all its assets to buy quasi-level 7 civilization weapons and armed itself to the teeth. The most important thing is that even if the Longdu civilization is destroyed, there will not be enough benefits. Instead, the universe operation rules will forcibly deduct 100,000 contribution points. This is a loss no matter how you calculate it. After comprehensive consideration, we should go to the nearest trading market. We need to sell some special rare metals in exchange for contribution points, and at the same time collect all public technology system data and some public rule loopholes. The elite of the think tank said. Where is that trading market, and how far is it? Xiang Qian asked. That trading market is run by an 8th-level civilization, located in a parallel universe below the chaotic star field, about 7,500 standard jump star zones away from here, which is already the closest trading market to here. Xiang Qian's mouth twitched after hearing this. The nearest trading market is also 9 trillion light-years away. At the current speed of the Earth Federation, the time to get there is completely an astronomical figure. How do we get there? Have you considered the speed of the Earth Federation's route? We don't have the kind of jump equipment that can instantly cross 1.2 billion light-years. We don't have it, but the warships of Longdu civilization are equipped with that kind of jump engine. Although we can't dismantle that engine, we can use it directly. Then if we deal with the fleet of Longdu civilization, have you thought of a way? Hearing Xiang Qian's question, the elites of the think tank did not answer, and all looked at Xiang Qian. You mean I should take action? Xiang Qian frowned and said. Yes, Chief. With the current mastery of the Earth Federation's rule system, we cannot ensure that the Earth Federation can destroy the opponent's fleet. Only if you take action can we ensure that the jump engine is intact. The think tank elite nodded and said. Okay, I am included in the calculation. But if I take action, I must give the opponent a target. If Longdu civilization is attacked twice by unknown attacks, I am afraid that they will report this matter to the 7th-level civilization. You know, if you are attacked by the special ability of the controller, and then can't find the target, those races who know the Holy Light civilization will easily blame the Black-Clothed Man for this matter, and then our position may be exposed. We don't know how deep the water in the universe is. If the shielding of the universe is cracked, it will be a disaster for us. Xiang Qian said seriously. Please give us the direction, Chief. We have thought about this problem. That is to let Ba Xia cooperate with you. Ba Xia. Xiang Qian was stunned after hearing this. Chapter 6:15. Yes, it's Ba Xia. As a single-type alien beast, he is the most suitable to cooperate with you. Because if a single-type alien beast wants to break through the 7th-level civilization, it must integrate a rule loophole with itself. And in the entire universe, the location with the most frequent and largest number of rule loopholes is the chaotic star field. So many single-type alien beasts will go deep into the chaotic star field to integrate rule loopholes. All civilized races in the entire universe know this. Letting Ba Xia be the target can make the other party dispel all doubts. Even if we triggered the alarm for the special ability of the controller, when we collected the observation point before, it does not mean that the observation point must have been attacked by the controller. After all, that kind of alarm device is a force field resistance trigger structure. Once the observation point is found to be surrounded by a special force field, the device will sound an alarm. But as a single-body alien beast that has integrated rules, it is not surprising to have any special force field. As long as the fleet of Longdu civilization that came here finds Ba Xia, even if all the warships are destroyed in the next second, Longdu civilization will not think of the controller, but will believe that Ba Xia is a 7th-level single-body alien beast that has integrated special rules. The think tank's elite said very confidently. Xiang Qian nodded after listening. This plan is completely fine. Anyway, there are so many strange rules loopholes in the universe, and a single-type alien beast that integrates special rule loopholes will definitely not be conspicuous. Well, then let's execute this plan. Xiang Qian nodded. 3 months later, in the universe void where the observation point is located, Ba Xia grabbed the completely deformed observation point and took a nap there. For this bait mission, Ba Xia refused to agree at first. What a joke, being a target for a fleet equipped with many quasi-level 7 weapons is courting death. Ba Xia's resolute opposition made Reglos very unhappy. After a long time of getting along, Reglos had a special way to deal with Ba Xia, a stubborn non-violent non-cooperative element. So Reglos asked Xiang Qian to open up a closed space in the microcosm, and then took Ba Xia into that space to have a good chat for a few days. Ba Xia's attitude took a 360-degree turn. Before, I would never go, but after talking to Regtros, Ba Xia's attitude changed to, if you don't let me go, you can kill me. Although Xiang Qian knew that Regtros' ability was just right to restrain Ba Xia, he could not imagine how Regtros convinced Ba Xia. Many people were interested in this question, but Regtros chose to keep it secret under Ba Xia's resentful eyes. So this matter became a mystery. Everyone gossiped, but Regtros just didn't express his opinion. Even the most powerful psychologists and micro-expressionists could not analyze his mental state from a group of quark matter. Xiang Qian, the only one who guessed some answers through his super perception, said nothing with a strange expression. On this day, Ba Xia, who was still dozing, suddenly received a promotion from Xiang Qian, telling him that the enemy fleet was about to arrive, and he must perform a good show later. After receiving the promotion from Xiang Qian, Ba Xia immediately became energetic and began to perform there according to the actions rehearsed before. In fact, Ba Xia didn't have much to do. He just had to pretend to play the observation point that was constantly changing from there, and he was not needed for anything else. When the 10 huge warships were hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Ba Xia ignored them, and kept staring at the constantly deforming observation point in front of him. Under the scanning of the 10 warships, Ba Xia's actions at this time were like using special rule loopholes to ravage the observation point. The originally good spherical observation point has now become a strange shape. Some internal equipment has appeared outside due to the change of dimension. Some places have become two-dimensional planes, and some places have entered the state of infinite space expansion. So after seeing this, the commanders of the 10 warships have already determined that the single-type alien beast in front of them is a 7th-level civilization alien beast that has melted the unknown rule loopholes. After all, the complex and changing weird dimensional form at the observation point now is not something that those 6th-level civilization alien beasts that have not melted the rule loopholes can create, not to mention that it changes so quickly. After seeing this, the commanders of the 10 warships are ready to leave. After all, with their fleet equipped with quasi-level 7 civilization weapons, they were no match for the level 7 civilization beasts. Not to mention them, even their master civilization, the level 7 Lanza civilization, could not defeat the level 7 civilization beasts in front of them. But before they could start the jump equipment and leave, Ba Xia raised his head, and then a piercing alarm sounded inside their warships. These 10 warships had no way to resist under the attack of Xiang Qian, using the power of the universe's operation rules. After they sent the situation they encountered here back to Longdu civilization, the proud quasi-level 7 civilization shields of the 10 warships were instantly broken, and then their consciousness disappeared. Okay, Ba Xia, come back. Xiang Qian opened the space channel of the small universe, and while taking the warships back to the small universe, he said to Ba Xia, "Here they come, I was scared to death just now." In fact, Ba Xia was very scared just now. If the other party launched an attack and Xiang Qian failed to stop it by accident, his life would be over. Xiang Qian ignored Ba Xia and brought the 10 warships to the Academy of Sciences, where he helped the scientists dismantle the warships. After destroying 3 warships, the scientists finally understood the technology of these warships. To put it bluntly, the ordinary technology of Longdu civilization is not as strong as that of the Earth Federation. Except for those quasi-level 7 civilization weapons, the other parts of these 10 warships, whether in terms of hull or system, are not as good as those produced by the Earth Federation. However, although it is a big deal, the warships are equipped with a lot of quasi-level 7 civilization weapons. With these weapons, they are not afraid even of the flagship of the Earth Federation race. 8 months later, the Earth Federation built a huge warship. This warship was not equipped with much other equipment and weapons, but it was equipped with a lot of energy systems and jump engines. The jump engines dismantled from the 10 warships were all installed on this warship, and the remaining space was basically used to install the energy system. Even the protective shield was only equipped with an ordinary protective shield, not even a quasi-level 7 civilization protective shield, and the main energy supply could not keep up. As for weapons, there were none at all, because they were not needed. After this warship was built, the Earth Federation started to set off for the trading market through the star map obtained from the warships of the Longdu civilization. Chapter 616. 600 years later, the mothership of the Silver Wing civilization was completed, and the Earth Federation was still more than 700 billion light-years away from the trading market. From this time on, the Earth Federation's microcosm will be towed by the Silver Wing civilization mothership. After all, when arriving at the trading market, the Silver Wing civilization mothership cannot appear for no reason, so we can only prepare in advance. In any case, the Silver Wing civilization mothership equipped with a jump engine has a slow sailing speed, so there is no need to worry about wasting time. In addition, the quasi-level 7 civilization weapons of the Silver Wing civilization belong to the space rules, and the safety factor during the jump is hundreds of times higher than before. Although the Silver Wing civilization is not suitable for the space rule system, the Earth Federation currently has a deep research on the light rules, and only has the data obtained from analyzing the opponent's level 7 civilization weapons when fighting the Soda civilization. Instead of studying other types of rule systems, it is better to directly study the loopholes in the space rules, which will be much faster. Otherwise, let alone hundreds of years, even thousands of years, it is a question whether the Earth Federation can research quasi-level 7 civilization weapons suitable for the Silver Wing civilization. Anyway, they have not broken through to the level 7 civilization, and the rule system has not been determined. The Silver Wing civilization first uses the space-type rule system, which does not affect their breakthrough to the level 7 civilization. After the trading market obtains enough rule system information, it will not be too late to help the Silver Wing civilization research a rule system suitable for them. 50 years later, after the last jump, the Silver Wing civilization mothership finally arrived not far from the trading market. This trading market called Black Abyss is not in the big universe, but in a small parallel universe. Sephiroth and I will take the Silver Wing civilization mothership to enter the trading market, and the Earth Federation small universe will stay outside and not get too close to the space channel. After Xiang Qian gave instructions, he followed the Silver Wing civilization mothership into the space channel. There were only Sephiroth and Xiang Qian inside the entire Silver Wing civilization mothership, but Xiang Qian simulated the ability of the star universe and shielded his own existence. So to outsiders, Sephiroth was the only one inside the entire mothership. Such situations are not uncommon in the universe. In order to preserve the last spark of fire, many civilizations will choose to freeze their tribesmen and leave only the tribe leader alone. Anyway, the mothership is controlled by an intelligent computer, so it does not need so many people. Even if a war breaks out, it is a competition between the two sides to master the rules. No matter how many people there are, the problem cannot be solved. Therefore, the situation of the Silver Wing civilization will not attract the attention of others. Besides, this is a trading market, not an investigation bureau, and no one will dig into the details. When the Silver Wing civilization mothership entered the parallel universe, Xiang Qian and his team saw a very prosperous scene. From the outside, the entire trading market did not seem very prosperous, because there were no motherships coming and going in the space channel. But after entering the parallel universe, it gave people a huge contrast. Countless planets were spinning rapidly inside the parallel universe. After scanning, it was found that many of these planets were resource planets condensed from special rare metals, and there were no less than 100,000 of them at a glance. At the same time, there are many planets formed by materials that the Earth Federation has never seen, but based on the scanning data, Xiang Qian is sure that these planets are also formed by special rare metals that they don't know, and these special rare metals are more expensive. Apart from anything else, just looking at these resource planets formed by special rare metals, you can see how rich the 8th level civilization that opened this trading market is. After passing through this area of resource planets, the Silver Wing civilization mothership entered the core area of this small parallel universe. In the core area, there are more life planets. These life planets are suitable for many civilizations with different environmental requirements, and outside these life planets, there are more level 6 civilization motherships. The center of this parallel universe is not a black hole or a star, but a giant life planet. This life planet is as big as 26.8 million suns, and more than 5 million stars provide lighting for this giant life planet. This scene forms an extremely gorgeous picture, which looks very shocking. Please follow the guide marked to the trading area. When the Silver Wing civilization mothership entered the life planet area, a voice came into the mothership. What is this, a show of force? Xiang Qian thought to himself. Passing through the mothership's protection system and directly transmitting the sound into the mothership, such a method is definitely a very unconventional rule loophole. Even the quasi-7th level civilization protection shield of the Silver Wing civilization mothership cannot block the spread of sound. However, Sephiroth had a poker face, and his expression did not change at all, so he did not reveal any flaws. In less than 10 minutes, the Silver Wing civilization mothership stopped at a berth, and then an information access request appeared on the big screen. This is the Black Abyss trading market. Is there anything I can help you with? An artificial intelligence image appeared on the big screen and said to Sephiroth, "Show the trading information inside the trading market, I will see it myself." Sephiroth said lightly, "Okay, sir." In an instant, the artificial intelligence image on the big screen disappeared, and was replaced by a series of classification windows. There are 5 major sections on it: Information Trading Area, Rule Loophole Trading Area, Special Rare Metal Trading Area, Rule Weapon Trading Area, and Other Category Trading Area. Sephiroth first clicked on the Special Rare Metal Trading Area, and immediately the trading prices and trading quantities of all special rare metals appeared on the big screen. In the parallel universe, there are only a dozen types of special rare metals. And now the types of special rare metals displayed on the big screen are no less than tens of thousands. And the quotations of those special rare metals that Xiang Qian had never heard of were more than 10 times, or even dozens of times, the prices of special rare metals produced in the parallel universe. Xiang Qian calculated the value of the special rare metals carried on the Silver Wing Civilization mothership based on this price list. To his disappointment, several trillion tons of special rare metals could only be exchanged for less than 800 contribution points. On the list in front of him, the price of some special rare metals required 100 contribution points per ton. This price gap made Xiang Qian very speechless. Sell the special rare metals first. Xiang Qian's voice sounded in Sephiroth's mind. But at this time, Xiang Qian had already made up his mind that he would never sell the special rare metals stored in this small universe. It would be a big loss to sell them, so it would be better to keep them for his own use when the Earth Federation breaks through the 7th level civilization. I want to sell some special rare metals, Sephiroth said to the big screen. Okay, sir. Please send the special rare metals you want to sell to this coordinate. We will automatically calculate the contribution points based on the type and quantity of your transaction. The voice of artificial intelligence sounded. After asking the intelligent brain to transmit the special rare metal, Sephiroth closed the list and clicked on the transaction list of the rule system. When Xiang Qian and Sephiroth began to view the rule system list, a projection appeared in an ordinary tree house on the giant life planet in the core of the parallel universe. Master, a special situation has been discovered, the projection said respectfully to a person sleeping on a vine. What special situation? After a while, the man on the vine asked with half-open eyes. A level 6 peak civilization entered the parallel universe, and I scanned this civilization according to the usual practice. The results showed that all other aspects of this civilization were normal, but there was a problem with the timeline. The timeline also showed that they were in the first era, but any civilization race that left the parallel universe started from the second era. If there really is a civilization race whose timeline is in the first era, then it can only be inside the parallel universe, and it is impossible to appear in the big universe. After discovering this anomaly, I scanned the rule system of this civilization, and found that the rule system of this civilization belongs to the low-level space rule system. Their research on rule loopholes has just started, and they belong to the newly broken through level 6 peak civilization. A race that belongs to the first era and has just broken through the level 6 peak civilization cannot come here. After all, we are close to the chaotic star field, and the nearest parallel universe is 570 trillion light-years away. It is impossible for a civilized race that just left the parallel universe to travel such a long distance to come here in a short time. So I think there is something wrong with this civilized race, but I can't judge whether this civilized race is valuable, so I woke up the owner, the projection explained. After listening to the explanation of the projection, the person sleeping on the vine finally got up. There is such an interesting civilized race. Show their situation. What are they doing now? Master, they are now searching for information on the rule system in the trading market. They have just sold tens of trillions of tons of common special rare metals, worth a total of 783 contribution points. The projection disappeared instantly as it returned to the question, and Sephiroth's image appeared inside the tree house. What race is this? I have never seen it before. This style is too strange. The person on the vine looked at Sephiroth and said, I'm sorry, Master, there is no information about this race in the database. Do you want to open the Universe Operation Rule Terminal and use the contribution point query to query? Check it out. Yes, Master, this query requires 10,000 contribution points. When the man on the vine heard 10,000 contribution points, his expression changed instantly, but he didn't say anything, but his expression seemed a little painful. Master, the query is complete. This race is called Silver Wing Civilization, a new race born in the 6592nd era of the 08725 parallel universe. How many eras has the parallel universe been going on now? Master, the parallel universe is now in the 6593rd era of selection. So this Silver Wing Civilization is a race that just left the parallel universe in the last era. Who sent you to the Chaos Star region so quickly after leaving the parallel universe? Or did you come here by yourself? Then how did you get here? You have consciousness. The man on the vine squinted and muttered. Chapter 617. Contradictions between space rules and material rules. Overview of loopholes and dimensional rules. Extreme rule system in parallel universe. The big screen displays countless information about the rule system. The titles of these materials make Xiang Qian very excited, but the prices behind these materials also make him feel very painful. At the same time, these materials are not a single rule loophole, but speculation and some conjectures about the rule system. But if all these materials can be moved back to the Earth Federation, it will definitely have an unimaginable role in promoting the Earth Federation's research on the rule system. Unfortunately, although these materials do not involve specific rule loopholes, their prices are not affordable for the current Earth Federation. After quickly flipping through a few pages, Sephiroth began to browse the specific rule loophole materials under Xiang Qian's reminder. As a result, after seeing these specific rule loophole materials, Xiang Qian instantly did not feel how expensive the previous materials were. Because the exchange prices of these specific rule loophole materials in front of him are all above 5 digits. Even at such a high price, these rule loophole data are only 20% of the complete rule loophole information. Some data marked as 50% are priced in 6 figures, which makes Xiang Qian dizzy. If he hadn't been rational, he would have wanted to sell a copy of the light rule loophole data, which is much more valuable than buying special rare metals. When Xiang Qian was thinking about it, he suddenly felt that he was being spied on, and at the same time, he felt a palpitation. This feeling was very strong, as if it was telling him that he was in a very dangerous situation. No matter what I say next, don't show any expression on your face. We may be under surveillance now, and it is very likely that it is the 8th level civilization of this trading market. So we have to leave here as soon as possible, but we can't show our tracks. Now close the information window of the rule loophole, open the information trading window, then exchange a star map of the universe, and then buy some special plant seeds and other things, and spend all the contribution points. Xiang Qian immediately said to Sephiroth. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, Sephiroth's expression did not change at all, and he even used the search function to check if there was any information about rule loopholes with a contribution point lower than 700. After finding that there was none, he closed the transaction window for the rule loophole and opened the information transaction window. Then, according to what Xiang Qian said, he first spent 500 contribution points to buy a large universe star map, and then bought seeds of hundreds of special plants, spending all his contribution points. Please wait, sir. The items you purchased will be ready for you within 5 minutes. Please open the shielding force field of the mothership warehouse, and we will directly transfer the items you purchased to the warehouse. The artificial intelligence said immediately after Sephiroth completed the purchase. Intelligent brain, close the shielding force field of the warehouse and upload the coordinates. Sephiroth said to the mothership's intelligent brain. Okay, master. After Sephiroth finished doing this, Xiang Qian didn't want to waste these 5 minutes. He opened the window of other trading areas to see what this category was used to trade. After clicking on this window, the things traded in this area opened Xiang Qian and Sephiroth's eyes. A bounty of 1,000 contribution points is offered for the purchase of a dynamic model of rule loopholes generated by 4-dimensional space nodes under the influence of super strong gravity. A bounty of 50,000 contribution points is offered for the purchase of 100 Carlos races that have just left the parallel universe. The transaction location is in the Great Triangle Star region of the Chaos Star region. The existence of the Carlos race must not exceed 2 eras at the time of delivery. Trading the hiding place of the wanted civilization in the Dorka Vortex area of the Chaos Star region only requires 1,000 contribution points. A bounty of 10,000 contribution points is offered for the Luin race that has just left the parallel universe and has a potential of more than 8 stars. The trading location is. The bounty and trading information opened Xiang Qian and Sephiroth's eyes. They never thought that the trading of civilized races in the universe would be so developed. The Vidin Prophet had never told him about this. Sir, the transaction items have been transferred and the transaction is complete. Is there anything else you need? The artificial intelligence appeared again and asked Sephiroth. No, the AI is returning. Sephiroth shook his head and said. The Silver Wing Civilization mothership slowly left the berth and followed the guide marked to leave this parallel universe. But after leaving the parallel universe, Xiang Qian's heart was still shrouded in a shadow, which also meant that the unknown enemy had not given up on them. This feeling is extremely bad for Xiang Qian. Under such circumstances, the Silver Wing Civilization mothership cannot enter the Earth Federation microcosm. But if it does not enter the Earth Federation microcosm, with the strength of the Silver Wing Civilization mothership, Xiang Qian really does not think it can resist the unknown danger. Keep sailing normally, I will notify the microcosm to prepare, and after mounting the microcosm, quickly jump away. By the way, take out the star map now, let's discuss where to go first. Xiang Qian said to Sephiroth. After that, Xiang Qian used the Civilization Ray Scepter to enter the God's perspective to contact the Earth Federation, asking them to prepare, and when the Silver Wing Civilization mothership passed the hidden exit of the microcosm, leave and mount the microcosm on the mothership. Soon, the Silver Wing Civilization mothership mounted the Earth Federation microcosm, and then made a jump. After a jump, Xiang Qian's face became even gloomier, because at this time, the feeling of being spied on still did not disappear, which also meant that the unknown danger was no longer unknown, but certain, but he didn't know where the danger came from. So after the jump, Xiang Qian did not let Sephiroth continue the jump, but maintain the normal navigation. Vicadia, use all your strength to predict where the danger that Silver Wing Civilization will encounter will come from. Xiang Qian once again entered the god's perspective, and said to Vicadia. Okay. As a result, in the god's perspective, Vicadia had just used her special ability to communicate the rules of the universe, but was countered by another more powerful rule force, and was about to attack Vicadia. When Xiang Qian saw this situation, he used the power of the universe's operating rules to block the rule power without thinking. When blocking this power, he clearly felt that this power was also the rule power of the true prophecy. The opponent's counterattack speed and counterattack power made Xiang Qian more cautious, because the civilized race that could achieve this level in such a short time was definitely not something the Earth Federation could contend with. After Xiang Qian told Vicadia not to act rashly, he withdrew from the god's perspective. At this time, Sephiroth also returned to the command hall with the large universe star map storage that he had just traded. As a result, the next second after the storage was opened by the intelligent brain, the star map on the big screen just flashed and turned into a virtual image of a person. Chapter 618. Hello, little guy. Tell me where your accomplices are. I really want to know how your accomplices resisted the counterattack of the power of the true prophecy. You have given me a lot of surprises. The figure on the screen sat on a vine, and said with a little excitement, as if he had found something interesting. Who are you? Sephiroth said coldly with a poker face. You don't need to know who I am. Now you just need to answer my questions. If your answer satisfies me, then congratulations, your race is saved. If your answer satisfies me very much, you will get an unexpected reward. But if you do not satisfy me, I will lose 100,000 contribution points, and you and your race will disappear in this universe. Do you understand? If you understand, now tell me where your accomplices are and how you are in contact. I scanned the entire edge of the chaotic star field, and I really did not find your accomplices. The figure on the big screen said. Xiang Qian heard this, and immediately said to Sephiroth, ask him why he targeted us, and tell him that the true prophecy was issued by you. By the way, don't be too stiff. We still need him to tell us what went wrong. Sir, I really want to know why you targeted me. I don't think I have offended you. Sephiroth's tone finally became less aggressive. It's really troublesome. It seems that if I don't tell you the reason, you really won't cooperate well. However, I am not very satisfied with your approach, so even if you cooperate very well later, you will not get any special rewards. I can tell you very clearly that you are not qualified to offend me. I targeted you because you are very interesting. Silver Wing Civilization, a civilized race that just left the parallel universe, actually reached the Chaos Star Field in a short time and dared to enter my trading market to trade. I admire your courage. However, the nearest parallel universe is also extremely far away from you. Unless there is an 8th level civilization to help you, you can reach here in such a short time. But you don't have the badge of the 8th level civilization, and judging from your performance in the trading market, you don't seem to belong to a civilization with a certain power. Based on these points, do you think I should study your secrets? The figure on the big screen became more and more excited, and Sephiroth's expression became playful. I use the true prophecy. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Sephiroth seemed to have not heard the other party tell all his secrets, and said very calmly. I'm angry because you didn't answer my question honestly. No, you are very confident, which means you are sure to escape. Interesting, really interesting. Let me think about it. You are a level 6 peak civilization, who has just mastered the quasi-level 7 civilization weapons. What kind of trump card do you have to have such courage to ignore the threat of an 8th level civilization race? At the same time, you dare to guarantee that you can leave safely under the surveillance of the 8th level civilization race. It's incredible, really incredible. If you are not overconfident, then it means that the trump card you hold is really incredible. It can transcend distance jumps, and can also shield the scanning of the 8th level civilization. At the same time, it dares to escape under the surveillance of the 8th level civilization. What is that thing? Little guy, can you tell me? I am really curious. The person on the big screen was very angry at first, but before he finished speaking, the expression on his face changed from anger to confusion. Finally, when he said these words to me, his face was full of curiosity. It was the first time that Xiang Qian saw such a person with such a rich expression, as if all his emotions were expressed on his face, and he had no scheming at all. But the other party's wisdom should not be underestimated. In a short period of time, he could think of such a problem just by talking to Sephiroth. You can imagine how smart the other party is. At this time, Xiang Qian had entered the god's perspective state. Once the other party made any unusual movements, he would take Sephiroth into the microcosm at the first time. Anyway, with the shielding of Xingyu, even the rules of the universe would be discovered. He didn't believe that an 8th level civilization could be more powerful than the rules of the universe. At the same time, Xiang Qian thought of a very crazy idea. After thinking of this idea, he immediately notified Sephiroth. Yes, I have a very powerful trump card, but I don't know if it will work on the 8th level civilization. But we can make a bet. I will escape, and you will look for me. I bet you can't find me. My bet is our civilization race, and the trump card I have. And you need to take out the speculative information about the loopholes in the rule system that I just browsed in the trading market, and some information about the loopholes in the rules of space and dimension. If you find me, I lose. If you don't find me, I will leave safely with the information. Do you have any interest in this bet? After listening to Xiang Qian's words, Sephiroth said to the big screen. That's right, Xiang Qian wanted to use this opportunity to cheat some information about the rule system. After all, betting or not betting is the same for them. If they are really caught by the other party, then there is no need to talk about it. But if the other party can't catch him, then the Earth Federation will get a bunch of information worth hundreds of thousands of contribution points for nothing. This deal is a good deal no matter how you calculate it. However, whether the other party will be fooled depends on whether the other party is absolutely sure of himself. But Xiang Qian feels that there should be no problem with this. After all, if an 8th level civilization is not confident in itself, it is not a joke. Unfortunately, Xiang Qian guessed the beginning but not the end. It seems that you are really sure. I think your civilization race should have a first-generation special evolutionist. Only the first-generation special evolutionists, who have not broken through the 7th level civilization, and are not bound by the rules of the universe can master the absolute loopholes in the rules, which make the rules of the universe helpless. It seems that you really have a first-generation special evolver, so I won't bet with you. Unless I'm stupid, I will bet on such a losing bet. The figure on the big screen said very straightforwardly, admitting defeat very readily. Your Excellency is an 8th level civilization. Don't you even have this little confidence? Sephiroth was also stunned. He didn't expect the other party to admit defeat so straightforwardly. TSK. This has nothing to do with confidence. Since your civilization has a first-generation special evolver, you will sooner or later become an 8th level civilization. It's not shameful for me to lose to an 8th level civilization. Besides, I wasn't the only one who was embarrassed before. Many people were helpless with the first generation of special evolutionists, who had not broken through the 7th level civilization. I was not the first one. For example, the old guy of the shelter completely ignored any attack of the power of rules before their civilization broke through the 7th level civilization. Not to mention the 8th level civilization, even the 9th level civilization couldn't do anything to him. Although we are much stronger than him in terms of technological power, the old guy hid directly in the depths of the chaotic star field. In that place, anyone who enters can ignore the power of rules. Later, their civilization suddenly broke through the 8th level of civilization. None of the civilizations that had captured them escaped. They were all taken care of by that old guy. And the shameless prophet used the power of true prophecy to steal countless things from various races, but no one could find him. The Cosmic Guardian Alliance wanted the three-eyed race, and many civilizations went to capture them, but they all failed. The jump directly jumped into the desperate situation where the rule loophole conflicted with the physical rules, so that all civilizations dared not use the jump rules at that time, for fear that the jump would accidentally become suicide. By the way, the same is true for the killer, who uses the ability to infinitely stimulate rule weapons to disturb the universe. Fortunately, his special ability is not a restricted one, and it is not unsolvable for the 8th level civilization. The craziest one among these first-generation special evolutionists is the controller. Within his control, he is the rule of the universe. All races have no way to deal with him. Any rule weapon will lose its effect as soon as it enters the range of his ability. But he was too extreme, and was eventually destroyed by the Universal Guardian Federation. Although he didn't seem to die, the entire civilization was destroyed. I said so much just to tell you that it is a good thing to have the first generation of special evolutionists, but it is too chaotic. Otherwise, when you break through the 7th level of civilization and the first generation of special evolutionists have limited ability to use, it will be your bad luck. The figure on the big screen said a lot of things. Xiang Qian was speechless after hearing the other party's answer. He didn't expect the other party to change so quickly. Just now, he was so arrogant that he wanted the Silver Wing civilization to be exterminated, but now, he changed his words, and asked the Silver Wing civilization to be low-key and not be too arrogant. This change was too fast. But if you think about it carefully, there is a reason for the other party to change like this. After all, there is a first-generation special evolutionist behind the Silver Wing civilization, and the other party has seen its ability. After all, with the strength of the 8th level civilization, it is impossible to find the power behind the Silver Wing civilization, which means that the other party already knows that they have this hidden strength that makes the 8th level civilization helpless. Although being able to hide does not mean being able to attack, if you think that this hiding ability is not strong, only a person with a mental disorder would think so. Just look at how many great things the Earth Federation has done with the help of Xingyu's power, and you will know. It can be said that without Xingyu's special ability, it is hard to say whether the Earth Federation would be here today. Tell him to provide some information about the rule system. You don't need to provide any valuable loopholes in the rules. You only need the information that all civilized races have mastered, and then paint a big picture for him to see if he agrees. Xiang Qian said to Sephiroth. Chapter 6:19. Sephiroth told the other party about Xiang Qian's request, and he didn't expect that the other party actually agreed. That's no problem, I send you the information later. In fact, as long as you join any force, you can get this information for free. But I won't give you the information about the technological system, because that will mislead your development and limit your potential to become a civilization. The other party replied painfully. In fact, these things are just like what he said. Basically, there is no civilized race in the universe that doesn't know. Because after leaving the parallel universe, all civilized races will basically be taken away by major forces, and at the same time, some information and general data about the universe will be told to all civilized races. But this is a priceless treasure for the Earth Federation. Because although those data are common in the universe, they are also obtained by ignoring the long-term exploration of civilized races, and are very valuable experience. Not to mention anything else, just the database of the classification of the rule system is not something that the Earth Federation can research in a short time. It requires a long period of research and an understanding of all the rule systems before it can be made. It can be said that with these data, the Earth Federation can be truly integrated into the universe. Later, Xiang Qian will pay attention to shielding the timeline of Silver Wing civilization, so that no one can find out the details of Silver Wing civilization. Thank you very much. But I want to know why every civilized race with the first generation of special evolutionists can eventually break through the 8th level civilization. Is there any shortcut here? Sephiroth asked. I don't know if there is a shortcut, because there is no first generation special evolutionist in our civilization, but all civilized races in the entire universe know that any civilized race with special evolutionists will eventually become an 8th level civilization. And these civilizations with the first generation of special evolutionists will become level 8 civilizations in a very short time after breaking through level 7 civilization. This is a routine. The figure on the big screen said with great envy. I hope the routine here can continue. Sephiroth nodded. Next, under Xiang Qian's guidance, Sephiroth talked to the other party about the first generation of special evolutionists. What about the previous civilizations with special evolutionists? How are they doing now? The other party also told him what he knew. When talking about the civilizations with the first generation of special evolutionists in trouble, he even had a gloating expression. I am very grateful for your help, sir. After receiving all the information, Sephiroth said very gratefully. Even Xiang Qian now has a good impression of this 8th level civilization. If he can help this civilization in the future, he will definitely help without harming the interests of the Earth Federation. Although he didn't think that the other party, an 8th level civilization, would need the help of the Earth Federation, so these thoughts just went around in his mind. You're welcome. Come to our Black Abyss universe when you have time. I promise you won't want to leave after you come. The other party said confidently. Okay, goodbye. After Sephiroth finished speaking, the other party waved his hand, and the big screen returned to the star map state. After the other party disappeared, Xiang Qian immediately used his special ability to bring the Silver Wing civilization mothership directly into the small universe. Anyway, in the microcosm, no matter what means the other party uses, they can't find the Silver Wing civilization again. Doing this can be said to show the strength of the Earth Federation. Although the other party guessed that they used the first generation of special evolutionists, they can also roughly guess the ability of Xingyu. But guessing and seeing are two completely different concepts. If the Silver Wing Civilization mothership does not enter the Earth Federation microcosm now, but sails in the macrocosm, then the other party is likely to continue to monitor the Silver Wing Civilization, and it is also possible to use some tentative means to test the reality of the Silver Wing Civilization. So in order to reduce trouble and make the other party give up, Xiang Qian directly pulled the Silver Wing Civilization mothership into the small universe, allowing the other party to directly feel the power of the first generation of special evolutionists. The other party guessed all of Xiang Qian's thoughts. At this time, in the tree house of the giant life planet inside the parallel universe of the Black Abyss trading market, the person sitting on the vine saw the Silver Wing Civilization mothership disappear in an instant, and he couldn't find it using all detection methods, and a smile appeared on his face. Master, why don't you tell them and let them pay attention to the Cosmic Guardian Federation? If we tell him everything about the Cosmic Guardian Alliance, we can have one more special evolver in our camp. If they are captured by the Cosmic Guardian Federation, don't worry, they will never join the Cosmic Guardian Alliance. Otherwise, I will do it no matter how much it costs, and spread this news throughout the universe. But their race is destined to make it impossible for them to join the Cosmic Guardian Alliance. So even if I don't tell him now, we will still have one more ally in the future. Race. Silver Wing Civilization is not a wanted race by the Cosmic Guardian Alliance, so why can't it join the Cosmic Guardian Alliance? Silver Wing Civilization. Hee, that's just a cover. Look at the information you just checked, and see what race the Silver Wing Civilization's overlord civilization is. Human civilization, I understand. After Xiang Qian returned to the Earth Federation continent, he immediately contributed all the information to the mainframe of the Starry Sky, and then asked the think tank to formulate the next plan based on this very complete information. He quickly ran to the special office to find the Vitten Prophet. I just came back from the universe and heard about the glorious deeds of the two of you. I admire you deeply. Xiang Qian walked into the office with a smile, and said to the Vitten Prophet and the man in black, Humph. Don't admire me. You must be here for no good. What do you want to ask this time? The Vitten Prophet said with a twitch of his mouth. It seems that you stole a lot of good things back then, including a lot of information about loopholes in the rule system. Where is that information? Xiang Qian went straight to the point. Everything was destroyed. Do you think I can still take that information to the parallel universe? You don't take the rules of the universe seriously. The Vitten Prophet said unhappily. Really? Everything was destroyed? Xiang Qian asked unwillingly. Nonsense, I didn't even leave behind the rule system that our three-eyed tribe mastered back then. Do you think I would leave behind those incomplete information? Then why was the man in black able to leave behind several types of information about loopholes in the rules, but you destroyed them all? Xiang Qian was curious about the question. He knew that the Vitten Prophet really didn't have it, otherwise, given the current situation, he would not have taken it out. Our situations are different. You will understand this after the Earth Federation breaks through the 7th level civilization. Xiang Qian nodded after listening. Since the Vitten Prophet didn't want to say it, forget it. As for asking the man in black, forget it. The other party always has a dead face. Where is the Earth Federation now? The man in black suddenly asked. Outside the Chaos Star region, around the Black Abyss trading market, what's going on? Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment and said, I will leave when we leave the chaotic star field. The man in black said to Xiang Qian, Okay, whatever you want. Xiang Qian shrugged and said that if the man in black wanted to leave, he couldn't stop him, and at the same time, he wouldn't stop him. After all, the deal between the two parties had been completed. Xiang Qian rescued the man in black in the parallel universe and brought him safely to the big universe. The man in black provided the Earth Federation with complete information on the 7 light rule loopholes. Now that they have arrived in the big universe, Xiang Qian will not dare to let the man in black leave. But if the man in black wants to leave, Xiang Qian will not stop him. As for where the man in black was going, and what he was going to do, Xiang Qian didn't ask. After all, he didn't have a deep friendship with the man in black. In addition to the deal on leaving the universe, the two sides were enemies before. So in the absence of external enemies, the Earth Federation and the man in black were completely two parallel lines, with no intersection at all. But no one can predict what will happen in the future. After all, whether it is the man in black or the Earth Federation, they have a common enemy, that is, the Universe Guardian Alliance. Xiang Qian felt that when the Earth Federation and the man in black met again, It would be when they were dealing with the Universe Guardian Federation. Chapter 620. Have a good trip. Xiang Qian and Vidin Prophet stood in the universe, and said goodbye to the man in black. The man in black said nothing, turned around and waved his hand, and the body formed by particles disappeared instantly, and then the soul crystal also disappeared in the universe. Let's go back too, Xiang Qian said to Vidin Prophet. Alas! Vidin Prophet turned around and sighed, not knowing what he was sighing about. After the man in black left, the Earth Federation microcosm once again started the jump engine and quickly moved towards the destination. The star field that the Earth Federation is heading to now is known as the safest and freest star field in the entire universe, but the name of this star field is not very good. Translating the universal language of the universe into Chinese, this star field is called the Dusk Star Field. Because all the civilizations and races in the Dusk Star Field are civilizations that have no hope of breaking through and have exhausted their entire civilization and race resources. This is the place where they gather before their demise. So there is no war there, and there is no intrigue or conflict of interest between the major civilizations and races. The goal of all civilized races there is only one thing, that is, to enjoy the best things in the entire universe as much as possible before the civilized races perish. The decision of the Earth Federation to go there was also made after half a year of discussion. Now the Earth Federation basically has everything, the only thing it lacks is time. Although the Earth Federation hides in a place, it may be able to break through the 7th level civilization one day if it develops slowly. But that is a closed-door approach without communicating with other civilized races. Such an approach is not advisable. But it is not possible to let the Earth Federation go to places where conflicts are more intense. After all, the Earth Federation is still focusing on development, and it does not have the time to fight with other civilized races. It would be a waste of time. So under such circumstances, the Earth Federation chose the Twilight Star region as the settlement before breaking through the 7th level civilization. There is no war there. Even if the universe-wanted civilization enters there, it will not be targeted by other civilized races. If a civilized race goes to the Twilight Star region to attack the universe-wanted civilization settled there, it will lead to a counterattack from the entire Twilight Star region. Don't think that the civilizations waiting to die in the Dusk Star region are not strong in combat. In the Dusk Star region, there are many level 8 civilizations, not to mention level 7 civilizations. It can be said that as long as the level 9 civilization does not attack the Dusk Star region, even if the level 8 civilization of the Universe Guardian Alliance attacks, it may not be able to break through the Dusk Star region. Therefore, the Earth Federation chose the Dusk Star region as a settlement. As long as it does not violate the rules of the Dusk Star region, there is no need to worry about any security issues. Of course, Xiang Qian would not be stupid enough to expose all his cards. Even if he settled in the Dusk Star region, the Silver Wing civilization would still represent the Earth Federation. But this time there are more people, that is, ordinary citizens in the Earth Federation. These ordinary citizens are all ordinary people who have not awakened. After entering the big universe, their descendants will not be able to awaken again. So except for scientists, anyone who wants to live an ordinary life can leave the Earth Federation microcosm and enter the Silver Wing civilization mothership. After arriving in the Dusk Star region, these ordinary citizens will also start to enjoy life like people of other civilized races in the Dusk Star region. This is also to allow the Silver Wing civilization to better integrate into the Twilight Star domain. After all, you enter the Twilight Star domain without following the rules of the Twilight Star domain, but instead use the Twilight Star domain as a refuge, which is not allowed by the Twilight Star domain. Only by truly joining the Twilight Star domain, like other civilizations in the Twilight Star domain, no longer wanting to fight for hegemony or breakthrough, but quietly waiting to die. Only in this way can you truly integrate into the Twilight Star domain and be regarded as one of its own by the Twilight Star domain. Otherwise, even if you enter, if you cannot integrate into it, you will be expelled from the Twilight Star domain in a short time. Time passed slowly, and 35,000 years had passed. After a long voyage, the Earth Federation finally arrived outside the Dusk Star region. Looking at the Dusk Star region hundreds of billions of light years away from here, you will find that the universe is so prosperous. This is different from the cold, desolate Chaos Star region. The Dusk Star region in front of us is more prosperous than the Earth Federation can imagine. Even at such a long distance, the Earth Federation can see the huge and shining star region in the distance through optical equipment. The Earth Federation cannot detect how big the Dusk Star domain is, but from here, the diameter of the Dusk Star domain is at least over 100 billion light years. However, the core of the Dusk Star domain is not a super large black hole. It can be said that the entire Dusk Star domain does not have a theoretical core, because the entire star domain is not in orbit and has always been in a static state. Even the overall shape of the star domain does not conform to the laws of physics. However, for a group of civilized races that have at least mastered quasi-level 7 civilization weapons, the laws of physics are all loopholes, so there is nothing to abide by. As the Silver Wing civilization mothership jumped closer to the Twilight Star region, countless civilizations and races sent congratulatory messages, all of which were greetings such as XXX civilization welcomes you to the Twilight Star region, and welcomes you to visit our XXX civilization. On the big screen of the Earth Federation Command Center, you can see many people from different civilizations and races entering the interiors of huge buildings of strange shapes. Everyone's face is full of smiles, and there are also several people from completely different civilizations and races walking together arm in arm. The picture is very harmonious. There are also several huge spaceships playing tug-of-war. Without using other types of engines, but only using ordinary reaction engines, several huge spaceships ejected particle streams as long as hundreds of millions of kilometers from their tails, desperately trying to pull the other spaceships to their side. Anyway, many strange and incredible scenes can be seen in the Dusk Galaxy. It can be said that in the Dusk Star region, there is no defense between different civilizations and races, as if the dark forest-like universe outside the Dusk Star region is simply a lie. Even Xiang Qian and his group, after seeing this situation, unconsciously relaxed their vigilance. It seemed that there was a kind of magic here that allowed you to let go of your guard and play freely, without worrying about being hurt or considering any other problems. Just enjoy it to your heart's content. When the Silver Wing civilization mothership found an empty location and was about to open up a small universe, a large group of people from civilized races rushed up and asked if the Silver Wing civilization had anything delicious, fun, or more civilized. If they hadn't said that they would trade anything they had, Xiang Qian would have thought they were being robbed. Chapter 621. Sephiroth sent those people away, telling them that he would contact them again after the Silver Wing civilization had opened up the microcosm. Seeing Sephiroth's expressionless face, the people of those civilized races did not say much and left tactfully, but no one showed any displeasure. The technology of opening up a microcosm is a very simple thing for any level 6 civilization. Based on the idea that it is completely unnecessary to open up a microcosm that is too large, Sephiroth only opened up a microcosm with a diameter of 1 light-year, which is considered a relatively small microcosm. After that, it was a series of work such as using energy to convert matter, using matter to condense planets, and then changing the environment of the planets. When everything was done, it was already 3 days later. On this day, when Xiang Qian was preparing to let Sephiroth contact other civilized races, a humanoid who claimed to be a civilization liaison of the Dusk Star domain came to the microcosm. Welcome to the Dusk Star domain with your noble civilization. This is the safest and freest place in the entire universe. I am the civilization liaison of the Dusk Star domain. I am the receptionist responsible for receiving the newly arrived civilized races in the Dusk Star domain. Can I ask why your civilization came to the Dusk Star domain? Are you going to stay in the Dusk Star region in the future? The liaison asked. Hello, sir. I am Sephiroth, the chief of the Silver Wing civilization. Our Silver Wing civilization and the chiefs of several civilizations in the Alliance went to the Chaos Star region together, and you saw the result. Except for our Silver Wing civilization, the other civilizations, and the last foundation of the Alliance were all buried in the Chaos Star region. The rest of us are unable to break through the 7th level civilization, so I am going to stay here and wait for death with those who are willing to come to the Dusk Star region. Sephiroth said expressionlessly, as if he had suffered a great blow. The Silver Wing civilization is planning to stay here with the people who are willing to come to the Dusk Star region. Okay, I recorded it correctly, right? Relax, my friends, the Dusk Star region will definitely make you happy again, I promise. Since you are planning to stay here forever, I will repeat the rules here. Although you must know them, there is no way, these are the rules. The Dusk Star region welcomes any civilized race that is prepared to stay here, and will also provide any help to any civilized race that is prepared to stay here, except for the help of breaking through the 7th level civilization. There are only 2 rules for all civilized races in the Dusk Star region. The first is respect. Racial discrimination is not allowed. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the Dusk Star region. If serious consequences are caused, you will be sanctioned by the Dusk Star region. The second is that you cannot leave the Dusk Star region at will. If you want to leave Dusk, you must return anything you get from the Dusk Star region to other civilizations. including rule system information and various materials. That is, what is the situation when you come to the Dusk Star region? If you want to leave the Dusk Star region, you must leave it the same as when you came. You cannot take away any things and information belonging to the Dusk Star region. Apart from these 2 points, the Dusk Star region will not impose any restrictions on your behavior. But if you want to start a war, then think about whether you can defeat the 8th level civilization. There is nothing else. There are no rules about transactions. As long as you are willing, no one will care even if you use a warship to exchange for all the information of the other party's technology system and rule system. Of course, the premise is that the other party is willing, and no coercive action shall be made. Because you use coercive means, you violate the first rule, which is a manifestation of disrespect for other civilizations, and you must accept punishment. Well, I've said too much. Actually, you will get used to the situation here after staying here for a while. I'm just wasting your precious time. I hope you don't mind. Okay, if you don't have any questions, my mission is completed. Thank you. We will abide by the rules of the Dusk Star region. We knew this before we came here. Sephiroth nodded. Well, I won't delay your enjoyment of life. Goodbye. The other party left immediately after he finished speaking, very straightforward. After the other party left, Sephiroth told everyone the rules of the Dusk Star region, and then let everyone move freely, including Sephiroth himself, who left the small universe on a spaceship. After leaving the small universe, Sephiroth wandered around aimlessly, but before he could wander for long, he was surrounded by a large group of people. Friend, are you new here? Does your civilization have any specialties? I am willing to trade anything I have with you. Friend, is there anything fun in your civilization? Can you take me there to play? Friend, your civilization has just arrived here not long ago. I will take you to a fun place. It will be exciting. Friend. For a while, Sephiroth was overwhelmed by a lot of communications. In fact, it was not only Sephiroth, but all the people who left the small universe of the Earth Federation were surrounded by them. Some asked them if they had any special products, some wanted to take them out to have fun, and some wanted to take them to participate in competitions. Anyway, there were all kinds of people, which confused the group of people in the Earth Federation. Let's not talk about other people. After thinking for a long time, Sephiroth went into a small universe with the person who invited him to play. There was nothing else in this small universe, just a huge playground. This is the playground built by our civilization. You see, it's a hyperspace track car. It can let you feel the whole feeling of space acceleration and distortion to space stillness in an instant. It's very exciting. How about it? Do you want to try it? The person who took Sephiroth to the small universe playground pointed to a huge closed track that was hundreds of millions of kilometers long and said, "This should be a quasi-level 7 civilization weapon. You transformed it into an entertainment facility." Sephiroth said with a surprised expression. Of course, it's just that the rules and structure of the quasi-level 7 civilization weapon are unstable. If it were a real level 7 civilization equipment, it would give people a more refreshing feeling, but our civilization can't make that kind of equipment. If you want to experience it, you have to build a level 7 civilization amusement park. The man said, a little depressed. Sephiroth's face was dark after hearing this. It turned out that the people here used the level 7 civilization weapons for entertainment. But then Sephiroth also experienced the effect of the entertainment equipment transformed from the quasi-7th level civilization weapons. For the entire 3 days, he rode various entertainment equipment inside the microcosm. Not to mention, these equipments really gave people a very pleasant feeling. Rejecting the other party's invitation to continue taking him out to play, Sephiroth returned to the microcosm. After all, the Earth Federation did not come here for enjoyment. At this time, other people also returned to the microcosm one after another, and Xiang Qian also had a lot of experience reports in his hands. Chapter 622. Huh? Xiang Qian put down the report in his hand, exhaled, and said to the starry sky, "Send all the reports to the think tank, and let them summarize the specific situation of the Dusk Star region." Okay, boss. These feedback reports all describe where they went to play, and what they played. But the information revealed in them also surprised Xiang Qian. On the surface, the Dusk Star region is indeed a paradise for the civilizations that are about to die, but in the entire universe, those advanced civilizations built such a large star region just to let so many civilizations enjoy their last moments here, and there is no other purpose. Xiang Qian would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. The main flaw is that there is a problem with the rules of the Dusk Star region itself. Only civilizations that are about to perish can come to the Dusk Star region, so the advanced civilizations that built the entire Dusk Star region are also about to perish. If those advanced civilizations are also about to perish, then if an advanced civilization attacks the Dusk Star region, who will resist it at that time? If it is a level 6 peak civilization, there may be new people coming to the Dusk Star region every day, but level 7 or level 8 civilizations do not have as large a base as level 6 peak civilizations. That is to say, it may take several epochs, or even dozens of epochs, for a level 7 or level 8 civilization to come to the Dusk Star region. Besides, for a level 8 civilization, as long as it is not stupid enough to seek death, and does not fight against other level 8 civilizations, it will basically not perish. How could a level 8 civilization take the initiative to come to the Dusk Star region to wait for death? That is simply illogical. So Xiang Qian dared to be sure that there must be some secrets hidden in the Dusk Star region. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and on this day, the think tank finally took out the summary report on the Dusk Star region. Chief, based on the information we have collected in the past 3 months, we have made the following judgments about the Dusk Star region. First, as the observer said, the relationship between all civilized races in the Dusk Star region is basically equal and free. However, there is still some gap between the 6th level peak civilization and the 7th level civilization or even the 8th level civilization. For example, we have just entered the Dusk Star region, so we can come into contact with all the 6th level peak civilizations and enter the motherships of these 6th level peak civilizations to enjoy their specialties and entertainment equipment. But we cannot enter the microcosm of the 7th level civilization. The reason for the rejection is that we have not yet fully integrated into it. As for the standard of full integration, the information we got is that the mothership of the 6th level civilization is transformed into an entertainment device. Maybe when we transform the mothership into an entertainment device, we can enter the microcosm of the 7th level civilization and enjoy the entertainment devices they are using. Second, the internal transactions in the Dusk Star domain are very open. We tried to collect all the information on the technological system and rule system of a 6th level peak civilization. The other party did not ask us what we wanted to do. They just asked us for some drinks from the Green Star civilization and copied all the accumulation of their civilization for dozens of epochs to us. We also felt it was incredible at first, but in fact, even if other civilizations obtain the entire rule system of all races in the entire Twilight Star region, then, with these data, they broke through the 7th level civilization, but this civilization race could never leave the Twilight Star region, because what this civilization got from the Twilight Star region could no longer be returned. Third, the spiritual civilization development of the entire Twilight Star region is absolutely at the top level of the universe. We found that their support for personal interests and hobbies is unprecedentedly large. There are countless top masters in poetry, performance, painting, architecture, literature, design, and so on. Although some civilizations have different aesthetics from us, when art reaches its peak, we will also be infected by the spiritual power contained in it. Just like music, although our people cannot understand the native language of other civilizations, when they interpret their spirit in the form of music, even if we don't understand the lyrics they sing, we can clearly feel the emotions in the song and understand what they want to express. Moreover, the Dusk Star region does not restrict personal hobbies at all. Even if you like the moment of explosion and regard the fleeting beauty as art, you can get help from advanced civilizations. If the technology of the 6th level peak civilization cannot provide what kind of bomb you want, the advanced civilization will make bombs for you according to your requirements. Unless they cannot make it, they will definitely help you make it, and let you play with it. It can be said that the cultivation of personal hobbies in the Dusk Star region has reached the extreme. In the 6th level civilization, where people's labor force is liberated, and all work can be done by intelligent brains, the shackles on people have been opened. People do not need to think about what to do tomorrow, and do not need to work to ensure their survival. They only need to think about what they want to play, and what they want to do. Everyone's pursuit of material things has disappeared, and all that is left is spiritual pursuit. This is something that all 6th level civilizations cannot do. Even if our people do not work, they can live very happily, but we cannot provide such benefits to everyone. Because once we do that, our social system will collapse, and the entire civilization will not be able to develop. So even though we have become a level 6 peak civilization now, our spiritual civilization is still at the level before the catastrophe, and may be a little lower than before the catastrophe. Fourth, we found a problem. As we stayed in the Twilight Star region for a longer time, our people began to change. Although we were afraid that they would leak the secrets of the Earth Federation after entering the Twilight Star region, Xingyu tampered with their memories. But the faith we instilled in them was being exhausted day by day. In the first month, when everyone was invited to play with other civilized races, they would write a diary after returning to the small universe, which is the report we got. But in the second month, some people stopped writing diaries, so we can no longer know what they did every day. As a result, by the third month, more than 1/3 of people had stopped writing diaries, and even when they wanted to write a diary, they would put it down. The remaining 2/3 of the people have already become emotionally irritated while writing their diaries. It is estimated that they will stop writing their diaries in a short time. Based on this information, we finally concluded that the Dusk Star region is not as peaceful as it seems on the surface. Behind the prosperity, there must be one or more advanced civilizations manipulating everything. But we cannot judge what the other party's goal is. Xiang Qian did not say anything after listening to the think tank summary report, nor did he issue any orders. He just waved his hand to let them leave. He himself took the think tank's summary report and came to the room of the Vidin Prophet. Chapter 623. After reading the report brought by Xiang Qian, the Prophet Vidin said to Xiang Qian, "I didn't expect that the Twilight Star region was hidden so deeply. Fortunately, our three-eyed tribe didn't come here, otherwise we would have really fallen into the trap." "Didn't you say that there is no danger in the Twilight Star region? Then what's going on?" Xiang Qian said to the Prophet Vidin with a dark face. When the think tank was determined to go to the Twilight Star region, Xiang Qian specifically asked the Prophet Vidin, but the Prophet Vidin said that there was no danger in the Twilight Star region and let them go without worry. As a result, how could Xiang Qian not be angry when Vidin Prophet said such a thing? It is not dangerous. Maybe the Dusk Star region is a forbidden area that can only be entered but not left for any other civilized race. But for the Earth Federation, it is a very safe place, and a place where the Earth Federation can grow rapidly. Don't think I am talking nonsense. Think about you and Xingyu. The Earth Federation has 2 first-generation special evolutionists. What are you afraid of? As long as you don't expose yourself, no one in the entire universe can catch you. Now you can openly use the rule systems of all civilized races in the Twilight Star region as references, so that the Earth Federation can quickly improve your rule system. Tell me, in the entire universe, except for the Twilight Star region, where else can you find such a good thing?" The Vidin Prophet said confidently, completely ignoring Xiang Qian's increasingly dark face. "Okay, you are right. Now tell me what you know about the Twilight Star region." Xiang Qian took a deep breath and said to the Vidin Prophet. The Vidin Prophet looked at Xiang Qian and said seriously, "In fact, there are many legends about the Dusk Star domain, but even I can't tell which legend is true. But there is a consensus in the universe, that is, the Dusk Star domain cannot be visited. Even if an 8th level civilization enters the Dusk Star domain, it cannot leave. So, for any civilized race, the Dusk Star domain is a forbidden area no less than the Chaos Star domain. Although the Chaos Star domain looks terrifying on the surface, there is still a glimmer of hope for survival. After all, there are records in the universe that there are indeed a few civilized races that have safely left the depths of the Chaos Star domain. Although compared to the civilized races that died after entering the Chaos Star domain, these surviving civilized races can be said to be 1 in a billion lucky ones. But this also means that as long as you are lucky and enter the depths of the Chaos Star domain, you still have hope of coming out alive. But the Dusk Star domain is different. From the outside, it looks very prosperous. All civilized races live happily here. There is no war here, only a happy life. But in fact, since the day the Twilight Star domain came into existence, no civilized race has been able to come out after entering the Twilight Star domain. None, and there is no record in history, including an 8th level civilization, which also did not come out. After listening to the words of the Vidin Prophet, Xiang Qian's mood, which had just calmed down, became irritable again. "You still say we are not in danger, it has become a forbidden area, and you still let us come," Xiang Qian said unhappily. "Don't underestimate the first generation of special evolutionists. Not to mention your ability, even Xingyu's ability can run rampant in the universe before breaking through the 7th level civilization, because no civilized race can catch him. So you should just put aside your efforts to plunder the wealth of these civilizations. When you have established your own rule system, and are ready to break through the 7th level civilization, it is time for you to leave here. With the absolute rule power that the first generation of special evolutionists possess before breaking through the 7th level civilization, I will despise you if you don't take out all the wealth of the Dusk Star domain." The Vidin Prophet said very calmly, without any awareness of being in a forbidden area. However, the Vidin Prophet's emotions also calmed Xiang Qian's nervous mood to a certain extent. Half a year later, when the last person who insisted on keeping a diary in the first group gave up the habit of writing a diary, the Earth Federation wanted to get information about the Twilight Star region, so it could only send a small reconnaissance spacecraft to collect it carefully. Although the Vidin prophet patted his chest and guaranteed that Xingyu's ability was absolutely no problem, even the 9th-level civilization could not find it. But Xiang Qian still carried out the exploration slowly based on the principle of just in case. A year later, many people were crazy about playing, and even the number of times they returned to the small universe was reduced. At this time, Xiang Qian discussed with Lu Gusan and decided to send out the second batch of personnel. This second batch of personnel could not be sent out directly, but could only be put into the bodies of the first batch of personnel in the form of gene seeds through biotechnology and Xiang Qian's ability. They could only be activated when their lifespans were about to reach the end, and they were ready to give birth to the next generation. Without Xiang Qian's protection, the passage of time was the biggest killer for the first batch of personnel. They did not have a long lifespan to begin with, and after losing Xiang Qian's protection, it would not take long for their lives to reach the end. In the blink of an eye, 3,100 years have passed. Under Xiang Qian's special adjustment, the lives of the first batch of people have begun to count down one after another. At this time, they finally began to reproduce the next generation, and the second batch of people sent by the Earth Federation were also born in the small universe of the Silver Wing civilization. More than 800 years have passed, and the first batch of people have all died. The second batch of people have grown up and entered their favorite fields under the guidance of Xiang Qian. If the first batch of people lived in the Twilight Star region for thousands of years, they were crazy playing, then the second batch of people broke away from this living state. Although they also enjoyed the characteristic life of other civilized races, they paid more attention to their own interests. It was from this time that the Silver Wing civilization was integrated into the Dusk Star domain. Because Xiang Qian discovered that the more civilized races that made achievements in art, the more likely they were to attract the interest of advanced civilizations. When the second batch of personnel just showed their artistic talents, a large group of interest clubs came to them, including 2 clubs of level 7 civilizations. In this way, almost everyone in the second batch showed their talents in a certain aspect. Although this was a bit high profile, the advanced civilizations in the Dusk Star domain would not be suspicious. After all, they were all born in the Dusk Star domain, and the social culture they accepted was also the culture of the Dusk Star domain. This situation will only happen when any Silver Wing civilization and several other civilizations have artistic cells, but they were suppressed before. Now this kind of artistic cells begin to awaken, so this situation will happen. In fact, although some of the second group of people have been engaged in literary and artistic work before, that was 100,000 years ago. The reason why they have such strong artistic inspiration is that Xiang Qian gathered all the artists before the catastrophe in the Earth Federation, guided their works through the subconscious, and instilled them into the depths of their minds, making them copycat products. It can be said that the Earth Federation's microcosm has also begun to pick up spiritual civilization again. In this way, the Earth Federation's microcosm is innovating while integrating into the Dusk Star domain through these works, and no civilization can see any doubts. At this time, the real plan of the Earth Federation has just begun. Chapter 624. All the Buddhas in the world, may this merit be used to adorn the pure land of Buddha. Repay the fourfold kindness, and relieve the sufferings of the 3 paths. If anyone sees or hears this, may they all develop the Bodhi mind. Rebirth in the pure land together, repay this life. All Buddhas of the 10 directions and 3 times, all Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, and Mahaprajnaparamita. In the huge suspended lecture inside the microcosm of the Silver Wing civilization, a member of the Silver Wing civilization closed the book, and the title of the book was Journey to the West. And what he just talked about was the last chapter of Journey to the West. It took 3 months for Journey to the West to be fully spread to the Dusk Star region. Okay, I have finished telling all about Journey to the West. 1 month from now, the famous Xianxia novel Investiture of the Gods will officially begin. I hope to see you all by then. Pa pa pa. Countless applause broke out, and trillions of people applauded together. Even those people from alien civilizations, who had no palms, but only tentacles, clapped their hands vigorously. At the same time, countless hymns rang out, and all kinds of words such as great, grand, and incredible were attributed to Journey to the West. This also made the name of Journey to the West spread rapidly throughout the entire Dusk Star region. Although this was the first time that a fairy tale novel appeared, a masterpiece was a masterpiece. Even if it was brought to the Dusk Star region, it caused a huge sensation. Of course, this was also thanks to the spiritual thinking conversion device contributed by a 7th level civilization, otherwise the meaning of some words in Journey to the West would really be difficult to express. In the next half month, Journey to the West spread wildly in the Dusk Star region, and almost everyone was holding a copy of Journey to the West and reading it. If it weren't for the current level of technology, it would not be enough for everyone in the Dusk Star region to share countless books a day. A Journey to the West directly brought the Silver Wing civilization into the top literary circle, and several level 7 civilizations in the literary circle were open to the Silver Wing civilization at the same time. Even the rule system is no longer hidden from the Silver Wing civilization. It can be said that as long as they have what they want, they will give it to the Silver Wing civilization. At the same time, the benefits of invisibility are more than that. Almost within the Dusk Star region, the popularity of the Silver Wing civilization has at least increased by 2 levels. If we had known that a book called Journey to the West could achieve such an effect, why would we have spent so much effort? It would have been better to bring out the classics earlier. Xiang Qian looked at the big screen, where countless strange civilizations gathered together to discuss the plot of Journey to the West, and a strong sense of disobedience came over him. In fact, it is not possible to achieve such an effect by just picking up a classic. Literature and philosophy alone cannot make all civilizations like it. After all, there are literary masters in the Dusk Star region. The philosophy contained in their works, and their interpretation of the cruelty of the universe can also be fascinating. But don't forget that although writing about the cruelty of the universe can resonate with all races, in fact, all civilized races in the Dusk Star domain do not want to recall the memories of the universe, and the reason is also because of the cruelty, so they choose to escape. This is also the reason why the masterpieces written by the literary masters in the Dusk Star domain are famous, but very few people read them. But Journey to the West is different. Xianxia is a brand new system. No race has proposed such a system before. In addition, Journey to the West is not a dark book, so it is normal to achieve such results. When Vidin Prophet heard Xiang Qian's words, he put down I am XX in the Great Desolation in his hand, raised his head, and said to Xiang Qian. In fact, Xiang Qian was reminded by Vidin Prophet to promote Journey to the West. When he was about to promote those famous works on Earth, he let Vidin Prophet take a look first. As a result, when Vidin Prophet saw Journey to the West, he was instantly fascinated, and then, there was a month-long lecture on Journey to the West novel. Are you trying to say that the tastes of all civilized races in the Dusk Star region are actually similar to yours? Xiang Qian said. That's right. In fact, although the spiritual civilization of the Dusk Star region is very advanced, in your human words, the Dusk Star region is actually composed of a group of people without faith, or without belief. They escape from reality, and come to the Dusk Star region to avoid the cruelty of the universe. From the initial enjoyment to the development of personal hobbies in the later period, they are actually to cover up their inner fears. No matter how far their personal hobbies develop, they cannot escape the fact that they don't have much time to live. Just like those literary masters, they madly exaggerate the cruelty of the universe. They are nothing more than an excuse for their escape. There is another reason why Journey to the West has such a good result. That is, the 4 masters and apprentices in the book all have faith, and in the end they all become Buddhas, and the ending is also perfect. The Prophet Vidin said with emotion. Xiang Qian didn't say anything after listening. It's not entirely right to say that the people in the Dusk Star region are cowardly. After all, people have different ideas, not to mention countless civilized races. Every civilized race knows how difficult it is for a level 6 civilization to break through to level 7. In fact, even if they don't come to the Dusk Star region and do crazy research in the universe, how many level 6 civilizations can break through to level 7? The probability is 1 in a billion. 99.999% of civilized races cannot break through to level 6. In that case, instead of struggling hard in the universe and dying in the end, it is better to come to the Dusk Star region and enjoy it to the fullest. At least by doing this, these level 6 civilizations can still spend some time happily. But no one can tell whether it is right or wrong to destroy the future of the entire civilization in pursuit of this momentary enjoyment. To be irresponsible, why live so hard? Just be happy. Maybe all the civilized races in the Dusk Star domain think so. But now Xiang Qian knows what people in the Dusk Star domain like, so he can just prescribe the right medicine. If you want to get a sense of satisfaction in your heart, then why read literary classics? Just read online articles. The fun of online literature is simple and crude, absolutely fun to read. Haven't you seen Vidin Prophet reading it with relish? Xiang Qian said hello and left Vidin Prophet, preparing to set up the Dusk Star Domain Interstellar Literature Network. As for the content of the website, it is of course online novels on Earth before the catastrophe. However, considering that the number of online novels on Earth was a bit small at that time, not enough for people in Dusk Star Domain to read, Xiang Qian also specially asked Shinkong to gather all the online novel writers on Earth at that time and start writing novels again. At the same time, a software was developed, which is completely designed to assist writers in writing. You don't need to do it yourself. As long as you think in your head, the software will automatically show you what you are thinking. With the help of this software, as long as you have a complete idea, you can write a book in a day. Xiang Qian looked at the rapid birth of novels with the characteristics of human civilization, and wondered if this was considered cultural invasion. Chapter 625. For a level 6 civilization, building a website is a simple matter. So in less than a month, an online literature website covering the entire Dusk Star region was born. At this time, the novels released by the Silver Wing civilization have already set off a wave of reading in the Dusk Star region. Under such circumstances, the online literature website opened by the Silver Wing civilization also became famous. There is no need to do any publicity, and countless people are waiting in front of the terminal for the website to start running. Shinkong, start uploading. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. 1 minute later, everyone in the entire Twilight Star region could see the more than 10 million online novels on the website through the terminal. In an instant, more than 100 trillion people started reading the first online novel in their lives through the promotion book list on the website. 3 days later, the Twilight Star region became quiet. The countless spaceships that usually shuttled through the Twilight Star region also became less at this time, as if the population of the entire Twilight Star region had decreased by half. At this time, everyone in the Dusk Star region stayed at home reading novels, so how could they have time to go out and play? For all the civilized races in the Dusk Star region that have not been bombarded with online novels, any novel they clicked on was a masterpiece for them. So they read without sleep and forget about food, reading one after another, and even had less time to communicate with others. The final result was that the entire Dusk Star region suddenly became quiet, and everyone was immersed in the world of novels. Shinkong, have you finished the statistics? Xiang Qian asked Shinkong. Boss, the statistics are complete. Currently, there are 370 trillion people reading novels on the website, and 210 trillion people have not been offline for 3 days. At the same time, the number of people on the website increases by 150 trillion people every day, and the speed is still increasing. Xiang Qian was a little dizzy when he saw the numbers displayed by Shinkong. Although he was confident before, novels on Earth could have great development in the Dusk Star region. But his consideration was still a bit conservative. He thought that it was good if 1 out of 10 people read novels. But who would have thought that now basically 1 out of 5 people read novels? And the number of people reading novels continued to increase every day, and it was estimated that it could reach 1/3 of the total population of the Dusk Star region. What a terrible number. Xiang Qian had not counted how many people there were in the Dusk Star region. But according to the daily flow of spacecraft, the current flow is almost half lower than before. Although this does not mean that half of the people in the entire Dusk Star region are reading novels, at least 1/3 of them are indeed not doing normal entertainment activities because of reading novels. A month later, the number of people reading novels online every day finally remained constant. At this time, the means of transportation in the Dusk Star region also began to change. If you see an alien with 2 heads standing on a huge flying sword, shouting, flying the sword and riding the wind, slaying demons between heaven and earth, you don't have to be surprised at all, because this is currently the most popular way of travel in the Dusk Star region. At the same time, some monsters from Earth mythology appeared in the Dusk Star region. Some of these monsters were mounts, and some were war beasts. There was also a civilization that specially opened a war beast fighting field, which was used for these war beasts to fight one-on-one. For the Dusk Star region, which was already a bit broken, Xiang Qian could only sigh at the power of online novels, and the ability of advanced civilizations to manufacture novel-related items, which had broken through the sky. Boss, Vicadia has something to ask you. When Xiang Qian was looking at the data on the big screen, Shinkong suddenly said, Well, I understand. Xiang Qian left the office and went to Vicadia. The core of the entire Dusk Star domain literature website is the soul crystal of the Mandi people. After all, with the current technological level of the Earth Federation, it is very difficult to build a supercomputer that can process the data flow of the entire Dusk Star domain in an instant. So Xiang Qian simply took the initiative and built a model inside the Silver Wing civilization microcosm as a cover to protect the core soul crystal from being detected. What happened? Xiang Qian came to the Mandi tribe and said to Vicadia, It's hard to say now. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. I found a problem by connecting the terminals of all civilized races in the Dusk Star region. This is the people who are currently reading novels through the terminal. Their mental power and emotions are transmitted to the soul crystal through the network. Vicadia was interrupted by Xiang Qian before she finished speaking. Wait a minute, you said their mental power and emotions were transmitted to the soul crystal. This website doesn't seem to be built with mental power connection equipment. How could their mental power be transmitted into the soul crystal? Xiang Qian said in surprise. This is easy to explain. You can think of it as metal resonance or too many heads emitting the same emotions, so the soul crystal can feel such power. This problem is not the main problem. The real problem is that when these mental powers and emotions are integrated together, a quantitative change occurs. This is the spiritual power and emotional fluctuations emitted by more than 1 trillion people within a range of 100 billion kilometers. When the questions in their minds are exactly the same, the spiritual power and emotions will resonate. Then, the huge and invisible power will become the power we have been looking for but have not found, that is, soul power. This is the closest soul power emission point to the Silver Wing civilization microcosm. When the soul crystal was radiated by the soul power, the soul crystal that had not changed before changed. This is the soul crystal before it was radiated by soul power, and this is the soul crystal after it. This is the difference. Vicadia pointed to the projection screen and said. When Xiang Qian looked at the different data and images of the two soul crystals, he was finally shocked. Soul crystal is not something else. When the soul crystal is formed, it basically represents the image of the soul crystal. Because the soul crystal will not change, it will not grow because of how much spiritual power it swallows. Breakthrough material is completely useless garbage for the soul crystal. All the time that the Mandi tribe has been condensing the soul crystal, the only thing they can do is to increase the concentration of soul power inside the soul crystal, which is also recognized by the entire universe, and the only situation that can be changed. As for the size of the soul crystal, it is innate, and has been determined at the moment of formation. It is impossible to change it later. Don't even think about it. Now, the soul crystal of the Mandi tribe has suddenly become larger, which is definitely a major event that shocked the entire universe. Do you want to absorb these soul powers? Xiang Qian said to Vicadia. It's not that we want to absorb these soul powers, but these soul powers are in a state of being absorbed every moment after they appear. Of course, those soul powers are not absorbed by us. As for who absorbed them, I don't know, and I don't even know how the other party absorbed the soul power. Vicadia said, pointing to the projection screen. Chapter 626. After Xiang Qian memorized the data on the big screen, he quickly returned to the office. He picked up the scepter of the civilization race and entered the God's perspective state, using the God's perspective state to observe the reasons for the generation of soul power and who absorbed those soul powers. In the God's perspective state, there are countless force fields inside the dusk star domain, which are formed by the spiritual power fluctuations of countless people spreading outward. Before, when he just arrived at the dusk star domain, Xiang Qian also observed the dusk star domain from the God's perspective. But at that time, there was no such obvious soul power inside the dusk star region, but the entire dusk star region was wrapped in a huge, but meaningless force field. Why is it said that the force field that wrapped the dusk star region has no meaning? That's because Xiang Qian felt that the force field was completely a force field that isolated the spread of mental power outside the dusk star region. Simply put, it was a protective film to prevent the outflow of mental power. That kind of protective film has no other function, and it can't even stop an ordinary particle, so the existence of this protective film has no effect on any civilization. At that time, Xiang Qian was still wondering why there was such a completely useless protective film in the dusk star region. After all, even if a person's mental power spreads outward, it is impossible to cross the dusk star region and transmit mental power outside the dusk star region. If there really is such a person, there is no need to study any rule weapons. Just look at the enemy and stare him to death, which is the legendary killing you with eyes. With such ability, there is no need for rule weapons at all. It is completely invincible. But now Xiang Qian doesn't think so. Because of this protective film, the mental power fluctuations of countless people in the entire Twilight Star region are superimposed and cannot spread out. And because of the existence of this protective film, the mental power fluctuations have been squeezed against each other in the Twilight Star region, causing countless people's emotions to collide with each other, resonate, and finally produce a qualitative change, forming soul energy. From the perspective of God, the traces of soul power generated by the resonance of countless mental power fluctuations are not restricted by any rules, just like dandelions in the wind, floating inside the Twilight Star region. However, this trace of soul power will be pulled by a strange force in the process of floating, and disappear in an instant. What is that strange power? Even in the state of God's perspective, Xiang Qian can't catch it. But through his observation of the absorption of soul power by the soul crystal of the Mandi clan, he found that the disappearance of soul power in the dusk star domain is exactly the same as the absorption of that trace of soul power by the soul crystal of the Mandi clan. In the range of the soul force field generated by the soul crystal, the soul power that floats into it will also disappear in an instant under the pull of the strange force. And that strange power was emitted by the soul crystal, not intentionally, but more like an instinct. Based on this situation, the entire Twilight Star region is shrouded in a huge soul force field. Although this answer is very unbelievable, this is the answer Xiang Qian got now. Apart from this, there is nothing that can explain the strange disappearance of those soul powers in the Twilight Star region. After getting this answer, Xiang Qian put the realization in those areas that were not affected by the online article and carefully observed the situation in those places. As a result, Xiang Qian discovered that in those places that were not affected by online novels, even if no one read online novels, they would still emit a little soul power when doing something they liked. It's just that the number of people who resonated was too small, and the soul power generated was really negligible. If you don't observe carefully, you can't find it at all. If the soul power generated when hundreds of trillions of people read novels together and discuss them is a large ball of cotton candy, then the soul power generated by hundreds of millions of people discussing a problem together is just a strand of sugar on the cotton candy. The difference is really too big. After Xiang Qian figured out the problem, he put down the civilization ray scepter and left the office quickly. Call all the think tank members to the conference room for a meeting immediately. Oh, call Vicadia as well, Xiang Qian said to the starry sky on the way. Okay, boss. 5 minutes later, all the think tank members arrived at the conference room. Vicadia, show the data chart, Xiang Qian said to Vicadia after everyone arrived. Xiang Qian pointed to the data chart and said, the data chart you see now is the main range of people in the Dusk Star region who read novels. After reading the novel, these people will share their emotions with others through the internet, such as what they like and what they don't like in the book. When they discuss, their mental power fluctuations are several times higher than usual, and their emotions are very simple. As a result, when countless people emit the same mental power fluctuations and emotional fluctuations at the same time, a kind of spiritual resonance will be generated, and finally it will be qualitatively transformed into soul power. I wonder what everyone thinks of when they hear this. Faith. This kind of simple emotion and the soul power generated by the strong mental power fluctuations give people a feeling of faith power. The think tank said. Yes, I thought so at the time. However, you seem to have not discovered a problem, that is, there is no religion in the Twilight Star region. Don't say that religion is ignorant after the development of technology, so religion is an excuse without soil in the 6th level civilization. We are in the Twilight Star region, a group of people who have no credibility, only pursue pleasure, and completely escape from reality. Although the technological power they control is very powerful, their spirit is very fragile. They are frantically pursuing enjoyment, mental satisfaction, and spiritual stimulation, just to fill their inner fears of reality and the future. Then tell me, which one is more satisfying, these pursuits of hypnosis to one's own heart or religious belief? Tell me, when a person is waiting to die, if someone tells you that if you do more good things before you die, you will be rich and powerful in the next life, will you do good things? Tell me, in the Earth Age, under what circumstances, various cults. Only then can there be soil for growth. You all know the answer. In the Dusk Star region, religion is the easiest to spread, and the easiest to grow. But the result is that there is no religion in the entire Dusk Star region. Is this possible? Let's put aside the issue of religion. According to my observation, these generated soul powers are being absorbed by a certain soul-like civilization race. And the entire Dusk Star region is shrouded in an extremely huge force field. This force field has no effect on any matter. It only binds mental power. Based on what I just said, what do you think of? Xiang Qian said very seriously. An unknown advanced civilization has kept the Twilight Star region captive in order to provide soul power to the civilized races inside the Twilight Star region. And in order to prevent the soul power from being discovered or seized, that civilization has restricted the development of religion. A think tank member immediately answered. Summarizing the situation of the Twilight Star region, the facts are already very clear. Xiang Qian could guess the answer without the think tank member saying it. But now the Earth Federation is here, under the control of this advanced civilization, and has boldly planned a series of technological plundering plans. Under such circumstances, what the Earth Federation should do next is a very serious issue. Because we built the Dusk Star domain network, This neglected problem was discovered in advance. So everyone think about what we should do next, and whether the plans we made before should be implemented. Before you think about it, I want to tell you one thing, that is, the unknown civilization we are facing is very likely the legendary 9th level civilization. Because up to now, I have not found the location of this civilization. Even if I can find all the 8th level civilizations in the Dusk Star domain, I don't know where this civilization is. Also, in the universe, the Dusk Star domain is called a forbidden area by all advanced civilizations. A long time ago, an 8th level civilization entered the Dusk Star domain and never came out again. To be more precise, no civilization race can leave from here after entering the Dusk Star domain, Xiang Qian said seriously. Chapter 627. In fact, Xiang Qian is also very nervous now. He is really afraid that this civilization race that has been secretly ruling the Dusk Star region will discover the Earth Federation. Because once discovered, the Earth Federation has no power to resist. So far, the strongest civilization that the Earth Federation has come into contact with is the 8th level civilization in the Black Abyss trading market. But the one they really fought with was just a 6th level peak civilization that mastered the weapons of a 7th level civilization. It can be said that the Earth Federation's understanding of the 7th level civilization and even the 8th level civilization is all hearsay. As for how strong the 7th level civilization or even the 8th level civilization is, no one in the Earth Federation has any idea at all. As a result, the Earth Federation is now likely to have run into a territory controlled by a 9th level civilization, and this fact makes everyone feel uncertain. Whether the disguise of the Earth Federation can deceive the 9th level civilization is a question worth discussing. Although so far, the Earth Federation has stayed in the Dusk Star region well, and seems to be in no danger. But in fact, it is possible that the 9th level civilization is too lazy to pay attention to the Earth Federation, just like a person is too lazy to care about what the ants on the ground are doing. This is completely hard to say. Given the current situation of the Earth Federation, it is not a problem to survive under the hands of the 8th level civilization. This has been confirmed. But it is still uncertain whether it can ensure safety under the hands of the 9th level civilization. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian stood up and left the meeting room, asking the think tank to discuss a result and report it to him. He went to the Vidin Prophet to ask how strong the 9th level civilization is. Facing an unknown enemy, or an enemy whose depth is unclear, is terrible. Fear comes from the unknown. As long as we get information about the 9th level civilization and have a judgment standard, everything will be easy. The situation that the Earth Federation is facing now is that it has no idea how strong the other party is, and it cannot put itself in the right position, which is too dangerous. Once the plan goes wrong and is discovered by the 9th level civilization, it is certain that it will be the time for the human race to be exterminated. Why are you here again? The Prophet Vidin said depressedly after seeing Xiang Qian push the door in. This is a big deal. I want to know about the 9th level civilization, especially how strong it is. Xiang Qian didn't have time to joke with the Vidin Prophet, and asked directly and seriously. Have you provoked the 9th level civilization? The Vidin Prophet stared at Xiang Qian blankly, and after a long time he said a word. Not yet, I don't know about the future. Xiang Qian said immediately. Huh. That's good. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Why did you ask such a stupid question for no reason? It scared me. What is the concept of the 9th level civilization? You don't understand it at all. Wait until the Earth Federation breaks through the 8th level civilization, and then ask me this question again. I was overthinking. How could you possibly provoke a level 9 civilization now? The Vidin Prophet heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. If you don't tell us about the level 9 civilization, I think it will be a problem whether the Earth Federation can break through the level 7 civilization. Xiang Qian snatched the book from the Vidin Prophet and said unhappily, Alas, it's not that I won't tell you, because even if you know it, it doesn't make any sense, so why are you so anxious to know it? The Vidin Prophet said helplessly. Because the Earth Federation should be under the control of a level 9 civilization now. The Cadia discovered a problem this morning, which is, so, if our judgment is correct, we really have provoked a level 9 civilization. Xiang Qian told the Vidin Prophet all the causes and consequences, and what he found. You are not kidding. The Vidin Prophet said in astonishment. Look at my expression now, I look like I am joking. Xiang Qian said seriously. After hearing Xiang Qian's words, the Vidin Prophet sat on the ground directly. It's over. It's really over now. I should have known not to come to the Dusk Star region. Why did I get so obsessed? There are so many places in the universe. Why did I let you come here? The Vidin prophet sat on the ground with a collapsed expression on his face, regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. Xiang Qian covered his forehead and sighed. He didn't expect that the Vidin prophet would be like this after hearing the news. This was too exaggerated. It's just a 9th-level civilization. Didn't you say that when the Three-Eyed Tribe was at its most glorious, it was also at the peak of the 8th-level civilization and almost became a 9th-level civilization? Why are you so serious? By the way, I seem to remember that when we first met, you seemed to say that when you, the Three-Eyed Tribe, were ready to challenge the 9th-level civilization at your peak, you didn't do it because the Universe Guardian Alliance put pressure on you. Then tell me, what is the weakness of the 9th-level civilization? Don't tell me that you wanted to destroy the 9th-level civilization, but you didn't understand it at all. Xiang Qian said to the Vidin prophet, You know nothing. The 9th-level civilization is not something that the 8th-level civilization can contend with. Not to mention the 8th-level peak civilization. Even if there are 10,000 8th-level peak civilizations, they are not enough to destroy a 9th-level civilization. The gap between the 8th-level civilization and the 9th-level civilization is even bigger than the gap between the 6th-level civilization and the 7th-level civilization, and it is an absolute gap that cannot be crossed and cannot be made up. If the Earth Federation provokes the 9th-level civilization, they can kill you with just one fart. Wait, that's not right. Now the 9th-level civilization has not discovered the Earth Federation. If it had discovered you, it would have destroyed you long ago. Why would it wait until now? Fortunately, the absolute ability of the first generation of special evolutionists is still useful. We still have time to leave now. Let's go right now, the Vidin prophet said anxiously. As for what Xiang Qian said about what he said to Xiang Qian when they first met, he didn't even mention it. In fact, Vidin prophet's performance has already betrayed him deeply. So Xiang Qian didn't bother to pursue Vidin prophet's boasting when they first met. How do you know that the 9th-level civilization has not discovered the Earth Federation now? And didn't you say before that the Dusk Star region is a forbidden area? Don't you know that there is a 9th-level civilization in the Dusk Star region? Xiang Qian asked. Nonsense. Any level 9 civilization will destroy you as soon as they find out that your Earth Federation is controlled by humans. As for why, I have said it a long time ago. As for whether there is a level 9 civilization in the Dusk Star region, there are only a few civilizations in the entire universe who know about it. At most, it is just speculation, and there is no evidence at all. You think that level 9 civilizations are cabbages. You can see them if you want to, and you can find out where they are if you want to know them. The Vidin prophet said unhappily. Then you can't have no news at all. Even if it's a legend, there should be some clues. Xiang Qian said a little disappointedly. Well, it's not completely impossible. If there really is a 9th-level civilization in the Dusk Star region, then the most likely one is the 9th-level civilization called the Soul Clan. Legend has it that the Soul-type civilization is a race born from the Soul Clan's intervention in the rules of the universe. There is no specific evidence, but according to the legends in the universe, the Soul Clan is a civilization that has developed Soul-type abilities to the limit. In the entire universe, no civilized race can surpass the Soul Clan in terms of Soul-type abilities. At the same time, the rules mastered by the Soul Clan are also the most bizarre and powerful soul rules, involving the strongest rules for the birth and destruction of life. The Vidin prophet said seriously. Chapter 628. Well, I don't care what rules the Soul Clan, the legendary 9th-level civilization, has mastered. I just want to know how confident we are in continuing to hide in the other party's territory. Xiang Qian was also depressed after listening to the explanation of the Vidin prophet. No one could have imagined that they wanted to find a safe place to study the rule system. Who would have thought that this seemingly safe place was actually one of the best forbidden places in the universe? Xiang Qian didn't know what to say about this. Theoretically, the first generation of special evolutionists, who have not broken through the 7th-level civilization, have absolute loopholes in the rules. For the first generation of special evolutionists in this period, even the rules of the universe cannot correct this absolute loophole in the rules. So even if the 9th-level civilization has a part of the authority of the rules of the universe, it cannot detect this absolute loophole in the rules. But in fact, any absolute power is limited. Even loopholes in the rules will have checks and balances, and unlimited power cannot exist. As of now, I am sure that you have not been discovered. But if your actions are too big, or if more aspects are involved, and the things involved are wider, I am afraid that with the means of the 9th-level civilization, various clues can be used to detect the existence of the Earth Federation microcosm. So I think that while you have not been discovered yet, you should leave here as soon as possible. The Vidin prophet frowned and said, his face was full of worry. Well, I understand what you mean. I will leave first. Xiang Qian left the room of the Vidin Prophet after he finished speaking. If the Earth Federation had to leave the Dusk Star region in such a hurry, Xiang Qian would be very unwilling. You know, in the entire universe, there is no place more suitable for the development of the Earth Federation than the Dusk Star region. If the Dusk Star region can be plundered as planned before, the road for the Earth Federation to break through the 7th level civilization will be smooth. But if they leave in such a hurry, then all the preparations for thousands of years will be scrapped. When Xiang Qian returned to the conference room, the contact person from the Dusk Star domain came to the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm again. Hello, Chief Sephiroth. I am very happy to meet you again. This time, I came to the nobles to communicate with you about some of the things that the nobles have done recently. The contact person from the Dusk Star domain said politely. We, the Silver Wing Civilization, have not done anything that violates the regulations of the Dusk Star domain recently. Sephiroth asked in confusion. No, you misunderstood. I didn't say that the nobles did anything that violated the regulations of the Dusk Star domain. I just wanted to communicate with you about the Dusk Star domain online literature website that the nobles recently built. Online literature website? Is it not allowed to build such a website? Or is there any other problem? Sephiroth asked. Of course, the website is allowed to be built. Here, on behalf of the Dusk Star Domain Management Committee, I would like to express my high respect for the nobles' outstanding contributions to literature. This online civilization website established by the nobles has greatly enriched the spiritual life of the major civilized races in the Dusk Star domain, making the spiritual civilization construction of the Dusk Star domain more perfect. However, many races currently hope to publish their works on the nobles' online literature website. After all, if every civilized race builds such a website, it will be a great waste of resources. Therefore, our Dusk Star Domain Management Committee hopes that the nobles can open the shared terminal. We are willing to pay any price for this. If the nobles have any needs, they can also raise them, and we will help solve them. The Dusk Star Domain contact first complimented him, and then stated his request. At this time, Xiang Qian had already received the notice from the starry sky, so he said directly to Sephiroth, agree to the other party's request. Sephiroth heard Xiang Qian's words. Although he didn't understand why Xiang Qian did this, he still said without hesitation, this is absolutely no problem. I will let the intelligent brain open the terminal later, and anyone can upload their own literary works. Thank you very much for the noble selflessness. Through this incident, I am extremely sure that the popularity of the nobles in the Dusk Star domain will rise to a new level. I will communicate with all the major level 7 civilizations, and even level 8 civilizations in the name of the Dusk Star Domain Management Committee to open access to the nobles. I hope that after enjoying the entertainment equipment and technological knowledge of advanced civilizations, the nobles' literary writers will be inspired to create better and more works. The Dusk Star Domain Liaison saw that Sephiroth agreed without hesitation, and a happy smile appeared on his face. This is what we should do. The development of literature is not about building it behind closed doors. Only communication can lead to better development. Sephiroth nodded. By the way, regarding the content of literary works, I hope you can make some restrictions. For example, articles with negative content and spreading ignorant ideas can be restricted to prevent the spread of ideas that hinder the development of spiritual civilization. When the Dusk Star Domain Liaison said this, although it seemed like a question that suddenly came to mind, his attention was all focused on Sephiroth at this time, observing the subtlest reactions of Sephiroth's body. No problem, but I hope there is a clear standard for the extent of these restrictions, otherwise the intelligent computer cannot strictly implement them. Sephiroth said simply. That's no problem. Our management committee will give a standard after communicating with various civilized races. The nobles only need to set up the procedures. Now that the communication is completed, I will leave first. Thank you again for your support. Goodbye. The Dusk Star Region Liaison showed a relaxed smile on his face at this time, and then stood up and left. After watching the contact person leave, Sephiroth said to the intelligent computer, open the network terminal so that everyone can upload articles. After that, Sephiroth returned to the room and started playing virtual games, but in fact, he was communicating with Xiang Qian at this time. A day later, the restrictions on online literary works by the management committee were passed to Sephiroth. This rule basically does not have too many restrictions. The only few hard rules are that the idea of leaving the Dusk Star region is not allowed in the work, and the content of promoting religion and spreading faith is not allowed. After seeing the restrictions, Xiang Qian smiled disdainfully, and threw the document into the trash. Then he picked up the think tank's implementation plan for the Earth Federation and continued to read it. He frowned as he read. If you use 2 words to summarize this plan, it is bold. If you use 4 words to describe it, it is audacious. Even if he looks at the various implementation plans of this plan now, he is still a little scared. Chapter 629. For a whole month, Xiang Qian and Ludgerson had been repeatedly discussing the contents of this plan with the think tank. Based on the conservative opinions raised by the Vidin Prophet and the ideas of Ludgerson and others, the think tank revised the plan again. Finally, amid the heavy breathing of everyone, Xiang Qian gritted his teeth and gave orders to start implementing this earth-shaking plan. Before, Xiang Qian also lamented that the Vidin Prophet and the Black-Clothed Man and other first-generation special evolutionists could do so many great things before breaking through the 7th-level civilization, making countless civilized races hate them, but they were helpless, and finally achieved their legend. But what the Earth Federation is going to do now is hundreds of times crazier than what the first generation of special evolutionists like Vidin Prophet are going to do. At most, they are offending some level 7 and level 8 civilizations, but now Xiang Qian and Xingyu are cooperating and are preparing to directly dig a piece of meat from the level 9 civilization. This is not on the same level at all. 10 years later, the first step of the plan is ready. On this day, all the people who were reading novels in the Dusk Star region received a message, that is, the Silver Wing Civilization online literature website needs to be displayed and closed due to technical reasons. As soon as this news was released, it directly set off a huge wave in the Dusk Star region. To be frank, now in the Dusk Star region, at least 5 out of 10 people read novels every day. Even those who don't read novels will go to the forum to communicate with others. At this time, the online literature website is no longer just a platform for publishing novels, but more like a large comprehensive website. The entire website affects all aspects of the Dusk Star region. For example, if a certain civilized race has invented a new entertainment device, that civilized race will definitely publish the information on the website forum as soon as possible. Because this is the fastest way to promote, many times faster than the previous method of simply spreading the news and letting people take the bait. So the entire website has been deeply embedded in the lives of everyone in the Twilight Star region and has become an inseparable part. Now that the Silver Wing Civilization is shutting down the website due to technical reasons, it is like a huge bomb dropped inside the Twilight Star region, shaking the entire Twilight Star region. It can be said that there is nothing lacking in the Twilight Star region, and this is the first time that a problem like this has occurred due to technical reasons. So within less than 5 minutes after the Silver Wing Civilization announced the news, more than 100,000 civilizations that considered themselves to be relatively accomplished in information transmission sent messages, asking where the Silver Wing Civilization had problems, and what kind of technical help they needed. It can be said that within the Twilight Star region, any technology is worthless. As long as you want it, you can get even some of the technologies of the 8th level civilization. After all, even if you copy all the technologies of the 8th level civilization, you can only use them within the Twilight Star region, and you can't take them outside. Therefore, the technical exchange within the Dusk Star region far exceeds that of any other place. It is almost the same as the technical exchange between different scientific research institutes within a civilization. There is no threshold at all. However, after these confident civilizations sent out the message, they were ruthlessly attacked by the Silver Wing Civilization. That is, the technologies you mentioned cannot solve our problems at all. The response of the Silver Wing Civilization made these civilizations very depressed, including one of the 8th level civilizations. However, the 8th level civilization did not believe it, and sent a large group of people to the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm to help the Silver Wing Civilization solve the problem. But when they saw the super intelligent host inside the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm, they were all dumbfounded, because at this time the core processor of the website was nothing else but a soul crystal that the Mandi tribe spent 10 years condensing. This soul crystal was full of soul power, but because no one controlled it, this soul crystal full of soul power could no longer bear the core of the intelligent host because of the blockage of soul power. This problem may not be solved by an 8th level civilization. Even an ordinary 9th level civilization may not be able to solve it. Because the research on soul power is completely different from the material system, the 8th level civilization did not understand how the soul crystal could serve as the core after seeing it. However, although this 8th level civilization could not solve the problem of the soul crystal, it could help the Silver Wing Civilization to build a new network again. After all, with the strength of an 8th level civilization, it is a simple matter to build a network covering the entire Dusk Star region. There were no large-scale comprehensive websites in the Dusk Star region before because there was no website that could cover such a wide range, and have so many users as online literature. Websites such as online shopping platforms have no market in the Dusk Star region. After all, everything in the Dusk Star region is free. If you want something from other civilizations and races, and want someone to deliver it to you, just dream on. If you want it, just go get it yourself. Otherwise, who will tolerate your bad habits? With the help of this 8th level civilization, the online literature website was opened again, and this 8th level civilization also provided the Silver Wing civilization with a full set of technologies. Among them, the delay-free network technology covering hundreds of billions of light years is also a complete rule loophole. Although this rule loophole cannot be used by the 6th level civilization as a rule system to break through the 7th level civilization, because this rule system that the 8th level civilization has registered from the universe operation rules is also the rule system of the 8th level civilization itself. So the Silver Wing civilization can only use this rule loophole, but it cannot be incorporated into the direct rule system. But no matter what, a complete rule loophole is priceless in the universe. Because a complete rule loophole contains a stable rule structure, which is a rule structure accepted by the universe. Without all the information provided by this level 8 civilization, no other civilization race can use this rule loophole. After all, once it is adopted by the rules of the universe, it means that this rule loophole has been plugged. Even if other civilization races look for it, they will not find this rule loophole, but only the stable rule structure constructed by this level 8 civilization. At this time, the only civilization in the universe that can use this rule is this level 8 civilization, and no other civilization can use it. Unless other civilizations can obtain all the information about this rule loophole, like the Silver Wing civilization, they can use this rule loophole. Simply put, the rules of the universe are the patent administration. When the civilization that discovered this rule loophole uses this loophole to become a level 7 civilization, it owns the ownership of this rule loophole. Other civilizations cannot use this loophole without permission. Unless this civilization authorizes other civilizations to use this loophole, other civilizations can use it. But even if other civilizations are authorized and get all the information about this loophole, they only have the right to use it, not the ownership. In this way, due to network technology problems, the Silver Wing civilization got the complete information about a loophole. This is not a big deal in the Dusk Star region, but in the universe, it is absolutely a pie in the sky. After all, a complete rule loophole is not just about using it to build rule weapons. A rule loophole can often extend to more rule loopholes. At the same time, having this rule loophole also means that the Earth Federation can use contribution points to create special rare metals with absolute rule attributes brought by this rule loophole. If there is no rule loophole, even if you use contribution points to buy it, you can't buy the special rare metals with absolute attributes brought by this rule loophole. This is no longer a question of money, but a question of monopoly and strategic resources. If the Earth Federation leaves the Dusk Star region, and this level 8 civilization does not give the loopholes in the rules to their civilization race. If there are civilization races that want to buy this special rare metal with absolute attributes, they must buy it from the Earth Federation, otherwise they can't buy it even if they want to. Generally, level 7 civilizations rarely spend contribution points to buy special rare metals, and basically obtain special rare metals with different absolute attributes through transactions. It can be said that as long as they have a special rare metal, and the use of this special rare metal is not particularly unconventional, then this civilization will not lack contribution points. After this level 8 civilization left, the Dusk Star Domain Liaison came to the Silver Wing civilization again. This time, he came to discuss the issue of the Soul Crystal with Sephiroth. When Xiang Qian saw this liaison coming to the Silver Wing civilization, he knew that the other party had taken the bait. Chapter 630. This time, the Dusk Star region contact person came to the Silver Wing civilization for no other reason than to make a super small soul crystal for the Mandi tribe. Sir Sephiroth, I wonder if I can take a look at the noble's problematic brain core. The Dusk Star region contact person found Sephiroth. No problem, please wait. Sephiroth pretended to be surprised and froze for a moment, then spoke. Thank you. After a while, the soul crystal was delivered. The Dusk Star region contact looked at the soul crystal in front of him, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. It's so beautiful, Lord Sephiroth. I want to know where the noble got it. Although I have seen countless treasures, this is the first time I have seen such a strange crystal. The Dusk Star region contact said in admiration. This is not entirely a compliment. The soul crystal full of soul power does have an amazing splendor, as if there is a universe in the crystal. This star crystal was found on an asteroid before we left the star system, but we have never found a crystal like it since then. At first, we tested it, and found that this strange crystal is completely different from ordinary substances. It basically does not react with any substance. It can be said that before the 5th level civilization, we always regarded it as a special treasure, and did not think of using it as the core of the intelligent brain. However, in a special experiment, we discovered its strange characteristics, and since then we have always regarded it as the core of the intelligent brain. No matter how our technology level develops, it cannot bring out its full potential. I didn't expect that it would undergo such a strange change here. According to our detection, its interior seems to be filled with an unknown energy, which may be the reason why it cannot be used. We have also tried various methods to release the special energy inside it, but none of them succeeded. Now that we have the technology supported by the 8th level civilization, we don't need it anymore. It will be placed in our museum in the future as a treasure of the town. After all, so far, we have not found any other civilized races that have such crystals, Sephiroth said with emotion. That's right, I haven't seen such a special crystal in other civilizations. I remember there was a kind of civilization that completely abandoned the body, and the entire race condensed into a soul crystal, and survived in the form of soul. Could this be a soul crystal? The Dusk Star region contact said with narrowed eyes. It shouldn't be. We have also studied soul-type civilizations, and there are also ways to become a soul-type civilization in parallel universes. However, we infused it with spiritual power according to the formation method of soul-type civilization. Although it can cause certain changes, as long as the infusion is stopped, the spiritual power inside it will flow rapidly. If it is a soul crystal, it should be able to store spiritual power, so we deny the existence of it. However, it is very likely to be a special crystal similar to the soul crystal, but we don't know its use. Sephiroth said seriously, as if it were true. Is that so? Then it shouldn't be a soul crystal, otherwise it can't store spiritual power. The Dusk Star region contact said in agreement. The two chatted for a while, and finally the Dusk Star region contact proposed to take the soul crystal for research. At the same time, he could also give the Silver Wing civilization compensation, whether it was a rule system or a special rare metal. However, Sephiroth refused the compensation without even thinking about it. The soul crystal can be taken away for research, as long as it is not damaged. Compensation is totally unnecessary for the Silver Wing civilization, because it is not needed. In the end, the Dusk Star region liaison officer left with the soul crystal very happily. After leaving the Silver Wing civilization, the Dusk Star region liaison officer entered a small universe and a completely closed room. After entering the room, his body collapsed instantly, just like the particle bodies condensed by the Mandy people, which were directly removed when not needed. Then the soul crystal suspended in the air flashed and disappeared in the room. Speaker, I'm back. In a dark and silent space, he appeared again with the soul crystal. How is the investigation going? An old man who looked like a projection and had no entity appeared in front of him and spoke to him. Speaker, the matter has been completely investigated. There is no problem with the Silver Wing civilization. The soul power that disappeared during this period was completely absorbed by this soul crystal. The Silver Wing civilization used this soul crystal as the core of the intelligent brain before, but the soul power exploded very quickly recently. This soul crystal absorbed the soul power without restraint, and as a result, the soul power filled the interior, and the Silver Wing civilization's intelligent brain was suddenly damaged. They still don't know what happened. The Dusk Star region contact said disdainfully. Well, have you checked the background of the Silver Wing civilization? The speaker continued to ask. Everything has been checked. According to the records of the universe's operating rules, the confidence reported by the Silver Wing civilization is completely correct. The only thing that is not true is the reason why they came here. They did not escape here because they could not break through, but were hunted down. But this has nothing to do with our soul clan. As long as they are not sent by other races, there is no problem. It's good to find out. For such a race that is very creative in literature, we can properly cultivate it. The speaker nodded. Well, I plan to help them upgrade to the 7th level civilization before they are about to perish. With the online literature website they built to help us gather soul power, the speed of our Ghost Universe construction will be greatly accelerated, and it will definitely surpass other races. Do it according to your idea. The speaker nodded and disappeared. After the speaker disappeared, Huang, a member of the Soul Clan who was disguised as a liaison officer of the Dusk Star region, held the soul crystal in front of his nose and took a deep breath. Instantly, the soul power in the soul crystal was poured into his body. It's really a supreme enjoyment. After absorbing all the soul power, he showed an intoxicated expression, just like the state of trance after taking drugs. After a while, he said to the air, Ming, show the soul fluctuations in the dusk star region. As soon as the words fell, a shadow appeared in the air, and then the soul wave diagram of the dusk star region was projected. Very good, the soul power dissipated within the normal loss range, and the soul power in the area where the Silver Wing civilization is located is no longer lost. Ming, you continue to monitor the dusk star region. If there is any problem, tell me. I will take a rest first. After saying this, his figure slowly dissipated. Chapter 631. Xiang Qian exited the god's perspective state with a helpless look on his face. After monitoring the dusk star domain contact person entering the room of the small universe, he only saw his body become thinner and his soul crystal disappear, and then he lost sight of the target. He couldn't find where the other party went. Although there was a rule fluctuation at the moment, when the other party disappeared, he couldn't stop it. So after the rule fluctuation disappeared, he couldn't find where the other party was. This was the first time that Xiang Qian was defeated in the god's perspective state. Even if the information of the universe's operating rules could be changed by him at will, he was really defeated in this matter. Xiang Qian had to admit that the 9th level civilization was indeed not comparable to the 8th level civilization. Apart from other things, he admired this hidden method very much. Although he knew that the soul crystal of this soul clan was inside the dusk star field, he just couldn't find it. Even in the god's perspective state, he couldn't find the other party's soul crystal, which meant that even the rules of the universe could not find where the soul crystal of the soul clan was. After all, Xiang Qian could see what the rules of the universe could find, and now not only the rules of the universe could not see it, but he couldn't see it either. But Xiang Qian felt that their plan should be successful. 10 years ago, the core of the shocking plan formulated by the think tank was the fundamental interests of the Soul Clan. Why did the Soul Clan establish the Twilight Star region in the universe? Could it be that the Soul Clan had nothing better to do? That was impossible. The only reason was that the Twilight Star region was very important to the Soul Clan, so for so many epochs, the Twilight Star region could become a universe forbidden area under the protection of the Soul Clan. So what benefits could the Soul Clan get from the Twilight Star region? At first, Xiang Qian and his team didn't know, but after the online novel website was built and the soul power showed an explosive gushing, Xiang Qian and his team knew it. The Soul Clan established the Dusk Star region in order to obtain soul power, and the generation of soul power depends on the spiritual and emotional resonance of a large number of people. This is why the Dusk Star region vigorously develops spiritual civilization, pays attention to the cultivation of personal hobbies, and provides venues for groups with similar hobbies, because this can maximize the generation of soul power, so the Soul Clan has made great efforts to do so. Now that there are online literature websites, the soul power generated by the Dusk Star region every day is more than the soul power generated in the previous 10 years. Under such circumstances, as long as the Silver Wing civilization does not take actions that endanger the Dusk Star region, even the Soul Clan will not bear the Silver Wing civilization to perish. In the past 10 years, many civilized races in the Dusk Star region have had people publish novels on the website. But the result is that now 99% of the novels on the website are uploaded by the Earth Federation. The number of novels written by all other civilized races only accounts for 1%. And this 1% of novels is basically not read by many people. Why? The main reason is still the problem of thinking. After such a long period of observation, everyone, including Xiang Qian, found that human thinking and inspiration in literature are unmatched by any civilized race. Although even the Vidin Prophet did not know the reason for this problem, it was destined that the Soul Clan could not find other civilized races to replace the Earth Federation. Based on this judgment, Xiang Qian was confident that the following plan would develop steadily. Today, Sephiroth refused the other party's compensation for taking the Soul Crystal, not because he did not want it, but because the time had not come yet. When the time came, the database of all civilized races in the entire Twilight Star region would be in the pocket of the Earth Federation. And there was no need to actively ask for it, others would deliver it to the door. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years have passed. During these tens of thousands of years, hundreds of civilizations have entered the Dusk Star region, but these civilizations are all level 6 civilizations, and there is not a single level 7 civilization. This day is the last day of this era, and it is also the morning day of every era in the Dusk Star region. Because at 0 o'clock today, many civilizations will reach the disaster deadline of 10 eras. And few civilizations that reach the disaster deadline can survive this great disaster that is truly against the rules. Therefore, after midnight, hundreds of thousands of civilizations may disappear in the Dusk Star region, and the maximum number of civilizations is nearly 30,000. On this day, the members of the tribe who know that their race is going to be extinct will find friends of other races and leave their most precious things to each other. At the same time, on this day, no matter what level of civilization the civilization that is about to be extinct is, it can freely enter and exit the territory of any civilization in the Dusk Star region, including several areas of level 8 civilizations. Even if they want to know what the rule weapons of level 8 civilization are, level 8 civilization will take these people to visit and give them detailed explanations. Generally speaking, on this day, the civilizations that are about to die are the largest, and everyone must give way to these civilizations. After a day of madness, all the races whose time is coming to an end will return to the flagship of their own civilization, waiting for the power of the universe's operating rules to come. At this time, all the civilizations in the Dusk Star domain will also stop their activities, stand quietly aside, and see these civilizations off. At this time, Xiang Qian can clearly see from the perspective of God that the soul power inside the Dusk Star domain is bursting wildly. This is because at this time, the mental state and emotions of all civilized races are basically in a state of resonance, so soul power is generated in large quantities under this huge spiritual resonance. The Soul Clan is making a fortune now. Xiang Qian sighed as he watched large tracts of soul power being absorbed. At the same time, he also admired that the Soul Clan harvested soul power to the extreme. In the state of God's perspective, Xiang Qian could clearly feel that the patriarchs of several civilized races, whose deadlines were approaching, were not sad at all. Although their clansmen were in an emotional state, they were calm. Xiang Qian was sure that these civilized races would definitely survive this crisis, and the reason was needless to say. That was because these civilized races contributed a lot of soul power, so they were preserved by the Soul Clan. Soon, the time of 0 o'clock arrived, and this level of Yuan was also coming to an end. When 0 o'clock arrived, the power of the universe's operating rules exploded very quickly, enveloping those civilized races that reached the time limit, and the power of each civilization's rule system began to invade those civilized races. This was a completely targeted destruction, as if the rules of the universe did not want to give this civilization a chance to survive. No matter how the motherships of these civilizations improve the effectiveness of the rule weapons, many civilizations will soon be unable to hold on under the power of the rule system that specifically restrains them. At this time, Xiang Qian also discovered that the power of the rules of the universe is different for each civilization. The power is relatively weak for civilizations with a short epoch, and the power is strong for civilizations with a long existence. Half an hour later, the defense system of a civilization could not hold on, and under the power of the rules of the universe, the race mothership was instantly destroyed. A civilization was destroyed. Chapter 632. If there is a first one, there will be a second one. An hour later, the second civilized race could not resist the power of the universe's operating rules and perished. At this time, the situation was very clear. Some civilized races were struggling to resist at this time. The mothership's protective shield was shaky, and looked like it was in danger of being destroyed at any time. Some civilized races seemed to be in good condition. Although it was difficult to resist, it seemed that they could hold on for a long time. Among those civilized races that could continue to hold on, there were several civilized races that Xiang Qian had discovered before that their races were emotionally stable. 2 hours later, 7 civilizations perished. 3 hours later, 29 civilizations perished. 5 hours later, 83 civilizations perished. 24 hours later, 7 civilizations survived the forces of the universe's operation rules. The second day of the new era was a carnival festival, which meant that a peaceful life lasting 120,000 years had arrived, and everyone could enjoy the happy time of 120,000 years. At this time, Xiang Qian was in the room of the Vidin Prophet, discussing the problem of loopholes in the rules with him. Based on what he observed this time, he had some questions to ask the Vidin Prophet. I found that the targeted power of the universe's operating rules is unfair to some civilized races. The power suffered by a civilized race that has existed for 30 epochs has completely exceeded the upper limit of the power of 30 epochs. And the targeted power suffered by another civilized race that has also existed for 30 epochs is much weaker. Why is that? Xiang Qian said to the Vidin Prophet. It's very simple. That's because some civilizations are studying 2 rule systems at the same time. Of course, the targeted force they receive is stronger than that of civilizations studying 1 rule system. There is an unspoken rule here, which is blocked by advanced civilizations. In fact, it is not a blockade, but the civilizations that have just entered the universe basically don't know this rule. You should have seen trading information about rule loopholes in the trading market. Is there a percentage of rule loophole research on it, such as 20%, 30% or something like that? The Vidin prophet said. Well, there is this mark. Is there any other explanation for this mark? Xiang Qian asked curiously. After all, anyone who sees this mark for the first time will think of the completeness of the rule loopholes, and will not think of anything else. Of course, didn't you notice that the percentages marked are all integers? Have you seen a mark like 25%? You haven't seen it. I tell you, this mark is directly related to the disaster against the rule system once every 10 epochs. The first disaster occurred 10 epochs ago, when the power of the universe's operating rules would only use 10% of the power of a complete rule loophole. If the civilization race that was attacked at this time had more than 10% of its own power, reaching 20%, it would be able to survive the disaster without any danger. During the second disaster, the universe's operating rules would use 20% of the power of a complete rule loophole. Because it is targeted, generally speaking, it is only safe if it exceeds 10% of the power of the universe's operating rules. In this way, every 10 epochs, the power of the universe's operating rules increases by 10%. Therefore, any civilized race must increase the research progress of its own rule loopholes by 10% in the 10 epochs, otherwise it will be dangerous. But there is an exception, that is, if a civilized race itself studies not one, but 2 or 3 rule loopholes, then the power of the universe's operating rules will also increase. And this increase is terrifying, not as simple as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. If a civilization studies 2 rule loopholes, but these 2 rule loopholes cannot complement each other, then this civilization is basically doomed. Because the rules of the universe are really the targeted rule power used by such civilizations, which can be integrated. Even if you cannot make 2 rule loopholes complement each other, the targeted power used by the rules of the universe is the integration of 2 targeted rules. Therefore, few civilizations can study 2 or 3 rule loopholes at the same time, otherwise they will not be able to succeed for 30 epochs. Unless the 2 rule loopholes you are studying can complement each other, don't study them. The Vidin prophet said slowly. That's not bad. The rule loopholes that the Silver Wing civilization has mastered are only 30% in percentage. It is completely consistent with the history that was made up at that time. According to this calculation, the Earth Federation still has 3 epochs to complete this plan. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, You have to think about it. If you change the information of the Silver Wing civilization, then after 3 epochs, the power of the rules of the universe will definitely come. If the power of the universe's operating rules really comes this time, then it will be 10 times more difficult to change the data back than it is now. The Vidin prophet reminded. Well, I know, no matter what, the plan must be completed within 3 eras. Xiang Qian nodded and said, If you have nothing to do, go and do it, don't always disturb me reading. The Vidin prophet picked up the book and waved his hand. Xiang Qian didn't say anything, stood up and left the room. The two had been talking about the Silver Wing civilization issue just now, but no one mentioned the situation of the Earth Federation. According to the prophet Vidin, the difficulty of studying more loopholes in the rules will increase significantly when the disaster comes in each era. So, for the 8 loopholes in the rules that the Earth Federation is currently studying, when the 10th era comes, how strong will the targeted power of the universe's operation rules be? The prophet Vidin did not say anything about this question, and Xiang Qian did not mention it either. Because they all know that there is only one way to solve the problems of the Earth Federation, that is, to make the Earth Federation break through the 7th level civilization within 10 eras. In order to have the potential for future development, the rule loopholes chosen by the Earth Federation must be suitable for humans. Then the current 7 light-type rule loopholes can only be regarded as auxiliary, and cannot become the main rule system of the Earth Federation. Thinking of this, Qian became more determined to implement the current plan. In the entire universe, except for the Dusk Star region, there is no place for the Earth Federation to accumulate enough foundation. Therefore, the plan currently being implemented can only succeed. Once it fails, it is not just a question of whether it can escape the pursuit of the 9th level civilization, but whether it can survive 10 epochs of civilization. Time passed slowly, and 2 epochs passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 633. After 3 eras, the Silver Wing civilization is considered a senior civilization in the Dusk Star region. It can be said that there is no civilized race in the Dusk Star region that does not know about the Silver Wing civilization. Now, many entertainment devices have appeared in the small universe of the Silver Wing civilization. Many of these entertainment devices were built with the help of the 7th level civilization, but the Silver Wing civilization also had to bring all the information of these devices. The loopholes in the rules involved have been consumed by the Academy of Sciences of the Earth Federation. It can be said that even if the resource collection plan of the Earth Federation has not been officially launched, the accumulation of 2 eras has greatly improved the foundation of the Earth Federation. The current Earth Federation is no longer the civilized race that just left the parallel universe, knew nothing, and only relied on the special abilities of Xiang Qian and Xingyu to rush around. With the convenience of writing novels, the Earth Federation has collected a large amount of information on various civilized races. The information of a single civilized race may not be a big deal, but the information of tens of millions of civilized races in the Dusk Star region gathered together, which can already be put together as a period of large-scale cosmic historical information. At present, the information about the universe stored in Shinkong is definitely more than many level 7 civilizations, and is almost reaching the level of level 8 civilization. Although these data are not information about loopholes in the rules, the lack of these data means that this civilization race does not understand the universe at all. Boss, Xingyu said that he is ready. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Well, let's start. Xiang Qian nodded, and picked up the civilization race scepter. After waiting for 2 eras, the real plan of the Earth Federation can finally begin. Whether it will be a dragon or a worm in the future depends on this time. Invisible waves pass through the Earth Federation microcosm, covering everyone in the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm. Although this wave caused the power of the universe's operating rules, under Xingyu's ability, no civilized race discovered this wave. The next day, a novelist from the Silver Wing Civilization found Sephiroth and put forward his request. He hoped that the Silver Wing Civilization could turn his novel into a complete world. In response to this request, Sephiroth said that it was impossible to do it with the power of the Silver Wing Civilization, so he could only say sorry to him. The writer didn't say anything after listening, but he wrote a paragraph at the end after updating the chapter of the day. In another era, our Silver Wing Civilization will perish, so today I went to find the tribe leader, hoping that he could build the novel I wrote into a complete world. But unfortunately, with the power of our Silver Wing Civilization, we can't do this at all. I don't know if there are any people from advanced civilizations among the readers who are reading this novel. If there are, I hope you can build the complete world of the novel I wrote. Before I die, if I can see the world I created with my own eyes, I will die without regrets. Such a simple feeling caused a huge response in the entire Twilight Star region. At this time, online literature websites have already affected all aspects of the entire Twilight Star region. Although they cannot make money, their influence cannot be underestimated. Especially, the author who made this speech is a top master. Several of his novels have been clicked more than 1 trillion times, and the number of his readers is as high as 1 trillion people. So after his feelings were published, they immediately attracted a lot of readers' reactions. Many readers said that they would bring out their own materials to support the author in building a world. One good thing about the Dusk Star region is that actions do not require approval, just do it, and no one will care about you. The next day, a large group of readers brought their own mechanical equipment to the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm to find the author to help him build the novel world. The author was very moved and followed a large group of readers to start without saying a word. With the technological power of the 6th or 7th level civilization, a small universe with a diameter of 50 light years was opened up in half a day. Then a large group of people entered the small universe and began to create planets according to the background of the novel world. When they were working hard, other authors could not sit still and called readers to prepare to build their novel worlds. For a time, the entire Dusk Star region was bustling. Millions of small universes of all sizes were created in just 3 days. At the 4-dimensional space level, the 3-dimensional space of that area has become a honeycomb. Such a big move finally alarmed the Soul Clan, and the Soul Clan member, under the identity of the Dusk Star Domain Liaison, once again came to the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm. He came this time not to stop the construction of the novel world, but because the construction of the novel world made authors not write books much, and readers did not read books, and everyone was building the novel world. Although soul power will be generated when the novel world is built, the boring construction will definitely not be as satisfying as reading novels, so the soul power generated will be much less. The Soul Clan, who are used to receiving a lot of soul power every day, can't stand the sudden lack of food, so they immediately came to Sephiroth and asked the authors to go back to write books and stop doing their jobs. But this matter was caused by the Earth Federation, so how could Sephiroth stop it? He could only say that this was a personal wish and he couldn't stop it. Faced with such a situation, the Soul Clan didn't have any good solutions. It is definitely unrealistic to force all those authors to go back to write novels, especially in the Twilight Star region, a place that values freedom, and it is even more impossible to do so. Because once this hole is opened, it is equivalent to opening Pandora's box, and the foundation of the Dusk Star region will be shaken. So after thinking about it, the only way to solve this problem is to complete the construction of all these novel worlds, and let those authors go back to write books with peace of mind. But these novel worlds are not so easy to build, especially the fairy and fantasy novel worlds. Some things can't even be done by the 7th level civilization. Not to mention anything else, the magic weapons in the fairy world alone involve a large number of rule loopholes. If you want a flying sword to be like what is written in fairy tales, it can be big or small, can be stored in the body, can fly thousands of miles to kill enemies, and can also carry people flying. There are countless loopholes in the rules involved. So after discovering these problems, even the Soul Clan members have a headache. But for the sake of soul power, no matter how difficult it is, it must be solved. Isn't it just a problem of loopholes in the rules? Over the years, the Soul Clan has obtained countless information about loopholes in the rules. Most of these rule loopholes are 30% to 40% of the complete rule loopholes, and the Soul Clan did not conduct research after obtaining them. Now it is just right to take them out. Although the selection of these rule loopholes is also a very tedious task, it can still solve the current situation. The Soul Clan summoned several people from the 8th level civilization to take charge of the information on those rule loopholes. As long as the construction of the novel world lacks the information on rule loopholes, you can go to them to check. In this way, the writers of Silver Wing Civilization don't have to do it themselves. They just need to express their ideas and leave some readers to supervise the construction. In this way, the authors of Silver Wing Civilization have returned to their normal lives, but the various construction masters of Silver Wing Civilization and various people with other hobbies have become frequent visitors to these novel worlds under construction. Basically, every once in a while, these people will go to the database to find some information and then put forward new construction suggestions. At this time, the busiest people were not the people in the Twilight Star region who were building the novel world, but the scientists in the Earth Federation's microcosm. The Soul Clan had collected so many rule loopholes during the long period of time it took to build the Twilight Star region that even the Soul Clan members could not count them. But during this period, the Earth Federation collected as many as 370,000 types of rule loophole data. These rule loopholes involve all aspects of the entire cosmic physical rule system. Although not every rule loophole that has been studied in depth can be recognized by the rules of the universe, such a large amount of data is also a priceless treasure. The Earth Federation's technological system is different from that of other civilized races, so a single rule loophole is not suitable for the Earth Federation's rule system. Only by fully mastering various types of rule loopholes, and finding one or integrating multiple rule loopholes from them can we find the rule system that the Earth Federation needs. And what the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences is doing now is to find the rule system that the Earth Federation needs from these strange rule loophole systems. Chapter 634. Xiang Qian came to the Academy of Sciences. Now scientists are studying rule loopholes not by doing experiments. Instead, they establish a model of cosmic physics rules, and then use Vicadia's deduction to find the rule loopholes that are most suitable for the Earth Federation, or the rule loopholes that are more suitable for the rules of the universe. In fact, there are not so many rule loopholes in the physical rules of the entire universe. Not to mention the rule loophole data mastered by the Soul Clan. If all these rule loopholes exist, then the physics rules of the universe would have collapsed long ago. Now the Earth Federation has only obtained the data of 370,000 rule loopholes. The cosmic physics rule model established by these rule loopholes can directly cause the cosmic physics rules to collapse without any calculation. The reason why it is difficult to break through the 7th level civilization is that most of the 6th level civilizations took the wrong route when choosing the rule loopholes. For example, scientists of the Earth Federation believe that there should be quark stars between neutron stars and black holes. But there are no naturally formed quark stars in the universe, so this is considered a rule loophole. But does this rule loophole have an impact on the universe? If it does, it does. But if it doesn't have much of an impact. Why do I say that? If there are naturally formed quark stars in three-dimensional space, then the stability and strength of the space will be much stronger than it is now. But now there are no naturally formed quark stars in three-dimensional space, so the stability and strength of the space will certainly be much worse than the technology with quark stars. This is the problem of the space's bearing capacity. But if you say that there is a problem with the current space rules, that's not the case. Because the current three-dimensional space is fully capable of carrying all material rules, The only drawback is the bearing capacity problem. But this problem does not need to be solved specifically. It will not affect the operation of the universe. These spaces have poor bearing capacity and are not stable enough, but after you break the space structure, the space will still recover on its own, and you don't have to worry about it at all. There will be no problem that you can't repair the space after you break it. Therefore, the loopholes in the scientific and technological rules brought about by the problem of quark stars only mean that there is still room for further improvement in the space rules. If the space structure can be changed, the technology can be made more stable. Such a rule loophole is not a loophole at all. It is a loophole in an imaginary perfect space, not a real problem in the space of the real universe. If there is a problem with the spatial structure of the universe, then the universe would have collapsed long ago, and it would not have waited until now. There are real rule loopholes in the universe now, but these rule loopholes are not loopholes evolved from the universe itself, but individual physical rules are rewritten, and these rewritten rules conflict with the rules that have not been rewritten, resulting in rule confusion. Those rewritten rules are all the rule systems mastered by the civilizations that have broken through the 7th level civilization. When these civilizations broke through the 7th level civilization, the stable rule system they established made the universe operation rules feel that such a rule system is more beneficial to the physical rules of the universe, and can make the physical rules of the universe more perfect. If the universe operation rules cannot feel that the rules they established are beneficial to the physical rules of the universe, then even if the civilization has developed a stable rule system, it will not be able to break through the 7th level civilization. This is the cruelty of the universe. It can be said that the rules of the universe are absolutely fair in this regard. As long as it is a rule system that is beneficial to the universe, the rules of the universe will accept it and allow you to break through the 7th level civilization. Otherwise, you cannot break through. However, although the rule system developed by various civilizations is stronger than some aspects of the previous rule system, the physical rules of the universe are a whole after all, and any change will affect the physical rules of the entire universe. However, it is impossible for a civilized race to take into account the physical rule system of the entire universe. So when it comes to the result-stable rule system, the most considered is still a single type of rule structure. This has resulted in more and more races breaking through the 7th level civilization. Although the physical rules of the universe are constantly being improved, the upgraded rule systems will be incompatible and chaotic, causing more and more loopholes in the rules of the universe. Only when the physical rules of the entire universe are fully upgraded and replaced with better rule systems that can better integrate into the overall physical rules of the universe, can the physical rules of the entire universe be perfected. Now, every level 6 civilization race has its own rule system, and does not consider the overall problem of the physical rules of the universe. Therefore, the rule systems studied by these level 6 civilizations are really difficult to be adopted by the rules of the universe. Although the Earth Federation has obtained 370,000 rule loophole data, it is a question whether there are more than 100 rule loopholes that can be directly used and worth continuing to study. Because in the eyes of scientists in the Earth Federation, the rule loopholes studied by many civilization races are simply the most extreme. For example, the space rules studied by the Earth Federation are just derived from the problem of quark stars, which is an assumption of perfect space rules. But many civilized races are much more extreme than the Earth Federation. They believe that there should be one or more extreme stars between neutron stars and black holes, and after quark stars, there should be virtual particle stars and other more extreme stars. Such an assumption is not a problem in theory. After all, as long as the stability and bearing strength of space reach a certain level, it can withstand the existence of virtual particle stars. But in fact, they didn't even consider how powerful the space rules would be if they wanted to increase the stability and endurance of space to that level. If simply increasing the power of space rules could solve the problem, then it would be fine, but when the stability and endurance of space reach that level, 80% of the existing physical rules in the universe would be unusable. Why? Because space is too hard, gravity cannot distort space, and many rules disappear directly. If these rules disappear, the universe itself will have problems, although the super-powerful force of space rules can prevent the universe from collapsing. But a universe without vitality and other physical rules can still be called a universe. It is more like a storage space. So even though the Earth Federation has obtained so much information about the loopholes in the rules, it will take a long time just to fill them. Chapter 635. The fifth model collapsed, replaced the space rule loophole number 1873 and the matter rule loophole number 21. The seventh model collapsed, replaced the dimension rule loophole number 681 and the force field rule loophole number 98821. The 17th model collapsed. Replace. The cosmic physics rule models in the Academy of Sciences collapsed one after another, and each collapse represented a violent conflict between the rule loopholes that constituted this model. It goes without saying that the rules of the universe will not choose such loopholes as loopholes with serious rule conflicts. Of course, it does not mean that these eliminated loopholes are completely undesirable, but in terms of the current physical rules of the universe, these loopholes are indeed not of much value. Vicadia, how much computing power do you have left now? Xiang Qian asked Vicadia, who was assisting in the calculation of these rule models. There are still 37% left, but 30% of this 37% of computing resources must be reserved for emergency computing power, so only 7% of the computing resources can be used at present. Vicadia replied. Has the research on the 8th level civilization rule computer not been completed yet? Xiang Qian frowned and asked. It has not been completed yet, and it is expected to take tens of thousands of years. Vicadia shook his head and said. Now all the computing power of the Earth Federation is concentrated in the Academy of Sciences, but even so, it is not enough for the Academy of Sciences. At the same time, as more and more loopholes in the rules are obtained, the gap in computing power will become larger and larger, and computing power has seriously affected the development of the Earth Federation. But the 8th level civilization rule computer, which has been studied for almost 2 epochs, has not yet been fully analyzed. Xiang Qian is also a little annoyed. The Earth Federation has obtained complete technology for the 8th level civilization rule computer, but even so, it has been almost 2 epochs, and has not yet been fully analyzed. No, it's too slow. Xiang Qian shook his head, thought for a while, and said, how about this? I will let the people of the Earth Federation connect to our mental power connection equipment, so that you can temporarily bring your computing power to the peak. Then let the scientists stop other research and focus on analyzing the 8th level civilization rule computer, and strive to master all the technology within 5,000 years. Okay, I understand. Vicadia nodded. After Xiang Qian finished talking to Vicadia, he went to other places for a few more rounds, solved some problems, and then returned to the office. Starry Sky, notify everyone, except for those who need to stay in the necessary positions. The rest of the people can only go home and use the mental connection device to enter the virtual world in one day. Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky. Okay, boss. One day later, Vicadia used the mental power of everyone in the Earth Federation to increase the computing power to the peak, and began to cooperate with the Academy of Sciences to tackle the core and difficult problems of the 8th level civilization rule computer. In the Dusk Star region, at this time, the construction of the novel world was still progressing rapidly. But at this time, it was no longer a simple problem of creating a world, but a problem of adjusting the physical rules in the world. For example, in the world of fantasy novels, if you want to make the human body emit fighting spirit, it not only involves human body transformation, but also changes the physical rules of the world. For example, the rule that flames need oxygen to burn needs to be changed. Otherwise, fighting in the void of the universe, the flames can't burn. What's the point? Although the huge energy of nuclear fusion can also burst out particle flow without oxygen, the flame formed in that way is more like a shock wave than a flame. There is also the cultivation of special plants and animals. For example, some plants are natural treasures, and people can improve their skills when they eat them. Such plants need to be specially cultivated, and must be carried out at the same time as the human body transformation in this world, otherwise the improvement of skills is just equivalent to stimulants. So at this time, each race also needs huge computing power to calculate these data. The repeated calculation of a large amount of data, coupled with the change of the rules in the small universe and other issues, slowed down the construction of the novel world. Xiang Qian didn't care about the slow construction speed at all. Anyway, he didn't really want to build a novel world. The Earth Federation only needs to obtain the huge amount of rule loopholes, and the experience of various civilized races in changing the rules in this small universe in the process of building the novel world. Days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed. On this day, the Academy of Sciences finally completed the analysis of the 8th level civilization rule computer technology, but after the analysis, another problem was placed in front of Xiang Qian. That is to say, without the core parts made of those special rare metals, even if we have a full set of technology, we can't copy this 8th level civilization rule computer. Xiang Qian said helplessly after listening to the report of the Academy of Sciences. It's not that it's impossible to copy, but we have to use quasi-level 7 civilization weapons to replace the core parts made of special rare metals. But in that case, the volume of the entire level 8 civilization rule computer will exceed 10 stars, and the energy consumption will be very large, so there is no need to copy it. The scientist explained. Xiang Qian rubbed his forehead and said nothing. Everything else is easy, but those special rare metals are very difficult to deal with. It's no problem to ask those level 8 civilizations for technology, but it's a big problem to ask them for special rare metals. After all, even if it is an 8th level civilization, those special rare metals need to be exchanged from the universe operation rules with contribution points, and they are not out of thin air. Although the value of special rare metals in the Dusk Star region is not as high as that in the outside world, on the other hand, the special rare metals in the Dusk Star region are more valuable than those in the outside world. After all, after entering the Dusk Star region, the entire race has no way to communicate with the outside world, and can no longer earn contribution points. At the same time, no one in the entire race conducts scientific research, cannot find new loopholes in the rules, and cannot get rewards from the universe operation rules. Therefore, the contribution points of all civilizations above level 7 in the Dusk Star region are all previous stocks, and will not be taken out easily. As for using special abilities to tamper with the information of the universe's operating rules, and allow the Earth Federation to have tens of millions more contribution points, this is not a problem. But the key is that you have contribution points, but you don't have the production rights of special rare metals. The production rights of special rare metals are all unique in nature, and they are bound to the rule system of the entire civilization race. Only races that have broken through the 7th level civilization can have the right to manufacture special rare metals. If Xiang Qian wants to obtain the manufacturing rights, he must deprive the other party of the manufacturing rights, and to deprive the other party of the manufacturing rights, he must also deny the other party's rule system. That is equivalent to destroying the other party's 7th level civilization rule system, and Xiang Qian really doesn't have that much ability. Tell me the rule attributes of those special rare metals, and I see if I can use the ability to change the rules to replace them. Xiang Qian thought for a long time before he thought of this solution that was not a solution. Chapter 636. After Xiang Qian got the information of the 8th level civilization rule computer, he studied it for half a year before he changed the physical rules in a 4-dimensional space through his special ability, allowing the copycat version of the 8th level civilization rule computer of the Earth Federation to appear. Although in some functions, the copycat version of the 8th level civilization rule computer of the Earth Federation is not as powerful as the original one, the Earth Federation does not need so many functions now, but only needs huge computing power, so this simplified 8th level civilization rule computer is enough. This 8th level civilization rule computer, which involves hundreds of rule loopholes, has surpassed Vicadia in terms of computing speed, and even left the mainframe of the starry sky behind by a huge margin. Under the framework of time velocity difference and multidimensional space computing structure, this copycat 8th level civilization rule computer can simultaneously calculate 300,000 cosmic physics rule models alone. This way, the computing power problem of the Earth Federation has been completely solved, and the speed of analyzing rule loopholes can finally catch up with the speed of collecting rule loophole data. In this way, as the Earth Federation developed rapidly, time also passed quickly. 80,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were still more than 20,000 years left before the next era. It can be said that according to the information revealed on the surface of the Silver Wing civilization, the Silver Wing civilization can start the countdown at this time. More than 500 years ago, the novel world that was built at the beginning of the era was also completed one after another. It took so long to build the novel world, which was unexpected by the Soul Clan. But think about it, every novel world has its own rules system, and it is not so easy to change the rules system of the entire novel world. After the novel world was built and put into use, many people in the Dusk Star domain transferred their spiritual consciousness into the bodies of the novel world and began to dominate the novel world. And this new entertainment mode brings people spiritual enjoyment that cannot be compared with reading novels. Therefore, the soul power generated by these novel worlds exceeds the soul power generated by people when reading novels. This made the Soul Clan very happy. The soul power collected in one day is the sum of the soul power generated by the Dusk Star region in the past 100 years. This provides sufficient logistical support for the Soul Clan to build its own universe. Now the Silver Wing civilization is a treasure in the eyes of the Soul Clan. Let alone the 7th level civilization, if the Silver Wing civilization can provide better power for the Dusk Star region, even if it makes the Silver Wing civilization an 8th level civilization, the Soul Clan may consider it. So at the end of this era, the Soul Clan is ready to let the Silver Wing civilization directly become a 7th level civilization, and then let the Silver Wing civilization work harder to write novels, think of better ideas, and provide more soul power for the Soul Clan. 20,000 years later, there are less than 5,000 years left until the end of this era. On this day, the Soul Clan members disguised as Dusk Star Domain liaisons once again came to the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm. Sir Sephiroth is so interested that he actually ran to the novel world to be a soldier. The Soul Clan member said, "Alas, I have been the clan leader for such a long time, and I have been managing others, so I also want to taste the taste of being managed in the novel world." Sephiroth said with emotion, "How does it feel to be managed? Do you have any thoughts?" "I feel okay, but I do have some thoughts. As a soldier, I can think of nothing, but as the leader of a race, I have too many things to consider. But sometimes a soldier knows that the order issued by the superior is wrong, and will cause great losses to the troops, but he just can't stop it. As a superior, he knows that issuing such an order will cause the loss of many soldiers, but for the sake of the overall situation, he has to give the order ruthlessly. So sometimes I wonder, if someone else were to be the chief, what kind of orders would they have issued 3 years ago? If we continue to work hard at that time, is it possible to live another 10 eras? But I thought about it for a long time, and the answer I got was that no one knows. What is right, and what is wrong, the boundaries are actually very vague, and only when you regret it, you will feel that you have done something wrong. But there are some things that you will regret for the rest of your life if you don't do them." Sephiroth said with a sigh. "If there is a chance for your Silver Wing civilization to continue to survive in the Dusk Star region, what price are you willing to pay?" the Soul Clan asked. The Soul Clan had no idea about Sephiroth's sigh. After all, if they knew that their race was about to perish, it would be a problem if they had no sigh. And at this time, if you give them a glimmer of hope, then you will get several times or even dozens of times what you paid. "Any price," Sephiroth answered without hesitation, his eyes full of hope. "Ha. Mr. Sephiroth, I will now announce the Dusk Star Region Management Committee's notice on the Silver Wing Civilization. The Silver Wing Civilization has provided valuable strength for the spiritual civilization construction of the Dusk Star region in the past few eras. In view of the outstanding contribution of the Silver Wing Civilization in this regard, the Dusk Star Region Management Committee decided to give the Silver Wing Civilization a complete loophole in the rules to help the Silver Wing Civilization break through the 7th level civilization. I hope that after the Silver Wing Civilization breaks through the 7th level civilization, it can continue to provide valuable power for the spiritual civilization construction of the Dusk Star region. There is a complete rule loophole stored here, which can definitely allow the Silver Wing Civilization to break through the 7th level civilization. Take it." The Soul Clan member smiled, and said, after hearing Sephiroth's answer, "Is this true?" Sephiroth was excited and trembling as he reached out to the storage device. "Of course, Mr. Sephiroth can open it and take a look. I think this thing can't deceive people." Thank you so much." Sephiroth became incoherent in an instant. "Well, no need to thank me. This is also the result of your Silver Wing Civilization's own efforts. Any civilization race that has made outstanding contributions to the Dusk Star region will receive such a reward, so you must continue to work hard. If you can do better, even a level 8 civilization is not impossible. By the way, don't rush to break through to the level 7 civilization. First build the flagship of the level 7 civilization race. It won't be too late to break through when this era is about to end." "I see, I understand. Thank you again. Well, I leave first and not disturb Mr. Sephiroth from continuing to experience life. Goodbye." After the Soul Tribe left, Sephiroth quickly asked the intelligent computer to display the data, but in fact it was to transmit the data to the Earth Federation. "Sephiroth, this year's Earth Federation actor must be you." Xiang Qian's voice sounded in Sephiroth's mind. Chapter 637. The rule loophole that the Soul Clan gave Sephiroth is a very niche branch of material rules. The 7th level civilization weapons made with this rule loophole basically have no attack power. However, after the analysis of scientists, this rule regulation is indeed a very complete rule loophole. It can be said that using this rule loophole can 100% allow a civilized race to break through the 7th level civilization without any risk. However, this rule loophole is basically useless for the Earth Federation, so after the research was completed, it was input into the near-universe model by scientists, and was not developed separately. "Sephiroth, we have everything, and we can transfer it," Xiang Qian said to Sephiroth. Sephiroth nodded inconspicuously, unplugged the storage device, and left the room. After handing the storage device to some science enthusiasts, Sephiroth entered the mental consciousness transfer device, and entered the novel world as usual. However, after he entered the mental consciousness transfer device, The real information had been blocked by Xiang Qian. Then a space gate suddenly appeared. After Sephiroth entered the space gate, a person, who looked exactly like Sephiroth, walked out of the space gate and mechanically opened the mental consciousness transfer device. At this time, Sephiroth had returned to the Earth Federation's microcosm and entered another mental consciousness transfer device, transferring his consciousness to the novel world. In this way, even if the Soul Clan members monitored Sephiroth all the time, they would not find that the real Sephiroth had been transferred. After all, Sephiroth, who had entered the mental consciousness transfer device, was indeed controlling his body in the novel world, which was no different from usual. In the next 100 years, people in the Silver Wing Civilization's microcosm entered the novel world one after another. The bodies left in the Silver Wing Civilization's microcosm were all replacements prepared by the Earth Federation in advance. "Boss, all personnel have been transferred," Xingkong said to Xiang Qian. "Well, let Xingyu continue to work hard, and we will be able to leave here soon." Xiang Qian nodded and said, "The personnel have been transferred, and the next step is the most dangerous step, which is to transfer the Silver Wing Civilization flagship. After all, without the civilization flagship, the Silver Wing Civilization will be finished." Before the Silver Wing Civilization flagship was transformed into a mothership, it was not known that such a situation would occur. So how to transfer the Silver Wing Civilization mothership quietly is the most important issue. After all, a mothership is not a person, and it is not so easy to transfer it silently into the Earth Federation microcosm and then replace it with a copycat product. Because each race flagship represents a civilized race, so from the gods' perspective, each mothership is like a firefly in the dark night, very obvious. Even if it is a copycat product that is exactly the same as the race flagship, from the gods' perspective, it will not appear with the same mark as the race flagship. The race flagship is not at the same level as an ordinary warship. So what the Earth Federation has to do next is how to take back the race flagship of the Silver Wing Civilization while ensuring safety. As the Soul Clan is the top 9th level civilization in the entire universe, Xiang Qian would not be stupid enough to believe that they can't even distinguish between the race flagship and the copycat mothership. Any race that underestimates the 9th level civilization will die without knowing how it died. Xiang Qian picked up the civilization race scepter and entered the god's perspective state. What he has to do now is what he has never dared to try, that is, to test how strong the Soul Clan's control over the Dusk Star domain is. Looking at the huge soul force field covering the entire Dusk Star region, Xiang Qian carefully used his special ability to open a miniature space channel far away from the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm. Although this space channel did not connect to any microcosm or parallel space, under Xiang Qian's control, an ordinary iron ball of 1 centimeter in size appeared inside this space channel with a diameter of only 10 centimeters. 3 seconds later, the space channel was closed, and this ordinary iron ball was suspended in the void of the universe. Compared with the entire Dusk Star region, a space channel with a diameter of 10 centimeters is too small. Its proportion is even smaller than a raindrop falling on the Earth's ocean. It is simply insignificant. And inside the Dusk Star region, since all civilized races have mastered quasi-7th level civilization weapons, all the rule fluctuations generated every day cannot be calculated at all. To find a sudden rule fluctuation among these countless rule fluctuations is billions of times more difficult than finding a raindrop that is not falling from the sky in the sea with a storm. But despite such a difficult task, the Soul Clan found the iron ball made by Xiang Qian within 10 seconds and moved it away. When Xiang Qian saw what the Soul Clan did in these 10 seconds from a god's perspective, he had a deeper understanding of the 9th level civilization. But the more he understood, the more he knew how terrifying the 9th level civilization was. At the moment when the space channel appeared, Xiang Qian observed that the soul force field covering the entire Dusk Star region began to fluctuate. After the space channel disappeared, a soul force descended into the cosmic void where the space channel appeared. This soul power just covered the range of the soul force field interference when the space channel appeared, and then scanned that area. Needless to say, the soul fluctuation did not find other problems, but saw the iron ball suspended in the void of the universe, and naturally took the iron ball away. After that, a more powerful soul power began to spread from the core of the Dusk Star domain to the surroundings, carefully scanning any abnormal situation. In the god's perspective state, Xiang Qian saw such a terrible soul power for the first time, and also the first time he saw the power of soul power. Inside the Dusk Star region, no matter it was the small universe opened up by the 7th level civilization or the parallel universe built by the 8th level civilization, no matter it was the 7th level civilization weapon or the 8th level civilization weapon, any matter existing inside the dusk star region could not escape the scanning of this soul force. Fortunately, the clones made by the Earth Federation all carried the soul breath of their original bodies, otherwise the Silver Wing civilization would be instantly exposed in this scanning. Xiang Qian was in a god's perspective state, and did not dare to do anything under the scanning of this soul force. He just watched this huge soul force scan the entire dusk star region 3 times back and forth, and disappeared after finding no problems. Chapter 638. Xiang Qian exited the god's perspective state only after the soul power disappeared. This test made him realize the horror of the 9th level civilization, and the importance of the dusk star domain to the soul clan. Otherwise, even if such a strange thing happened, it would not be worth making such a big fuss. However, since the soul clan attaches so much importance to the dusk star domain, it is not as easy as previously thought to take away the race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization quietly. Starry Sky, I want to go to the Academy of Sciences. Xiang Qian put down the civilization race scepter, and said to Shinkong as he walked to the door. Okay, boss. Shinkong replied. When Xiang Qian pushed open the door, what appeared was not a corridor, but a space channel. After he walked into the space channel, he appeared in the hall of the Academy of Sciences in the next second. Xiang Qian came to the Force Field Research Center, which is also the largest research department of the entire Academy of Sciences. After all, the scientific and technological system of the Earth Federation is based on the unified discipline of force field and extends outward. Shinkong, let a second-level researcher come to help me do something. Xiang Qian did not go to those top academicians of the Academy of Sciences, but asked Shinkong to find a second-level researcher. A second-level researcher could answer what he wanted to know. It would be a waste of resources to bother those academicians of the Academy of Sciences for such a small matter. Now those academicians sleep to the minute every day, so how could they waste time on him? Okay, boss. Soon, a second-level researcher, who looked very young, but was definitely over hundreds of thousands of years old, found Xiang Qian. Next, help me analyze a force field model. First, the coverage of this force field is the entire dusk star region. At the same time, any regular fluctuations in this force field will cause fluctuations in the force field. And after the force field fluctuates, it will immediately scan the fluctuations. I don't know how to scan and judge specifically. Now help me analyze whether this force field belongs to the scanning category or other force fields. What are its judgment mechanisms? Xiang Qian said to the second-level researcher. Okay, Chief. According to your description, this force field excludes other functions first, such as the scanning function you mentioned. It is actually a reconnaissance force field. Such a force field is like a calm lake. Any disturbance will cause fluctuations on the lake. So after the regular fluctuation occurs, the force field will react instantly and scan it. And its judgment mechanism should be of many kinds, belonging to the composite judgment mechanism, among which the database and intelligent brain analysis are the main ones, and after the abnormality is found, it will be handed over to the staff for processing. The second-level researcher answered immediately. But that force field is not only used for reconnaissance, it can also be used as a binding force field, and the scanning is also based on the ability of the force field itself, not a composite force field. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, in this case, the force field is more complicated. Generally speaking, a rule can only be used as one function. If a rule is used to achieve multiple functions, its accuracy will be affected. For example, the radiation force field formed by the collision of light can be used as an observation force field or a detection force field. However, the rules of light itself limit its ability. As an observation force field, it can be competent because light can carry information. However, as a detection force field, its accuracy is questionable. After all, light will be affected by the rules of various materials. Therefore, if light is used as a detection force field, it will not be able to detect many problems at all. The strongest force field we have developed so far is based on the Grand Unified Theory, which includes the 4 basic forces in the Grand Unified Theory. So it is competent in all aspects, and is also a universal force field. But this force field requires a very powerful data processing center. After all, the change of physical rules inside the force field every second is an astronomical number. If you want to use such a force field, unless you use an 8th level civilization rule computer, it can only be used as a scientific research auxiliary force field and cannot have combat. Because so far, this force field can only cover an area of 100 square meters. If it exceeds 100 square meters, the supercomputer of the Academy of Sciences will be overloaded. If you want this multifunctional, non-composite force field to cover the entire dusk star region, even if there are a million level 8 civilization rule computers, it cannot be done. The second-level researcher frowned and said, "You mean, if there is a rule that can react with all rules, and is less disturbed by other rules, even this rule can complete all the functions of the composite force field, right?" Xiang Qian said after listening, that although the second-level researcher's words were rather general, Xiang Qian still understood them quite well. To put it simply, a certain rule can react to any rule, but this reaction is relative. For example, the soul force field of the Soul Clan can penetrate any material, space, and dimension, but its reaction to each rule is different, and the interference of other rules to the soul power is also very limited. In this case, the Soul Clan can build a huge soul force field, and make the soul force field achieve the functions of a composite force field. At present, the Earth Federation has not found a force that can match the soul power, and do the same thing as the soul power. Therefore, the Earth Federation cannot do what the Soul Clan does, using a force field to cover the entire Dusk Star region. As for why multiple single force fields are not used to complete the various functions of the composite force field, this question is too unprofessional. It is said that each rule has different interference with other rules. If two force fields are placed in the same area and the reaction between the two force fields is shielded, the two force fields can still be used. But if you place 10 force fields in one area, then no matter what you do, these 10 force fields are useless, because the interference between them is too serious. Unless there is a computing power that is billions of times greater than that of an 8th-level civilization rule computer, it is only a dream to cover multiple single-rule force fields in one area and realize multiple functions. That's right, but so far, we have not found such a rule power. Even if it is the most extensive dimensional rule, the power generated by its fluctuation cannot affect all rules at the same time, but will not be interfered by all rules. The second-level researcher nodded and said, "You are wrong. It has been discovered. Your next job is to cooperate with me to test the loopholes of this force field. Although no rules have been found that do not react to it, I do not believe that there is an absolutely perfect force in the universe. If there is, then the universe would have been destroyed long ago, because this force is uncontrollable," Xiang Qian said in a deep voice. Chapter 639. In the following time, Xiang Qian studied the soul force field of the Soul Clan at the Academy of Sciences. When Xiang Qian was studying the soul force field, he had to conduct various experiments to see how the soul force field reacted to various rules. The sudden fluctuations of various rules made the Soul Clan members helpless, because with the strength of the Soul Clan, they could not find out how these rule fluctuations appeared. So in recent times, the Soul Clan not only used the soul force field, but also used other detection methods. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiang Qian and the Soul Clan seemed to have formed a tacit understanding. Xiang Qian used his special ability to create various rule fluctuations, and the Soul Clan used various means to detect them in order to catch Xiang Qian. The two sides spent 10 years like this, but neither of them could do anything to the other. After all, Xiang Qian's special ability was simply unsolvable before the Earth Federation broke through the 7th-level civilization. And the Soul Clan's soul force field was not something that the Earth Federation could currently crack. But these 10 years were not wasted. At least Xiang Qian had discovered the detection method and weakness of the soul force field. According to the summary, if there is no regular fluctuation in the Dusk Star field, the effect of the soul force field will be infinitely weakened. Once Xiang Qian used the power of Xingyu to first shield the regular fluctuation, then created an iron ball, and then removed the shield. In this way, a 1 centimeter diameter iron ball was suspended in the void of the universe for a year, and the soul force field of the Soul Clan did not find the iron ball. But using the same method, if the iron ball is replaced by a creature, it will be discovered by the soul force field within a day. In other words, the soul force field is 10,000 times stronger in detecting life forms than in detecting matter, which may be related to the subtle soul fluctuations of life forms. However, this is no longer an important issue for Xiang Qian, because he has found the scanning situation of the soul force field on the Civilization Race flagship. According to this data, the Earth Federation is already making a copycat version of the Silver Wing Civilization Race flagship. When the Civilization Race flagship is completed, it is time for the Earth Federation to leave the Dusk Star region. Xiang Qian was quiet, but the Soul Clan began to worry. After all, the experiment with Xiang Qian was very regular, and now the experiment was not going to be done. There were only two possibilities. One was that the experiment was not necessary to continue because it was useless. The second possibility was more terrifying, that is, the experimental data had been collected, and there was already a way to crack the soul force field, so there was no need to continue the experiment. The Soul Clan was more inclined to the second possibility, so during this period, the defense level of the Dusk Star domain had reached the highest level. This has been something that has not happened to the Soul Clan for hundreds of millions of years. But this time, they had to take it seriously. After all, they could silently penetrate the Soul Force field and conduct experiments in the Dusk Star region to test the power of the Soul Force field. Such strength is no longer something that an 8th level civilization can possess. Only the 9th level civilization, like the Soul Clan, which is also the top civilization in the universe, can do this. Has there been any abnormality in the Dusk Star region recently? The speaker asked through the projection. Nothing happened. The races that were inserted were very quiet, and did not contact the outside world. The Soul Clan member who appeared as the contact person of the Dusk Star region answered. Don't be careless. Since the other party has begun to test the limits of the Soul Force field, they will definitely not give up. They must be planning something. The speaker reminded. Please rest assured, the highest level of alert force has been deployed in the Dusk Star region. As long as the enemy dares to enter the Dusk Star region, don't think of leaving alive. I'm not worried that the enemy will attack the Twilight Star region. Even if the Twilight Star region is not destroyed, our Soul Clan can build a second or third Twilight Star region. What I'm worried about is that the enemy has other purposes. Otherwise, the other 9-level civilizations are not fools. We can't destroy each other, and they won't attack the Twilight Star region. Even if our Twilight Star region is destroyed, it will only anger our Soul Clan. At that time, no matter which civilization did it, they will have to accept our revenge. The war between two 9-level civilizations will have no other consequences except that both sides will suffer losses. The other 9-level civilizations will be the ones to take advantage, so they will not attack the Dusk Star region. The speaker shook his head and said, Could it be that the enemy's target is our Ghost Universe? But without destroying the soul core of our Soul Clan, the Ghost Universe cannot be destroyed at all. Could it be that the enemy is really sure to destroy our Soul Clan? The Dusk Star region liaison was stunned for a moment, and said in shock, I am also thinking about this question. Now, we, the 9-level civilizations, are competing on the speed of building our own universes. No race should dare to attack our Soul Clan. But if it wasn't for the Ghost Universe, why would they test the limits of the Soul Force field? The speed of the construction of the Ghost Universe. Wait, there is another possibility. Did they discover the situation in our Dusk Star region and infer that the construction of our Ghost Universe has accelerated, so they want to destroy it and slow down our construction speed? It is possible, but the probability of going to war with our Soul Clan for this reason, or even fighting to the point of mutual destruction, is very small. The speaker said uncertainly. No, speaker. The other side does not have to go to war with us, as long as they can destroy the Silver Wing civilization silently. If there is no such a large group of literary masters of the Silver Wing civilization, and no online literature websites, then the output of soul power in the Dusk Star region will be reduced by hundreds of times, and the construction speed of our Ghost Universe will naturally slow down. The Dusk Star region liaison said with narrowed eyes. Well, there is such a possibility. Immediately increase the protection of the Silver Wing civilization, and never let them be destroyed by the enemy. The speaker said seriously. Okay, speaker, I arrange it now. Xiang Qian didn't know at this time that the various experiments he conducted on the Soul Force field would make the Soul Clan so nervous, and then they would think of various conspiracies, and finally they would even make the Silver Wing civilization a key protection target. If Xiang Qian knew this would happen, he would never do these experiments. But now the development of things has exceeded Xiang Qian's control. So when the Dusk Star domain liaison came to the Silver Wing civilization again, Sephiroth had to return to the Silver Wing civilization microcosm again. Sir Sephiroth, I have some very bad news to tell you. I hope you won't get too excited after hearing it. It's okay. I'm in a good mood now, Sephiroth said with a smile. In fact, he wanted to strangle him to death. According to the information we received from the Dusk Star Region Management Committee, the nobles have been targeted by a very powerful civilized race, and are in danger of being exterminated at any time. The Dusk Star Region Liaison Officer said seriously. No way, this is the Dusk Star Region. Which civilized race dares to mess around here? Sephiroth said with an expression of disbelief. Ordinary civilized races would not dare to do that, but what if it is a level 9 civilization? No way. Of course, even if the other party is a level 9 civilization, our Twilight Star region has the ability to guarantee the safety of the nobles. I came here this time to tell you that from today on, the Twilight Star Region Management Committee will provide all-round protection for the Silver Wing civilization to ensure the safety of the nobles. Hee. Sephiroth's smile was uglier than crying. At this time, both Sephiroth and Xiang Qian, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, had the urge to curse. This was a trap. Then Sephiroth stared blankly at the other party transporting high-level equipment into the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm. It is said that this equipment will form a very powerful force field. Even the 9th-level Civilization rule weapon cannot penetrate this force field in a short time. With the protection of this force field, if you want to attack the Silver Wing Civilization from the outside through the protection of the force field, unless the other party destroys the Dusk Star region first, the Silver Wing Civilization is absolutely safe. Sephiroth asked, if the outside world can't come in, how can the people inside get out? The other party's answer was, of course not. Even if the people inside came out, they had to go through the special channel formed by the force field. The other party also apologized for this. After all, this caused a lot of trouble for the Silver Wing Civilization to travel. Sephiroth could only say it didn't matter after hearing this, but Xiang Qian almost cried after hearing this. This was a problem of inconvenience in travel. This was simply aimed at the Earth Federation. Chapter 640. After the Soul Clan protected the Silver Wing Civilization's microcosm with a soul force field, Xiang Qian could not continue to play the trick of replacing the pillars. Under normal circumstances, although the Silver Wing Civilization's microcosm is independent of the universe, it is still closely connected with the universe. Now that the Soul Clan has used the soul force field to protect the Silver Wing Civilization's microcosm, the Silver Wing Civilization's microcosm has become completely independent. So let alone the space channel. Even the dimensional rules have no effect on the Silver Wing Civilization's microcosm. Originally, the microcosm was beyond three-dimensional space, belonging to half four-dimensional but presenting three-dimensional, and was an independent small space connected to the macrocosm space by the timeline of five-dimensional space. But now the microcosm of Silver Wing Civilization is a completely independent three-dimensional space, and the rules of four-dimensional space and five-dimensional space cannot be applied to the current microcosm of Silver Wing Civilization. For example, the coordinate point that is more than three-dimensional space and four-dimensional space has disappeared in the microcosm of Silver Wing Civilization, and even the influence of time rules on the microcosm of Silver Wing Civilization has become negligible. In this case, as long as Xiang Qian opens the space channel, he will be discovered by the Soul Clan in the first place. This is no longer a question of whether Xingyu's special ability works or not, but a question of whether you will definitely be discovered as long as you touch this soul force field. Now, except for Xiang Qian, who can discover the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm in the state of God's perspective, other scanning methods can no longer discover the existence of the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm. Shinkong called a think tank to the conference room for a meeting. After Xiang Qian exited the God's perspective state, he said with a gloomy face, "Okay, boss." 15 minutes later, Xiang Qian told the think tank about the current situation in the conference room and asked everyone to find a way to solve the current problem. "Chief, I want to know, is it really impossible to break through the soul force field of the Soul Clan? With Xingyu's special ability, can't he block the scanning of the soul force field?" "That's right, there is no way to break through. Xingyu's special ability is not omnipotent, he can only deceive, but not absolutely imitate. Now Xingyu uses his special ability to deceive all the information that the small universe sends to the outside world, so that the universe's operating rules and the scanning system of the 9th level civilization cannot detect the existence of the small universe. That's because while deceiving the outside world, he also uses the information at the level of space-time turbulence to lie. In other words, when other civilizations scan the area where the Earth Federation's small universe is located, the information they get is that this area is just ordinary space-time turbulence, and there is no small universe. Why did other civilizations get such information when scanning? It was because Xingyu lied to all the fluctuations in the outside world. And now, the soul force field of the Soul Clan is no longer something Xingyu can imitate. Because the fluctuation of the soul force field depends entirely on the soul fluctuation, and the soul fluctuation has its own particularity, so that no one can imitate it. So even if Xingyu deceived the soul force field and made the soul force field feel that there was nothing wrong with it, in fact, when Xingyu passed through the soul force field, it was like an elephant entering a flock of sheep. Although all the sheep think that Xingyu is not an elephant, but a sheep, after seeing this situation, won't you find out? You can completely judge that Xingyu is not an elephant by the appearance, volume, color, characteristics, etc. of both parties. Now the soul force field of the Soul Clan is the flock of sheep. Xingyu can deceive the soul force field, but cannot simulate the fluctuation of the soul force field. As long as the Soul Clan members analyze the fluctuation data of the soul force field, they will find the very obvious elephant in the flock of sheep. Unless Xingyu can perfectly imitate himself as a sheep, he will not be able to pass through the soul force field. But unfortunately, Xingyu's special ability is deception, not imitation. Xiang Qian explained. Then can the chief's special ability forcibly break through the defense of this soul force field? Another person from the think tank asked. If I don't use Xingyu's special ability, even if I use all my strength to mobilize the rules of the universe, I can't break through this soul force field. Let's put it this way. If the soul force field covering the Dusk Star region is plastic wrap, then the soul force field covering the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm is a titanium alloy steel plate, and the defense levels of the two soul force fields are not at the same level at all. Xiang Qian shook his head and said. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, the people in the think tank did not continue to ask questions, but discussed quietly below. At this time, Xiang Qian could only wait for the think tank to discuss solutions. Even if he wanted to see what was happening in the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm, he couldn't do it. After the soul force field enveloped the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm, unless he entered the god's perspective state, no information could enter the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm, and the information inside could not be spread out. So now every minute and every second, there is danger in the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm. If the Soul Clan allows a writer to leave the novel world and return to the main body, then it will be exposed directly. Fortunately, all the people in the Silver Wing Civilization, except Sephiroth, are in the Earth Federation microcosm. However, the connection between the Earth Federation's microcosm and those novel worlds has not been interrupted. If the novel worlds are also protected by the Soul Clan's Soul Force field, then the Earth Federation has no other choice but to run away. An hour later, the think tank asked again, Chief, we want to know, what is the best you can do with your special abilities? What level? Does this have anything to do with rescuing Sephiroth? Xiang Qian asked doubtfully. Of course it does, because it is directly related to our next plan. Now the Soul Clan believes that your previous experiment on the Soul Force field was done by a certain 9th level civilization, and at the same time, they believe that the 9th level civilization did this to target the Silver Wing civilization. Although we don't know why the Soul Clan thinks so, it also shows a problem, that is, the Silver Wing civilization is much more important to the Soul Clan than we think. It is possible that the Silver Wing civilization can increase the speed of soul power generation in the Dusk Star region, and this soul power involves something very important to the Soul Clan. This matter is a huge matter even for the 9th level civilization. At present, other 9th level civilizations know that it is because of the Silver Wing civilization that the Soul Clan members have accelerated their speed in obtaining soul power. So the Soul Clan members judge that the non-existent 9th level civilization is trying to destroy the Silver Wing civilization. In this case, there is only one way for us to save Sephiroth and replace the race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization, that is, to use the enemy's trick against him. If the leader uses special abilities to imitate the attack of the 9th level civilization to some extent, then the Soul Clan members will focus their energy on the non-existent 9th level civilization. We can also cause chaos in the Silver Wing civilization microcosm, and then take advantage of the chaos to directly destroy the Silver Wing civilization microcosm, which is even safer. So the most critical issue of this plan is the leader's special ability. To what extent can it be achieved, and whether it can make the Soul Tribe feel that your attack is the attack of the 9th level civilization. The think tank said. Chapter 641. Impossible. Even if you tire me to death, my attack can't reach the level of the 9th level civilization. Xiang Qian shook his head and said. This is a joke. What is the concept of the 9th level civilization? It has already exceeded the limit of what they can imagine now. And with Xiang Qian's strength, even if he concentrates the mental power of all the people in the Earth Federation, he uses the power of the rules of the universe, which is only equivalent to the 7th level civilization. Even the edge of the 8th level civilization cannot be touched, let alone the 9th level civilization. Don't even think about it. I'm sorry, Chief. Maybe we didn't make it clear. We don't mean that you can use special abilities to be comparable to the 9th level civilization in terms of pure attack power, but to be close to the 9th level civilization in terms of weirdness. After all, the series of situations you caused when you were doing experiments before made the Soul people think that it was a test of a 9th level civilization. Then can you follow the method you used in the experiment and increase the strength, especially for the Soul Force field covering the Dusk Star region? You should be very experienced. The think tank member explained immediately. That's true, but there is one thing I hope you can consider. That is, the Soul Force field covering the entire Twilight Star region is also very powerful. Even if I use all my strength, I can't break a hole in this Soul Force field. Xiang Qian frowned and said. Didn't you just say that this Soul Force field covering the Twilight Star region is equivalent to plastic wrap? The think tank member said weakly, and they were also a little confused. Is this soul force field that covers the entire Twilight Star region strong or weak? That's a metaphor. Do you understand what a metaphor is? If you must explain it clearly, my current strength is equivalent to the strongest weapon of a first-level civilization, but my soul force field is a shield of a third-level civilization. Do you think a weapon of a first-level civilization can break the shield of a third-level civilization? Xiang Qian said unhappily. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, the people in the think tank fell silent. If things are the same as Xiang Qian said, and the gap is so big, then this plan really cannot be implemented. For the next 3 days, Xiang Qian discussed various plans with the think tank in the conference room. However, every time the think tank proposed a plan, it would be rejected because of the absolute gap in strength between the two sides. It can be said that the Earth Federation is not lacking in anything now, except strength. Even if the Earth Federation is a level 7 civilization now, it will be much easier than it is now. Boss, the Academy of Sciences has found a new loophole based on the soul force field model. When Xiang Qian was discussing with the think tank, Xingkong suddenly appeared and said, "Okay, I'll be there right away." Xiang Qian asked the think tank to find a solution first, and he left and went to the Academy of Sciences. Xiang Qian was exhausted these days. Not only did he have to discuss various solutions with the think tank, but he also had to enter the God's perspective state every once in a while to check the situation in the Silver Wing Civilization microcosm. He was multitasking. When Xiang Qian arrived at the Academy of Sciences, the second-level researcher, who had been studying the soul force field with him, was excitedly recording something. "Any findings?" Xiang Qian asked. "Commander, I found a weakness in the soul force field," the second-level researcher said excitedly after seeing Xiang Qian, and began to input various instructions to the soul force field model. Soon, changes appeared on the soul force field model, but this change was different from what Xiang Qian thought. This was not some kind of rule attack, but a life planet appeared inside the soul force field. Yesterday I tried to create various substances inside the soul force field, and wanted to use the method of finding a needle in a haystack to judge the reaction between soul power and various substances. As a result, after I created a life planet inside the soul force field, the soul force field suddenly became weak. This life planet was absorbing the soul power in the soul force field. Xiang Qian listened and watched. Sure enough, after the life planet appeared inside the model, the index of the soul force field began to decline. Although the decline was small, it did decline. You must know that the reason why the soul force field is strong is that its reaction to various substances and rules is too weak. Even if a group of soul power is repeatedly torn by space energy inside a strong space turbulence, its consumption is not much. In particular, the stronger the soul power, the stronger the ability of various powers. If the soul force field reaches a certain level and shows stable fluctuations, then even spatial turbulence cannot consume the soul power. This also leads to the fact that any attack has no effect on the soul force field. Even the 8th level civilization rule weapon has a very limited effect on the soul force field. But now, the appearance of a life planet has caused the strength of the soul force field to decline significantly, which is definitely good news for Xiang Qian. What is the reason that the life planet can work on the soul force field? Xiang Qian asked immediately. It is not very clear now, but according to the simulation results, I think that when the life planet is born, it will absorb the soul power in the soul force field, so the intensity index of the soul force field has dropped significantly. The researcher replied. Life is born. Absorbs soul power. Xiang Qian kept thinking after listening. So far, the Earth Federation's understanding of life has also transitioned from the initial material evolution theory to a deeper level. Previously, scientists believed that the birth of life was determined by matter, such as carbon-based life and silicon-based life. After the emergence of matter, a combination of matter with electrons was formed, and these combinations, by chance, formed a block similar to neurons. After the block of neurons, life really appeared and evolved. In other words, the birth of life is related to electrons, but it is not the most important relationship. However, with the development of life science, the Earth Federation has not been able to create real life so far. The reason is that these lives have no souls. And what is the soul? Before the discovery of the soul power, scientists could not explain it. But according to current research, the birth of life requires a very complex external environment and internal structure. First of all, no matter what form of life is, the most basic substance that makes up this life must have electrons, which is indispensable. Because any life has a magnetic field, and the size of this magnetic field is related to the external environment. Because different life forms have different requirements for the external environment. But according to scientists' research, No matter how much the external environment changes, there is one thing that the mother planet of any life form must have, that is, the mother planet must have a magnetic field. After solving this problem, life will appear, but this kind of life may be a soulless cell or a wall of liquid metal. They cannot be called life because they have no self-awareness, that is, they do not have a complete soul. What is the soul? Through years of research on the soul force field, scientists have discovered that the soul is a substance, but more like a huge force field. This force field covers the entire universe, but has no effect on any substance. The main reason is that this huge soul force field is too thin. Even if there are planets with life, under the cover of this soul force field, it is impossible for life to have a soul. But not all places have little soul matter. For example, around stars, the soul force field is very active, and the density of soul matter is tens of thousands of times stronger than the universe. Finally, through the study of the Earth and the solar system, scientists discovered three elements for the birth of life: the internal magnetic field of the life body, the external magnetic field of the mother star, and the soul force field that covers both. When these three force fields conflict with each other, but penetrate each other, the probability of life being born is as high as hundreds of millions of times. Now, after the formation of the life planet, it can actually absorb the soul power in the soul force field. This makes Xiang Qian wonder whether the legendary Gaia consciousness is formed by the absorption of soul power when life is born. Chief, there is another question. Although the soul force field will be absorbed by the soul power after the birth of the life planet, according to evolution, after the life appears on the life planet, the strength of the soul force field will be restored little by little. The researcher added beside him when he saw Xiang Qian staring at the model and thinking, "Is that so?" After thinking about the birth of life for a while, Xiang Qian suddenly had a very crazy idea. Chapter 642. You continue to study the relationship between the life star field and soul power, and try to conduct simulation experiments in the microcosm within 1,000 years. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said to the researcher, "I'm sorry, Chief. The rules and data involved in this problem are too huge, and I can't complete it alone." The researcher was very excited after hearing this, but he really couldn't complete this work within 1,000 years. Not to mention that he is just an ordinary second-level researcher. Even if he is an academician of the Academy of Sciences, it is impossible to study this problem clearly within 1,000 years. Is it just a data problem? If I give you the right to use the 8th level civilization rule computer, can you complete it? Xiang Qian asked. It's not just a data problem. The formation of a life planet itself involves many rules. If you want to understand the relationship between a life planet and soul power, at least you have to understand which rules will be triggered when a life planet is formed. After we figure out how many rules there are, we can create a life planet. Then, by creating life planets again and again, we can distinguish which rules used when the life planets are born are related to soul power, and finally, we can know what kind of relationship they have with soul power based on these rules. This is a systematic project, and I can't complete it alone. Even if I mobilize the power of the entire Academy of Sciences, it is still a question whether I can study this problem clearly within 1,000 years. The researcher shook his head and said, "Okay, I get it. You wait here. Xingkeng will inform you what to do later." Xiang Qian nodded and said, "Yes, Chief." Xiang Qian turned and left the room, came to the management center of the Academy of Sciences, and asked Xingkeng to notify several management academicians of the Academy of Sciences to come to the meeting. Soon, Old Manly, Tesla, Einstein and other academicians of the Academy of Sciences came here. "Sorry, I have bad news to inform everyone. Next, the Academy of Sciences will stop its research and analysis of rule loopholes, and all personnel will be assigned to a new task, including you," Xiang Qian said directly. "Why? Now we have found 28 rule loopholes that are suitable for the Earth Federation rule system. Give us some more time and we can." After listening to Xiang Qian's words, Tesla asked directly. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xiang Qian. "The reason is very simple. We are currently facing a huge crisis, so the research on rule loopholes can only be suspended. Now the actual controller of the Dusk Star region, the 9th level civilization Soul Clan, has closed off the Silver Wing civilization microcosm. If we cannot rescue Sephiroth and the Silver Wing civilization flagship before the end of this era, then the Silver Wing civilization will be destroyed. So we don't have much time left. Now there are less than 5,000 years left before the end of this level. Your mission is to decipher the relationship between life planets and soul power within 5,000 years, and find out why life planets absorb a large amount of soul power," Xiang Qian said seriously. "Show me the relevant information about this research first." Since the entire Academy of Sciences is being mobilized for research, the current problem should not be simple. Old Manly said. It should be said that it is quite difficult. Shinkong, show the information. Xiang Qian nodded and said. In an instant, Shinkong showed them the research information on life planets and soul power. At this time, Lung Ning entered the room and walked to Xiang Qian's side. What happened? Lung Ning asked quietly. She still didn't know about the Silver Wing civilization, because she hadn't left the Academy of Sciences in recent years, so she didn't know what happened recently. It's a big deal. Xiang Qian told Lung Ning about the matter quietly. As a result, Lung Ning turned around and ignored Xiang Qian, asking Shinkong to show her a separate document, and then read it carefully. Xiang Qian didn't feel anything about Lung Ning's behavior of turning his face away from her. After all, this was too normal. Especially the relationship between the formation of life planets and soul power, which also involves the issue of the origin of life. Lung Ning was even more concerned about it, so he had no time to care about Xiang Qian. After a while, a group of academicians of the Academy of Sciences finished reading the materials and started to discuss. As for Xiang Qian, they had long forgotten about him. Ahem. Let's discuss the scientific research issues later. I just want to know whether this research can be completed within 1,000 years. Xiang Qian asked helplessly. It's hard to say, but it's really difficult to figure out all the problems within 1,000 years. Einstein said. If there are a few more level 8 civilization rule computers, the chances will be better. As long as there are 10 level 8 civilization rule computers, 1,000 years will be enough. Xiang Qian collapsed after hearing this. The level 8 civilization rule computer in the Academy of Sciences was created by him, using his special ability to change the physical rules. In order to maintain the normal operation of the 8th level civilization rule computer, he was consuming a lot of genetic nuclear power all the time. So let alone building 10 more, even if he built 3 more, he couldn't hold on. At that time, let alone using the God's perspective state, even if he sat there, he would have to drink genetic nuclear power liquid all the time, and he couldn't stop for 24 hours. Impossible, at most build 1 more, otherwise I can't hold on at all. Xiang Qian said with a dark face. These people treat the 8th level civilization rule computer as cabbage, and they can build it at will. Even if they are both level 8 civilizations, they may not have such a powerful rule computer. So now the Earth Federation is lucky to have 1, and 10 are hard to come by. 2 are definitely not enough, and I don't think this research will help the current predicament. Even if we find the reason why life planets can absorb soul power, life planets are too fragile. Not to mention level 9 civilizations. Even level 5 civilizations can destroy fragile life planets one galaxy after another, let alone level 9 civilizations. Old Manly was not afraid of offending Xiang Qian, so he said it very directly. I never thought of using life planets to absorb soul power. What I want is to find out the reason why life planets absorb soul power. As long as I know which rules life planets use to absorb soul power, I can use the power of the rules of the universe to mobilize those rules to absorb soul power. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes and said, but with your ability, even if you mobilize the power of the rules of the universe, it is a drop in the bucket for the soul force field covering the entire Dusk Star region. Yes, my personal ability alone is indeed useless, but if it is in the state of civilization level breakthrough, the effect will be different. Chapter 643. That's right, Xiang Qian was fighting for the power of the huge universe operation rules when the civilization level broke through. At that time, there was no problem of consumption when he used the power of the universe operation rules. As long as there were rules that could target soul power, he was still confident that he could rescue Sephiroth and destroy the Silver Wing civilization microcosm before the Soul Clan reacted. Anyway, no matter what, the Soul Clan would think that this was done by the non-existent 9th level civilization, and he was not afraid of making things bigger. Otherwise, even if the spiritual power of all the people in the Earth Federation was lent to him, it would be a strong ant to the 9th level civilization, and would be crushed to death in an instant. Only when the civilization level breaks through, he can mobilize the power of the universe's operating rules without scruples, and then he can cause some trouble to the 9th level civilization. As for threats, don't even think about it, that's dreaming. A group of academicians of the Academy of Sciences fell silent after listening to Xiang Qian's words. Although they were not members of the think tank, as the top scientists in the Earth Federation, their IQs were higher than those of the think tank. So as soon as Xiang Qian explained, they understood what Xiang Qian was going to do. 5. At least 5 level 8 civilization rule computers are needed to analyze the data, otherwise the cause will be found within 1,000 years. But in the later stage, we need to specifically study the rules that can absorb soul power, analyze the possible loopholes in those rules, and so on. Without 5 level 8 civilization rule computers, the remaining 4,000 years are simply not enough. An academician of the Academy of Sciences frowned and said, "Yes, it would be safer if there were 10. Xiang Qian thought for a while before gritting his teeth and saying, "Okay, I give you 10, but within 4,000 years, you must upgrade the rules that can absorb soul power, at least to a 50% complete rule loophole level." "No problem. That's fine." A group of scientists and academicians nodded and patted their chests to guarantee. Next, Xiang Qian left the Academy of Sciences and returned to the conference room to discuss his idea with the think tank and improve the plan. One day later, except for the necessary jobs, all people in the Earth Federation entered the virtual world through the mental connection device and provided their mental power to Xiang Qian. With the help of the power of the entire Earth Federation, Xiang Qian built 9 8th-level civilization rule computers. Together with the one built before, the Academy of Sciences has a total of 10 such supercomputers. This configuration is unimaginable even for a 7th-level civilization, and it is considered a luxury for an 8th-level civilization. But in the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences, there are 10 level 8 civilization rule computers analyzing the relationship between life planets and soul power. The huge data processing capacity, and more than 95% physical rule simulation capabilities, have made the research progress of the Academy of Sciences reach a crazy level. There are new discoveries every moment, and the highest record is that the Earth Federation found 117 rule loopholes in one day. Such a research speed has exceeded the level 8 civilization. Even at the peak of the Three-Eyed Tribe, there was no such scientific research speed as the current Earth Federation. Therefore, the changes in the Earth Federation during this period of time made the Vitan Prophet stunned. While the Earth Federation was conducting intensive scientific research, Xiang Qian was always monitoring the small universe of the Silver Wing civilization. "Sephiroth, we have found a way to restrain the soul power of the Soul Clan, and are currently studying the rule weapons against the soul power. However, at the last moment, I need your cooperation. With the power of the Earth Federation alone, even if I call on the power of the universe's operation rules, I can't have any impact on the Soul Clan. Therefore, when this era is about to end, you need to use the loopholes in the rules given to you by the Soul Clan and summon the power of the rules of the universe to break through the civilization level. At that time, I will take action and use the power of the rules of the universe to attack the Soul Clan. However, there is a disadvantage to this approach. That is, your Silver Wing civilization cannot become a separate race and must be incorporated into human civilization. If you disagree, move your right thumb, and then we will think of another way. If you agree, just move your left thumb, and we will follow this plan," Xiang Qian said to Sephiroth in his mind. Sephiroth thought for 3 seconds, raised his left hand, and pressed his nose twice with his left thumb. "Okay, I got it. Don't worry, I guarantee that your Silver Wing civilization will be safe and sound." Xiang Qian left Sephiroth's mind after he finished speaking. Time passed bit by bit, and 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 500 years, the Academy of Sciences has been conducting more and more in-depth research on life planets, but the more they have studied, the more they have discovered that the seemingly fragile life planets contain so many secrets. As the Earth Federation has gained a deeper understanding of the rule system due to the study of life planets, it is still a long way to go to crack why life planets absorb soul power. Because at this point in the research, everyone has discovered that the absorption of soul power is not the reaction between certain rules and soul power when the life planet is born, as they believe. Instead, it is more like the property generated by the overall force field formed by countless rule forces when the entire life planet was born. This is just like when generating electricity, it will definitely be accompanied by a magnetic field, which is the property of electrons when they are generated. And the absorption of soul power by the life planet is like the property of the life planet itself, not the power generated by physical rules. This has expanded the depth of the Academy of Sciences research countless times. If the previous research was just equivalent to how to generate electricity, then the problem now is how to generate a magnetic field without generating electricity, which is not a problem of the same level at all. Xiang Qian was also very anxious after knowing this situation. But no matter how anxious he was, it was useless because he could not help at all. In order to speed up the progress, Xiang Qian gritted his teeth and once again drew out some power to create 5 level 8 civilization rule computers to increase the computing power of the Academy of Sciences again. In the blink of an eye, 1,500 years had passed. At this time, the Academy of Sciences finally made a relatively big breakthrough. The necessary conditions for the formation of life planets have been completely cracked. The subsequent research work also began to shift from purely computer simulation to actual application. On this day, an independent area was opened up in the Earth Federation microcosm. The time flow in this area has been adjusted to the upper limit by Xiang Qian, that is, the time flow rate difference of 1:10,000. The star system has evolved, the necessary materials have been gathered, and the core has begun to ignite. Old Manly gave an order and began to condense the life planet. Chapter 644. The gravitational field is too strong, the planet condenses too fast, reduce the gravitational field strength immediately. The core temperature rises steadily, and an unstable mixed force field appears. The interstellar matter collapses inward, the star core begins to condense, and the ion cloud appears. As the life planet continues to condense, the large screen inside the Academy of Sciences is frantically refreshing various data. In order to allow Xiang Qian, who is using the God's perspective, to more accurately find the reason why the life planet begins to absorb soul power, the Academy of Sciences has always been controlling the condensation speed of the life planet. Vicadia, is there any fluctuation in soul power? Old Manly asked. Not yet. Vicadia shook his head. After listening to Vicadia's words, Old Manly immediately turned his head and continued to look at the data on the big screen. These data basically cover most of the physical rules when the life planet condenses, but with the current technological level of the Earth Federation, it is still impossible to monitor soul power. In the entire Earth Federation, except for Xiang Qian, who can observe soul power using the God's perspective state, only the Mandi tribe can monitor soul power through soul crystals. Therefore, Vicadia served as a detector to remind the academicians of the Academy of Sciences when the soul power fluctuated. Time passed bit by bit, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. No one rested in these 5 years. Even if they were tired, they only rested in the auxiliary sleep equipment for half an hour, and then continued to work. Xiang Qian, with the spiritual support of all the people in the Earth Federation, has been using the God's perspective to monitor the condensation of the life planet. Only 50,000 years have passed in the experimental area of the life planet, which is a trivial time scale compared to the condensation time of a life planet, which can easily be tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years. But through this experiment, Xiang Qian transmitted all the changes in physical rules that he observed intuitively from the God's perspective to the Academy of Sciences, allowing the academicians of the Academy of Sciences to observe the formation of the life planet intuitively from the level of physical rules. This data is more valuable than the data scanned by any detection equipment. It can be said that in the entire universe, only scientists in the Earth Federation can have such unique scientific research conditions. Even a level 9 civilization cannot directly see the real-time dynamics of the physical rules. Through this extremely valuable data, scientists have further improved the model of cosmic physical rules. It can be said that except for the lack of certain physical rules or incomplete data, the cosmic physical rules model of the Earth Federation is absolutely the most accurate and perfect in the basic rules, infinitely close to the physical rules of the universe. 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the life planet has basically taken shape at this time. However, the life planet at this time is still an ordinary planet with a surface full of magma, volcanic eruptions, and constant impacts from meteorites and asteroids. On the surface of the planet at this time, let alone life, even organic matter is very difficult to survive. During the condensation process of the life planet this time, Xiang Qian did not ask the Academy of Sciences to shield biological single molecules in interstellar matter, such as amino acids, purines, and pyrimidines. After all, a long time ago, in the theory of the origin of life on Earth, biological single molecules carried by interstellar matter produced biological macromolecules, such as polypeptides and polynucleotides, under certain conditions after entering the surface of the planet. Finally, after a long period of evolution, early primitive cell structure life was formed. These primitive cell structure life evolved into a variety of life on Earth through continuous evolution. Therefore, in this life planet condensation experiment, Xiang Qian did not ask the Academy of Sciences to shield other substances in the interstellar matter, in order to see whether these substances would participate in the life evolution of the life planet. Time flies by, and in the blink of an eye, another 100 years have passed. At this time, the planet with life has been fully formed, the surface temperature is also dropping, and the atmosphere has begun to form, but the atmosphere at this time is still very thin and basically does not play a role in life. However, during this million years of evolution, the biological single molecules carried by the interstellar matter have really formed some strange life that is not life in the evolution of the planet. These lives have already had the initial conditions for evolving into higher life, but unfortunately, because the planet is still unstable, under the impact of a series of disasters such as volcanic eruptions, continental plate movement, meteorite impacts, etc., these lives were destroyed before they could grow up. Some of them are buried deep underground, and some become a component of rocks. Maybe after hundreds of millions of years, the rocks will form a strange mineral. But none of this is important. What is important is that when these strange lives appeared, the soul power did not produce any fluctuations. In other words, the appearance of life alone will not cause fluctuations in soul power. At the same time, the formation of life does not necessarily require the absorption of soul power. Simple life can be formed at any time, but there is no soul. It can be said that when this result was discovered, Xiang Qian and the scientists were very disappointed. They all believed that the fluctuation of soul power was related to the birth of life, but now this conclusion has been overturned. Since the birth of life has nothing to do with soul power, how does the life planet absorb soul power when it arrives? And why can life with soul be born on the life planet? In the blink of an eye, 500 years have passed. During these 5 million years, the planet experienced a magnetic field reversal, and the magnetic field of the entire planet has become stable. At this time, the atmosphere has been formed, but the ions are very active. So large-scale lightning often breaks out in the clouds, and rain and hail often occur in the same area. At this time, the 4 seasons are not clear, and the drastic changes in air flow make the atmospheric environment very bad, and hurricanes often occur. But for now, the condensation of the life planet has been completed, and the next step is the evolution of life. But so far, there is still no fluctuation in soul power, as if the formation of the life planet has nothing to do with it. Put in a large number of biological single molecules to accelerate the evolution of life. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky, "We can't wait like this any longer. The formation of the life planet did not cause the fluctuation of soul power, so the fluctuation of soul power must appear when life evolves. But the evolution of life is longer than the condensation time of the life planet. From the appearance of single-cell life on Earth to the evolution of ordinary invertebrate life, it took hundreds of millions of years. Such a long time, even if the time flow rate difference is 1:10,000, it will take tens of thousands of years. But now the Earth Federation does not have that much time to wait. In more than 3,000 years, the current era will end, so Xiang Qian can only use this method to accelerate the evolution of life. As for what kind of consequences this would cause, whether it would make the life planet unable to mobilize soul power at all, it was no longer a problem that Xiang Qian could consider. After all, the Earth Federation had no time, and waiting would mean death, so it was better to give it a try. As a large number of biological single molecules were put into the interior of the life planet, the evolution of life in the ocean also began to accelerate. 200 years later, the ocean of the life planet had turned blue, because a single-cell organism had evolved in the ocean, that is, cyanobacteria. With the photosynthesis of cyanobacteria, the oxygen content inside the life planet began to rise rapidly, and the atmosphere began to stabilize. At this time, the soul power that had not responded showed obvious fluctuations. Shinkong, monitor all data immediately. Soul fluctuations have appeared. Xiang Qian immediately notified Shinkong. At the same time, the Cadia told the scientists the news, and everyone in the entire Academy of Sciences immediately moved, ran quickly to various equipment, and began to record the changes at this moment. Xiang Qian had the most intuitive feeling about the changes in the life planet at this time. In the god's perspective, Xiang Qian saw that the life planet was undergoing strange changes, and the changes were caused by those ignored single-celled life. Every life has a life magnetic field, but the life magnetic field of single-celled life is too weak. Even the technological equipment of the 6th-level civilization can only detect the intermittent life magnetic field in the single-celled life. But when the number of these single-celled life forms is calculated in trillions, filling the entire ocean, the life magnetic fields of countless single-celled life forms begin to merge, and the power of the huge life magnetic field can affect the entire planet. The magnetic field of the entire planet begins to be assimilated by the life magnetic field. At this time, the single-celled life forms on land also begin to emit their own life magnetic field, helping the power of the life magnetic field to cover the entire planet. However, at this time, there are still too few life forms on land, which is not even 1/1000th of the life forms in the ocean. Therefore, even if the single-celled life forms on land emit their own life magnetic field, they cannot cover the vast land. At the same time, Xiang Qian also discovered a problem, that is, when these single-celled life forms were madly exploding their life magnetic fields, their vitality began to weaken. It seemed that emitting the life magnetic field in this way was burning the vitality. Yes, it was burning the vitality. Xiang Qian carefully observed each single-celled life form. Although they had no wisdom, under the inspiration of the life magnetic field, they were like moths to a flame, and they exploded their life magnetic fields without hesitation. When the life magnetic field covered 80% of the entire planet, 1/10 of the single-celled life forms had died. But their bodies turned into nutrients, providing a breeding ground for more life. When the coverage rate reached 90%, 3/10 of the single-cell life died. When the coverage rate reached 95%, only half of the single-cell life on the entire planet remained. But this remaining half of the single-cell life exploded the life magnetic field even more crazily, allowing the power of the life magnetic field to continue to explode. When the coverage rate reached 99%, the single-cell life on land was basically wiped out, and only 2/10 of the single-cell life in the ocean remained. At the same time, the soul power outside the planet also began to surge violently, as if resisting something. In fact, at this time, the planetary magnetic field and the life magnetic field have basically merged. If there were no magnetic field disorder, then at this time, the difference between the two magnetic fields would basically be invisible. When the life magnetic field covers the entire planet and completely merges with the planetary magnetic field, the entire planet is full of corpses. Although these corpses are all single-cell life, Xiang Qian feels that they are incomparably great. Countless single-celled life forms consume their short-lived vitality and use the praise of life to allow the entire life planet to complete the most important transformation. Because at this time, the soul power that had been fluctuating finally rushed to the life planet frantically and was absorbed by the life planet. The life magnetic field that merged with the planet's magnetic field should be called the life force field at this time. After absorbing the soul power, the life force field also began to burst out her power, filling the entire planet with rich vitality. That is to say, from this time on, this planet can be called a life planet. In Xiang Qian's eyes, the life planet at this time is no longer a planet, but more like a strange life. She has no consciousness, only instincts. Her instinct is to nurture life, let life develop in a diversified way, and let life evolve to a higher level. Chapter 645. When the life magnetic field erupted, the Academy of Sciences was also scanning various data. The life magnetic field erupted and was merging with the planetary magnetic field. The synchronization rate of the two magnetic fields has reached 35%. The trace elements in the ocean are rapidly decreasing, and blue algae are erupting in large numbers. The planetary magnetic poles are shifting, the magnetic lines are disordered, the core. Countless people in the Academy of Sciences are reporting on their respective monitoring projects, but the data of almost every monitoring project is changing. As time goes by, the synchronization rate between the life magnetic field and the planetary magnetic field becomes closer and closer, and the curved fluctuations of the two magnetic fields begin to overlap. But the blue algae begin to die on a large scale. Blue algae begin to die on a large scale. At the current rate, the nutrients in the ocean will not be able to breed blue algae in at most 10 years. A monitoring staff member said in surprise. Ling Ning looked at the data on the big screen, frowning tightly. Since the outbreak of blue algae, Ling Ning has discovered this extremely abnormal phenomenon. Although cyanobacteria can explode in large numbers in a short period of time, this explosion can only be achieved under certain conditions. If there are enough nutrients such as nitrogen and phosphorus in the ocean, single-cell life such as cyanobacteria can indeed grow wildly in a short period of time. This phenomenon belongs to eutrophication of seawater. Although this eutrophication is a good breeding ground for life such as cyanobacteria, it is indeed a forbidden zone for other life such as fish. However, this has nothing to do with the current situation. The most important problem is that there is no such rich substance in the ocean of the current life planet, and it is impossible for cyanobacteria to explode in large numbers. The current massive outbreak of cyanobacteria is based on the crazy absorption of trace elements in the ocean, but the current life planet has just been formed, and there are not many trace elements in the ocean. It is impossible to compare with a planet with an industrial base that sends out a large amount of industrial wastewater. In other words, the current massive outbreak of cyanobacteria is overdrawing the life potential of the ocean. Once the trace elements in the ocean become too thin to a certain extent, it will not be able to support the birth of cyanobacteria. At that time, the cyanobacteria will continue to burn vitality, release life magnetic field, and then die quickly. The entire ocean may become a life-forbidden zone, where no life can be born. At that time, this planet cannot be called a life planet at all, but an ordinary planet with an ocean at most. As the cyanobacteria frantically burn their vitality, a large area of cyanobacteria quickly die, and the life circle displayed on the big screen has been reduced to an invisible level. But at this time, the entire planet is shrouded in a huge life magnetic field. The synchronization rate of the life magnetic field and the planetary magnetic field reaches 100%. The life magnetic field of the cyanobacteria disappears. The internal plates of the planet change. A large amount of magma gushes out of the surface, microorganisms multiply in large numbers, and multicellular life appears. The life planet begins to absorb soul power. Vicadia said at this time. The life planet's magnetic field expands. The atmospheric ionosphere reacts with the magnetic field in an unknown way, and the ion flow bursts. The star's magnetic field changes, and the sunspots explode on a large scale. The life planet's magnetic field cannot completely resist it. At the moment when the life magnetic field and the planet's magnetic field merged, a large amount of data was refreshed frantically, and then the brand new life planet data appeared on the big screen. But at the moment when the life planet completed the transformation, a series of changes also occurred in the star system, among which the biggest change was the star. The star suddenly, and without reason, began to explode super large-scale sunspots, with a catastrophic intensity. Just as scientists were trying to stop the particle flow of the sunspot explosion, Xiang Qian's projection appeared inside the Academy of Sciences and said to everyone, "Don't worry about these sunspots. They are replenishing energy to the life force field and accelerating the birth of life. But the intensity of this sunspot is too strong, and the magnetic field of the planet with life can't resist it at all." Lung Ning asked doubtfully. She knew that sunspots were a good thing for the planet with life, although they would cause earthquakes, tsunamis, and other geological and climate changes. But in general, during the sunspot eruption, organisms would grow faster, especially microorganisms, which would reproduce in large numbers. But everything has a limit. If it exceeds the limit, it is not a good thing, but a devastating disaster. The power of this sunspot is absolutely catastrophic. The fragile magnetic field of the life planet cannot resist the particle flow formed by this sunspot. The planet's magnetic field is indeed unable to resist such sunspots. But what you see now is not the planet's magnetic field, but the life force field formed by the fusion of the life magnetic field, and it is still a new and peak life force field. The power of this life force field cannot be detected by the equipment of the Academy of Sciences, but I can feel that at this time, any force that wants to counteract the evolution of organisms on this life planet will be counterattacked by the life force. Xiang Qian explained. Only he could see that the surface of this fragile life planet in front of him was covered by a terrifying life force field, and this life force was still conscious. Any force that wanted to destroy the birth and evolution of life on the life planet at this time would be strongly counterattacked by the life force. Sunspots contact the life planet. Wait, the intensity of sunspots is rapidly decreasing, and the planet's magnetic field fluctuations are intensifying, which has exceeded the basic peak by 10 times, and is still rising rapidly. A large number of single-celled life forms such as blue algae are being born crazily, multi-celled life forms are appearing in large numbers, and cracks are appearing on the plates of the planets with life. Instantly, a large amount of data appeared on the big screen, but none of these data showed that the planets with life were suffering from a devastating disaster. Instead, it was as if it had taken a tonic, and all indicators were growing in a healthy manner. This kind of thing that cannot be explained by previous scientific theories has occurred countless times in a short period of time, so everyone did not show any excessive excitement after seeing these data, and they were all very calm. "Shinkong, have you recorded all the data?" Xiang Qian asked. "Boss, it has been recorded." Xiang Qian nodded and said nothing, but he was relieved. The experiment that lasted nearly 1,000 years was finally over. The reason why the life planet can absorb soul power has also been found. The next step is to study the composition of the life force field and the regular weapons against the soul force field. At this time, all the scientists also relaxed. Everyone's nerves that had been tense for nearly 1,000 years also relaxed. In the next work, except for leaving a team with Ning Ning as the core to continue to monitor the situation of the life planet, other scientists will change their research direction and start to analyze the massive data obtained this time. 1 year later, the creatures on the life planet began to develop in diversity. 5 years later, the animals on the life planet can be divided into different animal phyla. 8 years later, more than 10 animal phyla, 139 genera, and more than 6,800 species of creatures, including sponges, coelenterate, branchial tracts, lobopods, brachiopods, mollusks, arthropods, echinoderms, and chordates, appeared on the life planet. These lives all appeared under the nurturing of the life force field. Those that could not evolve, and adapt to the environment were quickly eliminated in just tens of thousands of years. The remaining creatures are still evolving, and their evolution speed is unimaginable. These lives will change every day. Some changes are to adapt to the environment, some changes are to be able to better hunt, and some changes are to speed up reproduction. This series of changes will allow these creatures to reproduce better and avoid being exterminated. Of course, in order to accelerate the evolution of life on the planet, the strength of the life force field is also rapidly declining. If it were not for the supplement of soul power, the life force field would have exhausted its own power at this time. But 10 years later, when the Academy of Sciences simulated and analyzed the life magnetic field, Xiang Qian felt the fluctuation of soul power. In the state of God's perspective, Xiang Qian found that the soul power that had been absorbed by the life force field had begun to resist the absorption of the life force field. As time went by, in less than 10,000 years, the life force field could no longer absorb any soul power, and the strength of the entire life force field began to decline rapidly. Chapter 646. Xiang Qian saw this situation and put all his perception on the soul power, wanting to know whether the soul power no longer allowed the life planet to absorb it was a normal rule or some other reason. As Xiang Qian used all his strength to perceive, he also knew that the soul power did not allow the life planet to absorb it because of the rules. Then Xiang Qian sensed the life force field again, and he found that even the life force field was restricted by the rules, making it impossible for it to accelerate the evolution of life by absorbing soul power. This result made Xiang Qian very depressed. If it was a restriction of the rules, then even if he developed a rule weapon similar to life force, it would not have any effect on the soul force field of the Soul Clan. Because once the soul force absorbed by the life force field reaches a certain upper limit, the rules will limit the soul force. So even if he developed a rule weapon, he could not absorb a large amount of soul power, and would not affect the operation of the soul force field. What to do? There are still more than 2,000 years left before the end of this era. If he cannot destroy the soul force field of the Soul Clan, then he can't fish in troubled waters. If he forcibly breaks through the soul force field, as long as he is discovered, then Sephiroth will be in danger. When Xiang Qian's projection returned to the Academy of Sciences, Lung Ning was gathering people to study the current data of the life planet and analyze the reasons for the sudden change in the life force field. No need to look for it. It's not a problem with the life planet, but a problem with the soul rules. When the soul power absorbed by the life force field reaches a certain level, the rules will limit the soul power, and no longer allow the soul power to be absorbed by the life force field. At this time, the life force field is also restricted by the rules, and it is impossible to attract soul power. Xiang Qian said in a deep voice. After hearing Xiang Qian's words, the busy people in the Academy of Sciences paused instantly. They also understood that this kind of rule restriction represents life, and many people showed frustrated expressions on their faces. It shouldn't be. We did not find this kind of restriction through the simulation of the 8th level civilization rule computer. Ling Ning frowned and said, "That's because we didn't know there was such a rule restriction before. You will know it if you re-enter the rule," Xiang Qian said calmly. After listening, Lung Ning asked the researchers to input new rule instructions into the 8th level civilization rule computer of a planet that evolves life. As a result, when the instruction was input and resimulated, the entire rule model collapsed. What happened? The rule instruction was input incorrectly, Lung Ning asked. No, I input it in the correct format. It can't be wrong. The researcher answered immediately. It's okay, I do it myself. Ling Ning didn't say much. After restarting the model, he began to input rule instructions. As a result, when resimulating, the rule model crashed again. Now even a fool would know that there was a problem. There are only 3 reasons for the rule model to crash. One is that the rule instruction input is wrong, but this reason can be directly ruled out. The second reason is that the computing power is insufficient, and the rule model crashes directly, which can also be ruled out. Then, there is only the third reason, that is, the rule instruction itself conflicts with the rule system, which means that the newly input rules cannot be integrated into the physical rule model at all. Or this rule instruction itself is an incomplete rule loophole. The rule loophole itself has no stable structure and cannot be completely integrated with the rule model. A large number of bugs appeared during the simulation, and the system crashes directly. Everyone looked at Xiang Qian at this time, because these 2 rule instructions were said by Xiang Qian. If there is a problem, it is Xiang Qian's problem. It's impossible. This is the rule I observed directly through the rules of the universe. There can't be a problem. Xiang Qian frowned and said. Now everyone is at a loss. There is no problem with Xiang Qian, the 8th level civilization rule computer, and the rule command input. So what is wrong? Starry Sky, first stop all the current calculation projects of the 8th level civilization rule computer. Input the rule commands of the past 2 days, and then do not evolve the life planet, and focus on calculating the problem of rule conflicts. Xiang Qian gave the order. Okay, boss. Shinkong replied. Then, the data on all the big screens in the academy froze, and all the information was saved by Shinkong. Then 15 level 8 civilization rule computers came to deduce the cause of the rule conflict. With a large number of calculations, the cause of the rule conflict was also calculated. If the 2-day rule Xiang Qian mentioned was really run, the entire universe life rule and soul rule would collapse directly, life could not be born, and without life, the rules for the generation of soul power would not exist, and the non-existent rules themselves should not appear. The result is an endless loop, that is, the 2-day rule instructions cannot be run. Seeing this result, Xiang Qian was also surprised, because this answer is nonsense and wrong in itself. The rule system of the great universe rules can run perfectly, but when it is simulated in the 8th level civilization rule computer, the result is that there are serious loopholes in the rule system. This is not a joke. Seeing such a result, everyone knows that there is a problem with the 8th level civilization rule computer. After all, there is no problem with the physical rules of the universe, and there is no problem with the input of the rules and instructions. If such a result is obtained, then there must be a problem with the 8th level civilization rule computer itself. But it is a bit unreasonable that there is a problem with the 8th level civilization rule computer. Xiang Qian frowned and looked at the calculated results. He felt that there was no problem with the 8th level civilization rule computer, but he couldn't figure out the specific problem for a while. Starry Sky, re-enter all the rules and instructions and calculate again. Xiang Qian thought for a moment and said, Okay, boss. Everyone in the Academy of Sciences was watching the big screen, where the stars were rapidly refreshing the rules and instructions. If the calculation results were still the same after re-entering the rules and instructions this time, it could only be said that the simulation result that the life planet could continue to absorb soul power was a bug in itself. Among all the people in the Academy of Sciences, the second-level researcher who had helped Xiang Qian study the life planet at the beginning was grabbing his hair hard at this time. He was sure that the simulation result of the life planet was not a bug, but he really had no evidence to prove it. If this result was confirmed, then the more than 1,000 years wasted by the Earth Federation would have a direct relationship with him. Although it was a computer problem, he could not escape the fate of being held accountable. He looked at the rules and instructions that were frantically refreshed on the big screen, and his brain was thinking frantically trying to find the truth of the matter. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Shinkong said to Xiang Qian, Boss, all the rules have been re-entered. Well, input those 2 rules and start the simulation. Xiang Qian nodded. Rules and instructions. Wait, it seems wrong. Wait a minute. The second-level researcher shouted loudly after Xiang Qian finished speaking. Any questions? Xiang Qian turned around and asked. No, I mean, there may be something wrong with the rules and instructions. The researcher said the idea that flashed in his mind, but he couldn't really say what was wrong with the rules and instructions. But at this time, he could only speak up. There is a problem with the rules and instructions. What's the problem? Xiang Qian frowned and said. He knew this researcher, and knew what he was thinking now. Although he would not hold him accountable too much, his future scientific research career would definitely end. There is a problem with the rules and instructions themselves. The physical rules of the universe are different from the rules and instructions we input, he said with a stiff upper lip. Xiang Qian shook his head and said nothing more. He turned around and said to the Starry Sky, Start the simulation. The rules and instructions themselves have problems. That's a joke, not to mention that the Earth Federation has been studying these rules and instructions for hundreds of thousands of years. Let's just say that these rules and instructions themselves are the basic rules version circulated throughout the universe, belonging to the framework of the physical rules of the universe, and there is no possibility of any problems. Wait a minute, it seems that the rules and instructions themselves have problems. At this time, Lung Ning suddenly said, Shinkong, which data did you input the rules and instructions from? It is the original universal version of the universe obtained from the trading market plus the data we actually monitored. There is absolutely no problem with the basic rules framework. Shinkong replied. I'm saying there's something wrong with this rule framework. Don't we have the rule system data of the parallel universe? You should compare the current data with the rule system data of the parallel universe and see how similar the 2 data are. Ling Ning said to Shinkong. Okay, boss lady. At this time, Xiang Qian also had some idea of where the problem was, But it was not true. He had to wait until Shinkong finished calculating before he could get the answer. Soon, Shinkong came up with the result. In fact, the rule instruction data currently used by the Earth Federation for the large universe physical rule model has a similarity of 82.7% with the rule system data in the parallel universe. Shinkong used the rule system data of the parallel universe to simulate the birth of the life planet. Xiangqian said seriously. Okay, boss. The result is very normal, that is, the life planet can completely absorb soul power without any restrictions. Shinkong, what is the similarity between the soul rules and the parallel universe rule system, and the soul rules of the big universe we currently have? Xiangqian continued to ask. Boss, the similarity between the two data is 100%, exactly the same. Shinkong replied immediately. This time Xiangqian finally found the reason, that is, they have been using the soul rules of the parallel universe to simulate the situation in the big universe. But in fact, the rule system in the parallel universe is the most primitive. Although this rule system has no loopholes, it is too simple. The rule system of the big universe has been modified by countless civilizations and races, and it is very different from the rule system in the parallel universe. So after Xiangqian input the two instructions about the soul rules, the rule model will collapse directly. The main reason is that the soul rules and life rules of the big universe have been completely changed. Although the two soul rule instructions input by Xiangqian are more perfect than the soul rule instructions of the parallel universe, they are not compatible with the soul rules of the parallel universe. I will project all the soul rules I perceive onto the big screen in a moment, and you will record them immediately. After Xiangqian heard Shinkong's answer, the projection disappeared immediately, and he once again entered the god's perspective state and began to perceive the soul rules with all his strength. In order to better perceive the soul rules, Xiangqian even stopped 10 level 8 civilization rule computers, took back the power to maintain those computers, and began to mobilize the power of the universe's operating rules to pry the soul rules. As Xiangqian discovered one soul rule after another, people inside the Academy of Sciences also began to record these precious data. When Xiangqian had consumed most of his strength, he stopped testing the soul rules and used projection to return to the Academy. At this time, the information about the soul rules he had sensed had been sorted out. Although there were some omissions, it did not affect the overall situation. Shinkong, compare these soul rules with the soul rules of the parallel universe. Xiangqian said to Shinkong. Soon, Shinkong's technology gave the answer, but no one expected this answer. Because the result is that the current soul rules of the big universe and the soul rules of the parallel universe have zero similarity, which means that the big universe and the parallel universe are using two different sets of soul rules. This amazing result shocked everyone. What does it mean? It means that the civilized races of the universe have rebuilt the entire soul rule system, so such a terrifying situation can occur. After listening to Shinkong's answer, Xiangqian immediately thought of a civilized race, that is, the Soul Clan. If there is any civilized race that can reconstruct the soul rules of the entire universe, it must be the Soul Clan. In addition to the Soul Clan, Xiangqian couldn't think of any other race that had this terrifying strength. Although Xiangqian knew the horror of the Soul Clan and had made a full estimate of their strength before, he realized it only after seeing the results in front of him. He did not overestimate the Soul Clan before, but seriously underestimated it. The 9th level civilization is no longer like the 7th and 8th level civilizations he knew. It is a civilization race that uses the rule system it has mastered to create rule weapons. The 9th level civilization is basically changing the rule system to make the rule system more suitable for their civilization itself, and to make the rule system evolve in a direction that is beneficial to their Soul Clan. This is fundamentally different from the Earth Federation, which is still studying the rules and preparing to find the most suitable rule system for itself. This gap is not reflected in technology, but in ideas. On the one hand, you adapt yourself to the rules, and on the other hand, you make the rules adapt to yourself. This is a completely essential gap. Chapter 647. 1 month later, in the virtual conference room, researchers from the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences and all the think tanks met here. After the life planet was unable to absorb soul power, the evolution of all creatures was basically stagnant, but the number of life forms born did not change. But after 100 years, the number of life forms born also began to decline sharply. More than 200 species became extinct, and no creature evolved. After 200 years, the strength of the life force field dropped to the lowest point, and a large number of creatures became extinct. At this time, a large number of single-celled life on the planet once again burst into praises of life. allowing the strength of the life force field to return to its peak, and biological evolution began again. However, in the next 1,000 years, the strength of the life force field decreased again with the evolution of organisms, and at the same time, the new direction of biological evolution began to tend towards large-scale and ethnic groups. However, with the extinction of a large number of species, the number of life species on the planet decreased rapidly, the powerful ethnic groups became stronger and stronger, the strength of individual organisms became stronger and stronger, but the planet became more and more barren and desolate. So far, the life force field has disappeared, the planet's magnetic field has returned to its original state, all organisms have become extinct, and no new life forms have been born, and the planet has fallen into a dead silence. A scientist summarized the changes in the life planet over the past month. It can be said that in just 1,000 years, a planet full of life has become a dead planet. Shinkong read out the summary report of the rule system. Xiang Qian nodded to the scientist and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss. Based on the analysis of the soul rules and life rules of the parallel universe, we found that in the parallel universe, the two rules are in a cyclic state. The life planet generates a life force field to absorb soul power, the life force field promotes the evolution of organisms, and the evolved life replenishes life power. The life force field absorbs the spiritual power of many life forms, and condenses the soul power to radiate into the universe. That is to say, the life force field needs to absorb soul power in the early stage, but it will continuously radiate soul power in the later stage. Both parties are in a state similar to the initial investment of soul power, and the later waiting for the dividends of the life force field. It can be said to be a win-win situation. But in the big universe, this cyclical relationship and win-win relationship is destroyed. Soul power no longer provides loans to the life force field, and the soul force field condensed by the life force field no longer radiates to the universe. This is the most important difference between the parallel universe rule system and the big universe rule system in terms of soul rules and life rules, and it is also an irreconcilable difference. At the same time, according to the comparison of the two rule systems, the current soul rules have been completely changed, but there are still 7 rules of life rules that are the same as the life rules of the parallel universe. Shinkong projected a large screen and explained. After Shinkong finished speaking, the entire conference room was silent. In fact, at this time, everyone knew the current situation faced by the Earth Federation. It can be said that so far, the Earth Federation has not found any way to rescue Sephiroth, let alone the race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization. As for the plan made before, it seems to be a joke at present. It is completely a plan to cover the sky discussed by a group of frogs at the bottom of the well, because they don't know how big the real sky is. Now that they have climbed to the well mouth, they found that the black curtain they prepared to cover the sky could not even cover the well tightly. Xiang Qian looked at the depressed scientists and dejected think tank members below, and said very dissatisfiedly, "Why, you have nothing to say, and you want to give up. Look at your colleagues from the Silver Wing tribe around you, look at their desperate expressions. Do you really want to give up?" When Xiang Qian said this, the crowd below finally regained some fighting spirit, but the pessimistic mood was still not dispelled. You don't have to rush to express your opinions. Listen to me first and finish the bad news below. Then you can think about whether you have confidence. In the universe, the most powerful weapon is not the rule weapon. Although the rule weapon is also very powerful, some level 8 civilizations can master the causal weapon. Although there are few level 8 civilizations that master the causal weapon, these civilizations are second only to the level 9 civilization. And above the causal weapon, there is another more powerful weapon, which is also a weapon that only the level 9 civilization can master, that is, the philosophical weapon. There are many interpretations of the word philosophy, and everyone has a different understanding of philosophy. But the power of philosophical weapons is the most powerful and terrifying weapon in the entire universe. As for how powerful it is, no one knows, because no civilized race has ever had the honor of witnessing the power of philosophical weapons. It can also be said that the civilized races that have witnessed philosophical weapons are either level 9 civilizations or extinct civilizations. Maybe you think that philosophical weapons are just legends, but in fact, through so many years of research on the soul force field of the Soul Clan, I can confirm that the soul force field that envelopes the small universe of the Silver Wing civilization is the materialized power of philosophical weapons. I gave that soul force field a name, called the Soul Wall. The specific effect is that any attack without soul power will not have any effect on the Soul Wall. Of course, the same philosophy weapons are not within this range. Maybe you don't understand what I said, but think back, when the Mandi tribe condensed the Soul Crystal, I remember that the Academy of Sciences had a topic, which was to study people's spiritual power. I remember that there was a research topic that assumed this. If there is a person who refuses to believe in anything outside even if he dies, then in his heart, nothing outside can harm him. Although the idea of this mentally ill person can only be a delusion, if one day our technology level can release people's spiritual power, then this mentally ill person will be invincible. Because he denies everything in the outside world, then the spiritual power will block all external things, and nothing can hurt him. There is always a wall of the mind between him and the outside world. This power that separates oneself from the self and the objective world can be called the wall of the mind, which is the force field. Now, the Soul Clan has deepened this power, allowing any non-soul attacks to be ignored directly, and erected a soul wall between soul power and physical rules. If we don't have the corresponding philosophy, that is, the truth realization weapon to deal with the Soul Clan's soul wall, then even if Xingyu deceives the soul wall and allows the space channel to unfold in the Silver Wing civilization microcosm, the Soul Clan will be able to discover it in the first time and then destroy the space channel. Now, do you still have the confidence to rescue Sephiroth? Xiang Qian said seriously. The Earth Federation had actually already acquired the concept of these three weapons, but it was just an imagination. After all, the Earth Federation didn't even have real rule weapons, let alone causal weapons and philosophical weapons. But now Xiang Qian's words made everyone clearly understand one thing, that is, how powerful the enemy they were about to face was. Chapter 648. The people below were silent. Although they wanted to say that they had confidence, they didn't know where the confidence came from. Facing the 9th level civilization and the legendary philosophical weapons, what could they do? There were still more than 2,000 years left. Could they have researched philosophical weapons? A group of people lowered their heads, and the atmosphere in the meeting hall was very depressing. Are you thinking that we have no hope? In fact, I thought so 3 days ago. But now, I am more confident than before. Do you want to know why? Xiang Qian felt that it was about right, so he smiled and said. He felt that it was about right, and he could not attack these elites anymore, because he would have to test them to work. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, everyone looked up at Xiang Qian, especially the Silver Wings, who looked at Xiang Qian excitedly with incredible goals. In fact, at this time, these Silver Wings were also desperate, but at this time, Xiang Qian gave them a glimmer of hope. If the matter is really successful, then there will be no obstacles to rescue the Silver Wing civilization and bring them to join the Earth Federation. Before I found out that the Soul Clan used philosophical weapons, I was really not sure, but now I am very sure. Do you know why? That is because we can also have philosophical weapons, and there are more types than the Soul Clan. As a legendary philosophical weapon, no one knew what standards must be met before it can be manufactured. But now we almost know that if we want to master philosophical weapons, we must completely upgrade a rule and have absolute control over this rule, so that this rule can be transferred with the will of the race. The Soul Clan can only have philosophical weapons if they have mastered the complete soul rules. So as long as we master a complete rule, we can also have philosophical weapons. I know what you want to say, but don't forget one thing, that is, when the 6th level civilization breaks through the 7th level civilization, it is necessary to submit the rule loopholes for the universe operation rules to review. After the rule loophole is submitted to the universe operation rules, do you know how the universe operation rules determine whether this rule loophole is suitable for the universe? In fact, the universe operation rules are not as mysterious as you think. It can be said that the universe operation rules are a system, an extremely rigorous program, and the entity to which the universe operation rules system depends is indeed the physical rules of the universe, that is, the universe itself. Therefore, when the universe operation rules determine whether the rule loophole conforms to the physical rules of the universe, one thing they must do is to let this rule loophole run. Although the running time is very short, so short that it is less than 1/10,000th of a second, the universe operation rules are running those submitted rule loopholes after all. If we submit not one rule loophole, but a whole category of all rule loopholes, then the running time may be slightly longer, but it doesn't matter. We only need the universe operation rules to run a whole category of rule loopholes, because I will take action at that time, calling the rule loopholes just submitted to form philosophical weapons to attack the Soul Clan. According to calculations, we should have 2 to 3 attack opportunities within 1 second, one of which is to deal with the Soul Wall, the second attack is to resist the Soul Clan's counterattack, and if there is a third attack, it will be used to cause trouble to the Soul Clan and buy us time to escape. Anyway, we are not going to destroy the Soul Clan, but to cover the transfer of Sephiroth and the Silver Wing civilization race flagship. If the speed is fast, 1 second is enough. And your next task is to come up with the truth realization concept of 3 philosophical weapons within 2,000 years, and prepare the supporting foundation for the 3 philosophical weapons, that is, 3 sets of rule loopholes of different rule types. It's okay that we don't need these 3 sets of rule loopholes, but these 3 sets of rule loopholes must be able to replace the current rule loopholes, not one less, but more. Xingyu will cooperate with me to deceive the rules of the universe, so there is no need to consider whether the rule loopholes are correct. Do you have information now? Xiang Qian smiled and told his plan. Although Xiang Qian is very happy now, it is not so easy to implement this plan. The entire plan only takes 1 second to execute, so any mistake could lead to the failure of the plan. It can be said that this plan completely utilizes the special abilities of Xiang Qian and Xingyu as the core, with Xingyu as the auxiliary. The real action depends entirely on Xiang Qian, and all the pressure is also on him alone. Then the atmosphere in the conference room became lively. Everyone calculated what they could do based on Xiang Qian's plan, and at the same time, with the wisdom of everyone, they checked and supplemented the entire plan. After a day, the meeting was over, and everyone returned to their jobs again, working day and night to do their own work. Don't think that the 3 sets of rule loopholes are easy to prepare. Even if Xingyu has the ability to make the universe's operating rules think that these rule loopholes are complete, but when they are actually running, they cannot form the truth realization force field of philosophical weapons, then the joke is big. So the Academy of Sciences is the busiest. They must strictly follow the method of truly upgrading the entire set of rules to study, so that the rule loopholes they submit can form a whole. Even if these rule loopholes do not need to consider the impact on other rules, it is not so easy to prepare for 3 sets of rule loopholes. At this time, Xiang Qian was relaxed. He had nothing to do. He only needed to provide power to maintain the normal operation of the 8th level civilization rule computer of the Academy of Sciences. He did not need to worry about anything else. So Xiang Qian also had time to chat with the Vidin Prophet. He only needed to show up at the Academy of Sciences occasionally. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 years had passed. At this time, there were only 3 days left before the end of this era. The Academy of Sciences had submitted 3 sets of rule loopholes for review more than 300 years ago. After using the 8th level civilization rule computer simulation and Xiang Qian's personal experience, these 3 sets of rule loopholes have been confirmed. It can be said that the Academy of Sciences has worked hard for these 3 sets of rule loopholes. With the help of 15 8th level civilization rule computers, these rule loopholes have all been improved by 20%. Even hundreds of quasi-7th level civilization weapons have been manufactured to test the correctness of these rule loopholes. You are really ready. If you fail, you should know the consequences. It's not too late to give up now. With the potential of the Earth Federation, sooner or later you will become a level 9 civilization. The Vidin Prophet said to Xiang Qian, who turned and left. Of course I know the consequences, but I have to do it. The Earth Federation can become a level 9 civilization, but the Silver Wing civilization will never see that day. What I want is to get everyone's blessing on the day when the Earth Federation becomes a level 9 civilization. No one can be left behind. Xiang Qian paused and said, then turned and left. The Vidin Prophet looked at Xiang Qian's back and sighed softly. Inside the small universe of the Silver Wing civilization, Sephiroth suddenly raised his head, looked at the sky full of stars, and smiled, but his palms were tightly clenched. Let's start. Chapter 649. On the last day of this era, many civilizations that are about to die are still going crazy, but there is an exception, that is the Silver Wing civilization. In the small universe of the Silver Wing civilization, all the members of the Silver Wing civilization have entered the flagship of the civilization race, waiting for the moment when the era ends. At that time, the Silver Wing civilization will not be destroyed, but will break through the 7th level of civilization. Is it really not necessary to upgrade the flagship of the civilization race? There is still some time now, and with the strength of the Dusk Star domain, it is completely enough. The Soul Clan member said to Sephiroth. Sephiroth shook his head and said, it is not necessary. Anyway, even if we become a level 7 civilization, we will not leave the Dusk Star domain, and we will not encounter any war. Upgrading the race flagship is a complete waste of resources, and is not necessary at all. That's right. The Soul Clan member nodded and said, under normal circumstances, a level 6 civilization breaking through to a level 7 civilization needs to upgrade the civilization race flagship. Even if there is no need to modify it, the race flagship must be more in line with the rule loopholes. Then, after becoming a level 7 civilization, they will collect resources to upgrade the flagship of the civilization race. This is something that will completely affect the potential of the civilization race, but Sephiroth refused without even thinking about it. However, the more the Silver Wing civilization does this, the more reassured the Soul Clan will be. Although it is a small matter to help the Silver Wing civilization upgrade the flagship of the level 7 civilization race, the fact that the Silver Wing civilization does not want it means that they have no intention of leaving the Twilight Star region at all. If they want to leave the Twilight Star region after breaking through the level 7 civilization, they cannot fail to take advantage of this opportunity to upgrade the flagship of the civilization race. Although even if the Silver Wing civilization breaks through the 8th level of civilization, it is impossible to leave the Dusk Star region, but Sephiroth's attitude makes the Soul Clan very happy. After all, providing the Silver Wing civilization with a complete loophole in the rules, and allowing the Silver Wing civilization to break through the 7th level of civilization is to allow the Silver Wing civilization to continue to contribute to the Soul Clan, rather than to cultivate a civilized race that wants to leave the Dusk Star region. This is not a question of strength, but a question of attitude. Now Sephiroth's attitude has shown that the Silver Wing civilization will continue to contribute to the Soul Clan in the future. Instead of being forced to stay in the Dusk Star region to help the Soul Clan, this is a very important issue, especially for the literary masters. Forcing is a very low-level approach. If they write a wall of garbage, who will read it? It's almost time. I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving first. The Soul Clan member saw that the time was almost up, so he stood up and said, "Okay, but what if a level 9 civilization attacks us when we break through?" Sephiroth said worriedly. "Don't worry. Even if the 9th level civilization can attack you when you break through, it will be blocked by the power of the universe's operating rules. Besides, we are here, so you can break through without worry," the Soul Clan member said confidently. "That's good." Sephiroth nodded. After the Soul Clan member left the Silver Wing civilization microcosm and returned to the soul space of the Soul Clan, he was not as confident as he told Sephiroth. Because at the end of each era, the defense of the Dusk Star domain is the weakest. The powerful force of the universe's operation rules will test those civilizations that have reached the time limit, and at this time, the soul force field of the Soul Clan will also have to be impacted by the force of the universe's operation rules. Although this impact is not aimed at the soul force field of the Soul Clan, there are too many civilizations and races inside the soul force field, so the fluctuation of the power of the universe's operation rules will also affect the soul force field, making it impossible for the soul force field to maintain its usual perfect state. If the enemy is a level 9 civilization, it is impossible to give up this opportunity. After all, once the Silver Wing civilization breaks through to become a level 7 civilization, it means that they cannot destroy the Silver Wing civilization for at least tens of millions of years. Time passed by little, and there was less than half an hour left before the end of this era. Sephiroth walked slowly to the command hall of the race flagship with the civilization race scepter. He was the only one in the command hall, and the surroundings were empty. At this time, Sephiroth looked at the time, then took out a storage device, showing a very complicated expression. At the same time, the inside of the Earth Federation microcosm was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The Green Star Civilization and the Pabatalong Civilization were also conducting the final inspection to ensure that everything was foolproof. As two civilizations participating in this plan, the Green Star Civilization and the Pabatalong Civilization both shoulder very important tasks. "Boss, the last inspection is over, and the Pabatalong Civilization and the Green Star Civilization are ready," Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. "Well, the countdown begins." Xiang Qian nodded and said with a very serious expression. In an instant, the countdown numbers began to appear on the big screen inside the command hall of the two civilizations, but the countdown time of the Green Star Civilization was 1 second later than that of the Pabatalong Civilization. When the countdown began, Xiang Qian first entered the God's perspective state to confirm the situation at Sephiroth's place. "The countdown has begun, proceed as planned." Xiang Qian was relieved to see Sephiroth waiting in the race flagship. Sephiroth heard Xiang Qian's voice, nodded gently, and said nothing. Xiang Qian turned his eyes away from Sephiroth and began to observe the dynamics of the universe's operating rules. At this time, the universe's operating rules were very calm, but Xiang Qian knew that this was completely the calm before the storm. When the time of this era reaches the end, the power of the universe's operating rules will set off a huge wave in the entire universe, and countless civilizations will be completely destroyed in the next few hours. But those have nothing to do with Xiang Qian. What he has to do is to use this opportunity to rescue Sephiroth and leave the Dusk Star region. Time passed quickly. Lu Sun, Dilong, and Sephiroth stared at the countdown screen. This was also the most tense moment. There were 10 seconds left before the plan started. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, start. The countdown of Pabatalong civilization was reset to 0 immediately, and Delong also opened the breakthrough authority of the civilization ray scepter at that moment. Instantly, the light of the civilization ray scepter enveloped Pabatalong civilization, and the power of the universe operation rules also descended in an instant. At the same time, Xiang Qian also mobilized the power of the universe operation rules of Pabatalong civilization, and began to use the power of the universe operation rules to condense the power of rules to form a philosophical weapon, Light of Evolution. At the moment when the Light of Evolution was formed, the time of this era ended, and the power of the universe operation rules began to descend, and the entire Dusk Star region was affected by the power of the universe operation rules. It was also at this time that Xiang Qian used the light of truth realization to fiercely blast the soul wall of the Soul Clan. Chapter 650. The power of the universe's operation rules has descended, and a hole has appeared in the soul force field of the Dusk Star region. In the Soul Clan's spiritual space, an intelligent life reported. It can be clearly seen on the projection screen that hundreds of huge whirlpools have appeared in the Dusk Star region, and those whirlpools are all formed by the power of the universe's operation rules. Even with the power of the 9th level civilization, it is impossible to ignore the power of the universe's operation rules. These whirlpools are the best proof. The powerful soul force field is like honeycomb coal, and all holes are pierced under the catharsis of the power of the universe's operation rules. A group of high-ranking Soul Clan members looked unhappy when they saw this. After the Ghost Universe is formed, we can completely ignore the power of the universe's operation rules. Now let it be arrogant for a while. A high-ranking member said, very unhappy. Others did not say anything after hearing this. In fact, they thought so in their hearts. Why do the 9th level civilizations begin to condense their own universes? Isn't it to get rid of the constraints of the universe's operation rules? Although the 9th level civilization is high above, and can ignore all low-level civilizations, they are also restricted by the rules of the universe. Some of these restrictions are more powerful for the 9th level civilization than for the lower civilizations. But before they could get depressed, the next second the alarm sounded in the spiritual space. Philosophical weapons discovered, confirmed to be life rules, the soul wall is damaged. The intelligent life screamed loudly. Increase the output of soul power and repel matter. An experienced senior executive gave the order immediately. At this time, the green light that crossed the void of the universe hit the soul wall fiercely at the non-material level, causing the soul wall to fluctuate violently. The surroundings of this gorgeous green light were like a black hole. All matter and non-matter were swallowed by this green light, turning into light spots and merging into the light, increasing the power of this light. This is the philosophical weapon that the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences has carefully designed for the Pabatalong civilization, the Light of Evolution. It has modified more than 173 life rules. With the newly modified life rules as the framework, the realization of the highest truth of life existence as the main line, and the situation when the life force field was born as the prototype. It uses all the material and non-material forces of the universe to provide life with the power of evolution. It is a philosophical weapon that realizes the truth of life existence, the light of evolution. In front of the light of evolution, there is no such thing as material and non-material. The existence of the entire universe has only one purpose in front of the light of evolution, that is, to provide energy for the light of life. Let the light of life, which carries the highest truth of life, break through the limits of life evolution, surpass the limits of the universe, and condense into the most perfect life form. This is the truth carried by the light of life, and it is also the meaning of the existence of the light of life. As the most powerful spear designed by the Academy of Sciences for Xiang Qian, the light of life is undoubtedly terrible. Even the soul wall that increases the output of soul power has cracks in front of the light of life. After all, the truth carried by the light of life is too extreme, just like the blue algae that burns all its vitality to condense the life force field. It does not necessarily have to see success, but only seeks to be vigorous and burst out the brightest light of life. Therefore, in front of the light of life, even the soul wall, which is also a philosophical weapon, is at a disadvantage. However, this situation is only temporary. After all, the soul wall can replenish soul power at any time, while the life wall is burning all the vitality. Now all the matter and energy within a few light years around the light of life have been swallowed up, and even the space and dimension have disappeared. But after consuming this energy, the power of the light of life is rapidly decreasing. So as long as the Soul Clan can hold on, it won't take long for the light of life to burst out. The Soul Clan also discovered this situation, but before they could breathe a sigh of relief, another huge force descended at this time. When Sephiroth saw the countdown return to 0, he also instantly began to upgrade his civilization level. The data stored in his storage device was not the garbage rule loophole given to him by the Soul Clan, but the philosophical weapon moment eternity tailored by the Academy of Sciences for the Silver Wing civilization. Moment is eternal. In the time scale of a moment, that moment is eternal. Hundreds of rules of dimension and space were modified, and more than 30 rules for time were added. In order to buy time for Xiang Qian's rescue and reduce the philosophical weapon of Sephiroth's transfer, the moment of eternity, it exploded in less than a second after the light of life hit the wall of soul. Crack. Under the attack of two extreme philosophical weapons, the wall of soul finally couldn't bear the burden, and cracks covered its surface like spider webs. Bang bang bang. After the cracks appeared in the wall of soul, the light of life quickly penetrated the wall of soul, and opened a hole in the wall of soul. It was at this time that Xiang Qian began to transfer Sephiroth, and the flagship of the Silver Wing civilization. However, when Xiang Qian was transferring Sephiroth, the Soul Clan finally erupted with the incomparably powerful power of the 9th level civilization. It can be said that the Soul Clan was already mad at this time. When they saw the light of life, they just thought that their mortal enemy, the 9th level civilization that mastered the rules of life, had attacked them. But when they saw the moment of eternity erupt, the Soul Clan thought that it was two 9th level civilizations attacking them. Although they didn't know which 9th level civilization was the one that rewrote the rules of time, it didn't stop the Soul Clan from getting angry. Why, they attacked the Soul Clan one by one, thinking that the Soul Clan was easy to bully, right? If only their mortal enemy attacked, the Soul Clan wouldn't be so angry. After all, they would attack their mortal enemy when they got a good chance. But the intervention of another 9th level civilization broke the rules, which was a signal for a full-scale war. So after the Soul Clan reacted, they immediately launched the most powerful attack. At the core of the Dusk Star region, a huge projection space suddenly appeared. This space was very large, but like a mirage, it had no intersection with the normal universe. As this space grew larger, a huge ripple began to spread outward, as if a huge stone was thrown into the calm water. Wherever the ripples swept, the surrounding universe immediately changed. It seemed that the matter in the entire universe disappeared, and everyone felt weightless and light. The body can travel across the planet, and no material can stop people from moving forward. Then, everyone in the Dusk Star region heard a series of loud voices. All matter is illusory, only the soul is eternal. When matter and time are constantly disappearing and changing, the soul is eternal. Xiang Qian saw the ripple sweeping over, and his expression was very solemn, because only from the perspective of God could he most directly discover the horror of the Soul Clan's attack. All the spaces swept by the waves turned into a spiritual world, like the inside of the Soul Crystal. Chapter 651. Xiang Qian looked at the Soul Clan's attack seriously. At this time, he was waiting for the action of Green Jerson. From the outbreak of the Light of Life to the Soul Clan's counterattack, it sounds slow, but in fact, it has taken less than 1 second so far. Philosophical weapons are not like other weapons. As long as the distance is not too exaggerated, they can basically hit the target instantly after being launched. There is no need to wait for the attack to cross the long space of the universe like other weapons. You should know that the attacks between the 9-level civilizations are basically the attack and defense of philosophical weapons. The attack distance between the two sides may cross the huge scale calculated by jumping trillions of star zones. If philosophical weapons are still limited by the time and distance of the universe, then there is no need to fight. It will take countless epochs just to wait for the attack to reach the opponent's position. Therefore, the attack level of philosophical weapons has completely surpassed the imagination of other weapons. As long as it is within the range covered by the rules of the universe, the attack of philosophical weapons can arrive in an instant. Now the Soul Clan launched a counterattack within 1 second, which was basically normal, neither fast nor slow. As the ripples that could assimilate the universe finally slowed down, when they touched the range covered by the moment of eternity. It was at this time that Green Jerson was also activated. When Xiang Qian began to review the loopholes and the rules submitted by the Green Star Civilization, he instantly activated the third philosophical weapon, the Guardian of the Heart. The Guardian of the Heart has no offensive power at all. Its ability is the same as that of the Civilization Guardian Tree, which is completely used for defense. Although the defensive ability of the Heart Guardian is not as good as the Soul Wall, the absolute defensive attribute of the philosophy weapons is not something that the Soul Clan can break in a short time. When the Heart Guardian wrapped up the entire Silver Wing civilization microcosm, it finally resisted the attack of the Soul Clan. The power of the 4 philosophy weapons exploded around the Silver Wing civilization microcosm without any scruples, and all the surrounding matter disappeared, and space and dimensions became non-existent. At this time, Sephiroth and the Silver Wing civilization race flagship were finally transferred back to the Earth Federation microcosm. Without Xiang Qian's control, the light of life penetrated the small universe of the Silver Wing civilization without hesitation, turning the entire small universe into the nutrients of the light of life. Xiang Qian had no time to care about other things. He wanted to modify the information of the Silver Wing civilization at this time, to make it a member of human civilization. The genes of the Silver Wing civilization people are very different from those of humans, so it is more difficult to modify the information of the Silver Wing civilization into human civilization than to let the Ming Empire join the Earth Federation. When Xiang Qian modified the information of the Silver Wing civilization, the anger of the Soul Clan had reached its peak. Because at the moment, when the light of life destroyed the small universe of the Silver Wing civilization, they had already discovered that the information of the Silver Wing civilization had disappeared in the information of the universe operation rules. The answer given by the universe operation rules has only one explanation, that is, the Silver Wing civilization has been destroyed, so the information of the Silver Wing civilization will be deleted by the universe operation rules. So the Soul Clan is really angry to the extreme. The Silver Wing civilization has been destroyed, and the speed of soul power condensation in the Dusk Star region will return to its original state. It is impossible for the Soul Clan to collect a large amount of soul power, like in the past 2 eras. The speed of the Soul Clan's Ghost Universe construction was directly slowed down, which also made their leading advantage disappear directly. Such a blow is also very big for the Soul Clan. If half of the Dusk Star domain is used for the Silver Wing civilization, the Soul Clan will also change it. In the eyes of the Soul Clan, the Silver Wing civilization is very important. But now, everything is returned to the starting point. After seeing this situation, the Soul Clan member who had been contacting the Silver Wing civilization as a Dusk Star domain liaison was also dumbfounded at this time. He arranged the defense of the Silver Wing civilization. He thought that even if a level 9 civilization came to attack, the defense of the Soul Wall would be able to hold out until the rescue arrived, and at the same time, the Silver Wing civilization could be used to lure out the level 9 civilization. This plan was very good, and it could be said to be a plan that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. With the strength of the Soul Clan, it would not be difficult to protect the Silver Wing civilization after the enemy launched an attack. But at that time, no one would have thought that the enemy was not a level 9 civilization, and 3 types of philosophical weapons alone were activated. Under the extreme burst of the light of life in a short period of time, the Soul Wall that the Soul Clan members were proud of was also penetrated. Find the location of the attack source. We Soul Clan will fight back. The patriarch of the Soul Clan finally returned to the spiritual space, and after learning the current situation, he said with boundless anger, "Yes, patriarch." The next second, the Soul Clan's evolved 120,000 face soul crystal appeared in the universe that had been assimilated by the spiritual space, and then burst out with unparalleled power. The soul rules in the entire universe fluctuated the moment the Soul Clan's soul crystal appeared. Such obvious fluctuations were noticed by even many level 8 civilizations, not to mention level 9 civilizations. In an unknown space, waves of thoughts were communicating with each other. The Soul Clan is really angry. Even the soul crystal has left the ghost universe. It seems that they are going to fight to the death with the enemy. I don't know which 3 guys started it. Just look at the attack they launched, and you can tell that they have been preparing for more than a day or 2. 3 sets of philosophy weapons that have never appeared before, although the power has not reached the point of triggering the rules, but the initial framework has been formed. In order to deal with the Soul Clan, this is a bloody investment. These 3 sets of philosophy weapons will basically not be used in the future, otherwise the Soul Clan will have to fight to the death. Do you think this was done by the Lingxi clan? They are the only ones who have the greatest hatred for the Soul Clan. They feel uncomfortable when they see the Soul Clan people living well. This time, the Soul Clan's Ghost Universe construction speed has accelerated. It would be strange if they can sit still. One of them is from the Lingxi clan. The extreme explosive life rules are probably what they prepared to deal with the Soul Clan Soul Wall. But the other 2 are hard to guess. Anyway, the time-based philosophical weapons were not launched by us. Don't explain. The Soul Clan can't hear it at this time. Tell me what benefits the Lingxi clan gave you to persuade you to take action. It would be great if there were benefits. Now I don't get any benefits, and the Soul Clan hates me. I'm depressed. Who told you to control the rules of time? Even if you are communicating with us here now, you can't wash away your suspicion. A group of 9th-level civilizations were gloating over the misfortune. Anyway, it wasn't them who did it, so even if the Soul Clan got angry, they couldn't be blamed. So they watched the real-time battle situation in the Dusk Star domain like watching a movie, while communicating to see if they could get some useful information from others. This time the Soul Clan was attacked, which also made them alert. After all, everyone basically knew the situation, but now suddenly 3 civilized races actually came up with 3 new philosophical weapons behind the scenes, which made people worry. Chapter 652. After destroying the Silver Wing Civilization's microcosm, the light of life passed through the barrier of the Heart's Guardian, and hit the attack waves launched by the Soul Clan. At this time, the power contained in the light of life had been reduced by half compared to before attacking the Soul Wall. Because at this time, the rules of the universe have already determined that the loopholes in the rules submitted by the Pabatalong civilization are completely inconsistent with the physical rules of the universe. So at this time, the light of life is completely relying on the power of philosophical weapons to maintain its form, and the rules of the universe no longer provide any power for the light of life. The current state of moment eternity is the same as the light of life, both of which are consuming their own power. But the rules of time are more advantageous than the rules of life. At least for the current situation, when the light of life is extinguished, moment eternity's power can still be left with about 1/3. Xiang Qian now has no time to activate the power of the universe's operating rules to replenish the power of the 3 philosophical weapons. His mind is now completely occupied by modifying the information of the Silver Wing civilization. In fact, Xiang Qian was more anxious than anyone else at this time. He had to modify the information of the Silver Wing civilization as quickly as possible, and then use the last power of the moment of eternity to transfer the Earth Federation's microcosm. But the more anxious Xiang Qian was, the more trouble he got into. When he was modifying the information of the Silver Wing civilization, the soul rules and the universe's operation rules suddenly became turbulent. At this time, a coordinate point suddenly appeared on the big screen inside the Soul Clan's spiritual space. The source of the attack has been found, right inside the Dusk Star region. The Soul Clan members looked at the coordinates of the enemy's attack source, and said in surprise, "Use the race authority to attack the enemy." The Soul Clan leader looked at the coordinates, and his face became worse. The enemy has come to his home, but now he realizes that this is simply a shame for the Soul Clan. Yes, using race authority to attack is no longer a conventional war, but a battle for the authority of the universe's operating rules. Its severity is even more terrible than using rule weapons. The losing party will lose the percentage of the authority to control the universe's operating rules, and in serious cases, it will even lose the authority of the 9th-level civilization. Such a battle for authority cannot be started easily, because the party that initiates the battle for authority will also be affected. If it loses, the consequences will be more serious. Buzz? After the Soul Clan launched the power of racial authority, Xiang Qian's side was like being disturbed by a noisy signal, and his control over the rules of the universe's operation instantly dropped by several percentage points. If Xiang Qian's control over the rules of the universe's operation was 100% before, then now it is only 90% at most. It's as if the rules of the universe are resisting Xiang Qian's power. This kind of thing has never happened before. This time, Xiang Qian encountered great resistance when modifying the information of Silver Wing civilization. Although this interference could not deprive Xiang Qian of his control over the rules of the universe, the indiscriminate interference launched by these forces gave Xiang Qian a headache. Things that could be completed with just a little effort now cost more energy, which made Xiang Qian very uncomfortable. If it were normal, Xiang Qian would definitely launch a counterattack, but at this time, he simply did not have the extra energy to do this. So he could only bear it, and speed up the modification of the Silver Wing civilization information. Is the Soul Clan crazy? They actually use the authority of the universe's operating rules to fight for authority. They are fighting for their lives. Now there is something interesting to watch. The authority of the Lingxi clan is a little lower than that of the Soul Clan. If no one helps, the Lingxi clan will definitely lose some authority this time. Don't talk nonsense. Look carefully to see if there is any fluctuation in the authority of our Lingxi clan. What? This is not done by you Lingxi clan. That's impossible. Apart from you, which other civilized race can master the rules of life and condense philosophical weapons with the rules of life? This is fun. Except for the Soul Clan, the 9-level civilizations all communicated through thinking at this time. This communication revealed that the attack on the Soul Clan was not done by these civilized races at all. It can be said that after reaching this conclusion, these 9-level civilizations were shocked. You must know that in the entire universe, Apart from these 9-level civilizations, there is no civilized race that can master philosophical weapons. Even if they have research, they will not be able to condense the truth because the rules they control are not strong enough. But now, 3 philosophical weapons suddenly appeared, and 2 of the rules overlapped with the rules controlled by the Lingxi clan. If the Lingxi clan had not spoken at this time, and could prove that they did not launch an attack, then even if there was no evidence, other level 9 civilizations would have believed that the attack was led by the Lingxi clan. After all, the Lingxi clan and the Soul clan were enemies who would never stop fighting. When the Soul clan was attacked, everyone would think of the Lingxi clan first. But now, no one thinks so. At the same time, all the 9-level civilizations have begun to attach great importance to the attack on the Soul clan. The intensity of the light of life began to weaken rapidly as the Soul clan increased its strength. In a few seconds, the light of life will dissipate. At this time, the main force to resist the attack of the Soul clan will become the power of the Heart Guardian, and the moment of eternity will be auxiliary. It must retain its strength to transfer the Earth Federation's microcosm. When the Heart Guardian slowly narrowed its coverage, Xiang Qian finally completed the information modification of the Silver Wing civilization. Huh? Xiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Only now did he have time to deal with the interference from the Soul clan that came from the authority of the universe's operation rules. Although Xiang Qian didn't understand how the Soul clan used what power to interfere with him, Xiang Qian, who had freed his hands, could basically ignore such interference. The suppression from the Soul clan's authority, under Xiang Qian's counterattack, was like a bubble, and was burst by a poke. Patriarch, our authority of the universe's operation rules is restricted and cannot be used. Restricted? How much authority has been lost? The Soul clan leader asked in panic. No authority has been lost, it's just restricted. No, the authority can be used again. But it just showed that our authority was restricted. How come it's fixed now? No need to use authority to attack, lock the opponent's location, and use the Soul Heaven directly. The Soul clan leader said. Yes, clan leader. The Soul clan member answered with a trembling voice. After Xiang Qian saw the interference of authority, he immediately began to use the power of momentary eternity to transfer the Earth Federation's microcosm, because the Guardian of the Heart could not hold on for much longer, so he had to leave now. Chapter 653. With Xiang Qian's control, the remaining 1/10 of the power of momentary eternity finally erupted. A long river of time was materialized, and the power of momentary eternity wrapped the Earth Federation microcosm and penetrated into the long river of time. If successful, the Earth Federation microcosm will appear at a certain moment in the future and completely erase a period of time of the Earth Federation itself. That is, from the next moment to the time when the Earth Federation appears again, the Earth Federation does not exist. This is the true purpose of the eternal moment, to erase the existence of the Earth Federation, compress the existence of the Earth Federation into a moment, and then hide for a period of time on the eternal timeline of the universe, and get rid of the tracking of the Soul clan. But unfortunately, when the Earth Federation's microcosm was just wrapped by the power of the eternal moment, and had not yet been brought to the future by the long river of time, the Soul clan's strongest attack arrived. This attack did not come from the Soul rules, nor from philosophical weapons, but from the ghost universe that the Soul clan had been building. Around the Soul clan's soul crystal, the original spiritual space of the universe began to change at this time. Projections of mountains, rivers, deserts, snow-capped mountains, primitive forests, etc. began to appear, and a huge continental projection began to gradually solidify. The large universe in these projections was also assimilated instantly, and the planets and other celestial bodies gradually disappeared, including the people of various civilized races on the planet. Their bodies were like light bulbs, and the countless particles that made up their bodies dissipated like fireflies, leaving only the purest souls. If any civilization knew which races existed in the Dusk Star region at this time, they could find out through the rules of the universe. The information of these races was disappearing rapidly, and even the traces of their existence were gradually being erased. This was the core space of the ghost universe built by the Soul clan, the Soul Heaven. The barrier formed by the Heart Guardian was rapidly weakened after being wrapped by the Soul Heaven, and the range that the Heart Guardian could protect was drastically reduced. This also seriously affected the long river of time embodied by the moment of eternity, mainly because the connection with the physical rules of the universe was rapidly weakened under the wrapping of the Soul Heaven. In the ghost universe built by the Soul clan, there is no time. As long as it is a soul body, it can last forever, so the Soul Heaven does not contain the power of time. At the same time, the birth of the Soul clan does not require the life rules at the level of the universe, but belongs to the soul rules, So the power of the heart's protection is also rapidly declining. If the current progress is followed, when the Earth Federation's microcosm enters the long river of time, there will be no flow range of the long river of time. The long river of time compressed into a point cannot take the Earth Federation's microcosm out of the dust star region at all. So now Xiang Qian must find a way to break the siege of the Soul Heaven, otherwise the Earth Federation will be assimilated by the Soul Clan Soul Heaven like other civilized races in the Dusk Star region. At this time, Xiang Qian used his ability to call on the power of the universe's operating rules to resist the siege of the Soul Heaven, but it had no effect at all. Just like a stone thrown into the sea, no matter how strong the butterfly effect is, it is difficult to cause a tsunami. The power of the unscaled universe operation rules may have a certain effect on the 8th level civilization, but it has no effect on the 9th level civilization, especially after the Soul Clan uses the power of the Ghost Universe. Now the rule loopholes submitted by the Green Star Civilization, Pabadalong Civilization, and Silver Wing Civilization have been rejected by the universe operation rules. Xiang Qian can no longer use the power of the universe operation rules. He can only watch from the God's perspective that the Ghost Universe rule system begins to replace the power of the universe operation rules, and he can't stop it. Shinkong, immediately give me a copy of the rule system that the Academy of Sciences gave to the Silver Wing Civilization. After Xiang Qian exited the God's perspective state, he immediately said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." In less than a second, Shinkong had already copied the rule system. Xiang Qian quickly pulled out the storage device, and then guided the power of the universe to operate the rules. Now within the Earth Federation, except for the Three-Eyed Clan and the Mandi Clan, only human civilization has not used this trick. As for the Green Star Civilization, a civilization that has activated the power of the universe's operation rules, unless they are 100% sure that they can break through the 7th level civilization within an era. If they activate the power of the universe's operation rules again but fail, then the civilization itself will be punished by the universe's operation rules. Otherwise, every civilization will activate the universe's operation rules as soon as it has a little scientific research progress, and the universe's operation rules will be broken long ago. So now Xiang Qian can only use the opportunity of humans to activate the universe's operation rules, and it is too late to notify the Three-Eyed Tribe. When Xiang Qian began to mobilize the power of the universe's operating rules, the Soul Heaven had completely consumed the power of the heart's protection and began to wrap the long river of time. Boom! In an instant, the long river of time, which had been squeezed into a small pool by the Soul Heaven, surged again. The power of the universe's operating rules poured into the long river of time, and the long river of time, which was about to be disconnected from the timeline of the universe, was instantly tied to the timeline. This was the result of Xiang Qian communicating with the universe's operating rules, and once again bursting out the eternal power of an instant. The mighty river of time, supported by the power of the universe's operating rules, rushed towards the large universe assimilated by the Soul Heaven like a tsunami. In a moment, a hole was opened in the large universe assimilated by the Soul Heaven, and the power of the long river of time led the Earth Federation's small universe to move forward to the future time node. Patriarch, the opponent's power has exploded again, and the rules transformed by the Soul Heaven are resisted by the power of the universe's rules, and it is almost impossible to restrain the opponent. Burn the soul, block the opponent, and activate the authority to restrict the suppression of the universe's operating rules. The clan leader said in a deep voice, with a fierce light in his eyes. Understood. The operator was stunned for a moment before answering loudly, but his eyes were full of fear. He knew the concept of burning souls better than anyone else, but now he had to do it. After the Soul Clan leader gave the order, the souls of all the civilized races in the Dusk Star region, who had been transformed into soul bodies, also began to burn. This burning is painless, but the burning of the soul will completely wipe out the traces of the existence of the living body. Even if there are beings beyond the 9th level of civilization, they cannot revive the lives whose souls have been burned. As the souls of trillions of souls were knotted by the Soul Clan, a huge amount of soul power began to gather, forming a mighty soul river that is no less powerful than the long river of time. Chapter 654. While the Soul Clan was gathering the long river of souls, the Soul Clan leader was focusing his thoughts on the technology used by the 9th level civilization for communication. I need your help to help our Soul Clan suppress the power of the universe's operating rules. The Soul Clan leader appeared in this special space, and said to the other 9th level civilizations, "Ha ha ha. That's funny. Are you crazy? You want us to take action. Have you already unified the universe and started giving us orders?" The Lingxi tribe said with ridicule at the first moment. You Lingxi tribe are a bunch of idiots. Don't you understand it yet? Our enemies have appeared. If we can't eliminate them at this time, then they will be our biggest worry. The leader of the Soul tribe said coldly. Humph. Who is the idiot knows it himself. You didn't know that the enemy was lurking around your hometown for such a long time, and you still have the nerve to blame others. But your Soul tribe's name is not bad. You know that your place will not exist for long before it will be destroyed, so you call it the Dusk Star region. It's really wise. Ah, that's right. Also, don't call your Soul clan's enemies our enemies. They are targeting you, and have nothing to do with us, so don't involve us. The Lingxi clan immediately retorted. Our enemies have mastered philosophical weapons. Although they are not yet mature, they have already entered the realm of the basics. But so far, we don't even know what race they are. We formed the Universe Guardian Alliance for our dominance, but you all know that over the years, with the increasing number of level 8 civilizations, our control over the universe has been declining. Now there are rebels who dare to attack our soul race openly. So who will they attack next? Calculate the probability of being attacked. In the entire universe, only a few of us are level 9 civilizations. Together, we control more than 40% of the authority of the universe's operation rules. Any race that wants to break through the level 9 civilization will regard us as a thorn in their eyes. We could ignore it before, but from today on, we can no longer ignore it. This time the attack on our Soul clan is no longer a problem for our Soul clan, but a problem for all of our level 9 civilizations. If you don't take action today, I don't care. From today on, our Soul clan will withdraw from the Universe Guardian Alliance, and you will continue to be turtles and wait. We Soul clan will use our own methods to consolidate our position. I just hope that when a disaster happens one day, you won't regret it. The Soul clan leader did not continue to quarrel with the Lingxi clan, but instead brought up the issue of the common interests of the level 9 civilizations. At this moment, including the Lingxi clan, the other 9 level civilizations were silent, and they were also thinking about what the Soul clan leader said. In fact, at the beginning, including the Soul clan, the other 9 level civilizations also thought that the attack was done by the Lingxi clan. But later, after the 3 different philosophical weapons broke out, they found that things were not that simple. This is also the reason why the Soul clan leader was furious at the beginning, but now came here. Because even he didn't believe that this was a trick done by the Lingxi clan and other 9 level civilizations. What the Soul clan said makes sense, but with your strength, since you have found the enemy, it should be easy. Why do you need our help? Asked a 9th level civilization. Because our Soul clan's authority to suppress the universe's operating rules is ineffective against them. I want to try to combine the authority of several 9th level civilizations to see if we can suppress them. If we can, then our Soul clan's power can definitely destroy them instantly. But if we can't, then you should know what it means. The Soul clan leader said in a deep voice. Impossible. The authority of the universe's operation rules cannot be suppressed. Could it be that they have more authority over the rules than you Soul clan? Is it because many level 8 civilizations have united to resist you that you feel this way? After the Soul clan leader finished speaking, several level 9 civilizations were surprised, and said that they did not believe what the Soul clan leader said. After all, the authority of the universe's operation rules is not cabbage. Even if 10 level 8 civilizations are added together, they cannot compare with the authority controlled by the Soul clan. But now the Soul clan's authority is ineffective, which means that the situation is really serious. After all, if you want to resist the Soul clan's authority, at least dozens of level 8 civilizations must gather together. If there are really dozens of level 8 civilizations gathered together to resist the Soul clan's authority, then as the Soul clan said, their control over other civilizations in the universe has fallen to a very dangerous level. I don't know the specific reason, so I came here, because I feel that the situation should be more serious than we imagined. Well, let's try to centralize the authority. Agree. Agree. Except for the Lingxi clan, all other level 9 civilizations agreed. There was no reaction to the Lingxi clan, and the Soul clan would not say anything. At this time, it was good enough that the Lingxi clan did not drag their feet. If they wanted the Lingxi clan to cooperate with the Soul clan, then forget it. Unless time can flow back to billions of years ago, it would be fine. For now, forget it. When several level 9 civilizations were preparing to suppress Xiangqian was controlling the long river of time to impact the long river of soul condensed by the Soul clan. At the beginning, the river of time still had the upper hand, but the power of the river of soul was too strong. Xiangqian tried several times, but failed to break the river of soul. The main reason was that the river of soul had a special property similar to the life praise, except that the soul burning that condensed the river of soul was passive, while the life praise was active. Apart from that, the energy released by the two forces was surprisingly similar. The power of the river of time came entirely from the rules of the universe. If the power of the rules of the universe disappeared over time, the river of time would not last long. Unless the power of the river of time is broken through the Soul Clan's soul heaven before it disappears, the power of the river of time cannot be deployed at all. At that time, even if the Earth Federation reaches a certain time point in the future, that time point is also inside the soul heaven. So now Xiang Qian has only one way to go, that is to break through the blockade of the soul heaven, connect the river of time to the timeline of the universe, and send the Earth Federation's microcosm to a certain time point in the future. But at this time, Xiang Qian suddenly felt that the suppression power of the universe's operation rules on the soul heaven was reduced by about half, and the blocking power of the soul heaven on the river of time was increased several times in an instant. Chapter 655. Xiang Qian instantly felt that it was twice as difficult for him to use the power of the universe's operation rules, and at the same time, the range he could influence was also reduced a lot. What was going on? The feeling of being rejected by the universe's operation rules appeared again, and it was stronger than before. Xiang Qian tried his best to control the long river of time, while fighting against the rejection of the power of the universe's operation rules. As Xiang Qian sensed, he found that it was not the universe's operation rules that were rejecting him, but some rules were out of his control, so he felt that the power of the universe's operation rules was out of control. After discovering this problem, Xiang Qian immediately mobilized all his strength to expel those rules that were out of his control. Since they were out of his control, he excluded these rules, and fully mobilized those rules that obeyed his command. However, at this time, the soul river condensed by the soul heaven became larger and larger. As one grew, the other fell, and the explosive power of the time river could not conflict with the resistance of the soul river. Xiang Qian's face was very ugly at this time. According to the current situation, this outbreak failed, and he could not break through it all. No matter how hard you try, the power of the long river of time will be exhausted as time goes by. At the same time, when the rules of the universe can no longer replenish the power of the long river of time, that is when the long river of time will dissipate. Shinkong, notify the three-eyed tribe to get ready. We will need their power next. Xiang Qian's projection said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian's projection disappeared instantly after he finished speaking, and then he directly gave up the control of the long river of time and began to fight for the authority of the rules of the universe. He discovered that if the Earth Federation could not fully utilize the power of the operating rules of the entire universe, and let those level 9 civilizations repeatedly drag their feet here, the Earth Federation would definitely be exhausted here. After all, the Earth Federation is strong in explosive power, and the power it can burst out in a short period of time is stronger than that of ordinary level 9 civilizations. But if it is blocked by a level 9 civilization, then in terms of foundation, 10,000 Earth Federations cannot beat a level 9 civilization. The Soul Clan in front of him is the best proof. For explosive attacks of philosophical weapons, even when the opponent is not prepared, cannot defeat the Soul Clan. Now the Earth Federation only has the Three-Eyed Clan, who have not used this era, to submit a loophole in the rules of the universe, which means that the Earth Federation has one more strike left. If the next time, the Soul Clan fails to break through the encirclement, the Earth Federation will be meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. So before using the last chance, Xiang Qian must solve the problem at the level of the universe's operating rules, so that those level 9 civilizations can no longer hold back the Earth Federation. From such a long competition, Xiang Qian has found that his control over the rules of the universe is stronger than that of the 9th level civilization. This strength is only based on the level of the rules of the universe, not that they can control the rules controlled by the 9th level civilization. Now what Xiang Qian has to do is to use the short time when human civilization directly contacts the rules of the universe to attack those 9th level civilizations. The Soul Clan was cleared out by Xiang Qian at the first time, and their control over the rules of the universe was also restricted for 1 day. Within 1 day, the Soul Clan could no longer use the authority of the rules of the universe to do anything. That is to say, within this day, the Soul Clan is no different from the 6th level civilization, and neither can get in touch with the rules of the universe. The second is the 9th level civilization that masters the rules of matter, the third is the 9th level civilization that masters the rules of life, and the fourth. When the rules of the universe determine that the loopholes in the rules submitted by humans cannot break through the 7th level civilization, Xiang Qian has cleared the permissions of all 9th level civilizations. Starry Sky, notify the Three-Eyed Clan to start. Xiang Qian said, as he opened his eyes. Boss, Green Gisun asks us to take action again and gather the Heart Guardian to resist the Soul River. Xingkong suddenly said something that surprised Xiang Qian. No, they have no chance. If they use the Heart Guardian by force, they will be punished by the rules of the universe. Now I have no way to help them resist. Xiang Qian shook his head immediately. As soon as Xiang Qian finished speaking, Green Gisun's projection appeared inside the command hall. We must take action this time. Everyone knows the current situation. If the Three-Eyed Clan cannot break through with philosophical weapons, then we have no chance. But now we are not facing the power of the Soul Clan, but also the soul power of countless lives in the Dusk Star region. It is difficult to break through the barrier of the Soul River just by relying on the impact of the Long River of Time. Only by using the Guardian of the Heart to resist the Long River of Souls again, we have a chance to break through the blockade of the Soul Clan in one fell swoop. So don't hesitate, get ready to act. The projection of Green Gisun disappeared after he finished speaking. The next second, the power of the rules of the universe came, and the Green Star Civilization once again triggered the civilization upgrade mechanism. After Xiang Qian felt the power of the universe's operation rules coming, he gritted his teeth with a grim face, closed his eyes again, and controlled the power of the rules. The power of the new city philosophy weapon. Just when the Long River of Time was in danger, and about to be destroyed, the power of the Heart Guard appeared. Wrap the Long River of Time and resist the impact of the Soul Heaven and the Long River of Souls. As the Heart Guard designed based on the Life Force field, it is naturally capable of restraining the power of the soul, not to mention the Long River of Souls condensed by countless unwilling souls, which can't break through the barrier of the Heart Guard. Then, the Three-Eyed Clan also activated the civilization upgrade mechanism, and the power of the universe's operating rules descended again. For a moment, the power of the universe's operating rules that Xiang Qian could control expanded several times. This time, Xiang Qian first used the power of the universe's operating rules to suppress the Soul Heaven, and then exploded the power of the Long River of Time. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The Long River of Time, which was about to be wrapped up by the Soul Heaven and destroyed by the Long River of Soul, exploded with a greater force than the previous two times. At this time, the Soul Heaven, which was suppressed by the rules of the universe, was fragile. The Soul River was also blocked by the protection of the heart. So after the Time River broke out, it rushed out of the control range of the Soul Heaven at a crazy speed. The Soul Heaven wanted to resist, but it was suppressed by the power of the universe. It was powerless, and could only watch the power of the Time River break through the spiritual space formed by the Soul Heaven and flow into the depths of the universe. It's at this time that the Time River broke out. After the Time River broke through the blockade of the Soul Heaven and came into contact with the normal universe, Xiang Qian broke out all the remaining power of the Time River at once. Let the Time River be like a flood rushing into the estuary, instantly merging into the sea and losing all traces. Chapter 656. The power of the first generation of special evolutionists is absolutely correct. Otherwise, the authority they hold cannot be higher than the authority of several of us 9-level civilizations combined. Only the first special evolutionist, who has not yet broken through the 7th-level civilization, can have higher authority than us. In the depths of an unknown space, a 9th-level civilization roared in anger. After all, when several 9th-level civilizations unite, there is really nothing in the entire universe that can stump them. But today, they lost all their face. Several level 9 civilizations united to control the authority of the universe's operation rules, but they were kicked out one by the enemy. This result made them unable to adapt for a while, and they were also very angry. It can be said that without Xiang Qian knowing, he had offended all the level 9 civilizations in the entire universe. What's wrong with the first generation of special evolutionists? At most, they use their special abilities to gain some benefits before breaking through the level 7 civilization. Once they break through the 7th level civilization, they will instantly turn back into ants. What about those civilizations with special evolutionists in the past? They are still suppressed by us. They cannot become 9th level civilizations, and will always be ants. Another 9th level civilization said with contempt, and the meaning of the first generation special evolutionists was very obvious in his words. Humph! What's the use of just talking? If you have the ability, go and destroy all those civilizations with the first generation special evolutionists. We have to kill them. That's too much of a compliment to them. Wasn't there a race called Light Civilization that was easily killed by a few level 8 civilizations under our control? That's because you met a fool. If you have the ability, go find the other civilizations with the first generation of special evolutionists and kill them. Why don't you go find them, as if you can find them? Those civilizations with the first generation of special evolutionists are protected by the rules of the universe, and they hide on purpose, so we can't find their traces even if we want. If we could find them, we would have wiped them out long ago. Why wait until now? Keep talking nonsense. You are bullied by a force that only has the first generation of special evolutionists, and you still want to put on the airs of a 9th-level civilization. I think many civilized races in the universe have forgotten our 9th-level civilization now. It's time to go out for a walk, otherwise the civilized races in the universe may really forget us. This incident should be done by those rebel organizations, but those civilized races with the first generation of special evolutionists must have contributed, so issue a wanted order and mobilize the full power of the Universe Guardian Alliance to find them all. Find them all. Humph. Who will own the first generation guide after they are found? Whoever gets it first will own it, that's for sure. Okay, that's settled. After a group of level 9 civilizations finished talking, their consciousness left this space. Then all level 7 civilizations and races in the universe received a notice from the Universe Guardian Alliance, which wanted all civilizations and races that had the first generation of special evolutionists. There were also several level 8 civilizations and races marked as rebellious civilizations on the wanted list. As soon as this wanted order was issued, the entire universe was boiling. Because the rewards given by the Cosmic Guardian Alliance were really crazy, the reward for the 7th level civilization was 10 complete rule loopholes, and the reward for the 8th level civilization was the manufacturing technology of causal weapons. It can be said that this completely hit the point of the 7th level and 8th level civilizations. Any 7th level and 8th level civilizations could not ignore the rewards given by the Cosmic Guardian Alliance. So after this wanted order was issued, all civilizations sent their subordinates to find out the location of the civilization with the first generation of special evolutionists. All the civilizations that were hiding at home doing scientific research left their bases and began to wander in the universe. Among them, the 6th level civilization was the main force. After all, there were the most 6th level civilizations in the entire universe. But even if these 6th level civilizations found clues, the rewards they received were the 7th level or 8th level civilizations behind them. And the 6th level civilization itself could only get a rule loophole with a completeness of 80%, which was already very good. But even so, there are still many level 6 civilizations that leave their bases and start wandering in the universe. After all, their potential is almost exhausted. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to break through to level 7 civilization, but if clues are found, then there is still a possibility of breaking through to level 7 civilization. So at this time, in every corner of the universe, you can see many level 6 civilizations trying their luck. At this time, the Earth Federation, which just came out of the long river of time, is not noticeable in the huge search army of level 6 civilization races. Shinkong, what time is it in the universe now? After the Earth Federation left the long river of time, Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Originally, for this simple question, he only needed to communicate the rules of the universe and check it directly. But now, Xiang Qian has no energy at all. The series of battles have exhausted all his energy. He doesn't even have the energy to project the rules of the universe, let alone check the timeline. Boss, it is now the 73,000th year of the new era. We have spent more than 70,000 years in the long river of time. Shinkong answered immediately. The time of the universe is 73,000 years, but in the long river of time, less than 1 second has passed in the Earth Federation. At this time, for Xiang Qian, they have just escaped the blockade of the Soul Clan. But all this is under the power of the moment of eternity, and the time span of the Earth Federation has been changed. Shinkong, contact Lucen and see how they are. Xiang Qian continued. Boss, Lucen has been in a coma and is recovering in the rest chamber. Shinkong answered immediately. Comatose? Is the situation serious? Xiang Qian asked hurriedly. Not very serious, just mental overdraft, physical function damaged, will recover soon. By the way, what about other losses of Green Star Civilization? Xiang Qian asked again. 30% of the people of Green Star Civilization are in a coma, the Civilization Guardian tree is damaged, and the race potential is reduced. Xiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. If this is the case, it is not very serious. Where are we in the universe now? Since the Green Star Civilization was not a big problem, Xiang Qian was relieved, so he began to pay attention to the situation of the Earth Federation. We are analyzing it, and there is no way to confirm it yet. The universe is too big. Even if the Earth Federation has most of the star maps of the universe, there are still many blanks. It is not an easy task to find the current location based on the information detected by the Earth Federation. Boss, a level 6 civilization was found outside the 3 jump star zones. At this time, Shinkong suddenly said. Chapter 657. This is the 283771th civilization of the Lar Yasi civilization. Please report your civilization and its number. When the Earth Federation discovered the 6th level civilization outside the 3 standard jump star zones, the other party also discovered the Earth Federation and sent a communication. What's going on? How could the other party discover us? What is Xingyu doing? Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, then asked the starry sky. You know, the Earth Federation has always been in a shielded state. It can't be discovered by a 9th level civilization, let alone a 6th level civilization. That's a joke. Sorry, boss. Xingyu is already in a coma and is being sent to the medical room for examination, Shinkong said immediately. Xiang Qian nodded and said nothing. Although Shinkong was to blame for this, in fact, Shinkong's computing power was in the most tense state now. Without Xiang Qian's support, the 8th level civilization rule computer could not be used at all. Shinkong only used its computing power. But over the years, the Earth Federation has added countless devices. When in the Dusk Star region, Shinkong had the support of soul crystals in the early stage, and later directly used the 8th level civilization rule computer as the main body. These problems were not a problem. However, the Xiangqian Mandi tribe was unable to provide computing resources to the starry sky because of the large amount of data they had digested, and the level 8 civilization rule computer could not be used, so the computing speed of the starry sky dropped to the lowest point in history. In addition, the Earth Federation was currently in a completely new environment, and the computing data required by the starry sky was very large, so the situation on the starry sky side was ignored. It can be said that this was the weakest time for the Earth Federation. In order to fight against the Soul Clan, the Earth Federation had already done its best. Shinkong, first check the current situation of the Earth Federation's microcosm, how much of our combat power is left, and how many of the level 7 civilization weapons are ready for use, Xiang Qian said immediately. As for the level 6 civilization not far away, Xiang Qian didn't take it seriously at all. Although the Earth Federation is not in a period of complete victory, it is very easy to deal with a level 6 civilization, so Xiang Qian didn't even want to pay attention to that level 6 civilization. Boss, the crystal wall of the Earth Federation's microcosm is slightly damaged and is being repaired by itself. All weapons of the quasi-level 7 civilization can be used, but the computing power is insufficient and cannot be activated at the same time. Without calculating philosophical weapons, the Earth Federation currently only has 35% of its combat power. There is still 35% left, which is already good. As long as the level 7 civilization does not go all out, with the current state of the Earth Federation, no level 6 civilization can compete with the Earth Federation. Repeat. This is the force number 283771 of the Lar Yasi civilization. Please report the force and civilization number of the civilization in front. The message from the 6th level civilization was sent again, but this time, the tone was much colder than before, and seemed a little impatient. Xiang Qian thought for a while, after hearing the other party's communication before giving the order. At this time, inside the mothership of the 6th level civilization, a group of people were analyzing the situation of the Earth Federation's microcosm around the big screen. According to the results of life detection, there are still lives in the other party's microcosm, but most of the life forms have entered a dormant state, which means that the fire of the other civilization is in a state of life freezing. The remaining life forms are alive, but not moving. They must have been hurt or have other problems. So we think that the other party did not respond because they may have problems, and are not ignoring us on purpose. After all, the wanted order of the Cosmic Guardian Alliance is no joke, a person said while looking at the data on the big screen. I agree. After all, up to now, the other party's microcosm is completely still, the equipment inside the microcosm is not turned on, and the quasi-level 7 civilization weapons are not charged. They must have been seriously hurt, so they cannot respond to our communication. Another person followed suit. I object. There are so many special rare metals in the opponent's microcosm. Although those special rare metals are not very valuable, the quantity is very large. Do you think that a civilized race with so many special rare metals and unable to resist after being attacked by the enemy can retain so many special rare metals? If we defeat the opponent, will we give up the opportunity to plunder the opponent? So I think this is a trap, and we should report it immediately. Another person spoke up. I don't agree to report it. After all, we haven't received any danger signals from this location, which means that no civilized race has disappeared here. So it's unlikely that this is a trap. Instead, it's very likely that the other party is in trouble for some reason. This is a very good opportunity for us. As long as we plunder those special rare metals in the other party's microcosm, our 7th level civilized race flagship will save a lot of contribution points. I agree. I object. At one point, dozens of people started arguing loudly, each with their own ideas, and no one could convince anyone else. Okay, stop arguing. Send out an exploration ship to the other side's microcosm to investigate the situation, and don't report the matter yet. The person sitting in the command position thought for a while before speaking. At this moment, the communication equipment finally sent a signal. This is Weishi Civilization. Force. Number 26. We are under attack. Please send information. Although the information received was intermittent and very weak, and some of it could not be heard clearly, the meaning expressed in it could be guessed. Check the information of Weishi Civilization. Weishi Civilization is a subordinate race of the civilization that controls the Black Abyss trading market in the Chaos Star domain. It is a late-stage 7th level civilization that rules over 150,000 6th level civilizations. There are more than 1,100 civilizations with numbers starting with 26. The Chaos Star domain is very far away from these. How did they get here? Wait, did they get some clues and come here, but were attacked by advanced civilizations? But because those advanced civilizations were afraid of being discovered by destroying the other party, they only destroyed the other party's living forces, and then deliberately did not take away those special rare metals, in order to attract other civilized races. So that other civilized races would destroy this civilized race for special rare metals. If this is the case, then everything makes sense, then those special rare metals. No need to send an exploration spacecraft, the mothership will jump over directly. The person sitting in the command position automatically completed Xiang Qian's fabricated words in his brain, and then said excitedly, in fact, it's not his fault that he didn't have vigilance, because in the past 70,000 years, the civilized race with the first generation of special evolutionists has not shown up at all, while many of their subsidiary races have been discovered. However, these subsidiary races don't know their specific locations, so in the past 70,000 years, few civilized races that came out to look for clues have been attacked. In addition, with the supervision of the Universe Guardian Alliance, it is impossible for each other to steal each other's effective information, so there are rarely cases of two civilizations attacking each other. But the current situation is different. As long as they go over now, and enter the small universe in the name of rescue, the other party is still meat on the chopping board, and they can do whatever they want. In the large universe, destroying other civilizations will deduct contribution points, so there are rarely cases of level 6 civilizations fighting to the death. But that also depends on the situation. Now the Earth Federation's small universe is just a piece of meat in the eyes of the other party. Even if they wanted to resist, they couldn't. Under such circumstances, no civilized race would give up this piece of meat. After all, as long as the Earth Federation is not destroyed, the rules of the universe will not deduct the other party's contribution points. No contribution points will be deducted, and they can plunder a level 6 civilization. Such a good thing, no civilized race will refuse. Boss, the other party's mothership has started to jump, and is expected to arrive here in 26 days. Shinkong immediately reported to Xiang Qian after the other party jumped. Well, don't worry about them for now. How is Xingyu doing? Xiang Qian nodded and asked. The examination has been completed. The reason for his coma is that a large amount of genetic nuclear power was suddenly extracted, resulting in an overdraft of vitality and mental power. He will recover after half a month of rest, and there will be no sequelae. Shinkong replied. Xiang Qian was relieved after hearing this. The Earth Federation will not be threatened in half a month. When Xingyu recovers, even a 9th level civilization will not be able to do anything to the Earth Federation. Then Xiang Qian left the command hall, and went to the Green Star Civilization to see the situation of the Green Star Civilization. Time passed slowly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the 6th level civilization finally sent an exploration spacecraft into the Earth Federation's microcosm after another in-depth scan of the Earth Federation's microcosm. After the exploration spacecraft entered the microcosm, it did not suffer any attack, but the communication was severely interfered. There is an unknown interference source in the other party's microcosm. According to analysis, under such interference, the rule terminal is severely affected and cannot send signals to the outside. Only the signal of conventional communication can resist this interference, but it will also be affected. After analyzing the source of the interference, the level 6 civilization breathed a sigh of relief. They were completely relieved. Now it was time for them to enjoy this huge pie. The exploration ship is about to enter the other party's mothership. After entering the mothership, it will be impossible to communicate. Notify the exploration ship to confirm the situation of the other civilization after entering the mothership, and then return within 1 day. If attacked, return immediately. After receiving the order, the exploration ship immediately entered the interior of the Earth Federation mothership. At this time, their external communication was interrupted. Boss, the other party's exploration ship has entered the outer area, and their communication with the other party's mothership has been interrupted. Well, capture them all and bring their captain here, Xiangqian said with a smile. Okay, boss. When the other party's exploration ship entered the interior of the Earth Federation race flagship, their fate was already determined. To put it bluntly, with the current strength of the Earth Federation, there is no need for direct confrontation. Just some toys can be used to play those exploration ships to collapse. You should know that in the Dusk Star region, weapons of the 8th level civilization rules can be made into large-scale entertainment facilities. With the status of the Silver Wing civilization in the Dusk Star region at that time, it was not easy to make a few 7th level and 8th level entertainment equipment. Those equipments can become terrible rule weapons after simple transformation. Although the Earth Federation did not transform those equipments, the power of those equipments themselves is not something that the 6th level civilization exploration ships can contend with. So after those exploration ships entered the flagship of the Earth Federation race, they crazily experienced the power of the most terrifying large-scale entertainment equipment in the Twilight Star region. As a result, after 3 entertainment projects, before Starry Sky could make a move, the other party had already completely collapsed its own spacecraft. Using the power of a 6th level civilization exploration ship to counter the entertainment equipment with rule power of an 8th level civilization is simply courting death. Since when do 2 civilizations need to inform their respective forces before greeting each other in the universe? When was this rule set? Xiangqian used the ability of the controller on the captain of the exploration spacecraft, and then asked. Otherwise, with the other party's face full of collapse, it would be a problem whether he could speak clearly. That was the rule set by the Space Guardian Alliance more than 70,000 years ago, to judge whether there is a problem with the origin of civilization. The captain replied, How to judge whether there is a problem with the origin of civilization? Can't you just make up a random one? What method did you use to verify it? Xiangqian frowned and asked. Use the rule terminal to query. Each civilization has a number, which is the identity of the civilization, and the number of the rule terminal. As long as you use the rule terminal, you can query the basic information of a civilization. How did you get this rule terminal? Xiangqian asked seriously. The rule terminal is issued by the civilization that controls the force when each civilization leaves the protection range of the force. What if a civilization race that does not belong to a power wants to obtain this rule race? There are 2 ways. One is to pass the review of the Universe Guardian Alliance, which will issue a rule terminal. The second is to join a power, which can also get a rule terminal. Xiangqian's face was very ugly after hearing this. He did not expect that the situation in the universe would become like this in just 70,000 years. It can be said that this rule terminal is the shackles of the Earth Federation. Without this rule terminal, the Earth Federation has no way to communicate with other civilizations in the universe. If you encounter a civilized race without a rule terminal, what measures will you take? Xiangqian asked. If the other party does not have a rule terminal, we will report it immediately, and take the other party to the nearest headquarters for identity verification. If the other party does not cooperate, it means that there is something wrong with the other party. It is very likely that they are affiliated races with the first generation of special evolutionists. We will issue an alarm at the first time, and then the nearest level 7 civilization will come to support. How is it related to the civilized race with the first generation of special evolutionists? Xiangqian is very confused. What is this? Is the Universe Guardian Alliance doing this not to capture the Earth Federation? But no matter what, the identity of the Earth Federation needs to be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise it will be in trouble sooner or later. Chapter 658. After spending an entire afternoon interrogating, Xiangqian finally figured out the current situation in the universe. He hadn't expected that their dealings with the other soul races would be blamed on those civilized races that had the first generation of special evolutionists. For those civilized races, this was definitely an accident. However, a series of measures taken by the Cosmic Guardian Alliance made it difficult for the Earth Federation to integrate into the universe. An identity issue had already blocked them. If it was just pretending to be a civilized race, it would be fine. Xiangqian could even modify the information on the rules of the universe. However, the Earth Federation has no way to fill in the column of affiliated forces. No matter how powerful Xiang Qian is, he can't create a level 7 civilization to act as a guarantor for the Earth Federation. And without this guarantor, I'm sorry, even if you are not a subordinate race of the enemy force, you will be imprisoned or eliminated by the Universal Guardian Alliance. After all, any civilized race will be taken away by other forces when leaving the parallel universe. This matter cannot be faked at all, and it can be found out once it is checked. Therefore, Xiang Qian had no way to forge an identity. As for the rule terminal, it was even more impossible for a level 6 civilization to possess it. After the interrogation, Xiang Qian asked Xingkong to take the people to Queen Mingwei, and let Queen Mingwei control these people to trick the other party's mothership into the Earth Federation's microcosm and imprison them first. As for how to deal with it, we will talk about it later. Xiang Qian ran to the Vidin Prophet to ask about the guide. He was very curious why the Universe Guardian Alliance must capture the civilization race of the first generation of guides. When Xiang Qian told Vidin Prophet that the Cosmic Guardian Alliance was mobilizing its forces to find a civilization with the first generation of special evolutionists, Vidin Prophet was not surprised at all. This is normal. The civilization with the first generation of special evolutionists is originally the enemy of those level 9 civilizations. If the Cosmic Guardian Alliance reconciles with us one day, I will be surprised. Vidin Prophet said seriously. Why, have you all offended those level 9 civilizations? Xiang Qian asked curiously. No, before, we, the first generation of special evolutionists, didn't know why those level 9 civilizations would target us. But now I know, it's because of the absolute rules in the hands of us, the first generation of special evolutionists. You know what the basis of philosophical weapons is. If you don't master a category of rule system, you can't build philosophical weapons. But we, the first generation of special evolutionists, are born with certain rules, and these rules cannot be changed by other civilized races unless we agree. But even if we agree, the absolute control of this rule is still in our hands. In other words, the rules we control have absolute attributes, that is, this rule will always belong to us, and other civilizations cannot interfere. Even if they find loopholes in this rule, and submit it to the universe operation rules for approval, they still need our consent. After we agree, this rule will be rewritten, but we still have absolute control over the power of this artistic conception rewriting rule. We didn't know why the Universe Guardian Alliance targeted us before, because we didn't know that this absolute control of the rules would affect the construction of philosophical weapons by the 9th level civilization. But through this confrontation with the Soul Clan, I finally figured it out. It turns out that the existence of our first special evolution has affected the safety of the most powerful weapon of the 9th level civilization, so they tried every means to get rid of us. The Vidin Prophet said seriously. After the Vidin Prophet finished speaking, Xiang Qian also figured it out. It turns out that the first generation of special evolutionists and the 9th level civilization are inherently in opposition, and the opposition is irreconcilable. After all, the more first generation special evolutionists there are, the more rules they occupy, and the philosophical weapons of the 9th level civilization must control a complete category of rules to be constructed. If a first generation special evolutionist who controls the soul rules appears one day, then the control of the Soul Clan over the soul rules will decline. After all, the first generation of special evolutionists have absolute authority over the rules they control, which even the 9th level civilization cannot erase. If one day, there are more than 3 first generation special evolutionists who master the soul rules, then the Soul Clan will not be able to use philosophical weapons. Because the Soul Clan can no longer control the soul rules, their beliefs and truths cannot be instilled into the complete soul rules. The soul rules mastered by the first generation special evolutionists cannot end the Soul Clan's ideas. Therefore, in the case of being unable to instill beliefs and truths, the Soul Clan cannot use philosophical weapons, which is why the 9th level civilization regards the first generation special evolutionists as a thorn in the eye. After all, the existence of the first generation of special evolutionists has seriously affected the strength of the 9th level civilization. If there are dozens of first generation special evolutionists, the philosophical weapons of the 9th level civilization will definitely be completely useless. Okay, I understand the reason for the conflict between the 9th level civilization and the first generation special evolutionists. So why does the Universe Guardian Alliance want to capture the guide? Is there something wrong with the guide? Xiang Qian asked. It's a big problem. I see that you didn't know the information about the universe in the Dusk Star region, but the information about the first generation special evolutionists is actually unknown to many civilizations and races. What they know is just a legend. Before talking about the first generation of guides, think about it first. Can the current guides be called guides? If you sacrifice yourself to improve a civilization level, you can be called a guide, then why not call it a civilization level enhancer? Isn't that more accurate? The prophet didn't said about the current guides with a disdainful smile on his face. Is there any other explanation for this? Xiang Qian asked curiously. Nonsense. The reason why the guide is called a guide is because he can guide the civilized race forward, and he will not go the wrong way. As for why the Universe Guardian Alliance wanted to capture the guide, it was because in their opinion, the guide posed the greatest threat to them among all the first-generation special evolutionists, so they tried their best to capture the guide. When the Vidin Prophet talked about the guide, he seemed to remember something funny. The guide is the biggest threat to the Universe Guardian Alliance. How is that possible? Xiang Qian said in disbelief. In his opinion, the biggest threat to the Universe Guardian Alliance should not be the Protector or the Fusion. How could it be the guide? If I tell you that there were 17 level 8 civilizations, and 115 level 7 civilizations among the subordinate races of the guide, would you believe it? The Vidin Prophet looked at Xiang Qian and said, "It can't be true." Xiang Qian was really stupid this time, but he looked at the expression of the Vidin Prophet. It seemed that he was not lying to him, which meant, "What do you think? Is there any meaning in me lying to you?" Chapter 659. Then the Vidin Prophet fully explained the special ability of the guide, and Xiang Qian realized that the real ability of the guide was so amazing. If the 6th level civilization submits the rule loopholes to the universe operation rules for review, then the universe operation rules are the final review. If it is shown to the guide in advance, the guide is the preliminary review. In fact, many of the rule loopholes studied by the 6th level civilization are not wrong, but they are not suitable for the current great universe rules system. They may be ahead of time or behind. Such rule loopholes will certainly not be approved after being submitted to the universe operation rules. The special ability of the guide is to ensure that the 6th level civilization will never take detours when studying rule loopholes. Because the special ability of the guide is an extension of the right of the universe operation rules to control the development of civilizations, he can know whether the direction of the development of this civilization race is correct, and can correct it in time when there are mistakes in the development of civilization races. It can be said that as long as there is a guide, it is very difficult for you to deviate from the technology tree. In fact, which race that can break through the 6th level civilization is a fool? The civilization race without strength would have been destroyed long before breaking through the 6th level civilization. But why so many 6th level civilizations cannot break through the 7th level civilization? In the final analysis, it is because of the wrong choice of rule loopholes. Once a wrong rule loophole is chosen at the beginning, the fate of this 6th level civilization is basically doomed. Unless you have the luck to find a correct route halfway, otherwise you can only wait for death. Imagine if there is a guide who gives full guidance. Well, there is no need for full guidance, as long as when the level 6 civilization chooses a rule loophole, it tells the level 6 civilization which rule loophole is worth studying and which direction to study in. Then this level 6 civilization has at least a 10% chance of breaking through to the level 7 civilization. Although the 10% chance does not seem very high, think about the current 1 in 10,000 chance of a level 6 civilization in the universe breaking through to the level 7 civilization, and you will know how incredible this chance is. There may not be much else in the entire universe, but there are many level 6 civilizations. In every era, a large number of civilizations will leave the parallel universe and come to the universe. These civilizations are very easy to control. As long as the guide spends a little time, it is not a problem to cultivate level 7 civilizations in batches. It can be said that this is the most amazing thing about the guide, and it is also the most feared thing by the Universe Guardian Alliance. Since the guide's special ability is so strong, why are you still suppressed by the Universe Guardian Alliance? Xiang Qian asked. Alas! Who said it wasn't? It's because of the internal disunity. The Protector doesn't care about things, and is just a coward. The Fusioner is obsessed with reviving a civilized race, and he's nowhere to be seen all day. The Killer is just a fool. Don't expect him to follow orders. You've seen the Controller. He was so crazy at the time, he wouldn't cooperate with us at all. As for me, I always wanted to use my special abilities to take advantage of it, and do small things behind the scenes, but the guide alone couldn't fight against the Universal Guardian Alliance. That's why we are now a mess. Some are killed, some are fleeing, some are hiding. The Vidin Prophet said with emotion, with a lot of helplessness in his tone. Xiang Qian curled his lips, and said nothing after listening. Although all the first-generation special evolutionists may not be able to fight against the Universe Guardian Alliance, at least they will not be so miserable. But who can be blamed for all this? Isn't it that everyone has problems? Everyone is not united. It would be strange if there is no leader to get things done. So, do you know what happened to the guide now? Can the Cosmic Guardian Alliance find him? Not sure. Although the guide failed, the Cosmic Guardian Alliance just wiped out all the subordinate races, and the guide was fine. But we didn't contact each other afterward, so I don't know his situation, but it should be better than mine now. As for the Cosmic Guardian Alliance wanting to find the guide, that's a joke. The universe is so big, it would be strange if they could find an 8th level peak civilization that wants to hide. The Vidin Prophet said nonchalantly that he was quite confident in the guide's concealment technology. While Xiang Qian was discussing the issue of the first generation of special evolutionists with the Vidin Prophet, Queen Mingwei controlled the captain and sent a false message to the outside world. After receiving the false message, the level 6 civilization that had been hovering outside the Earth Federation microcosm finally entered the Earth Federation microcosm. At the same time, Xingyu used special abilities to shield the Earth Federation microcosm. As for the level 6 civilization, after entering the Earth Federation microcosm, they were immediately sent to the space maze by the starry sky to play hide-and-seek with Reglos. If they want to get out, it will probably take them 18,000 years. The space maze is known as the most difficult in the Dusk Star domain. If you want to break it by strength, you must be a peak level 8 civilization. The level 6 civilization can only get out by honestly following the rules of the game and slowly finding the exit. The next day, Xiang Qian came to the command hall, looked at the star map displayed on the big screen, and began to think about how to solve the identity problem in the shortest time. At present, there are only 2 ways for the Earth Federation to solve the identity problem. The first is to let one of Reglos and Baxiao break through the 7th level civilization, and then apply for identity verification in their name. After all, only a single-type alien beast civilization will leave alone after leaving the parallel universe. Because the 2 sides have different technology trees, they will not study the loopholes in the rules, so no civilized race will take them away, so Reglos and his friends can avoid the fate of being audited. However, Reglos and Baxiao are not yet ready to break through the 7th level civilization. You must know that when a single-type alien beast breaks through the 7th level civilization, there are only 2 results. One is to successfully break through and become a level 7 alien beast, and the other is to fail to break through and die directly. There is no third option. The second method of obtaining identity verification is safer, that is, the Earth Federation returns to the parallel universe again. Xiang Qian once again tampers with the information of the universe's operating rules, and then leaves the parallel universe openly, is taken away by other civilized races, and joins a certain force. In this way, the identity verification is passed very safely. After all, no one would have thought that the level 6 civilization that just left the parallel universe would be the murderer who destroyed the Dusk Star domain. This statement must be believed by someone. However, the only downside to this method is that it wastes too much time. There are still 50,000 years until the end of this era. Counting the nearest parallel universe location, it will take more than 20,000 years to run there. After entering the parallel universe, the 3rd stage of selection will have been completed. At that time, if the Earth Federation wants to intervene, it will definitely be exposed. Therefore, if you want to use this method, you must wait for another era, which means it will take about 180,000 years to solve the identity problem. Chapter 660. Caria, what are you doing here? In an independent 4-dimensional space, in front of a warship with a diameter of less than 1 million kilometers, a figure composed of countless lines suddenly appeared there. After this figure appeared, a low voice came from the inside of the warship. The sound penetrated the space, and the figure composed of lines was a little blurred, as if it would disappear at any time. Don't be so excited. Can't you come to see an old friend? The figure made up of lines said this, and entered the warship. If Xiang Qian was here, he would recognize that this figure made up of lines was Mr. Lin from the prehistoric ruins of the Large Magellanic Cloud in the parallel universe. If the Prophet Vidin was here, he would recognize that the Mr. Lin Xiang Qian knew was the first generation of fusion, and the old friend he wanted to see was the first generation of guide. How do you have time to return to the universe? Haven't you been looking for the human civilization mentioned by the Prophet in the parallel universe? Why did you give up? The guide spoke. It's not giving up, it's success. Caria sat on the chair opposite the guide and said with a smile, but his smile made up of lines looked a little strange. Successful, then congratulations, your dream is finally coming true. The guide laughed dryly twice, and shook his head. I know you don't believe it, but I did succeed, but the next plan really needs your help, so I came. Caria didn't care about the guide's ridicule, but said seriously, Okay, let's not talk about this. I have no interest in your plan, whether it's the Space Guardian Alliance or the 9th level civilization. If you came to me for this, then please go back. The guide closed his eyes and said, with an expression of goodbye. Carrier didn't care about the guide's attitude at all, but sighed and said, I know you have resentment in your heart, blaming us for not helping you back then. But you know the actual situation. The Cosmic Guardian Alliance is easy to deal with, but we have no way to deal with the 9th level civilization. At that time, it was only the power of the Cosmic Guardian Alliance that took action, and the 9th level civilization did not take action at all. But what was the result? Unless we have the power to counter the 9th level civilization, it will be useless even if there are more 8th level civilizations. We simply. How do you know if you don't try? With the authority of the universe's operating rules controlled by us, the first generation of special evolutionists, we can completely fight against the 9th level civilization. If we had taken action together at that time, I don't believe that the other party could not have a 9th level civilization. The guide interrupted Carrier and said excitedly, Yes, if we join forces, we may be able to compete with a level 9 civilization, but we still don't know how many level 9 civilizations there are in the entire universe. Anyway, we have confirmed that there are more than 5 level 9 civilizations, and there are still some we don't know about. Can we resist so many level 9 civilizations? In fact, to put it bluntly, even if we join forces, we can't deal with a level 9 civilization. Do you know what caused the fluctuation of the rules some time ago? Kalia said slowly. What's the reason? Is it you who did this? The guide asked in surprise. Kalia immediately smiled bitterly and said, I wish I had that much ability. The Dusk Star region is the territory of the Soul Clan. If I dare to go there, I will be destroyed by the Soul Clan in the first place, and it will be difficult to escape. Let me tell you the truth. The Dusk Star region was destroyed, and the Soul Clan was attacked. It was all the result of a level 6 civilization. Impossible, a level 6 civilization against a level 9 civilization, you are kidding. Even if there are first-generation special evolutionists in that 6th level civilization, they cannot fight against the 9th level civilization. The guide expressed disbelief. Don't disbelieve me. If it weren't for a special reason, I wouldn't have known about this. The other party is indeed a 6th level civilization, and it's a human civilization. However, they only have 2 first-generation special evolutionists. One of them has the ability to deceive the rules of the universe, and the other has the ability to control the rules of the universe. The combined abilities of the two of them have a very powerful effect. The incident in the Dusk Star region was caused by them. And they also confronted the philosophy of the Soul Clan, and left safely after rescuing a civilized race. Even the 9th level civilization couldn't do anything to them. Now the Universe Guardian Alliance is crazy about us because we took the blame for them. Carrier said slowly. You mean, they are the human civilization that the prophet said? The guide's expression kept changing, staring at Carrier and said, It's not me who said it, but the prophet who said it. Oh, by the way, I have some good news for you. I found the controller and the prophet, but the situation of both of them is not very good. Carrier didn't care what the guide was thinking now, and continued to expose the explosive news. This time, the guide didn't rush to say anything, but sat there thinking. Carrier saw that the guide was thinking, and didn't urge him, just waiting there. But he knew that the guide's heart definitely didn't have a direction to hate the Universe Guardian Alliance. Although he failed once before, the guide definitely had a backup plan, and it wouldn't be like what he said. After a while, the guide said, What do you want me to do? If you want me to help them solve the problem of civilization level, then don't say it. Of course not. I know you have secretly helped many human civilizations, but the results have disappointed you. But they definitely don't need you to help them improve their civilization level. Don't underestimate them. Do you know the philosophical weapons of the 9th level civilization? They have also developed philosophical weapons. Although they are disposable, their power is definitely not bad. Now they have encountered a little problem. The Universe Guardian Alliance has implemented identity verification in the entire universe. They don't have that thing, so it's a bit troublesome. This is nothing to you. You can help me and get a favor. How nice, Carrier said with a smile. If it's just for this, why did you come to me? Can't you go to the shelter? If it's just for this, forget it. The guide was not fooled. He knew that Carrier came here specially, and it's impossible for him to do this little thing. Well, I just want you to meet, and have a good start of cooperation. After all, this time we have to do our best. Kalia sighed and said, Humph. You don't think of me the same as the controller. If you have no problem, I definitely have no problem, but you still want to solve the problem between the controller and the killer first. The guide knew what Kalia meant and snorted coldly. Okay, just ignore what I said. I will solve their problem. So now this matter. I won't show up. It's not time yet. Let them find my affiliated race. The guide shook his head and said, Okay, give me the contact information and I take them there. I knew you had a lot of tricks up your sleeve. To be honest, how many level 8 civilizations are under your control in the Universe Guardian Alliance? Caria asked curiously. As a result, the guide ignored him and just said, you know, later, and then closed his eyes and said nothing. Caria shrugged and left helplessly. After Caria left, the guide opened his eyes, but at this time, his eyes were full of hope. Orin, notify Civilization number 15 and ask them to prepare information about identity verification. Someone will come to them soon and ask them to handle the other party's affairs. After a while, the guide spoke. Yes, master. The projection of the intelligent brain Orin appeared beside the guide and answered very respectfully. At this time, Xiang Qian was checking the star map and preparing to go to the parallel universe closest to them. Boss, Dandan sent a message, but it was not sent by the boss lady. Xingkong appeared beside Xiang Qian at this time and whispered to him. What message? Xiang Qian hadn't reacted yet and asked casually. The content of the message is, do you want to solve the identity problem? If you want, send me a message. I can't find you in your state. Lin. Xingkong said the content of the message. This time Xiang Qian was stunned, and at the same time, the memory from a long time ago in the depths of his mind began to emerge. Chapter 661. After Xiang Qian thought of the mysterious Mr. Lin, his first reaction was surprise, and his second reaction was indescribable depression. After all, the Earth Federation is now under the shield of the starry sky, and even the 9th level civilization cannot detect it, but the other party can send information to the inside of the Earth Federation, which has to be said to be a very powerful ability. And what scares Xiang Qian the most is that the other party actually knows the predicament they are facing now, which is terrifying. Starry Sky, send a message to the other party. Xiang Qian said seriously. Since the other party has come to him and knows so much about the Earth Federation, he has to communicate with him no matter what. Soon, Kalia appeared on the big screen. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm really happy to see you again. Thank you for your reminder back then, otherwise it would be a problem whether the Earth Federation still exists now. Xiang Qian said very sincerely. Haha. You must be wondering now, how did I know your current situation? In fact, don't worry, if you were not in your current state before, I would not have discovered you. After all, the ability of the first generation of special evolutionists is unsolvable before breaking through the 7th level civilization. Caria laughed and said, looking very happy. To be honest, after receiving the news, I was really shocked. Xiang Qian was stunned by Caria's excitement. He didn't expect that the other party was so happy. Did he eat something wrong? Okay, let's not talk about it. You open a space channel with a diameter of 1 centimeter in your small universe, and I will use projection to go over. The current communication status is not very safe, and it might be discovered by the 9th level civilization. After laughing, Caria said seriously. Okay, Xingkong, do as Mr. Lin said. Xiang Qian paused and said immediately. After Xingkong opened the microcosmic space channel, Caria hung up the communication, and then a figure composed of lines appeared in the command hall. This is my rule projection, which cannot be discovered by the 9th level civilization, so it is more convenient to communicate. Let me introduce myself again. My real name is Caria, and I am also a first-generation fusionist. Caria said with a smile. First-generation fusionist? I didn't expect it. Xiang Qian was surprised. Actually, you knew it before. I told you when we met, but when you left, I deleted your memory to protect you, so I can only introduce myself again. Caria said with narrowed eyes. Well, I really don't remember it, but I still remember what happened in the prehistoric ruins. Xiang Qian said a little depressed. After all, it is really unpleasant to have your memory erased by others, and have them tell you the truth. Take me to see Vidin first. We haven't seen each other for many years. After all, you will definitely be on guard against what I say now. After meeting Vidin, you will be able to confirm my identity. Kalia said directly. Xiang Qian nodded, and took Kalia to the place where the Vidin prophet was. Kalia was right. After all, the other party came directly to him, and at such a special time, it would be strange if Xiang Qian was not on guard. Since the other party wants to see the Vidin prophet, then take him there. However, since the other party said so, there must be no problem with his identity, otherwise he would not be in a hurry to see the Vidin prophet. After arriving at the room where the Vidin prophet was, Kalia also showed a very surprised expression, when he saw the Vidin Prophet reading a novel. Huh? How did you get in? When the Vidin Prophet looked up and saw Kalia, he was also confused. Why can't I come? When I met Xiang Qian, you didn't even know where you were. But I'm curious, how did you become like this? This is too miserable. Carria looked at the state of the Vidin Prophet and frowned. Not bad, the controller is even worse than me. The Vidin Prophet said indifferently. Can it be recovered? It costs a lot. That's good. After Carria finished talking to the Vidin Prophet, he remembered Xiang Qian. How do you know him? Why haven't I heard you say it? The Vidin Prophet asked Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian rolled his eyes and said nothing. I deleted his memory, so he only remembers me, and doesn't know that I am the first generation of fusion, Carria said with a smile. Then what are you doing here today? Haven't you been looking for a way to revive your race and civilization? The Vidin Prophet asked. I came here to help you solve your problems today. It's nothing big, Carria said with an expression of Lei Feng, coming to send warmth. Xiang Qian and Vidin Prophet were speechless immediately. Such words are only for children, and we are not fools. What's the point of saying these things? If you have something to say, just tell me. I really don't believe you can solve any problems, the Vidin Prophet said unhappily. Well, I went to find the guide before I came. He can help you solve the identity problem, Kalia said with his hands spread out. Guide, Xiang Qian looked at Carria. He didn't expect that this mysterious guy in front of him was really capable. Not to mention entering the parallel universe as an 8th level civilization, even other first-generation special evolutionists are connected to him, and he is also the guide who poses the greatest threat to the Universe Guardian Alliance. Guide. How is he now? The Vidin Prophet said in a deep voice. It's still the same. After the last incident, he stopped contacting others and hid aside to plot something. Although he said that he was not going to take action, in fact, so many years have passed. Who knows how many chess pieces he has deployed in the Universe Guardian Alliance? Anyway, it must be a lot. It's just that he can't deal with a 9th level civilization, so he has endured until now. But our chance has come. We couldn't deal with a 9th level civilization before, but now, with the Earth Federation, we can have a good fight with them, Carria said seriously. Xiang Qian broke into a sweat after hearing this, and quickly shook his head and said, No, don't involve me in this matter. Our Earth Federation is so weak that it can't withstand the tossing of the 9th level civilization. Why, you didn't tell him about the conflict between our first generation of special evolutionists and the Universe Guardian Alliance. Carria saw Xiang Qian shaking his head, and said to the Vidin Prophet in surprise. That seems to mean that you didn't do your job well, and you didn't tell him about such a big thing. Things are not as simple as you think. The other party's 9th level civilization has philosophical weapons, and we must also have our own philosophical weapons. Otherwise, even if they can resist for a while, they will be destroyed soon. The Earth Federation paid a great price to fight against the philosophical weapons of the Soul Clan. As a result, from the attack to the retreat, the Earth Federation exhausted all its strength and only lasted for more than 10 seconds. It is not what you imagined at all, the Prophet Vidin said seriously. Didn't Dandan tell you? Xiang Qian also asked. Although I can find out that the Earth Federation is because of Dandan, in fact, I can only know a general idea. I don't know the specific situation at all. Carria shook his head and said with a very disappointed tone. Chapter 662. After Carria carefully understood the current situation of the Earth Federation, the smile on his face became less. He never thought that the Earth Federation, which could fight the Soul Clan so well and destroy the Dusk Star region, was just a showpiece. It may look awesome, but in fact it is not even as good as the 7th level civilization. In this way, the plan he had thought of before would not work at all. Fortunately, the foundation of the Earth Federation is still very solid. Even if it is not possible now, it can meet the requirements if it is given some time to develop. In that case, we have to wait for the matter of the other party's Space Guardian Alliance, at least until the Earth Federation has the combat power of the 8th level civilization, Carria said. Xiang Qian nodded and said nothing. In fact, he thought that when dealing with the Space Guardian Alliance, it was not safe to have the combat power of the 8th level civilization. At least there must be a way to protect themselves from the attack of philosophical weapons, otherwise it would be easy to get into trouble. But he would not say these words. Anyway, the Earth Federation is only a 6th level civilization now, and it is still a long way from the 8th level civilization. Next, Xiang Qian left and asked Carria to talk with the Prophet Vidin. He used the star map Carria gave him and prepared to go to a place called the Killing Star region. There will be an 8th level civilization in that place to help the Earth Federation with identity verification, so that the Earth Federation can walk openly in the universe in the future, and its identity is still a civilized race belonging to the Universe Guardian Alliance. This has to admire the power of the guide. In the Universe Guardian Alliance, the guide has planted countless insiders. The 8th level civilization that the Earth Federation is looking for in the Killing Star region is the core civilization of the Universe Guardian Alliance, and is also a relatively powerful civilization among the 8th level civilizations. Shinkong, how far are we from the Killing Star region? Xiang Qian asked after handing the storage device to Shinkong. The distance is 17,000 standard jump star regions, and it is estimated that it will take 35,000 years to reach there. Shinkong replied. Then get ready to go. After leaving here, destroy all the space within 10 light years around, and don't leave any traces of our presence here. Xiang Qian said. Okay, boss. As the Earth Federation microcosm left, a space storm appeared in the macrocosm. The violent space turbulence directly shattered the macrocosm of more than 10 light years around it, and the traces of the Earth Federation were completely wiped out. There was no way. Xiang Qian had to be so careful. You must know that no civilized race in the macrocosm is a fool. It is not difficult for any level 6 civilization to restore the scene that happened here before through the information carried by the light. Now there is a level 6 civilization trapped inside the Earth Federation's microcosm. When this civilization is discovered to have disappeared, people will definitely be sent to look for it. If the image of them entering the Earth Federation's microcosm is restored through light, then the Earth Federation will be directly exposed. But if the entire universe of more than 10 light years is destroyed, the light will also disappear. At that time, unless time is reversed, there will be no trace of the Earth Federation coming here. As time passed, the damage suffered by the Earth Federation and the Soul Clan in the battle was slowly recovered. The only problem was the Green Star civilization. Their civilization race potential was reduced, and the civilization guardian tree was also severely damaged. It has not yet fully recovered. However, Xiang Qian also told Green Gisan that after this era, he would use his special ability to modify the race potential of the Green Star civilization back, so they don't have to worry. Xiang Qian, who was free, remade an 8th level civilization rule computer for the Academy of Sciences. Without an 8th level civilization rule computer, the entire Academy of Sciences would be uncomfortable. However, the Academy of Sciences wanted to make all the people in the Earth Federation provide spiritual power, and build more than a dozen level 8 civilization rule computers for them as before, but that was out of the question. Time passed quickly, and 35,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Earth Federation's microcosm finally arrived at the edge of the Killing Star domain. So far, the Earth Federation has been to the Chaos Star domain and the Dusk Star domain. This is the third huge star domain that the Earth Federation has seen since it came to the macrocosm. Compared with the Chaos Star field naturally generated by the universe and the Twilight Star field controlled by the 9th level civilization, the Killing Star field in front of us can be said to be the one with the smallest background. The Killing Star field is controlled by 5 8th level civilizations. These 5 8th level civilizations are all civilized races that have joined the Universe Guardian Alliance, and 3 of them are the core civilizations of the Universe Guardian Alliance. But if we say which of these 3 star fields is the one that the 6th level civilization is most reluctant to come to, it must be the Killing Star field. Because for the 6th level civilization, the Killing Star field is much more terrifying than the Chaos Star field and the Twilight Star field. If a level 6 civilization enters the Chaos Star field, as long as it does not go deep into the Chaos Star field, the danger is not very high. Not to mention the Twilight Star field, as long as you do not escape, there is no danger at all. But in the Killing Star field, the level 6 civilization is equivalent to a slave in the arena, and it has to fight with other level 6 civilizations every once in a while. After the war fails, the civilization will not be destroyed, because the flagship of the civilization race will not fight, and the clan leader will not fight, but this is the most cruel for many civilizations. When a race is left with only the flagship of a civilized race, and a group of scientists led by the clan leader, the potential of this civilized race has been exhausted. Unless one has the ability to defy the heavens, it is basically impossible to break through the 7th level civilization. Therefore, these defeated civilized races can only stay in the Killing Star region, work for other civilized races, and then wait for the destruction of the rules of the universe. Of course, the defeated race is very miserable, but the benefits of the victorious race are relatively large, otherwise there will be no civilized races to come to the Killing Star region. The victorious clan leader can not only obtain all the technological information of the defeated race, but also exchange various information on rule loopholes, special rare metals, and rule-based weapons from the 5 level 8 civilizations in the Killing Star domain according to the number of victories. It can be said that as long as the 5 level 8 civilizations have something, you can exchange it, provided that you have enough victories. According to the saying circulating in the universe, if you win 100 games in the Killing Star domain, you basically have a 90% chance of breaking through the level 7 civilization. But in reality, how many civilizations can win 100 games without losing midway? But even so, many level 6 civilizations that have survived dozens of epochs will come to the Killing Star domain when the rule loopholes cannot be passed by the universe operation rules, and they have no time to study the next rule loophole. Through plundering to get new rule loopholes, in order to break through the level 7 civilization, it can be said that in the Killing Star domain, many level 6 civilizations have complete rule loopholes in their hands, but these rule loopholes will not be passed by the universe operation rules. But the quasi-level 7 civilization weapons made by using these rule loopholes are infinitely close to the power of level 7 civilization weapons. Starry Sky, send a message. Xiang Qian looked at the Killing Star domain on the big screen and said to the Starry Sky. He knew that since the Earth Federation came here, the next time would not be peaceful. Chapter 663. Boss, after receiving the message, the other party only gave us a coordinate and asked us to go there. Shinkong said to Shinkong. Where are the coordinates? Xiang Qian frowned and asked. According to calculations, the coordinates should be in the middle area of the Killing Star region, close to the bottom. Shinkong displayed the star map and marked the coordinates. Then let's go there, Xiang Qian said after reading it. We have come here, and it is impossible to turn around and leave. At the same time, he did not believe that Karya and the guide he met would harm the Earth Federation. This was not because he was arrogant, but because the other party had no need to do so. What could they gain by harming the Earth Federation? Nothing. The most valuable thing for the Earth Federation was the 2 first-generation special evolvers, Xiang Qian and Xingyu. Other things were simply useless to the 8th level civilization. As for the massive amount of rule loophole information that the Earth Federation obtained from the Dusk Star region, it was just a pile of waste paper for the 8th level civilization and was completely useless. The rule system of the 8th level civilization has long been fixed. Even if they have more information about the loopholes in the rules, they cannot change the rule system. Besides, as guides and integrators, these 2 special evolutions with innate advantages in scientific research, it is obviously impossible for them to lack information about the loopholes in the rules. Since Xiang Qian and Xingyu cannot be taken away, are the other things of the Earth Federation useful to the 8th level civilization? Are there any conflicts in their positions and fundamental interests? Anyone who has nothing better to do is going to such great lengths to harm the Earth Federation. It is a problem. On the contrary, if they help the Earth Federation, then it is equivalent to having 2 first-generation special evolutionists as allies, and an allied race that can burst out the 9th level civilization combat power in a short period of time. Anyone with a brain will know which choice is the most beneficial to both parties. This is also the reason why Xiang Qian chose to come to the Killing Star domain as soon as he got the star map. At the same time, there is another day, that is, the benefits that the Earth Federation can get in the Killing Star domain are no less than those in the Dusk Star domain, and may even be higher than those in the Dusk Star domain. Because the loopholes in the rules obtained in the Dusk Star domain are mostly about 40 to 50% complete, even if the Earth Federation wants to use them, they still need to be supplemented, which is very troublesome. After all, the civilizations in the Dusk Star domain are all civilizations with low potential and ready to die, and most of their loopholes in the rules have serious problems. But the Killing Star domain is different. A large part of the civilizations that came to the Killing Star domain are those who have studied complete loopholes in the rules, but they are not suitable for the current physical rules of the universe, so they have not passed the review of the universe operation rules. However, the fact that these loopholes have not passed the review of the universe's operating rules does not mean that these loopholes have no value. On the contrary, the value of these loopholes is very high. These loopholes may not pass the review at present, but after 18 million years, it is possible that these loopholes will pass the review. After all, the birth of every level 7 civilization represents the change of the physical rules of the universe. The loopholes that could not be used before may be because other physics could not cooperate with them, and there was a serious conflict of rules between the 2 sides. But after other rules are changed, some rule loopholes may have less conflicts with other rules, and in that case, the rules of the universe will definitely pass the review. Such examples have not been unheard of in the Killing Star region. It is conceivable that the Killing Star region has existed for such a long time, and has obtained many complete rule loopholes. Even if 99% of these rule loopholes still cannot pass the review, there are definitely quite a few rule loopholes that can pass the review. As long as the race wants to break through the 7th level civilization, when the rule loopholes they have researched cannot pass the review, 80% of the civilized races will come to the Killing Star region. The fate of the race is determined by war. If you win, you will get a new loophole in the rules. If you lose, you will just perish in advance. So after the Earth Federation's microcosm slowly entered the Killing Star region, Xiang Qian saw countless warship wreckages. These warship wreckages alone could fill up thousands of galaxies. And every moment, space channels are opened, and countless warship wreckages with sparks are thrown into the void of the universe. From this scene, we can imagine what the situation is like inside the Killing Star region. Soon, the Earth Federation microcosm arrived at the coordinate point, where a huge multidimensional space gate was emitting brilliant light. The multidimensional space gate is different from the ordinary space gate. The ordinary space gate can only pass through objects in three-dimensional space, and the microcosm cannot pass through it all. But the multidimensional space gate is different. Even the Earth Federation microcosm can pass through this space gate, because inside it, there is at least an independent four-dimensional space. After the Earth Federation microcosm passed through the multidimensional space gate, it appeared in an independent four-dimensional space. At the same time, in front of the Earth Federation microcosm was a huge honeycomb composed of countless bubbles. Those bubbles were nothing else but independent three-dimensional microcosm spaces. These microcosm spaces were connected together and looked like a huge honeycomb from a distance. "Boss, I received a message. The other party asked us to connect with a microcosm." Starry Sky prompted. "Well, do it." Xiang Qian nodded and said. When the two small universes were connected, a spaceship flew from the other small universe into the Earth Federation small universe, and then entered the race flagship through the guidance of the Starry Sky. At this time, Kalia also came to the command hall, and waited for the other party's arrival with Xiang Qian. "Mr. Kalia, hello, I didn't expect to see you here." "Your Excellency is Mr. Xiang Qian. I am the Patriarch of the Boon Civilization, Kavian. Welcome to the Boon Civilization. The guide has already explained your problem to me, and it will be done soon. During this period, Mr. Xiang Qian can come to our Boon Civilization as a guest, and the guide asked us to entertain him well," Kavian said with a humble attitude and a smile on his face. It can be said that as a patriarch of an 8th-level civilization, being able to personally come to the Earth Federation microcosm to invite Xiang Qian is already a very humble attitude. You must know that the Earth Federation is only a 6th-level civilization now, and it is still a long way from the 8th-level civilization. The other party, a clan leader of an 8th-level civilization, showed such an attitude to a clan leader of a 6th-level civilization, which made Xiang Qian completely see the strength of the guide. You must know that in the universe, the signing of a civilization race contract between two civilized races must be voluntary, especially the signing of a civilization race contract. If it is not voluntary, then the civilization that forces the lower-level civilization to sign a civilization race contract will be severely punished by the rules of the universe, and this punishment cannot be offset by contribution points. So don't think that there are many level 6 civilizations under the level 7 and 8 civilizations in the universe to help them. They are not their subordinate races, but just civilizations that depend on them and make a living from them. Those level 6 civilizations are a bit like employees, and the level 7 and 8 civilizations are the bosses. Although the boss can use many methods to punish employees, it is absolutely impossible to decide the life and death of the level 6 civilization with one word, like in the parallel universe. And now Kavian's attitude towards Xiang Qian clearly shows that this level 8 civilization is definitely a subordinate race of the guide, otherwise it would never be able to do this. But think about it, a civilized race that can infiltrate the enemy and become a core member of the enemy's forces. If the guide does not have absolute control over the Boon civilization, it is impossible to let them perform this task, otherwise it would not be sending an undercover, but seeking death. I didn't expect that the guide was hiding so deeply. As the core civilization of the Universe Guardian Alliance, it turned out to be a subordinate race of the guide. No one would believe it if I told it out. Caria looked at Kavian and said with great emotion. Although Caria knew that the guide had hidden a lot of strength in the past, he did not expect that the subordinate race of the guide had become a core member of the opponent. Under such circumstances, it would be strange for the Universe Guardian Alliance to catch him. Chapter 664. 3 days later, Caria left the Earth Federation, because at this time the identity issues of the Earth Federation had been resolved, so he also left. However, before leaving, Carrier also made a contribution to the Earth Federation, that is, he built a real 8th-level civilization rule computer for the Earth Federation. It was from this 8th-level civilization rule computer that Xiang Qian saw the terrifying ability of the first generation of special evolutionists. This 8th-level civilization rule computer was provided by the Boon civilization, and was personally created by Carrier. It integrated the rule systems of several 8th-level civilization rule computers, and finally formed an 8th-level civilization host-level supercomputer. Under normal circumstances, an 8th-level civilization rule computer will have different rule systems for each civilization race. After all, each civilization is good at different rules, and at least the 8th-level civilization rule computers developed are also different. However, with Carrier's special ability, several different rule systems are perfectly integrated together, allowing this rule computer to incorporate the advantages of each rule, and finally forming an 8th-level civilization host-level supercomputer. Even the 8th-level civilization host of the Boon civilization is not as powerful as the 8th-level civilization rule computer of the current Earth Federation. In Carrier's words, in the entire universe, the items he made are definitely better than any similar products of any level 8 civilization. In other words, the level 8 civilization rule computer of the Earth Federation may be the strongest level 8 civilization rule computer in the entire universe, except for the level 9 civilization. Even the host of Carrier's own civilization is not necessarily stronger than the Earth Federation. After all, the ability of the fusion depends on the resources provided. Although Carrier is an old level 8 civilization, he has never been in the Dusk Star region and cannot get so much information about the level 8 civilization rule computer. Therefore, at this point, the accumulation of the Earth Federation also shocked Carrier. After all, even if he wanted to buy the 8th level civilization rule computer, no one would sell it. In the trading market of the entire universe, at most, you can only buy a host of the 7th level civilization, and the rule computer of the 8th level civilization is not available at all. The 8th level civilization is not a fool, and it is impossible to sell such items involving the standing level. Carrier has no way to rob in the universe, so the rule computer he made does not have as many rule systems as the Earth Federation. Now that the Earth Federation has this supercomputer, the research progress of the Academy of Sciences has increased dozens of times in an instant. You should know that this supercomputer is not a copycat version of the 8th level civilization rule computer that Xiang Qian assembled with his special ability, but a superhost that can be ranked in the universe, and the computing power is not at the same level at all. After Carrier left, the Earth Federation hid the small universe and only separated a large part of the civilization race flagship to open up the small universe. In the Dusk Star region, the Silver Wing civilization, the Green Star civilization, and the Pabatalong civilization had already appeared, so this time it was entirely the human civilization that came forward, and the other civilizations and races were lurking in the Earth Federation's microcosm. The Silver Wing civilization members, who had just merged into human civilization, did not come out this time. After all, Xiang Qian did not dare to say whether the Soul Clan could find problems from the Soul level, so it was better not to take risks. Besides, the Earth Federation is now disguised as a civilization race that has just left the parallel universe. If it leaves the parallel universe, it will have a subsidiary race, and it will be very conspicuous no matter where it is. In addition, the Earth Federation now wants to keep a low profile, so it is more appropriate for other civilized races to stay in the Earth Federation microcosm. When everything was ready, Xiang Qian took a small number of scientific researchers and all soldiers, boarded the civilized race flagship, and left the Earth Federation microcosm, heading for the Boon Civilization training camp. As an 8th level civilization that controls the Killing Star domain, the Boon Civilization will select civilized races with strong war potential in the parallel universe for training every era. These civilizations don't need too many scientists, they just need to know how to fight. Because all these civilizations are fighting against some powerful foreign races, or when there are disagreements in the distribution of interests between the 5 level 8 civilizations, they fight. For example, if a powerful level 6 peak comes to the Killing Star region, many foreign civilizations know how powerful this civilization is, and will not choose to fight with them. Then at this time, the Killing Star region will send out the civilizations it has cultivated to fight with them. After all, the rule of the Killing Star region is that the winner of the challenge can get valuable rule loopholes. If an alien civilization race comes to the Killing Star region, and there is no opponent, not only will the 5 level 8 civilizations lose face, but even the brand of the Killing Star region will be destroyed. Therefore, the 5 level 8 civilizations need to cultivate some civilization races to deal with such situations, just like the bosses, who controlled the black boxing on Earth before the catastrophe. If a boxer is too strong, they will send their own men to deal with the opponent and prevent the opponent from getting the bonus. This principle is applicable throughout the universe. The Killing Star region is equivalent to a super large-scale black boxing ring. Every level 6 civilization is a boxer, and the level 8 civilization is the boss. Now the identity of the Earth Federation is a seed discovered by the Boon civilization. As soon as it dared to come out of the parallel universe, it was brought to the Killing Star region for cultivation. Such an identity can stand up to scrutiny, and no civilized race will doubt it. Even if the strength of the Earth Federation is very strong now, it cannot be said that it can win 100% against the 6th level civilization, but it can definitely remain undefeated. Such strength is nothing in the eyes of the 8th level civilization, and no one will go into it. After all, if you can be selected by the Boon civilization, if you don't have some strength, then there is a problem. In this way, the Earth Federation can openly collect loopholes in the rules through war. And when the Earth Federation does this, others will not think that these rules have been taken away by the Earth Federation. Instead, they will think that the Boon civilization is controlling it. When the Earth Federation civilization race flagship passed through a space channel, it entered a small universe. In this small universe, there are dozens of civilization races that have just left the parallel universe. Every civilized race stayed in their own territory honestly, and no civilized race dared to run around, which seemed to have been taught a lesson. The Earth Federation arrived at the designated location for rest and recuperation. During this period, no civilized race sent a communication to inquire, and Xiang Qian would not deliberately contact these cannon fodders. After all, by the time the next era comes, whether there will be more than 10 civilized races left here is a question. In the following period, a new level 6 civilization will enter this small universe every 1 or 2 months, until the number of civilized races in the small universe reaches 100. When the last civilized race entered this small universe, a small spaceship of the Boon civilization also entered this small universe. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian knew that something conscious was about to happen, and the days to come would not be so boring. Chapter 665. In the next 50,000 years, the 100 civilizations here will engage in brutal battles. In the end, only 10 civilizations will be able to leave here, and the other civilizations will become a pile of garbage in the battleship graveyard outside the Killing Star region. If you don't want to become garbage, then work hard to become stronger. When you leave here and win 100 battles on the battlefield, it will be the time for you to break through the 7th level civilization, and you will be free. So whether it is for survival or for freedom, work hard to become stronger. The information will be distributed below. You need to turn the things in these materials into war weapons in your hands as quickly as possible. The first elimination war will begin in 5,000 years. The people on the Boon civilization spaceship explained the rules here to 100 civilized races. On one side is the cruel reality, and on the other side is the beautiful future. Under the high-pressure policy, each civilized race has burst out with the greatest potential. Xiang Qian had no special feelings about this set of rhetoric. His only feeling was that the 8th level civilization was rich and powerful. Only 10 of the 100 civilized races remained. So, not to mention anything else, the Boon civilization would have to advance 10 million contribution points. After all, in order to allow all civilized races to fight boldly, and not to worry about accidentally destroying other civilized races, and being wiped out by the rules of the universe, each civilized race must have 100,000 contribution points. Although it is easy to control the weapons of the 6th level civilization with the strength of the 8th level civilization. But these 10 million contribution points must be issued, which means that these 10 million contribution points are equivalent to dead money and cannot be circulated. This background made Xiang Qian very emotional, and at the same time, he thought of the horror of the guide. As the subordinate race of the guide has such a background, then you can imagine how strong the guide is. Not to mention anything else, maybe in the universe, the only ones who can be richer than the guide are those 9th level civilizations. Soon, the small spaceship of the Boon civilization left the small universe, leaving 100 civilized races looking at each other with hostility, as if war would break out at any time. Starry Sky, what is the information below? Xiang Qian asked curiously. Boss, there is a lot of information, most of which is information on rule loopholes. There are more than 1,000 rule loopholes alone, and the completeness is more than 80%. The rest are mothership construction drawings and video records of famous wars in the history of the Killing Star domain. Shinkong replied. 1,000 rule loopholes, all of which are more than 80% complete. These rule loopholes alone are worth a lot of money. Although Xiang Qian searched for many rule loopholes in the Dusk Star region, most of them were about 50% complete, and there were very few rule loopholes that were more than 80%. After all, a civilized race that can research a rule loophole to more than 80% is a clan leader who has the potential to break through the 7th level civilization, and will never go to the Dusk Star region to eat and wait for death. But after Xiang Qian had the scientists look at these rule loopholes, they were also very speechless, because these rule loopholes have one characteristic, that is, extreme. Although these rules are more than 80% complete, there is no value in completing them, because even if they are all completed, they cannot pass the review of the universe's operation rules. So the only value of these rule loopholes is to be used to create quasi-level 7 civilization weapons. After all, the more extreme the rule loopholes are, the more special they will be in the direction of attack. The quasi-level 7 civilization weapons created by normal rule loopholes are definitely not as powerful as the quasi-level 7 civilization weapons created by these rule loopholes. After hearing this result, Xiang Qian lost interest. He only asked scientists to use these loopholes in the rules to create a group of weapons of the 7th level civilization, and did not think about transmitting these loopholes in the rules back to the Earth Federation microcosm. Among these materials, the only thing that interested Xiang Qian was the famous war video records in the history of the Killing Star domain. These video records are of great military value in the eyes of military strategists, but in Xiang Qian's eyes, these video records are like Star Wars blockbusters, and they are very effective. So Xiang Qian put on the virtual device and started watching the war video records when he had nothing to do. While Xiang Qian was watching the movie, the chief of the Boon civilization was contacting the guide. Master, according to your arrangement, I have already completed the identity of the Earth Federation. However, they did not leave the Killing Star region, but participated in the war challenge. Kavian said respectfully to the guide. You don't have to worry about these things. You just need to remember one thing, that is, don't let the Earth Federation be destroyed, and let them do the rest. You just need to help them when they find you. If they don't find you, then you should follow the rules, don't give them special care, and don't let other civilized races see the problem, understand? The guide said without surprise. In fact, he had already thought of this problem when he asked the Earth Federation to go to the Killing Star region. With the power of 2 first-generation special evolutionists in the Earth Federation, even the 9th level civilization can't do anything to them before breaking through the 7th level civilization. But if you want to accumulate more foundation, there is no place in the entire universe more suitable than the Killing Star region. Even the Dusk Star region cannot compare to this. As for giving away the Earth Federation rule loopholes for free, the guide never thought about it. Every first-generation special evolutionist is proud. He would not think that the Earth Federation would accept the rule loopholes he gave them, even if those rule loopholes were huge. If he did so, it would be a complete insult to the first-generation special evolutionists, so he never thought about it. If the Earth Federation wants to get information about loopholes in the rules, then go to the Shafa Star region and fight for it with strength. Of course, if you want to survive in the cruel Killing Star region, you must have strength, and everything depends on strength. But is there any need to talk about the strength of the Earth Federation? It can leave safely under the trump card controlled by the 9th level civilization. It is impossible to do it without strength. That is not something that can be done by special evolutionists alone. So after comprehensive consideration, the guide chose to let the Boon civilization help the Earth Federation with identity verification. Otherwise, with his means, why must the Earth Federation go to the Shafa Star region? Isn't it enough to find a place close by? Okay, Master, I understand. Kavian nodded. Time passed bit by bit, and 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a huge planet fortress entered the small universe, and at the same time, the 100 civilizations in this small universe received a message, that is, to hold out for one day under the attack of this war fortress. As for the consequences of not holding out, there is no need to say. So after receiving this message, the 100 civilizations instantly opened the protective shield and prepared for war. Xiang Qian also broke free from the virtual blockbuster, and went to the command hall to watch the people from the staff command the battle. Chapter 666. The gravity light rule shield has been activated, and the current operating power is 30%. After the shield was activated, a shield emitting colorful light instantly appeared outside the flagship of the entire Earth Federation race. Although this shield looks only a thin layer, the space around it has become very stable because of the opening of the shield, as if the entire space has been frozen. As the light rule that the Earth Federation has already begun to use in the parallel universe, it has been thoroughly studied by the Academy of Sciences as early as the Dusk Star region. Now, if the Earth Federation wants to break through the 7th level civilization, there is no problem at all to use this rule to break through. Now, in addition to the 7 light rules, the Earth Federation also has 2 complete space-related rule loopholes. However, even Xiang Qian is not sure whether the space-related rule loopholes can be approved by the Universe Operation rules in the next 2 days. But the Earth Federation, which has 9 complete rule loopholes, dares to say that it is invincible among the 6th level civilization races. Compared to the Earth Federation's calmness, which stopped after opening a layer of protective shield, as if they were not nervous at all, the other civilizations in the microcosm were much more nervous. Xiang Qian could clearly see through the big screen that many civilizations' flagships were covered with layers of protective shields. Among them, the civilization with the most protective shields had 37 layers of protective shields stacked on top, which made Xiang Qian drunk. The performance of those protective shields could not be hidden from the Earth Federation's scan, so the Earth Federation had a clear grasp of the extent of their defensive effects. To put it bluntly, it is better to study one rule well than to study dozens of rules. After all, 100 rule loopholes with a completeness of 10% are not as good as one rule loophole with a completeness of 50%. Unless you can perfectly integrate these 100 rule loopholes. But it is obvious that these civilizations in the microcosm do not have that ability. Therefore, the more protective shields are put on the flagships of those races, the less optimistic Xiang Qian is about them. On the contrary, the civilizations with only 1 or 2 layers of protective shields seem to be the case. Before Xiang Qian could continue to observe the situation of other civilized races, the War Fortress launched an attack after all civilized races opened their protective shields. In an instant, the entire microcosm was occupied by distorted space, as if the entire microcosm was about to collapse, but in fact this was an attack from the War Fortress. After the War Fortress launched the attack, the originally peaceful microcosm space seemed to be the inside of a washing machine with the start button pressed. Countless large and small space vortices and surging space turbulence swept the entire microcosm space, leaving no dead corners in the entire microcosm to avoid. The only way to survive this attack was to resist it with the protective shield. All the spatial nodes in the microcosm are broken, the spatial energy becomes disordered, and the energy storm of chaotic time and space begins to invade the microcosm space. The stability of the external space of the race flagship decreases, and the spatial turbulence is pushing the race flagship to move disorderly. The 4-dimensional space jump is blocked, and the space rules are weakened by 50%. In an instant, the staff inside the command hall reported the current situation to the staff department and waited for the staff department's order. In less than a minute, the general staff issued a response order after briefly summarizing the current external situation. The operating power of the gravity light rule shield remains unchanged. Turn on the timeline positioning system, lock the current spacetime node, and turn on the spacetime anchor. Zhang Lei gave orders to the control personnel. The timeline scan is completed to lock the current spacetime node, the spacetime anchor is turned on, and the race flagship is positioned. With the opening of the spacetime anchor, the Earth Federation race flagship, which was originally being drawn into the space vortex by the huge space turbulence, instantly became motionless. No matter how huge the external space turbulence energy is, the Earth Federation race flagship will be like being frozen, and its position will not change at all. Even with the most accurate scanning equipment, it is impossible to scan the movement of the Earth Federation. Because at this time, the Earth Federation race flagship has been connected to the time and space coordinates of the timeline. In other words, on this timeline, as long as the Earth Federation does not take back the time anchor, the Earth Federation race flagship will still be in the same position after another 100 million years, and there will be no change. Therefore, no matter how strong the external space turbulence is, it is impossible to push the flagship of the Earth Federation race to move. Unless the space turbulence can destroy the Earth Federation's protective shield, it is impossible to move the flagship of the Earth Federation race. Strictly speaking, the use of this time anchor is not the power of the rule loophole, but a use of the physical rules of the universe. Before becoming a level 6 peak civilization, all civilized races used the physical rules of the universe through scientific and technological means, and there is no way to change the physical rules. After becoming a level 6 peak civilization, most civilized races are like crazy. As long as it is technology, they must use loopholes in the rules. Just like this space anchor technology, when this technology was proposed, it was said that the time rule should be studied to make the time anchor technology a rule weapon. After knowing this, Xiang Qian asked the academicians of the Academy of Sciences if the current technological level of the Earth Federation is used, How long will it take to develop the time anchor technology without changing the time rules? At that time, the scientists answered that it would not take more than 10 years, because with the current level of technology of the Earth Federation, it is already possible to analyze the various effects of time rules on other rules. So it would not take long to create time anchor technology. After listening, Xiang Qian asked again, if scientists study the space-time rule, how long will it take to complete the time anchor technology using rule weapons? The scientists' answer is that it is hard to say, because it takes a lot of time to study a complete rule loophole, and sometimes it depends on luck. Although if we only study the loopholes in the rules, we can form a quasi-level 7 civilization weapon and use it, but the unstable effect of the quasi-level 7 civilization weapon cannot make the time anchor last forever. After listening to the scientists' answers, Xiang Qian said that since it takes so long to study the loopholes in the rules, and it is not very stable, why not just use the current physical rules of the universe to complete the time anchor technology? As a result, the scientists answered very confidently that once the enemy civilization race of the Earth Federation has the ability to change the timeline, the time anchor of the Earth Federation will be useless. But Xiang Qian said something that left the scientists speechless. That is, if the enemy has the ability to change the timeline, then can the rule loophole time anchor technology you have developed still work? That's right. The time anchor technology developed based on the physical rules of the universe can be directly abolished at the rule level. But the civilization race that can change the timeline can only be done by the civilization race that masters the rules of time. Such a civilization is at least a peak level 8 civilization, or even a level 9 civilization. In that case, unless the time rule loopholes studied by the Earth Federation can pass the review of the universe operation rules, and let this new time rule loophole replace the original time rule, the Earth Federation has time anchor technology based on the physical rules of the universe, and time anchor technology with rule loopholes. There is no difference in front of such a civilization race. Although the time rule loophole of the quasi-7th level civilization weapon can break the current time anchor technology of the Earth Federation, with the current strength of the Earth Federation, is it still a problem to deal with a 6th level peak civilization that only has quasi-7th level civilization weapons? So after comprehensive consideration, anyone with a brain can understand which time anchor technology is more cost-effective to study. It was at that time that the Earth Federation began to get out of the misunderstanding that all technologies must be loopholes in the rules of the new city. As long as it does not involve the core issues of the Earth Federation, when studying some technologies, it will give priority to using the current physical rules of the universe. After all, this is very convenient. When the Earth Federation was as stable as a mountain in the small universe, calmly resisting the attack of space turbulence, other civilized races were sucked into the space vortex by the energy of space turbulence, flying around in this small universe like headless flies. Chapter 667. Bang! On the big screen, Xiang Qian saw two civilizations' flagships with protective shields collided quickly under the stirring of the space vortex. Fortunately, they were wearing regular protective shields, otherwise such a collision would be enough to turn the two civilizations' flagships into space junk. But even so, both civilizations had scrapped one layer of protective shield, and even the second layer of protective shield was unstable. After seeing this, Xiang Qian mourned for the two civilizations for a second. Being able to collide in a small universe within 30 light years in diameter is also a matter of luck, but these two civilizations are unlucky. The size of a race flagship is completely different from that of a small universe. If the current small universe space is the size of the internal space of a drum washing machine, then the size of a civilization race flagship is definitely at the atomic level. So Xiang Qian was quite speechless that they could collide with each other under such circumstances. How bad must it be for such a situation to occur? Originally, according to the analysis of the scan results of the Earth Federation, these two civilizations are pretty good. As long as there are no major problems, they will definitely pass this assessment. After all, the protective shields of these two civilizations are ranked in the top 20 among 100 civilizations. In this case, as long as the Boon civilization does not deliberately want to destroy them, they will definitely survive to the end. But now this collision directly hits them into the bottomless abyss. Now whether they can pass the assessment depends on luck, although their luck is really not very good. Time passed slowly, and those civilized races that opened many layers of protective shields were now like onions, being peeled off layer by the space turbulence. Sometimes after they were drawn into a huge space vortex, several layers were broken in a short period of time. Not to mention how those civilized races feel now, even Xiang Qian is worried about them. If it weren't for the fact that the 6th level civilization no longer has diseases, It is estimated that many people in that civilized race would have died from that just now. While Xiang Qian was watching other civilizations and races encounter various problems with a happy attitude, the Boon civilization was monitoring the situation of the Earth Federation. We have analyzed that the Earth Federation uses a light rule, and it is a 100% complete rule loophole. According to our analysis of this rule loophole, the probability of this rule loophole passing the review of the universe operation rules is at least more than 70%. A scientist said to Bacon. Well, I understand, you continue to observe, but remember, you must not let the other party find out. Bacon nodded. Yes, Chief, don't worry, we use passive surveillance methods, and will not be exposed. The scientist said immediately. Although he didn't know why the chief paid so much attention to this civilized race that had just entered the universe, he knew how strong the other party's scientific research was, just because the other party had only used 3 epochs to study a complete set of rule loopholes. This scientific research strength alone had surpassed many level 8 civilizations. So he thought that the chief had some ideas about this civilized race, and didn't want their surveillance to be exposed, but such attention was still a bit too much. Bacon didn't care about the scientists' ideas, as long as they didn't expose their surveillance information. After all, there were 2 first-generation special evolutionists in the Earth Federation. Although their abilities seemed to have nothing to do with scanning and foresight, he dared not forget the special instructions of the guide. Xiang Qian really didn't know about the surveillance of the Boon civilization. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, even if the Boon civilization was an 8th-level civilization, it could only monitor the situation of the race flagship at most. They could never scan the situation inside the race flagship. Under Xiang Qian's shielding, even if it was a level 9 civilization, they would not know the situation inside the race flagship. As for the external information, it was originally for others to see, so it didn't matter whether it was monitored or not. Soon, half a day passed. As the space turbulence raged, the civilized races inside the microcosm were struggling to hold on. At this time, they had no other way except to resist. It's not that they didn't attack the war fortress, but with the intensity of their attack, they couldn't even break the protective shield of the war fortress, let alone destroy the war fortress. So after trying to attack the war fortress without any effect, they gave up. At this time, the civilized race that Xiang Qian had seen at the beginning, which had opened dozens of layers of protective shields, now only had the last layer of protective shields left. And the surface of this last layer of protective shield also showed unstable fluctuations. According to the simulation calculation of the starry sky, this last layer of protective shield can still protect the opponent for about 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, this layer of protective shield will also be torn apart by the space vortex, like the other dozens of protective shields. Xiang Qian is now paying attention to this civilization, because he wants to know what kind of rescue method the Boon civilization will take after the last layer of protective shield is broken. This is what Xiang Qian cares about. After 4:53 seconds, the last layer of protective shield covering the outside of the flagship of that civilization was broken by the tearing of the space vortex. At this time, a space crystal wall appeared, covering the civilization. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian was stunned. He thought of countless methods, but the method used by the Boon civilization exceeded his expectations. What does the space crystal wall represent? It represents a barrier for a stable small universe to invade the turbulence of space and time. In other words, if only one space has a crystal wall, then no matter how small this space is, in the countless time in the future, this space will evolve into a small universe. However, under normal circumstances, something like a space crystal wall cannot appear in a 3-dimensional space. Because the space crystal wall itself is not a product that can appear in 3-dimensional space. Its composition is completely another form. It is neither matter nor energy. Instead, it is like a rule, such as a dimensional interlayer or a dimensional membrane, an abstract thing. But no matter what, the space crystal wall cannot appear in 3-dimensional space, because 3-dimensional space cannot accommodate the space crystal wall. Space can overlap, but the space crystal wall can never be covered by the space crystal wall. There is no situation where countless small bubbles appear inside a large bubble, unless the dimensions are different. This is restricted by the rules. However, in this election, inside a 3-dimensional space microcosm, a super small microcosm with a space crystal wall appeared. The space that chooses to wrap that civilization race is a microcosm. Although it is very small, according to the classification of microcosms, it can definitely be called a microcosm. Chapter 668. As the space crystal wall wrapped around the civilization, the impact of the space turbulence could no longer cause any harm to them, but this also meant that they were out. As for the consequences of being out, that was not a problem that Xiang Qian considered. However, after the Boon civilization made a small mistake, Xiang Qian also knew that any level 8 civilization was not a freeloader. Without a few powerful trump cards in hand, how could they survive in the universe? Not to mention controlling a huge star field. After sighing, Xiang Qian continued to look at other civilized races and watch their performance. After all, to be noticed by the Boon civilization, there must be something special about them, otherwise the Boon civilization would not have spent so much effort to cultivate them. 19 hours passed in a blink of an eye. At the moment, when the shield of the 10th civilized race was broken, the war fortress also stopped destroying the small universe space, allowing the small universe to return to peace. After the first test, the Boon civilization made a summary of this test and told all civilized races a truth, that is, concentrating on studying a rule loophole is more effective and more powerful than studying 100 loopholes at the same time. After the summary, the war fortress of Boon civilization took the 10 eliminated civilizations and races away from the microcosm, and also told them that the round-robin elimination tournament would begin in 10,000 years, and by then, half of the remaining 90 civilizations and races would be eliminated. Xiang Qian had no interest in the round-robin elimination tournament. To put it bluntly, even if the remaining 89 civilizations and races came together, they would not be able to defeat the Earth Federation. So Xiang Qian completely let Zhang Lei lead the staff to handle the affairs here, and he focused on the scientific research work inside the Earth Federation microcosm. When in the Dusk Star region, Xiang Qian discovered that there was a more valuable way to use his special ability, which was to help scientists conduct scientific research. Since he could only see the reaction of the physical rules of the universe, Xiang Qian became a humanoid super detection system in the following time. 10,000 years later, the Earth Federation held a round-robin elimination match in the microcosm. Zhang Lei followed Xiang Qian's instructions and kept a low profile, only opening 30% of the combat power of the race flagship. But even so, from the beginning of the round-robin elimination round, the Earth Federation has been pushing and crushing, and no civilized race can break the Earth Federation's protective shield in the elimination round, causing any damage to the Earth Federation's race flagship. So in the end, when it was the Earth Federation's turn to play, all civilized races directly gave up. Anyway, if you can't win, if you damage the mothership, you still have to work hard to repair it, which is not a problem. In this way, an era passed quickly. There are 100 civilizations in the microcosm, including the Earth Federation, and there are only 11 left. The other civilizations have been eliminated. Xiang Qian estimated that in fact, the Boon civilization should cultivate 10 civilizations in each era, but this time, because the Earth Federation is here, it has become 11. After all, the Earth Federation is free, and not under the control of the Boon civilization. If the Earth Federation wants to leave one day, the Boon civilization cannot stop it. In that case, the Boon civilization will lose a civilization in this era, which may have some impact on them. So they passed the test of 11 civilizations in this era, because they did not count the Earth Federation at all. Boss, Chief Vikan sent a message. Starry Sky prompted. Pick it up. Instantly, Vikan's projection appeared on the big screen. Chief Vikan, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiang Qian asked directly. It was not that he was unwilling to communicate with Vikan, but he was currently conducting scientific research with scientists. Those scientists were in a hurry, and he had no time to chat with them. Hello, Chairman Xiang Qian, I'm sorry to interrupt your work. However, you will follow the other 10 civilizations into the Killing Star region. Because of identity verification issues, you should now belong to our Boon civilization, so you will be excluded by the subordinate civilizations of the other 4-level civilizations in the Killing Star region, and you may be maliciously challenged. If you don't like this, I can modify the information of the rule terminal now, so that you can participate in the challenge as a free civilization. So I want to ask you what you think about this matter, and whether I need to modify this information. Vikan saw that Xiang Qian was working, and did not beat around the bush, and directly stated his purpose. Oh, this question is completely unnecessary. Before we left the Killing Star region, the Earth Federation had always been affiliated with the Boon civilization. As for malicious challenges, let them come. For the challenge of the 6th level civilization, I think the Earth Federation should not lose, so there is no need for us to avoid it. At the same time, in order to thank the Boon civilization for helping our Earth Federation, if the Boon civilization can use the Earth Federation in some matters, then we are also happy to help. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Whether to modify the information or not, that is completely nonsense. Xiang Qian knew the purpose of the other party asking him, just to hear his statement. After all, how strong the Earth Federation is now, the 6th level civilization that passed the elimination match with the Earth Federation may not be very clear, but as the controller of the small universe, the Boon civilization knows it better than any other civilized race. Therefore, before the Earth Federation leaves here, it would be best if we could gain some benefits for the Boon civilization through the Earth Federation. However, the Earth Federation is not a subsidiary race of the Boon civilization, so Vikan cannot order the Earth Federation to do anything. He can only ask Xiang Qian's attitude in this way. Xiang Qian believes that even if he pretends not to understand, Vikan will not say anything. But that is completely unnecessary. After all, the other party is an 8th level civilization. Even if this 8th level civilization is a subsidiary race of the guide, it is a genuine 8th level civilization. He didn't think that if the guide asked the Boon civilization to help the Earth Federation, the other party would help the Earth Federation wholeheartedly. After all, many things can be discounted, and those places that can be discounted are trivial for the Boon civilization, but they may be a troublesome matter for the Earth Federation. Moreover, if the Earth Federation has caused such trouble, the guide will not punish the Boon civilization for the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian doesn't think he has such a big face. So now that the Earth Federation has such ability, why not do it? That is completely a situation where you are good, I am good, and everyone is good, and everyone is good. Boon civilization has gained actual benefits, so it will pay more attention to the Earth Federation. This is human nature. No, that would be too much trouble for the Earth Federation, and the challenge is also very dangerous. You don't need to do it at all. Vikan shook his head quickly, but the expression on his face could not deceive people. Xiang Qian talked to Vikan for a few words, and the other party agreed, but it was obvious that the other party's attitude was better. After closing the communication, Xiang Qian shook his head helplessly. The universe is such a realistic place. Although the Earth Federation will surpass the Boon civilization in the future, at this time, if it is not the order of the guide, the other party will definitely not take the Earth Federation seriously. After Vikan closed the communication, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Reply to the Cuz civilization and tell them that we, the Boon civilization, agree to distribute the benefits of the next era in the form of a challenge. After a while, Vikan narrowed his eyes, and said to his subordinates, "Yes, Patriarch." The subordinates also left with a smile. After all, as a close confidant of Vikan, he certainly knew how powerful the Earth Federation was. It can be said that as long as there is no real 7th level civilization, the Earth Federation is simply invincible in the 6th level civilization. Therefore, in this division of interests in the Killing Star region, the performance of the Earth Federation will definitely surprise the other 4 civilizations. Chapter 669. Your control range is the universe with 100 light years around here as the origin. Within this range, no one will care what you do, but what you do cannot affect the Killing Star region, otherwise you should know the consequences. As for the information related to the challenge, it is introduced in the terminal given to you, and you should know it, so I won't say more. Next, you can move on your own. As long as you do not leave the range of the Killing Star system, your spacecraft can freely navigate within the entire Killing Star region according to the route, but be careful not to enter the control range of other civilized races. If you don't have other civilizations, then I leave. The guide of the Killing Star region said to the Earth Federation. After the elimination match of the Boon civilization, 11 civilizations including the Earth Federation were sent out of the Boon civilization microcosm, and now it was a guide who explained the rules of the Killing Star region to the Earth Federation. Of course, if it was a civilization that directly entered the Killing Star region, the reception would be much more formal than Xiang Qian and his group, and the treatment would be several times higher. After all, the Killing Star region not only wants to attract other level 6 civilizations to come here to compete, but also wants to attract those level 7 civilization races that cannot break through the level 8 civilization to come here to gamble. After all, no one has too many contribution points, and gambling is also the main source of income for the Killing Star region. Otherwise, even the level 9 civilization cannot afford the contribution points paid by the contestants in each era. Only through gambling can such consumption be supported all the time, and at the same time, a large sum of money can be made. And the level 6 civilizations, like the Earth Federation cultivated by several level 8 civilizations, are prepared to deal with the cheating of those advanced civilizations. After all, it is not new for a high-level civilization to arm a level 6 civilization to come to the Killing Star field to earn contribution points. It is okay if you win 1 or 2 games, but if you don't know the limits, then you are sorry. Several level 6 civilizations specially cultivated by level 8 civilizations will take action and directly destroy the level 6 civilizations controlled by those high-level civilizations, leaving those high-level civilizations with nothing. Let's go to the center of the Killing Star field and take a look at the situation there first. Xiang Qian said to Zhang Lei. The Earth Federation has settled down. There are still thousands of years before the next era. It is still too early for the Earth Federation to take the stage. It would be stupid not to learn about the Killing Star region and stay inside the race flagship. After all, now I have a perfect identity, unlike in the Dusk Star region, where I can only hide. I have stayed there for 3 years, and never went out once. Now I have a chance. It would be unreasonable not to go out and have a good look. Zhang Lei nodded and followed Xiang Qian out of the command hall, and boarded the small spaceship to the center of the Killing Star region. In the center of the Killing Star region, you can't see as many wreckages of warships as outside. Instead, the center of the Killing Star region is very clean. Basically, you can't see any flying meteorite fragments. The entire universe is clean. And the buildings in the Killing Star region are very distinctive. At first glance, you can feel a kind of iron-blooded momentum. This is definitely made by a professional design team, otherwise it would never achieve such an effect. Soon, the small spaceship that Xiang Qian and his team took landed on the only life planet in the Killing Star region. In the entire universe of the Killing Star region, you can't see the existence of life planets at all. It's not that the Killing Star region is not allowed to have life planets, but it's openly not allowed to have life planets. If you want to live on a life planet, it's okay, but you have to open up a small universe first. You can put as many life planets as you want in this small universe, but it's not allowed outside. It is said that it is precisely to keep the iron-blooded feeling of the Killing Star region. Once the colorful life planets appear inside the Killing Star region, the iron-blooded feeling will fade a lot. That's why the Killing Star region has this rule, which is that life planets are not allowed to appear in the open. So now the life planet Xiang Qian came to is the only life planet in the Killing Star region, and it is also the management core of the Killing Star region. If you have any problems in the Killing Star region, you can come here to seek solutions. Whether you want to participate in the challenge or watch the game, you have to go here to handle the procedures. After Xiang Qian parked the spaceship, he went to the reception center with Zhang Lei. That is the reception center for all civilizations, where any questions about the Killing Star domain can be answered. Xiang Qian and his team did not go to handle the competition procedures. All the competition contents of the 11 civilizations, including the Earth Federation, were controlled by the Boon civilization, so they did not need to register first if they wanted to participate in the challenge like other civilizations. Walking into the reception center, a huge projection screen was playing the last game of this era, which was also the record of the finals of an era. At this time, the game scene was almost over. The surfaces of the 2 huge civilization race motherships were covered with countless scars, and some places were already emitting fireworks, which looked very badly damaged. However, the 2 motherships on the big screen did not stop fighting. The quasi-level 7 civilization weapons were no longer useful at this time. After the loophole in the rules of the quasi-level 7 civilization weapons was cracked, the quasi-level 7 civilization weapons were in an overloaded state for a period of time, and could not be used at all. The 2 civilizations were in this state, so they fought so badly. Otherwise, the full-strength attack of the quasi-level 7 civilization weapons would basically kill the mothership without a protective shield, and it would not be possible to achieve this. As the screen played, one of the civilizations was lucky enough to destroy the opponent's command system, leaving the opponent without a command, and then took advantage of the victory to win. After the victory, this civilization received a very considerable reward, which was the special reward of the era champion, a 100% complete rule loophole, and the probability of this rule loophole passing the review of the universe operation rules was more than 50%. In other words, as long as you get this rule loophole, you have a 50% chance of becoming a level 7 civilization. And even if you can't become a level 7 civilization, you can have a 50% chance of passing the rule loophole audited by the universe operation rules, and then modify it, you still have a great chance of breaking through the level 7 civilization. It can be said that such a reward makes any level 6 civilization race crazy, and it is such a reward that attracts countless level 6 civilizations to the Killing Star region. Even if it is a life and death struggle, you have to come here to fight. After watching this video, Xiang Qian and his team came to the registration office for the next era challenge. Although they didn't have to register, they could check the big screen there to see how many civilized races would participate in the challenge in the next era. As a result, when Xiang Qian checked the list of participants in the next era, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there would be so many people who were not afraid of death. Chapter 670. More than 38,000 civilizations have signed up for the challenge of the next era. There are already so many civilizations signed up when there are still thousands of years to go. By the time the next era begins, this number is expected to double. However, it is not certain whether even 1/10 of these civilizations will remain in the end. The civilizations that lose can only survive in the Killing Star region. After checking the number of registered civilizations, Xiang Qian came to the most attractive place in the Killing Star region, which is the exchange place for the loopholes in the rules. In the universe, the reserve of rule loopholes in the Killing Star domain is said to be among the top 3 in the universe. However, the ruled loopholes in the Killing Star domain cannot be exchanged with contribution points, but require war points. War points can only be obtained by participating in the challenge of the Killing Star domain, so if you want to get these ruled loopholes, you can only participate in the challenge, or buy them from other civilizations with war points. Otherwise, even if you have more contribution points, it is impossible to exchange for rule loopholes from the Killing Star domain. Open the query window. There is no rule loophole with a completeness of less than 70% on the full screen, and many rule loopholes have a completeness of 100%. Moreover, the war points required for these rule loopholes that are 100% complete are not very many. After all, these rule loopholes have been confirmed and cannot pass the review of the universe's operating rules. And the level 6 civilization simply does not have that much time to wait for the physical rules of the universe to be upgraded to allow these rule loopholes to pass the review. So the value of these rule loopholes is so low. Only the level 8 civilization has enough time to wait for these rule loopholes to reach the point where they can pass the review of the universe's operating rules. Even the level 7 civilization may not have this time. Shinkong, based on the introduction of these rule loopholes, analyze which rule loopholes are currently needed by the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong in his heart. Okay, boss. Go and take a look at the registered civilization wars. Pick a few civilization races with more oil and water, and we will make some extra money. Xiang Qian said to Zhang Lei. Yes, I understand. Zhang Lei said, and I turned and left. With the current strength of the Earth Federation, there is no problem of losing. So Zhang Lei has no psychological pressure to choose the civilization war to challenge. In fact, this is also the purpose of Xiang Qian's coming today. Otherwise, it is unknown how long it will take for the Boon civilization to arrange an opponent for the Earth Federation. After all, the Boon civilization will not let the Earth Federation take action against ordinary opponents. So how long will it take to wait for an opponent with sufficient strength? The fewer the number of competitions, the fewer war points you get, and the fewer loopholes in the rules that can be exchanged. This is what Xiang Qian does not allow. Staying in the Killing Star region is to get enough benefits. If you wait for the Boon civilization to arrange the competition, how much benefit can you get? But at this time, the people of Boon civilization found Xiang Qian. Chief Xiang Qian, I am a staff member of the Boon Civilization Reception Center. The chief just sent a message. If you are not busy, please go to the Boon Civilization headquarters. The chief has something to discuss with you. A member of the Boon Civilization came to Xiang Qian and said to him, Well, I will go there later. Xiang Qian nodded and said, Okay, you are busy. The staff of Boon Civilization said, and I left. Xiang Qian thought for a while, but he didn't think of what Vikan wanted to talk to him about. At this time, there was no competition in the entire Killing Star region. What else did Vikan need to talk to him about besides the competition? Could it be that he didn't want the Earth Federation to participate in the challenge privately, and wanted to hide the strength of the Earth Federation? If so, then they were overthinking. It was not their turn to make decisions on the affairs of the Earth Federation. After Xiang Qian recorded all the loopholes in the rules in the starry sky, he took Zhang Lei out of the reception center, and went to the headquarters of the Boon Civilization. How many have you found? Xiang Qian asked Zhang Lei on the spaceship. Basically, all are fine. The civilizations that dare to sign up for the challenge at this time are basically the civilizations that have mastered the complete loopholes in the rules. So there is no need to pick, all are suitable at a glance. Zhang Lei said with a disdainful smile. That's good, so there will be enough money. Xiang Qian laughed. Soon, the spaceship entered the headquarters of the Boon Civilization. This headquarters is the open one, not the one in the four-dimensional space. Sorry to waste Chief Xiang Qian's time. Vikan was waiting for Xiang Qian at the berth, smiling. I don't have much to do, just wandering around to see if I can find a few wealthy chiefs to start a new business with. After all, our Earth Federation is still too shallow and needs to work hard. Xiang Qian also said with a smile. He said it first. If Vikan really wanted to hide the strength of the Earth Federation, then don't blame him for not giving face. Unless the Boon civilization can offer enough compensation, he will not agree. Except for the 9th level civilization, who dares to say that their race has a deep foundation. Aren't we all accumulating? The Khan also said with emotion. They talked and laughed along the way, and didn't talk about anything important, but after entering the meeting room, the Khan's face became heavy. Xiang Qian knew that the business was coming. This time I found Chief Xiang Qian, hoping that Chief Xiang Qian could help our Boon civilization. The Khan said directly. Patriarch Vikan is joking. With the strength of the Earth Federation, how can it help the Boon civilization except for a little help in the challenge? Now the challenge has not started yet. I really can't think of any place where the Boon civilization needs the help of the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian said with a puzzled look. Patriarch Xiang Qian is too modest. The guide has mentioned many times that the Earth Federation should not be regarded as a 6th level civilization, but as an 8th level civilization. I think the guide should not be joking. You're kidding. With the current strength of the Earth Federation, we can guarantee that we can remain undefeated against a level 6 civilization, but we definitely can't do that against a level 7 civilization, let alone a level 8 civilization. Chief Xiang Qian, I won't beat around the bush. This time, I want the Earth Federation to represent our Boon civilization in a challenge match within the Boon civilization. Wyken didn't plan to continue talking to Xiang Qian, so he spoke directly. A challenge match within the Killing Star region. Could it be that the battle for the distribution of benefits has begun again? But as far as I know, less than 10 epochs have passed since the last internal challenge match. How could it suddenly start? Xiang Qian asked doubtfully. This time he really couldn't figure it out. Yes, it has not been 10 epochs since the last challenge, but this one was not proposed by the 5 major civilizations in our Killing Star domain, but by another level 8 civilization that came to the Killing Star domain to challenge our qualification as the controller of the Killing Star domain. If it fails, then a level 8 civilization will leave the Killing Star domain and give up the position of the controller. The Khan said with a serious face.